flag lap then. Yes, the ST240's kicking us off today, and their race 1 was very exciting, sort of at different little pockets during the race. I think the main talking point was that massive moment for Alistair Kellett, wasn't it? That was crazy.
Yes, that's a good word for it. Yes, it was a huge slide, wasn't it? On lap 2 as well, on cold tyres down the Craner curves. And 2 or 3 points in that moment. It probably only lasted 5 or 6 seconds. I thought we were going to have an enormous accident. Miraculously, everyone avoided him, and he was able to fight back quite nicely to get a half-decent result in the end. Where did he finish? 6th place on tyres that were probably screaming for help after that as well. So, solid recovery drive for the championship leader. He came into the weekend 7 points ahead of Graham Colfer. Now, that 6th place finish yesterday will become a dropped score for Alistair. Graham, though, was still 3rd, and Gary Miller, who was only 13 points further back in 3rd, he was 2nd position and starts from the front row again this morning. So the championship just starting to twist and turn. You feel like this is quite an important race for Kellett, because it's not likely that this will be another drop score. He's probably going to finish somewhere in the top 3 or 4, but whether he's ahead or behind his championship rivals could be quite telling in this race. Midway through the season, it's a good time of the year, isn't it, for the likes of Colfer and Miller to start taking points out of him.
Indeed, yeah, all still to play for, still plenty of races yet to come. Yeah, I was having a little chat as I rushed back to the comms box yesterday with Alistair, and I was like, what happened, mate? And it was just a case of, he said, I was just squeezed to the apex there, and as I tried to lift to give a bit more room to the other car, obviously you're so hunkered down going through the Craner curves that as soon as he lifted, the rear went light and the car was already gone before he even realised what was happening. So, yeah, as you say, just so lucky. As you say, it was very lucky that everyone avoided him. It was more lucky that he avoided everyone else, really, as he had no control over what was going on. George Fox, though, came around and said, oh yeah, I wonder what happened to that big white polystyrene board. That was you, was it, Alistair? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Hopefully no repeat of that today. Simon Horrobin pulls in at the back of the grid. He was a non-starter yesterday, by the way, but hopefully he's going to take the start for race number 2, so we should have 17 of these ST240 Fiestas about to do battle around the Donington Park National Circuit. 20 minutes, the second and final race of the weekend for the Fiestas. Off we go, and Gary Miller makes a demon start from pole position. It's an even worse start this time for George Fox, though, than it was yesterday. He could be 5th or 6th heading into Redgate Corner. Graham Colfer and Gary Miller, those 2nd and 3rd respectively in the championship, doing battle into Redgate. Colfer on the outside gets squeezed out, so it's Gary Miller who leads the way. Colfer in 2nd position, and is that John Cooper into 3rd? It is, in the all-white machine. Alistair Kellett comes through into 4th in the nearly identically liveried car to that of Jack Sant, with whom he's side by side, and the pole sitter Foxlow is down to 6th. Make that 5th, though. He's back up the inside of Sant at the old hairpin, but a disastrous start there for the pole sitter, even worse than yesterday.
I know, a poor start from Fox, though, then as he drops into the pack, but the opposite can be said about Gary Miller. Lovely start there, and he leads the pack through this first lap of the race then. Little few wobbles there as they head up to the top section of the circuit once more. I think we saw Foxlow there getting it hooked up, trying to fight back and gain those positions that he's lost in these opening few corners of the race then. But yeah, lovely start from John Cooper, of course. Was involved in that monstrous incident a little while ago now. Fantastic to have him back on the grid, as he has been for quite some time now, and clearly no love lost for this championship. Battling in then with Alistair Kellett, but Kellett gets the move done before they even really get to the braking zone. Up the inside and up into the top 3 he goes, as 2 other drivers try and go side by side, and they'll both go off to the grass, off to the scenery, the gravel and the barrier for at least one of them. They spear back onto the circuit. They sort of get it collected back up. They'll spin it back around and carry on, but a bit of time lost. They live to fight another day, though.
Yes, that was, I think, Sean Reynolds. Yes, it was Sean Reynolds who was pointing the wrong way and tangled by the looks of it. Who did he tangle with? Foxlow is showing us down in 15th position. Anyway, we'll get to that in a moment, because Alistair Kellett, who last time I looked at the screen was 4th, is now 2nd. He's ahead of Graham Colfer now as they head down through the old hairpin. There is Foxlow, definitely not down in 15th position. He is up ahead of John Cooper as well, so good stuff that from Foxlow, making good recovery progress again.
It was Horrobin, I think he was going side by side with into the final couple of corners. Right. So Horrobin had made a nice start. He gained sort of 3, 4, maybe even 5 positions off of that start. Tried to go side by side and it all went wrong immediately.
Yes, okay, there we go. Yeah, Foxlow's got a dodgy transponder. He's not showing us having come through, but you're right. Reynolds came through in 16th position. Horrobin also lost a fair bit of ground in that. Speaking of, that's the number 12 of Brady Pollock pulling over, I think, is he? On the run out of the old hairpin. He's not happy. Understandably, the Jam Sport driver with a mechanical issue issue, it would seem. But at least, John, he's found a reasonably safe place to park the car.
Yeah, exactly that. For the rest of the race, anyway, that's a benefit. But for himself, very frustrated, smashing the steering wheel as he pulls that car to a halt. And of course, as well, only 2 races for this championship this weekend. So what is that? 2-3 minutes into the race, the car goes pop, and that's it. Your weekend is done.
Such a shame, isn't it? You hang around all yesterday afternoon waiting to race, and then all night, and finally they get out on the track, and within a couple of laps his day and indeed weekend is done. Right, this looks rather tasty, doesn't it? Gary Miller's leading but can't get away. Alistair Kellett is fired up after his dramas yesterday. He really wants to get back onto the top step of the podium, and Graham Colfer and George Foxlow are hot in pursuit as well. We've got a 4-way fight for the lead developing here, and Gary Miller in that brilliantly liveried number 42 car, leading, but only by a Fiesta length or so. Kellett looks the quicker of the two right now, but Alistair needs to get on with it because of that car, the blue and yellow car in 4th place of George Foxlow, I think within a lap or so, could well be with him. I suspect he's going to have a go at Graham Colfer pretty shortly, and then he'll be on the tail of Kellett. Kellett wants to get the lead before George Foxlow arrives in 3rd position.
Indeed, Kellett with the fastest lap then at the moment as he chases down Gary Miller. Now, we mentioned in the race yesterday, especially sort of back at Anglesey, as Kellett looks for the move, maybe just trying to put Gary off a little bit as they head into the S's. But we said at Anglesey, Foxlow often having really good starts to the race, but then using a bit of tyres and then falling back into the pack a little bit later on, or at least being under pressure from drivers closing in behind. We didn't see that yesterday. He was able to manage the tyres really well, and although there was sort of a bit of a late charge from the drivers behind, still couldn't close the gap to anything closer than a second. So managed them really well in that race, and now as they come across the line, it's now Foxlow with the fastest lap. So he is pushing now. Let's see, he's wanting to make those positions, but again, you've got to think of that tyre life as well for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, but then he's only got 15 minutes to overtake 3 cars, so to some extent, tyre management has to go out the window. He's got to try and make some progress here. George Foxlow, if he wants to get into championship contention, certainly needs to start winning races with some regularity, really, and the best way that he can do that is to try and fight his way to the front of the queue here. Kellett, though, closing right in here on Gary Miller into Coppice Corner. He's got the inside line. I think he's going to go through, but does this open the door for Graham Colfer in 3rd? They're still side by side, holding each other up. They bang doors quite robustly coming off the turn, and indeed Graham Colfer does buy into it, and in fact might make it 3 wide. He does. 3 abreast for the race lead. Colfer to the inside of both of them. There's a big squeeze, and unfortunately there for Kellett, he had to back out of it. Great reading of the situation from Graham Colfer. There's contact, and Kellett is off. Alistair Kellett and Gary Miller both in the gravel and both out of the race at the chicane. That was absolute disaster for the pair of them. They just tripped over each other ever so slightly, and that is huge drama in the context of the championship because Graham Colfer is 2nd in the points. He took the lead moments before his 2 big rivals exited the race.
That was massive. What a moment for the race. What a moment for the championship, as you say. Beautiful reading of the situation from Colfer there to get it done, making it 3 wide. A bold move to get it done, but he had the run, got the inside line and got the place. And then, as you say there, Miller and Kellett just tripping over each other there as they came to the apex. You saw Kellett just leaned on Gary Miller's car, but of course they're crossed up on the right, then trying to lean the car back over into the left, and as they leaned on each other, spun Miller round, spun Kellett round. They both went off to the scenery, but even though those two are off, we're still squabbling at the front. Foxlow takes to the front then. That didn't take too long, but Colfer's coming back at him.
Foxlow was 4th a lap ago. He's now, well, sort of in the lead, but not quite, because as you say, Colfer comes back at him. Jack Sant fancies a bit of this, and John Cooper. It's been a while since John Cooper won one of these races. There are yellow flags out, though, at the chicane, understandably, and in fact, we're going safety car. The safety car scrambled with 13 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Alistair Kellett and Gary Miller's cars both stuck in the gravel trap. In fact, Kellett's made pretty substantial contact with the barriers with that spin. Thankfully, it's Rectacell barriers up there. I think he managed to find the softer barrier to hit, and that could have been an awful lot worse, I suppose. So we hit the pause button, and possibly not a bad thing at 1/3 race distance, because an awful lot happened in the first 7 minutes of that race. George Foxlow leads, Graham Colfer 2nd, Jack Sant 3rd, John Cooper 4th, James Pope is in 5th position, and Luke Waugh in 6th is the AM leader, just ahead of David Nye. Those two are going to be together. There's Gary Miller's car. That's properly buried, isn't it?
He's really buried. That might take a little while to actually get out of the gravel trap, that one. Yeah, I'm furiously scribbling notes ready for the post-race interviews. There's going to be a lot to talk about, isn't there? But there might also be a few people that I haven't spoken to much throughout this year, because we've got 2 drivers that we're very used to seeing on the podium stuck there in the gravel trap. And as you say, Gary Miller especially is totally dug in there, isn't he? He's clearly tried to rev it a little bit to see if he can get himself out, and he can't. And that might just mean it takes a couple extra minutes to drag him out of that gravel trap. But as they go into safety car conditions then, Foxlow has retaken the lead. So despite that less than ideal start to the race, it's all sort of worked out for him as we've gone into 8 minutes completed of this race. So, yeah, not even anywhere close to half race distance. Foxlow's got it back, and he's got the fastest lap, and he's now running for ages under the safety car. So once he goes back into green flag conditions, you won't need to worry about the tyres at all.
Here it is again then. There you can see Gary Miller's trying to take the line, isn't he? Did he not know that Kellett was there, or did he just think that he had a bit more space? So hard to tell, but such a tiny, innocuous looking bit of contact and such disastrous results.
Indeed. Yeah, as you say, innocuous, but had the biggest of consequences. So a real shame for both of them. And yeah, they were battling so well. I think both were sort of having a little sniff at the win, weren't they? They were both feeling like they could grab it, but you can't get it when you're stuffed in the tyre walls and in the gravel. So unfortunate for Miller and Kellett.
Indeed so. Right then, so George Foxlow leads. Ignore the timing tower because it's taking a second for his... transponder is still not working properly, so he occasionally disappears from the race lead, but he is the race leader. George Foxlow with 2 wins to his credit so far this season. He claimed a first victory at Anglesey last time out in the middle of the 3 races, then won race 1 yesterday. If he can win this one, it'll be his 3rd win from the last 4 races, and he is starting to really creep up into championship contention. This non-finish for Kellett and Miller will again go down as drop scores for the pair of them, but we've still got, after this weekend, 8 races to go. 3 at Brands Hatch, 3 at Silverstone, and 2 at Alton Park at the end of the season. So George Foxlow, the rapid sort of improvement he's had through this middle point of the season, if he keeps winning races, do not count him out of this championship battle.
Just ask the guys behind the scenes if we could see a little slow-mo potentially of that incident, because yeah, I don't know, from Gary Miller's perspective there, they were sort of rear wheel of Miller's to front wheel of Kellett's. And I think from Gary's perspective there, his thought will be, well, Kellett should have backed out of that one, really. That was my corner to have. And thus him moving over to take the line to try and sort of slingshot the exit and then re-attack Colfer down into Redgate. I think he'll be thinking Kellett maybe should have backed out of that one. Equally, Kellett's thinking, I don't want to lose all these positions. I want to keep involved in this squabble, not have to back out through the S's, because, as we said so much yesterday, that momentum is so crucial throughout this lap. So as soon as he lifts there, he's going to lose all that momentum down the front straight. He then might get overtaken by a couple of more drivers down into Redgate. So you can understand from both drivers' perspective there. But I think overall, I'd more side with Miller there. I think Kellett should have given that up, because it would have been the case of, okay, maybe drop into 5th, maybe, but at least you wouldn't be out of the race. But these things happen within a 1/10 or 2/10 of a second. You've got to make that split-second decision, and this time it's all gone wrong. It's a shame.
Yeah, we've seen it 3 times. We can go back and analyse it, watch it in slow motion, and really dissect it. It's an interesting thing, actually, when I hear discussions that drivers have with stewards, for example, if there's been contact, and that one may well be looked at by the stewards after the race. It's all well and good getting the onboard footage and looking at the live stream footage and watching it, 7, 8, 9 times, getting both drivers' points of view and then coming to a decision. But the drivers don't have that luxury. In the heat of the moment, they're reacting on instinct, aren't they? And sometimes you get that slightly wrong. I'm sure Miller did think that Kellett was going to back out of it, because, of course, just a couple of seconds beforehand, he had lifted out of that 3-wide situation down the straight. So maybe Miller thought, oh, he's letting me have this, we're all good. Anyway, the race is getting back underway. They've moved Gary Miller's car. They're leaving Alistair Kellett's car because it's far enough out of the way. And so George Foxlow, with 8.5 minutes remaining in the race, leads them into Redgate corner, where he gets very, 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 very sideways, gathers it together, but opens the door for Graham Colfer and maybe for Jack Sant. There was another slide for Luke Waugh. He will lose the AM lead as a result of that. David Nye will come through, but George Foxlow again, cold rear tyres. Jack Sant almost gets into the side of him down the Craner curves. They're both all over the place with absolutely no rear grip. It's remarkable after 2 or 3 laps, maybe I think only 2 laps behind the safety car, how much tyre temperature you can lose on still quite a warm morning such as this one, and it really cost George Foxlow.
Yeah, my goodness, a wobbly restart lap to say the least. It was sort of, as Foxlow started to lose it there, everyone else sort of checked up and let off the throttle a bit, which meant they got a bit loose as well, and everyone else behind was put off. So I was impressed to see no one facing the wrong direction there out of Redgate, and we continue on round. And to be fair to George, he's done pretty well to gather that up. The loss of momentum there could have definitely seen him drop behind at least Sant, if not Cooper, but he's managed to be aggressive. He's kept Jack behind, and now he can settle in. As he builds that tyre temperature back up again, he is 100% locked on to the back of Graham Colfer's car as they round the S's once again onto a new lap of this race. So onto lap number 9 of the race we go then. It's about 1.2 seconds then between our top two. Don't worry, it isn't Sant in second place. Foxlow is put back there, clearly still having transponder issues. So just less than a second then between the top two as Foxlow tries to hunt Colfer down. Issue is, he's got Sant right on his tail.
And Graham Colfer just set the fastest lap of the race, so he wasn't distracted at all, was he, by George Foxlow's sideways antics at Redgate? He kept his foot firmly planted on the loud pedal and managed to set the fastest lap. That is worth a bonus point in the championship. I said that George Foxlow was looking for a third win from 4 races here this morning, but actually that's exactly what Graham Colfer managed at the start of the season. He won 3 of the first 4 races of the season, including the first 2 rounds of the championship. Hasn't won since, as John Cooper always gets into the back of Jack Sant as well. They are all really going for it in this race. It's very exciting to watch, but they're inches from disaster at some points. But yeah, Graham Colfer did all of that winning early in the season and now wants to get back to the top step. John Cooper's gone off properly this time, and that car is going no further. It's sideways in the gravel. Can he dig his way back out? Can't quite see. Yes, he can. Very impressive. So John Cooper, okay, he's thrown away 4th position, but did well there to get the car back into the race.
I think as he managed to go in sideways there, he just got enough purchase on the gravel, didn't he, to reel himself back out. He's done very well there, John. I mean, we both thought he was going to lose it on the corner before. Yes. The car sort of pitched to the left on a right-hander, which is not ideal, I don't think. So, and then corner later, straight off to the gravel. So maybe something in the car underneath him has gone, and that's why he's struggling to keep it under control. Or maybe it was just a couple of moments that he had up there, and thank goodness he's managed to drag that car back out of the gravel. Still around a second then between Colfer and Foxlow at the sharp end, and again, these two, Foxlow and Sant, looking to hunt down your race leader. It's now Jack Sant with the fastest lap of the race. So these two, surely with 5 minutes to go, there needs to be a bit of bump drafting here, working together to close up to Graham Colfer, who still holds that lead.
Indeed, he does. Got a car in the pit lane. That might be Simon.
It looked red to me, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Marco Ricci. Marco Ricci, who remember retired yesterday with a spin down at the old hairpin. Am lead, by the way, is indeed held by David Nye now. Maggie Webster's up into second place, and third is Luke Ward, who was leading at the restart but had a George Foxlow-esque moment through Redgate Corner and lost a few positions as a result. So the Am battle is one to watch over the final quarter of the race, which we are now into. Less than 5 minutes to go, and I'd say that lead gap is coming down. It was nearly a second at the start of the lap, Colfer to Foxlow. I don't think it will be this time.
It's way less than that, isn't it? As they come across the line, what's it going to be? Of course, we won't know until it updates with Foxlow. Of course, transponder still not working, around 0.6 of a second then. So about 0.3 gain there on that previous lap from Foxlow as he sets the new fastest lap of the race. As we said, under safety car conditions, no need to be thinking about tyre wear and tyre life that's left. Of course, they spent a good few minutes behind the safety car, so they're able to really use all of these tyres up for the rest of these few minutes. But unfortunately for Foxlow, Colfer's in the same boat. He can also use up all those tyres, so although Foxlow and Sant are pushing as hard as they can, Colfer doing exactly the same. But for Colfer, he has no one to help him with that slipstream, which we found out throughout this weekend is oh so helpful in gaining that lap time.
There was the Am leader, by the way, David Nye, actually in 5th position overall, giving James Pope a hard time into McLean's. Pope there defending the inside line. David Nye, former British touring car racer for a while in a Ford Focus, probably 15 years or more ago now. He is a long time Ford Fiesta racer. Also in the pit lane is John Cooper, so that would lend some support to your theory that all is not well with that car.
I thought as much. We know John's a very, very impressive driver, and for him to have 2 big moments like that, one corner after another, I thought surely there had to be something wrong with the car. And when he's pulled back to the pits, whether that either just makes us think it's the car and actually he just wants a bit of a rest, or whether it really is. No, we know John. We know he'd be out there battling, especially with a really good result was on the card. So a real shame for John having to come back into the pits. And as you say, clearly some sort of issue happening for the number 88. A shame.
Indeed so. Right, 2 successive fastest laps of the race for George Foxlow. He's with Colfer. Now he's got to find a way through. Now we've seen some really good moves made by George Foxlow over the last couple of events. This weekend it's been McLean's corner where a lot of the overtaking has been done for Foxlow, and he, I'm sure, will be trying to tee himself up for another move at that part of the circuit in a little moment or two. Side-by-side battle further back, meanwhile, that's Matt Chambers and Harry Hayes going side-by-side, and it was the 26 of Harry Hayes getting through. Hayes up into the top 10 with that move, which I think is 4th in the AM class as well. Oh, no, sorry, it's 26. Yes, sorry, of Harry Hayes, who has...
I've always wondered why it says Hamish on the side.
Yes, I keep meaning to ask him. It's caught me out before. Lead battle, meanwhile, no longer a two-way affair, because Jack Sant fancies a go at this as well.
He does indeed. Yep, 3 cars then all converging on the same piece of tarmac as we close in to 2 minutes left to go in this race. Colfer's under pressure here and actually being bumped into the final couple of corners. Across the gravel he goes. He keeps his foot absolutely pinned. And he'll be thinking, okay, I've gained a bit of time there, but I was forced into it. Fair enough, Graham, fair enough. Onto a new lap we go. And actually, it's now Foxlow who finds himself under a bit of pressure. He'll hold the inside line as we head down into Redgate. Round the outside will go Jack Sant, and he will get second place.
I think there's a problem. I think he's done the radiator in, hasn't he? That little headbutt that he gave to Graham Colfer, because all of a sudden George Foxlow is off the pace. There were bits falling off the car as it went past our commentary box into Redgate corner, and George Foxlow's off the pace. So it could be radiator, it could be something else, but for that instant loss of pace, I do suspect he's done some damage to the rad.
And the fact we can see like a little bit of steam or something coming through the back, yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think it is indeed the radiator. So I assume, or what George can see is just temperatures suddenly rising and rising and rising and rising. So trying to limp that car back to the pits then. But what a shame, as you say, especially in a race like this with a couple of big hitters in the championship out. This is where George needed to perform, and a slight lapse of judgment there. Maybe he would feel that Colfer broke a bit too early for the corner. Either way, he's got into the back of Graham, caused some damage, and he's out of the race. Well, we think so at least. He's still limping round there at the moment, but we'll see if he pulls into the pits or whether he tries to get to the checkered.
Yes, I broke a radiator on a Hyundai once by running into the back of a transit van. I tried to use the excuse of, well, he shouldn't be braking there, should he? Didn't really go down that well. So I think, unfortunately, George, that is going to go down as self-inflicted, really. Right, final lap gets underway, and Graham Colfer still hasn't got this one in the bag. Jack Sant, I don't believe, has ever won a race in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. He certainly hasn't won one this year, so I think he's going to be particularly hungry for this. There's a screech of tyres. That was David Nye getting very sideways from the lead of the AM class, but this is the battle for the overall race victory. Jack Sant is absolutely with Graham Colfer as they drop down through the old hairpin. Couldn't quite make a move into the right-hander, but the next turn at McLean seems to be where maybe Colfer is a little bit vulnerable. We saw Foxlow make a move on him here earlier on, and indeed yesterday for the race lead, but Jack Sant isn't quite close enough, and now opportunities becoming limited, starting to run out of chances is Jack Sant to make the move on Colfer. Colfer then with a Fiesta length advantage turning into Coppice. All about the exit from this turn and trying maybe to build an attack into the chicane. I'm not convinced Jack is going to be quite close enough though. They head over the hump in the road where the Dunlop Bridge used to be and into the braking zone at the chicane where Graham Colfer is not quite so early on the brakes this time. Maybe carries good speed through the right, through the left. Jack Sant is quicker off the corner, but I don't think he's quite going to get there in time. Graham Colfer wins for a 4th time this season in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Jack Sant only just under 0.3 of a second back, and actually George Foxlow did limp home in 3rd. So George Foxlow, by the looks of it, waiting for the timing screen to update, but I think came home still in 3rd position. So George Foxlow, despite possibly radiator damage, whatever the issue was after that contact, he, I think, will still end up on the podium. James Pope, yes, there we go, Foxlow is reinstated into 3rd, James Pope 4th, and David Nye gets the win in the AM class. Well, that was a dramatic start to the day. So much to talk about after that first race. Not only what happened at the end there with George Foxlow and Graham Colfer, but of course the big championship defining moment potentially between Alistair Kellett and Gary Miller. It's Graham Colfer though, 2nd in the championship coming into the weekend, who comes out of that the big winner. He is the winner of the race, but he's taken massive points now out of his title rivals. May well even have the points lead leaving Donington Park. Jack Sant was 2nd, George Foxlow 3rd, and James Pope came home in 4th position. David Nye, the AM winner, in 5th ahead of Maggie Webster. Kasper Tomaszewski was 7th. Then it was Sean Reynolds, who, remember, was pointing the wrong way at the end of the opening lap, and he managed to fight back brilliantly to 8th and wins the Masters category as well, with Alistair Kellett and, or Alistair Kellett anyway, dropping out of the race. Luke Waugh was 2nd of the AMs in 9th, and 3rd of the AMs was Harry Hayes in 10th position overall. Then it was Matt Chambers. John Cooper was a non-finisher, as was Marco Ricci, as, of course, spectacularly were Gary Miller and Alistair Kellett, whilst Brady Pollock's race ended on the 2nd lap of the race with mechanical issues. Right, exciting race, and the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s sadly not back out on track again this weekend, but they will be out on the live streamed events a bit later in the season. They'll be at Brands Hatch on the 15th and 16th of August for 3 races. They'll have another 3 races then on the Silverstone National Circuit. That always is a venue that produces good Fiesta racing, and it all will conclude on the Donington Park International Circuit on the 17th of October. So 3 more events, 8 more races to go. And the championship could not really be more finely poised. It's looking like being the closest championship battle we've had in the ST240s for quite some time. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how those final events will pan out. So, the recovery effort begins with the car of Brady Pollux to be removed just on the run out of the old hairpin to the inside of Starkey's. There's a bit of recovery to be done here before the next race can get underway. So I think we're going to have plenty of time for John Ratcliffe to catch up with our podium finishes, which is just as well because, John, there's quite a lot to discuss.
Lovely, thank you so much, Andy. You join us down here in the pit lane once again there. What a race that was in the ST240s. Wow, 2 of our championship contenders ending up in the gravel trap. Well, I'm not going to be speaking to them, but I will be speaking to a few more other drivers. Let's go and see if we can find them. I'm going to try and grab Graham Colfer before he runs away. I'll come back to you, Jack. Don't you worry. Graham, I know you want to go have a chat with Jack, but just have a chat with me on the stream first. No problem. What a race that was. You had to barrel pretty hard at the end there, didn't you?
That was a tough one. That was hard-earned. I think I was in front a few times. I was behind. I got a good whack coming into the chicane there. I was going for the gravel at the straight line in case the yoke flipped over. But yeah, it was a great race. But my God, I earned it. The exhaust broke after I got the whack in the back and came through the gravel. So it was about 300 degrees inside the car. I need to get fitter. I need to go to the gym because I can't do that again. But it was brilliant. It was really good.
You had a couple of moments down at the S's because, of course, before we went to safety car as well, you just managed to get clear before there was a bit of an incident over there.
Yeah, I don't even know exactly what happened behind me. I seen cars scatter everywhere, and I just about got in front of it. So I got lucky on that one. But yeah, it was good fun, but hard-earned.
What a race win. Well done, Graham.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Right, we'll see if we can grab Jack as well. Jack comes back round. We'll have a little chat with him. Jack, great race from you. You were battling with George fantastically well. A shame he dropped away at the end. You were putting the pressure on Graham. Second place. Well done.
Thank you.
Really impressive. Tell us a bit more about it from your perspective.
I was just, from the start, I was having a bit of issue trying to put a weight on the back right wheel. And then for about 3 laps in, I got a bit more heat in there. And I was, to be fair for you, from there, it stuck.
Good. Heat in the tyres often helps, I find.
Something like that.
The second place, really impressive performance, and that should give you lots of confidence moving on to the rest of the season, right?
Hopefully.
Enjoy your rest of your day off, mate. Very well deserved P2.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jack. Thank you very much. And we'll quickly grab George as well. He's gone round there. Follow me, camera. Follow me. We'll head down and quickly grab George. He's chatting with his team. I think, oh no, Andrew Mather and I are going to dive over each other. Sorry, Andrew. George, firstly, congrats on the P3. Secondly, what happened dropping away there at the end?
Well, after a bit of contact going through the chicane, where I accidentally hit the back of Colfer, I heard a noise. It sounded like the radiator had been punctured or something. So I slowed down for a lap or so. Well, probably half a lap. Kept checking the temperatures, and I didn't realise at all. So that's why I carried on. Okay. So
that's all right. We saw a little bit of steam coming out. We thought it might be radiator as well. We were thinking maybe your temperatures were rising, but all okay. You made it through, and you kept a podium finish, especially with those 2 in the gravel. That's really positive for you.
Yeah, no, it'll be good points, and we'll see how it goes, I suppose.
Amazing. Well done, mate. Congrats on the P3. Thanks, George. Well, there we go then. Another bumper race there in the ST240s. They are fantastic. I love commentating over them. Sadly, they're done for the weekend, but of course, lots more racing for the ST240s coming through the rest of the championship season. And for us here at Donington Park, plenty more racing coming up next as well. Back to you in the comments box, Andy.
Yes, thank you, John. As the recovery effort goes on up at the chicane, they're just moving Alistair Kellett's Fiesta and still Brady Pollock's Fiesta out of harm's way. We'll have a couple of minutes to build up to our next race, which is the second race, the final race of the weekend for the Classic Mini Racing Championship. Now, if you thought the Fiestas were exciting, let me tell you that in yesterday's Classic Mini race, both the battle for the win and the battle for third were decided in essentially a photo finish, with Andrew Hack beating Nevin Kirkpatrick by 96 thousandths of a second for the win, and Ben Seafried and Steve Rideout separated by 95 thousandths of a second for second place, with actually Hayden Payne and Dave Rees right in tow in the battle for third as well. It was a fantastic race. Ben Seafried started from pole, had a bit of contact midway through the race, fought his way back through the order and got back into that podium battle, which was a proper classic mini race in all senses of the word. It was very, very entertaining, and I'm sure they will put on equally as exciting a show for us this morning here at Donington Park. Andrew Hack, as I said, the winner, and that was a really good result for Andrew. In the championship, Nevin and David Kirkpatrick, they've done most of the winning so far this season. In fact, Nevin Kirkpatrick really has done most of the winning coming into the weekend. There was only one race that he hadn't won, that being the middle race at Silverstone last time out, which was won by David Kirkpatrick. So the Kirkpatricks dominating, they're well ahead in the championship. But yesterday, of course, they didn't quite have things all their own way, and that's just stopped them in their tracks a little bit. Nevin, though, still ended up second. David Kirkpatrick was in that lead battle, but then slowed with seemingly some sort of mechanical issues coming out of Redgate Corner partway through the race. It was a particularly exciting moment in the race because his car slowed, and then there was also a bit of a squeeze that saw Hayden Payne knocked out onto the grass and had to sort of navigate the slowing David Kirkpatrick car as he rejoined the circuit. So very dramatic race, and I'm sure that race number 2 will deliver much more of the same. So good work from the marshals. They've got the cars out of harm's way. There'll be a bit of sweeping work to be done, and then the minis can be released out onto the track for their second 20-minute race of the day. They got 14 laps in yesterday. They just about managed to squeeze an extra lap in, so I think they crossed the line with only about 15 seconds left on the clock, so they got another lap in, and it was on that lap that Andrew Hack was able to get the better of Nevin Kirkpatrick and claim his first win of the season and the first non-Kirkpatrick win of the season. But John, Nevin didn't seem all that fussed about that. He was still second, he still scored good points, and he seemed to enjoy the race, as did we.
Yeah, exactly. Very much enjoyed it, but you could tell he's gotten very used to winning races, and he was not very happy with his second place. Despite that, though, still lovely to chat with him yesterday, and I'm almost certain I'll be talking to him again today. I mean, the Kirkpatricks have been very impressive throughout this season. Of course, I made the joke yesterday that it should be renamed the Classic Kirkpatrick Racing Championship because it was a huge stat, wasn't it? It was only one race win wasn't... Okay, before race 1 yesterday, only one race win wasn't from a Kirkpatrick. And almost all of those were Kirkpatrick 1-2s as well. They've been very dominant so far this season. But, yeah, as we say, yesterday, one peeling off to the side of the circuit and one in second place. What an impressive performance from Andrew Hack here as a guest as well. Well, he thoroughly enjoyed returning, and he said to me yesterday in the interviews, I've got to come back for some more of this.
Yeah, good point, actually. Hack a guest. So although Nevin Kirkpatrick was second on the road, he got the race win points. So I think 12 points for a win in Classic Minis. So he'll be quite happy with that. Race 2, though, as always, is a partially reversed grid. So it is the top 10 finishers from race 1 who are inverted to give us the grid for race 2. Will Burnham, therefore, ends up on pole position with David Burns alongside him. Tao Butler and James Bryan share row 2. Then it's Dave Rees and Hayden Payne with Steve Rideout and Ben Seafried on row 4. Row 5 then for Nevin Kirkpatrick and Andrew Hack, the top 2 from yesterday's race, completing the top 10 on the grid for race number 2. Then it's Chris Didcock with Andrew Payne, father of Hayden. Andrew was at great pains to tell me last night over dinner that he went 4 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying because he finally felt like he fit in the car. They had to manoeuvre the seat a little bit, I think. He's a bit taller than ideal for Classic Mini racing. He's starting 12th and looking forward to getting into the fight today. Tristan Beard and Nick Townend are on row 7. Row 8, David Kirkpatrick. He's definitely one to watch from the back with Ahmed Shahrabani and Aaron Cook at the back of the field. So, green flag lap then gets underway, and yeah, as if yesterday's race wasn't exciting enough, John, we've now got this top 10 grid reversal, although casting my mind back to the last time I saw the Classic Minis, that was at Donington Park earlier in the season, and the second race was all really decided by which of the established frontrunners hit the front first, because they didn't all come through the field as a pack, if you like. one or two of them got through a bit more quickly than the others, and they were then able to pull a gap on the rest of the field. That's Alton Park, though. It's harder to overtake at Alton than it is here. I don't think it will take them quite so long this time to make their way back towards the front.
No, I don't think so. Of course, the words we've been using so often this weekend, momentum and slipstreaming, and in no championship are they more fitting than this in these classic minis. All about momentum around this circuit. So especially when we got the top 10 flipped around for the race start, using that momentum, and there's going to be a lot of tactics to play as well in terms of when you go for moves as well. It might be more beneficial to wait for one or two corners to then go in a better overtaking spot that then means you don't get re-overtaken by the driver using the slipstream and get stuck in a battle. So I think picking your way through the pack in these is going to be much more challenging than maybe some other championships that we're used to.
Yes, definitely so, and should be an exciting spectacle regardless of who manages to get to the front first. And I think it's a more competitive grid actually than we had at Alton Park, certainly a bigger grid, and it seems to me that there are more of the really quick drivers on the grid now, hopefully that means that we'll still end up with a pretty entertaining lead battle in the closing stages. I suspect we probably will. And a couple looking to try and put yesterday's disappointments behind them. David Kirkpatrick is one, but there are other drivers. I think Ben Seafried in particular will be a little disappointed that he only managed third. Of course, he was in the lead battle, wasn't he, until he had that little bit of contact up at McLean's corner, tapped him half sideways. He's the black car you can see weaving around, heading down the exhibition straight. Did fight back really well to third, but by that point had lost touch with the leaders. The leading two, Hack and Nevin Kirkpatrick, were 4 seconds or more ahead of the battle for third. So Ben Seafried is going to be wanting to get through to the very front this time and hopefully claim a race win.
He'll be hoping so anyway, but not too long to find out as the drivers pull round through the last couple of corners and down into the grid once again. So second race of the weekend for these drivers, and as we say, it should be a very interesting one once again. These drivers 20 minutes, just like we saw in the ST240s, 20 minutes on the clock, and then our next two races for the Formula Fords and the Fiesta Juniors, we're back to 15 minutes for those. So 20 minutes upcoming. Who's going to take the race win? Will it be someone with the last name Kirkpatrick, or will it be someone else? Let's find out.
Yep, well, there's a good chance of that. There are two of them, I suppose. Statistically speaking, it's more likely, and they're also both quite quick. But neither of them starting near the front of the grid this time, so things could start to unravel a little bit for them. We'll wait and see. The car's just ridding themselves up, ready for the race to get underway, which it does now, and off towards Redgate Corner they go. It's the 46 car of David Burns that gets the advantage. It is Will Burnham who slots into second position round Redgate Corner for the first time of asking. They're all cleanly through. David Kirkpatrick making some really good ground through the midfield there, gets himself up ahead of Hayden Payne, who's plummeting. So Hayden Payne, I was expecting big things from Hayden, but he might even be behind his dad as they head down the Crater curves for the first time. Down towards the old hairpin they go, and into the right-hander. It is the two yellow cars at the front of the field. David Kirkpatrick, though, from the back of the grid, I think is already into the top 5. He is. Look at that. David Kirkpatrick, 15th on the grid. Here I was talking up the fact that neither of the Kirkpatricks were starting near the front. Well, that doesn't really seem to matter because David, at the very least, is in that group at the front of the field, and Nevin Kirkpatrick is only a couple of positions further behind him. The fact that Nevin's behind David, though, is remarkable. David had such a good run through the first corner in that Union flag liveried car, and he was just able to find all of the right gaps and pull himself up into third now as they head down the exhibition straight for the first time. So not the order that I necessarily expected at the end of lap number 1. In fact, David Kirkpatrick's not done yet. He's not going to go to the lead. He is! David Kirkpatrick from 15th to the lead in less than a lap. That is absolutely astonishing. I know that this is classic mini racing. I know you can overtake in classic mini racing, but that's absurd.
That's ridiculous. Well, I was saying before the race starts, it's going to be a bit more difficult to pick your way through the pack in this field. Well, I've been proven wrong, haven't I, David? All the way through from 15th to first as we go side by side for second place just behind. That's Burnham and Burns. Very fitting battle of the last names there as they go into T1. But what did you say? You said it'll be a case of which of the usual front runners gets to the front of the pack first who'll scamper off. Well, David's proven you right, mate.
I don't understand,
ridiculous.
John. I don't understand. Has he got a V8 in that? I mean, he holds the car off further back. That's Dave Reese towards the barriers. Oh, gentle contact, but that will have done some damage to the right front corner of the car. It's a long way off the road, so hopefully no need for a safety car. But actually, I think a safety car might just bring some life back into this race, because as it is, I don't see anyone beating David Kirkpatrick, whose Mini just seems to be it's running in a different class. Look at the gap that he's pulled. He crossed the line 9/10 of a second in the lead. He's about 9 seconds in the lead now by the time they get towards Coppice Corner. That's a slight exaggeration, but you take my point. He's a long way ahead. I just don't understand it. I know he's quicker than some of the drivers at the front of the field, but the meteoric progress he's made through the order, that is something I don't believe I've ever seen the likes of before. Massively impressive. Nevin Kirkpatrick, meanwhile, very sedate start to the race for him. He started in 9th. He is going for 4th position now as they head into the chicane, but he's a couple of laps too late.
Yes, we were enjoying David going up the inside into the S's at the end of lap number 1. Nevin was having a massive moment behind him. Got it all sorts of sideways, one way, then the next, managed to catch it up. But of course, lost all that momentum in that. Had to settle back in and try and gain those positions once again through that second lap of the race. So he is now up to 4th place as these two go side by side again. Oh no, it's 2 separate cars now. It's Andrew Hack this time in the 1-2-3, making the move up into 2nd place, and door is closed in the face of Nevin Kirkpatrick. So Will Burnham for now holds on to that 3rd place, and it's now 3.2 seconds that lead for David Kirkpatrick. He's so far ahead, he's already at the next round at Brands Hatch Indy almost. My goodness.
I just don't know how he's done it, but he's done it. What can I tell you? David Kirkpatrick 15th to the lead, and he's 3.5 seconds to the good already. Nevin Kirkpatrick is up into 3rd now, gets himself ahead of Will Burnham. Ben Seafried's there in 5th position as well, but it's really now a battle for 2nd position, isn't it? This is barring a return of the mechanical issues from yesterday, dare I mention them, David Kirkpatrick's going to be very, very tough to beat in this. Oh, he's got a penalty! He's got a penalty! He must have jumped the start, surely. David Kirkpatrick, a 10-second penalty. He's not the only one. There's also a penalty for Tao Butler, down in 8th position. Okay, now I'm sort of glad, because it just wasn't computing in my brain how he managed that. At least now I've got a reason, partially, as to why he gained so much ground. I'm not saying he jumped it massively, but I'm guessing that must be a jump start. And David Kirkpatrick, well, it's a good job he's got a good lead, because he's now got to try and pull a 10-second advantage on the rest of the field. And all of a sudden, this prospect of winning this race looks a little bit less secure.
Indeed, yeah. Suddenly that 3 seconds doesn't seem quite so impressive, does it? Now he needs to gain 10. And sadly for him, Andrew Hack's just set the new fastest lap of the race, a 1:29.3 for Hack, versus on the last lap, David Kirkpatrick also putting in a personal best. It was 0.3 of a second off, so gap closes from 3.3 back to 3 seconds. And well, if the gap continues to close like this, it's going to be less than ideal for David Kirkpatrick. For the moment, that penalty would put him all the way down in 13th place. Now at the moment, that's only by 0.04 of a second, so I think it will at least get him into the top 10 by the finish, but he needs to find a little bit more here. Issue for him, he's got no one to slipstream him to close, or to pull away I should say, but equally, fair play to Andrew Hack, he also doesn't have any slipstream, and he is motoring on. I think maybe assisted by the fact that Nevin is right on his rear bumper at the moment, so he needs to get a move on. He's going to lose 2nd place.
Yes, he does, definitely. Ben Seafried, by the way, and Hayden Payne have both got themselves ahead of Will Burnham in the 42 car, and the yellow machine just starting now to slip down. But in fairness to Will, he's been hanging on quite well in the lead group, only now falling out of the top 5. Here comes Nev, meanwhile, for 2nd, but the net race lead, really. So, just like that, it looks like another one of those predictable Nevin Kirkpatrick wins, doesn't it? He's got himself ahead of Andrew Hack, but Andrew is a quick driver. He will stick with Nevin, I'm fairly certain. Are they still catching the leader on the road? That's the question. Yes, fractionally. A new fastest lap for Nevin Kirkpatrick, a 1:28.2. Only a 100th of a second or so quicker than the leader, but that's enough. He just needs to keep David in range, and he should inherit the race lead.
Do we reckon that Nevin and Andrew will know that David has a penalty? Because, of course, it's hung out with a board, isn't it, with his number and then the penalty, if I'm not mistaken.
Do they have the LED board at Donington? I think most MSV circuits have an LED board.
Do they now?
Well,
okay, that would be much more visible. Yeah. So you would have thought that relies on Nevin and Andrew knowing David's number, but you would think they all race in this championship enough that they probably do know what his number is. So I think at least Nevin will know that his brother does have that penalty, and maybe then can be a bit more relaxed there in 2nd place and not feeling like he needs to motor on up to his brother. He's got one hand on this race win now. He needs to more focus on Andrew Hack behind him.
Yes, he does, and that is going to be a battle. I don't think Andrew's going to let him have that without too much of a fight. I'm intrigued to see whether Ben Seafried and Hayden Payne can do anything about catching the leaders. They're within 2 seconds of Nevin Kirkpatrick and Andrew Hack, so we'll keep an eye on that gap as well, as here Will Burnham battles with Tao Butler. Except he doesn't. That's not Tao Butler anymore.
Yeah, there were 3 together. I thought there were 3 together. They've closed up to David. I was so confused. I was like, hold on a second. There's a group of 3 at the front. There is. How's that happened? 3 seconds in 1 lap. Surely David's made a mistake.
Could have made a mistake. Could have a return of the issues from yesterday,
Very
of
true.
course. Or maybe he's just decided to drop back and have a bit of a battle, because it's not really like classic mini racing to have someone 3 seconds up the road. Maybe he doesn't know he's got a penalty. He might live to regret that decision. But anyway, whatever it is, he is definitely dropping back, or has dropped back. That lap time was a 1:31.1, which was 2 seconds slower than what he's capable of.
Indeed. Yeah, surprising that. Well, whatever the causation of it, the effect is that we have a 3-way battle for the lead once more, although actually still only a 2-way battle, because of course that 10-second penalty is still hanging over the head of David Kirkpatrick. Are we slowing? Is Andrew Hack slowing here down the hill? I think he is. He just got the fastest lap on the last lap, but he's slowing, and Andrew Hack is going to be out of the race then, dropping down the order. They're falling away like flies at the moment, sadly. We lose the 1-2-3 now from the leading battle, so now it sort of neutralises the leading battle, because although the Kirkpatricks are battling, of course one of them has that penalty, so no matter which way around they finish, it will be Nevin Kirkpatrick's race in terms of who takes the win, and of course who takes maximum points as well. Very positive for him in terms of the championship, but a shame for us here in the commentary box. We were looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, there is still a chance that Seafried and Payne could catch these two, but I suspect they'll now work together. Oh, hello.
They probably stopped.
Well, this is going to change everything, because Andrew Hack's car is indeed stationary, quite literally in the middle of the road, coming out of Starkey's corner. They will not be able to leave that there. The safety car scrambled immediately, so forget everything that we were just saying about this being signed, sealed and delivered victory for Nevin Kirkpatrick, because Seafried and Payne, and indeed everybody else, are going to cruise right onto his rear bumper.
Interesting. Well, Andrew doesn't look as happy as when I spoke to him in the interview yesterday, does he? So, yeah, a real shame. He's had both sides of the coin there of classic mini racing, hasn't he? A fantastic race win, and then a DNF, sadly, for Andrew. Well, yeah, he pulls over, well, I was about to say he pulls over to the side. He doesn't. He pulls over to the middle, and we saw he was just losing that momentum, wasn't he? And clearly thought, maybe I can just drag this back to the pit lane, and then quickly, oh no, I can't. There's a hill in front of me, and it's coming to a halt. So, sadly, Andrew has to stop the car out on circuit, and understandably so, that safety car scrambled, and so is the JCB. Off it goes to go and retrieve car number 123, get it back to safety. But considering it is parked on the road, it's not stuck in the gravel or anything. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too difficult to get that car out of harm's way, and we should go back to racing still with a good few minutes to spare in this one. And as you say, now it is a proper fight on our hands, because as well, it is still David, the one leading the train, who has the penalty. So, yeah, let's see how this plays out in terms of tactics as well. Does he try and help his brother Nevin? Does he back Nevin into the pack? Let's wait and see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's sort of got to think championship to some extent, because they are the two runaway leaders in the points coming into this weekend, and so David needs to try and outscore Nev if he can. The gap between the two of them coming into the weekend was 15 points. Of course, that would have gone out quite substantially yesterday with the non-finish for David, the essentially race win for Nevin Kirkpatrick. So, yeah, David kind of needs to take some points out of him, and he's got the penalty to worry about as well. So, if Nevin does get sort of tangled up with someone behind, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for David. Realistically, though, Nevin's probably going to finish ahead of him anyway on corrected times. Yeah, interesting dynamic, but I do think we're going to have a proper battle here. There are some quick drivers now. Steve Rideout, another who's carved his way through a bit later than some of the other quick drivers, but he has now made it into the top 5. He's a former race winner in this category as well. So we've got 3 or 4 drivers queuing up behind Nevin who are going to give him something to think about here.
Oh, for sure, for sure. This race restart is going to be very interesting. I think everything, in terms of thinking from a racing driver's perspective, in terms of how close the points are in the championship between David and Nevin, and also the fact that David has this 10-second penalty, everything points towards, you would think, he would try and back Nevin up into the pack, and he would hope that Nevin gets swallowed up by the likes of Seafried, Payne, Rideout, and drops into the pack, and then David can do his best to try and scamper off. But as we've seen already in this race, that is very much easier said than done. You've also got to play in the factor, the non-racing factor of the fact that they are family, and thus, if I was racing a family member, I would 1,000% back them into the pack. So, we'll see. Both things are suggesting that this might be a very interesting restart.
Dad's probably quite happy you were on the same team in your Fun Cup days rather than in opposing teams, having heard that comment. Yes, I guess it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it, fighting with a relative out on circuit. We see it quite a lot, certainly at this level of motorsport, but even at higher levels of the sport as well. It's always an interesting dynamic because you have to treat them a little bit different. Whether you treat them better or worse, I don't know, but you have to have that in your mind that I might have to share a car home with this guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, even up to the upper echelons of the sport, of course, back in the 2000s, we had both the Schumachers on the same grid, didn't we? I don't think they had to share the private jet home, though, so that probably made things a little bit more simple if it did go wrong out on circuit. But yeah, a very interesting dynamic to kick this one off. Drivers heading round again, so I think this is looking likely it's going to be maybe sort of a 5-minute dash to the check-in, isn't it?
Yes, looks like it. Yeah, casting my mind back to other sibling rivalries in motorsport. As you know, I'm a big NASCAR fan, and Kurt and Kyle Busch, for the best part of 2 decades, shared a grid in NASCAR. Very sadly lost Kyle Busch unexpectedly through illness earlier this season when he was still competing at the top level, but they fell out very spectacularly once when they crashed into each other in the All-Star race. There was $1 million on the line for winning that race, admittedly. Didn't talk to each other for a couple of years, I believe, so hopefully we don't get a repeat of that with the Kirkpatricks, and they don't have too icy a journey back home at the end of the weekend. But yeah, again, it's just fascinating to me. I've said to you before, the psychology of racing drivers is what really interests me more than maybe the cars themselves. And yeah, battling with someone that you know that well, whatever the relationship is, it's a really interesting dynamic.
It is. I mean, interested to see how this one plays. I'm not... My knowledge of NASCAR is not fantastic. I think the only thing I know about Kyle Busch is the phrase that the fans say, but there's a word I can't use, and then Kyle Busch follows that. That's all I know about about that situation. So, at least from my knowledge of it, I think I would side on Kurt, it seems.
Yeah, I was always more of a Kurt fan, if I'm completely honest. But they were both very exciting drivers. And actually, I think Kyle became more popular frustratingly in the last few years of his career. But anyway, conversation for another day. Here come the minis. We're about to go racing again. 5 3/4 minutes to go. David Kirkpatrick has gone. Now, here we go. This is the conspiracy theorist in me thinking, did Nevin Kirkpatrick deliberately hang back at the restart, or was that just a really good restart for David? I think it might be the latter, because Nevin's now on it as they come out of the chicane and getting away slightly from Ben Seafried and Hayden Payne behind. Payne's going to have a little look to the inside there for 3rd position. Hayden would love a race win. I was chatting to him last night as well, and he was saying that he wanted to make some big changes to the car. Felt like he didn't have anything like enough rotation, which is hard to imagine in a tiny wheelbase car like a Classic Mini, but he likes an oversteery car, and based on his Redgate that I just saw there, I think he's got a bit more oversteer.
Okay, good. That should play into his driving style then as he continues on with this one and looks to gain a couple more places here as this race comes to a close. Yeah, you would have thought these minis would be oversteery at the best of times, but more oversteer, please, says Hayden, and clearly at the moment it's working for him. Ben Seafried, though, still looking to hunt up to the back of Nevin's car. Well, it was a lovely start from David, as you say. It was a bit of an odd one. They were sort of all off the line on the inside, and then he sort of dived back to the line to open up the corner. A bit of an odd restart. Anyway, it worked very well through the first couple of corners, but of course then they settle back into the slipstream, and all these three close back up to the back of David. So I think getting 10 seconds clear of these three is certainly going to be a challenge here with 4.5 minutes left to go. So for the moment, he's going to finish in last place. There's 8 seconds down to Nick Town, and that will change over the next 4 minutes or so. But this is what we got to watch. Oh, contact! Issues with David once again. 2 races in a row here at Donington Park that it all goes wrong for David Kirkpatrick, and that caught out Nevin, didn't it? Nevin went straight in the back of him. That's given Seafried the lead, I think.
Yes, he was almost pushing David down the back straight, wasn't he? So when David lost pace, there was nowhere for Nev to go. So Seafried's got the lead, and he will think that makes up a little bit maybe for his little bit of contact that he had in yesterday's race up at McLean's Corner, because that was some bad luck that took him out of contention for a win, and now he inherits first position with just under 4 minutes of the race still to go. Tao Butler there battling away with Will Burnham. They've got Steve Rideout ahead of them in the fluorescent yellow 777 car as they drop down the hill. Sorry, number 7 car, not 777. There is David Kirkpatrick, and well, that's a little bit of contact punched out a rear brake light as well, actually, on the number 10 car. So not only is there the mechanical issue to fix before the next round, but a little bit of cosmetic work to be done as well.
Oh dear, oh dear. I don't think he's going to be too worried about that at the moment, to be fair. 2 races and 2 DNFs. What a shame for David, yet again, running so well here today. And yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to remember that incredible first lap anymore, is he, sadly? 15th the first. That's all he would have been thinking about if the car had just carried on for the next 3 minutes, but no. Race over earlier than he would have liked. Of course, he was going to finish down the order anyway with that 10-second penalty, but a DNF from Mechanical, especially to have it 2 days in a row, commiserations to you, David.
What it does mean, though, is we've now got a genuine three-way battle for the lead with no time penalties to worry about. Seafried defending from Nevin Kirkpatrick. I noticed the front bodywork is a bit askew now on Nevin's car, the number 11, so that might just be hurting the car aerodynamically down the straights. And then Hayden Payne in third, and Payne looks the danger man here. He's right in the wheel tracks of Nevin heading into Redgate Corner, but Nevin has a brilliant run on Ben Seafried. Dives to the inside line, and he's going to get the lead away. Through Redgate Corner they will go, and Ben Seafried now has to try and work out a way of getting back through, except he's got Payne now to his outside, briefly heading down through Hollywood, down into the crane as we head. Again, the slipstream starts to take effect. You've sort of got to recalibrate your brain a bit watching these races for just how powerful that toe is. There were several times yesterday, John, where I thought, oh, car at the front, they've cleared off, they're not going to catch him, and then 2 corners later they were absolutely back on top of them. So although Nevin's got a bit of a lead now, I don't anticipate that will last.
No, exactly. I mean, we saw it with the David Kirkpatrick restart, didn't we? He gained a good sort of 5, 6, maybe even 7 car lengths between him and Nevin. Took sort of 2 or 3 corners, and he closed right back up to the rear bumper once again. So as you say, that slipstream, that toe, so useful around here at Donington Park, and that just means if you slip out of it, you're going to struggle to close back up. But as we see then, closing straight back up is Seafried and Payne as they head down the Starkey Straight once again, down into the S's as they'll head on to what will be the final lap of the race. And Nevin heavily defending into the S is going to try all the way around the outside is Seafried. Couldn't quite get it stopped. A little lock up for Kirkpatrick. He holds the lead, but a nice run from Hayden Payne. He threaded the needle there, didn't he? Up to second place he goes.
Hayden deliberately backed off going into the chicane, which is what I said he should have been doing yesterday. He actually told me he was backing off into the chicane yesterday to try and get a better run, but was, he said, just so much quicker through there than everyone else. Well, that time he really was, because the leaders tripped over each other, and Hayden Payne is up into second now. I think second place is where you want to be going on to that back straight on the last lap. We saw it in both the battle for the lead and the battle for third place yesterday. The car that was behind in both of those battles going on to the back straight was ahead by the time they got to the line. So I think that's where you want to be. Payne could be in the pound seat here, but he's had a big wobble there coming out of the old hairpin. He's pushing hard to try and stay in the slipstream of Nevin Kirkpatrick, which he is, heading up through Starkey's and Schwantz curve. He'll get maybe a little bit of an assist from Ben Seafried as they head through the left-hand kink at Schwantz, and just like that, they're absolutely back together. It's going to be a real game now of cat and mouse down the back straight and possibly even on the run out of the chicane. Payne's got a little bit of a gap back now to Seafried in third. Steve Rideout's joining in, actually. He could still get onto the podium before this race is done. The time ticks down to 0, but we've got 2 more corners to decide it, and this is where the race, quite literally, is going to be decided. Down the back straight, Hayden Payne in the tow. He's not going to make the move before the chicane, but he's setting himself up for a wide entry to try and carry the speed to the line. It could yet be a drag race to the checkered flag. Here he comes. He's had a better exit. He's got the tow. He might get alongside Nevin Kirkpatrick, but he's not quite going to get ahead. It's another near side-by-side photo finish, but it's a win for Nevin Kirkpatrick. Hayden Payne has to settle for second, and it is Ben Seafried in third. So that time, no positional changes within the podium places on the run into and through the final corners. Rideout and Burnham were next, ahead of David Burns and James Ryan. The rest of them filtering through a little bit further back, but a brilliant race that. I'm glad we got the safety car, actually, because that really brought all of our front runners back together and gave us that really exciting final third of the race. And it was particularly exciting for Nevin Kirkpatrick, who gets another win after claiming the race-winning points in race 1. He wasn't actually the first car to see the checkered flag, but this time he is, with Hayden Payne second, Ben Seafried third, and Steve Rideout in fourth. And in classic mini racing style, the top 4 covered by just a fraction over 3/4 of a second. Will Burnham was 5th, ahead of David Burns and James Bryan. Andrew Payne was 8th. In fairness, mentioned Andrew a lot in that race, but a decent drive that to get himself inside the top 10 ahead of Tristan Beard and Nick Townend. Then Chris Didcott and Tao Butler, with David Kirkpatrick, of course, a non-finisher. In fact, Butler was also a non-finisher. They both pulled into the pit lane. The two drivers, ironically, who got that 10-second penalty, we think, for a jump start. Andrew Hack, of course, pulled off and brought him out a safety car. Well, didn't actually pull off. That was sort of the problem, but stopped on the track at Starkeys. We also lost the 96 car of Aaron Cook and Dave Rees in the 777 into the barriers on the Craner curves. So another breathless race for the Classic Minis, and we look forward to having them back, hopefully, on the live streams a bit later in the year. Yes, they're at Brands Hatch on the 22nd and 23rd of August, and Anglesey on the 12th and 13th of September. An interesting venue for a championship finale, Anglesey. It's not often the case, but yeah, that is where the championship is going to be concluding. So the Minis then will have two more events later this season. We've got two more races to bring you before the afternoon's action. The Formula Ford's up next, and then the Fiesta Juniors. Before we hear from our podium finishers then, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from the Classic Minis. So a top 10 grid reversal compared to the results from race 1 saw Will Burnham start on pole position, but David Burns in the darker yellowed car from the outside of row 1 grabbed the lead into the first corner. Keep an eye though on the Union flag liveried car of David Kirkpatrick. He started 15th after a mechanical non-finish yesterday. He led at the end of the opening lap. There he was, wriggling through on the inside coming out of Redgate Corner. It was an absolutely astonishing bit of driving as he managed to seemingly part the seas throughout that first lap of racing and climb his way all the way to the front of the pack. He was at the outside through McLean's, then he got the inside run into the chicane at the end of the lap as Will Burnham had a go at getting back ahead of David Burns. David Kirkpatrick got past the pair of them and grabbed the early lead. Unfortunately, it was at about this moment, as he pulled clear at the head of the field, that we learnt that he'd been given a 10-second penalty, we think, for jumping the start, which partially explains all of the positions gained, but as you saw, most of that was done after the initial start of the race. A penalty meant that David was realistically out of contention. It was then a case of Andrew Hack and Nevin Kirkpatrick battling for the win. They were second and third, or third and second actually, respectively at this point. Ben Seafried was climbing through the order nicely, as was Hayden Payne, who'd had a disastrous start, but was now starting to show some of the pace that carried him to a top 5 finish yesterday. Nevin and Andrew Hack traded the net race lead coming into the chicane, but then we had a safety car because Andrew Hack's car stopped coming out of Starkey's corner, and that bunched the whole field back together. So David Kirkpatrick had the lead. His car, though, then ran into mechanical issues of its own a bit later on, and that led to Nevin Kirkpatrick inheriting the race win. This was the move. This was the moment where David Kirkpatrick's car slowed, Nevin ran into the back of him, and Ben Seafried ended up taking the lead at that point. And with David out of it, it then meant it was a three-way fight for the win. Seafried with Nevin Kirkpatrick and Hayden Payne, remarkably, back into podium contention at this point. Will Burnham was making good progress into the top 5. Nevin, though, even with a bit of damage after that contact with his brother, got back to the front of the field. Seafried was really challenging him, but then they went side by side through the chicane. There was a lock-up for Kirkpatrick. Seafried was delayed, and Hayden Payne arrived on the scene about 7 or 8 miles an hour faster, squeezed to the outside, two-wheeled on the grass, through he went into second, and as they started the last lap, it looked like maybe he was in the pound seat, but it was Nevin Kirkpatrick who held on to win with Andrew Payne in second.
Down here in the pits then, and yet again, another classic mini racing championship race. Let's have a chat with our top 3 then. Nevin, we'll come straight over to you. Good to chat with you again, Nevin. Yet again, maximum points from that one. Was certainly very different to the race yesterday, though.
Yeah, it was a tough race, and unfortunately, same again for my brother. Just at a very inopportune moment when I decided to bump draft him, he cut out. So that didn't go well. Yeah, it was a fast, frantic race and very enjoyable. Yeah, it was so close, and going down the craners in a bunch of 4 or 5, it was, yeah.
It looked awesome off track. From behind the wheel, it must have been ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I've eaten a large part of my overalls on my seat.
A scary one, but again, maximum points. That's really good for the championship.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's a good day.
Well done, Devon. Well done. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. We'll head over to our second place finisher, Hayden. Hayden, come have a little chat with me. Very well done, sir. You were battling well there through into the final laps. Of course, I heard you were chatting with Andy about letting off into the final couple of corners, trying to carry that speed. You tried that onto the line, just didn't quite work.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm not really in the championship, so I'm not here to make some stupid moves. I'm just, I try to keep everything clean and enjoy it more than anything. You know, everyone's pretty quick in this championship. They do really well. You know, the Kirkpatricks are a bit too quick. But really, really enjoyable championship. Great people, great cars. But I enjoyed that one. It was good fun.
Good. I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, you were keeping them on the straight and narrow, the Kirkpatricks ahead, and of course, sadly one peeled off to the side. You were getting stuck in, but as you say, couldn't quite grab it. Still very happy with the P2 though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the first time I drove them was yesterday morning, so I've never driven anything similar to it. But yeah, really enjoyed that one.
There you go. First weekend in the second place. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. And we'll head over as well. We'll have a quick chat with Ben. Ben, third place. Good to chat with you again. Another third place. It looked like it could have maybe been more in that one, but still should be happy with that podium finish.
I know when they were bump drafting each other, and then obviously Dave broke down and they hit each other, I thought, I've got both of them and I've got a gap.
Yep.
Problem is with mini racing, you can have 10, 20 car lengths and within a lap, they're on the back of you. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't know why. But yeah, no, it was a good race, good fun again. Obviously we started sort of nearer the back. Slowly made our way forwards, kept out of trouble, so I don't have any damage to repair for the next race, which is good. But yeah, no, it's always brilliant racing, and we had a good barbecue last night, and we were all together in the paddock, which is the most important thing.
Exactly, that's how it should be, especially in club racing. You guys all getting together, but then once you're out on the circuit, visors down, go to war.
Yeah, visors down, gloves are off. I'm going to get...
Well, I hope the gloves are on, actually.
Well, yeah, the gloves are on, but I need to break this third place,
yes,
don't I? I need to break this. I thought I had it, but yeah, no, didn't.
It's coming, Ben, it's coming, I hope.
Next time.
Good luck. Thanks for chatting with me. Third place, well done. We'll quickly have a chat with David as well, because I know no podium for you in this one. It was looking guaranteed. I mean, you had a 3-4 second gap at one point. You were just telling me off camera, of course, you lost that gap for mechanical reasons, and then it all went wrong later on. Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, I started in, 18th, I think I was. Apparently I was moving before the lights went out, so that was probably not ideal. But yeah, by the end of the first lap, I was in the lead, and I was like, this is awesome. And there was a bit of a tussle behind me, so I got like a 3-4 second gap, and then coming down the straight here, it just kind of stuttered a bit, and I lost a lot of speed, and then picked up, and I thought, okay, we're good. And then the safety car came out, and as soon as we restarted, I could feel the engine wasn't quite right, but I'm pushing on. And then just as we got down the back straight, my brother's trying to push me to help me get a bump start, and it just cut out. I was like, oh no. So we got a little bit of damage, and then I just thought, I'm pulling it in. It's finished now. So
And that's a different issue from yesterday.
yeah, I can't catch a break this weekend, can I? Yesterday turned out to be an alternator and a coil, or one of the two, so we changed them both. And today it feels more mechanical. So yeah, hopefully fixed for the next one.
I hope so, because you were dominant in that one. Like you say, that first lap, I'd never seen anything like it. It was amazing. Such a shame you couldn't make it to the end of the race.
Yeah, no contact as well. I was just like weeding my way through it all, and yeah, it was great.
Amazing. Well, I hope to see you finishing races at the following rounds.
Indeed, yeah, it'll be good for the next one.
Cheers, David. Thanks for chatting with me. Well, there we go then. That's the last of the minis for this weekend anyway, but yet another qualifying session and then into the lunch break. So up next, the Super Classic Formula 4s, the Geoff Page Engineering classification. They're up next. Back to you, Andy, in the comms box.
Yes, thank you, John. Great to hear from the podium finishers there, and David Kirkpatrick, who's never far away from the podium, even if he's not actually finished in the top three. As John quite rightly says, it's the Geoff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula 4s coming out next for their second race of the weekend. Yesterday's race won pretty comprehensively in the end by Alex Ames. Alex Ames in his Van Diemen, able to pull a lead early on, built a gap, won by nearly 4 seconds. The real battling was done behind him. Tom Hawkins and Leon Frost had a really entertaining scrap for second position. Ben Tinkler was fourth, narrowly ahead of Harrison Morrow, who was the championship leader coming into this weekend. Harrison with a disappointing qualifying session, only 7th on the grid for yesterday's race, but managed to fight back to 5th, and will now definitely be looking to gain a bit more ground in this next race. Harrison Morrow, his championship lead was 17 points over Tom Hawkins coming into the weekend, so Tom got a few points back from him, and in fact Alex Ames leading is a guest driver, so doesn't score championship points, and Hawkins, although he was second on the road, would then have got the points for winning the race overall. And within Class A, Leon Frost was the Class B winner, Class C won by Daniel Weir, and Class D by Oliver Buckton. The classes denoting the different ages of the cars. SuperClassic Formula Ford caters for any Formula Ford 1600 car that was built basically from the 1960s to the early 1990s. The oldest cars, the Class D cars, built before 1972, and SuperClassic A, which is for the newer cars, for cars built between 1990 and 98 actually. We've got none of the mid to late 90s cars racing with us this weekend. Right, the grid then as follows. It's based on the result from yesterday's race, so it is Alex Ames on pole alongside Tom Hawkins, second in the championship. Leon Frost and Ben Tinkler are next, ahead of Harrison Morrow and Adam Higgins. James Clark starts 7th alongside Oliver Roberts on the 4th row. Row 5 for Ben Powney, Paul Mason starting alongside him. Daniel Weir and Chris Stones are next, then it's Oliver Buckton and Vincent J, with Yaplai Laven, who went gravel tracking yesterday, in 15th ahead of David Townsend on row 8. 9th row, Gerhard Hauschult with Neil Hunt alongside. George Townsend and Jamie Hall complete the top 20. Kern Barata and Tim Fitzgerald, row 11. Row 12 for Trevor Morgan and Daniel Sajadian. No, we don't have a row 13. That is the back of the grid. All 24 cars hopefully making it out there. Don't see any gaps on the grid. And we're looking forward to another exciting Formula Ford race. The only single-seater championship racing here this weekend. And the Formula Fords continuing to prove really popular. And yesterday, John, we saw why they were so popular. It was another really entertaining race.
Unless you count Fun Cup as a single-seater.
Well, okay, I see your point.
It has a single seat.
And it's basically a single-seater chassis, right?
Pretty
it's
much.
Mid-engine, rear-wheel drive.
Yep.
Yeah, so okay. I see your point. These do not have, though, a VW Beetle body on them,
no.
which does rather distinguish them from a Fun Cup car. But a lot of drivers have said, actually, a lot of Formula 4 drivers who have tried Fun Cup have said they do feel remarkably similar. So, okay, they're a bit heavier. They're obviously a lot draggier, but the style of racing is very similar. And, yeah, the chassis and engine and seat position very similar as well. So, okay, I'll take your point.
But, of course, in these, you've got very exposed wheels, which you do not have in the Fun Cup car. Of course, we still, despite the fact that the wheels aren't exposed in the Fun Cup car, we still saw clashes of wheels yesterday that caused damage. But drivers in the Formula 4s yesterday avoiding each other much better than the Fun Cup cars were. We didn't see any entanglements yesterday. Well, we got 15 minutes coming up, and hopefully we don't see any more. But let's wait and see. Loads of cars taking to the grid, just as we saw yesterday. And as we said yesterday, so many names on this grid that we've seen up and around the sharp end. Plenty that could take this race win here in race number 2. And yeah, the race yesterday was a very exciting run, so hoping for more of the same.
I suspect you will get your wish, although Alex Ames sort of stunk up the show a little bit, didn't he? Pulling away by nearly 4 seconds, but a large part of that was that there was a battle for second on the opening lap, and he broke the slipstream again. There's that S word that we keep talking about, but it's so key in one-make racing, and this is sort of one-make racing, certainly spec racing with Formula Fords. Here at Donington Park, the slipstream so powerful, he broke the toe, and everyone else behind was then left to battle for the lower podium positions, which they did. Tom Hawkins, a brilliant defensive drive to keep Leon Frost at bay. Yes, they're in different classes, but actually, there's only 3 years between their two Van Diemens. Leon Frost, though, being an 89 car, just fits into Class B rather than Class A, but it's essentially the same car, and Tom Hawkins really had to fight to keep hold of that second place.
He really did. He really did. They were aggressively battling, weren't they, through yesterday? And again, that really played into the hands of Ames out front as they are all so focused on each other. Ames was able to just settle in, pick up those hot laps and press on through to the race win. It was a mightily impressive one, and not often that we see in the SuperClassic Formula Ford someone scampering off into the distance. Usually it's a hard-fought battle all the way to the checkered flag. So, from a neutral's perspective, here in the comms box, hopefully Mr. Ames doesn't do the same again today, but he'll be hoping for a repeat of yesterday. A nice, simple drive through to victory. So, we'll see if he's able to get it done. Of course, that dropping of the clutch off the line is going to be oh so critical to that race start. If you get swallowed up by the pack in these, okay, I said before the minis it was going to be tough to pick through the pack, and they proved me wrong, but I'm going to say it again. It will be difficult to pick your way through if things go wrong at the start.
Yes, I think it is a little bit more of a challenge in these cars. They're bigger, for starters. They fill more of the road, and because those wheels stick out, you've just got to give each other a little bit more space. So you do get overtaking in Formula Ford racing, don't get me wrong, but it can be a bit trickier maybe than the minis. It's also a very long run into turn 1 here, isn't it? Redgate Corner's a long way away from the start line, and so if you do get a poor start, you're suffering for that then all the way down the hill and back up. It's a slightly uphill rise actually into Redgate Corner itself. So yeah, important that you get that initial launch off the line right, and use that to carry yourself into the lead, hopefully, for the front row starters. Keep an eye on Harrison Morrow as well from the third row. Championship leader, remember, was third of the point-scoring Class A cars yesterday, so he'll need to try and get back to winning ways to try and defend his championship lead, if at all possible, over the next 15 minutes. Slightly shorter races for the Formula Fords than we had for the Fiestas and the Minis. We'll have another 15-minute race after this, actually, for the Fiesta Juniors as well, and then qualifying for the Citroën C1 Series, which will have their endurance race later on this afternoon. Right then. Back of the grid is in position. Green flag is waved by the marshal. There's a whistle for reasons, and we're about to get the red lights on to start our second Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula 4 Championship race of the weekend. Away they go. And is it going to be Alex Ames that holds the lead? Maybe not. Tom Hawkins has a nose ahead. There's a big squeeze further back. Someone on the grass, and there is a tangling of wheels. Oh, you had to say it, didn't you, John? One car gets fired off. I think that's Adam Higgins in the 111 car. He will rejoin. There's also a car in the gravel around Redgate. Who is that? That's the number 40 of Ben Tinkler from the outside of the second row. Ben Tinkler off the road at Redgate. He's going no further, so Higgins continued after the spin. Tinkler going nowhere. That might require a safety car. Meanwhile, it is Tom Hawkins, who did get around the outside of Alex Ames in all of this, to grab the early race lead.
Yeah, lovely start from Hawkins. He hasn't won since the first round back at Brands Hatch, so he's looking to make it too in 2026. Here today at Donington Park, of course, just missed out yesterday. Second position for him, but he's got past Ames early on in this one, what he couldn't do yesterday in race 1, and we have gone to safety car as expected there with the stricken Ben Tinkler. Yeah, I knew it had to be someone from the sharp end because, of course, we had the two yellow cars on the front 2 rows, Ames and Tinkler, and sadly all going wrong for Tinkler down there. Now, I didn't quite see who was involved in that scuffle before they got to T1 as they were going down the straight. Seemed a little over-aggressive from me anyway, from where we were watching, to close that door, because they had a small tangle, didn't they? Shoved to the grass, and then as they tried to go, hold on a second, I'm here, let me back on the track, they tangled again. So yeah, an odd instant there at the race start, and I thought maybe there might be a bit more room given by these drivers, as they know the reels are very exposed. And honestly, the driver, the one that didn't go spinning off to the grass, got very lucky there, because often you see as these wheels get tangled together, they both just go off together to the scenery. So got very lucky that he didn't get tangled up in the incident himself.
I'd like to see it again, because I'm pretty sure it was Adam Higgins who spun. I'm just going to double check on the live timing page. Did Adam Higgins come through at the back? Yes, he did. I think it might be Harrison Morrow that he tangled with, because they were sharing the third row. Higgins was on the outside, Morrow on the inside. I think we're going to have another look at that in a moment, but I think it might be Harrison who just got squeezed onto the grass and, as you said, had nowhere to go really. He had to try and get back on the road before turn 1, otherwise that would have definitely been a bigger accident. And unfortunately, Adam Higgins wasn't for giving him any space.
No, indeed. Yeah, we'll have a little look. The replay, I think, ready for us. So let's go to that then. Let's have a little look at this incident once again. I think you're right, though, that it might have just been championship leader Harrison Morrow who was involved in that, as well as they do clear up the sadly stricken number 40 of Mr. Tinkler. We'll have a little look at this replay once again. So drivers continuing on round behind the safety car then. And to be fair, they've got that Formula Ford out of the way pretty swiftly. I don't think it'll be too long until we go to green flag racing conditions. Let's have a look at this then, Andy.
Yes, I don't know. Good start actually by Higgins from the outside of the third row. Was it Higgins? I'm wrong. There we go. You've got that on record. It was Higgins who was involved.
But it was Leon Frost.
Yeah, so Leon Frost had a poor start from third. Higgins was actually the one on the inside that got spat out of the way, and it was Leon Frost that gave him the big squeeze.
Frost had so much room to move into. I don't know why he didn't give him the space there. I had a little, of course, as you say, a slightly poorer start, then thinking, I need to defend this position, but 6 and 1/2 dozen the other there, I guess, on that one. But as I say, Leon got very lucky there that he didn't get involved in the incident out of the race himself.
Yes, so yeah, I got that slightly wrong then. Higgins had moved from the extreme left of the road to the extreme right, hadn't he, to find a gap. That's what you've got to do. I said the start was important. It's a long run into Redgate, so you can, if you get a good start, you've got a lot of opportunity to do something with that. Harrison Morrow did not get off the line all that well. He is still 5th, but of course that would have been 7th probably if the 2 cars ahead of him hadn't tangled in the way that they did. Possibly we're going to go racing this time. The incident's been dealt with. Yes, the safety car's disappeared from shot, and so Tom Hawkins has a safety car restart now to deal with. He's got Alex Ames behind him, and then Leon Frost has got Oliver Roberts right behind him, 3rd and 4th. They're the top 2 cars in Class B, so we've got a battle for the overall lead, but also for the win in Class B. Leon Frost yesterday was more concerned with getting ahead of Tom Hawkins, but now might have to leave Tom to it, and indeed Tom is the leader of course this time with Ames 2nd, and actually yes, a poor start there for Leon Frost. Maybe that car's wounded after the contact at the start of the race, I suppose. To the outside is looking Oliver Roberts, to the inside of him looks Harrison Morrow, and we've also got nearly side by side for the lead. A good exit from the first corner for Ames. He's all over the gearbox of Hawkins heading down the hill.
Indeed, yeah, all over each other as they head down to Old Hairpin then, and yeah, Hawkins knows it, has to cover off that little dive into the Old Hairpin, but they continue on line astern. Yeah, I would have thought surely Leon is having a bit of damage from that incident, because you saw how much the wheels turned when they hit each other. Maybe something's broken on that car, we'll keep an eye, but Ames is all over the back of Hawkins. He's thinking he can make a move at any corner on this circuit. He's trying to do exactly that, hooking the up and under here as they come up the hill and over the crest. Has he got the inside line? Not quite. We'll have to rethink that one again, but Hawkins is offline, going up and over Coppice, so down into Starkey Straight once again. Ames will have the better exit, and he has the inside line as well.
Yes, let's see if he's got the performance in a straight line though to get the move made. I don't think there's a lot Hawkins can do, and I don't think there's a lot Hawkins will want to do really. Remember, Ames a guest driver, so it doesn't really matter if he's ahead of Hawkins. He's all over the curb, definitely through the first part of the chicane. Hawkins will actually have a run on him now down the main straight. I was about to say he might choose to settle in behind him. That's not really an option. He's to the outside. It's all kicking off behind as well. The blue car of James Clark trying to get up the inside of 2 of them into Redgate Corner. Ames hangs on to the lead, and Leon Frost just about hangs on to the lead in Class B. The white car behind him is Oliver Roberts, and somehow Oliver hasn't found a way through, despite the fact I do think Leon Frost's car might be a little bit hobbled. So really exciting racing, and Alex Ames, having hit the front, can't get away.
Oh, Hawkins thinking about the inside move there down through Old Hairpin. Would have been a little bit too bold, that one, and sits back in once again. Yeah, this is more of a performance from Oliver Roberts than I was expecting. A little bit off colour yesterday and a bit further down the order than he would have liked, but he's looking, he's hunting for this top 3, isn't he now? As maybe a move for 2nd place. Leon Frost, sort of half attack, half defence there. Holds on to 3rd place, doesn't get past Tom Hawkins, but now will be under pressure from Ollie Roberts, who himself can't get the exit as they go up and over Coppice. They all stay as they were. A very exciting couple of corners, but no positions changing just yet.
What is changing though is there's a bit of daylight now between Ames and Hawkins at the front of this queue, so Hawkins might now have to accept that the win, on the road at least, is out of the question. Harrison Morrow, meanwhile, is on the back of this group as well, trying to get himself ahead of James Clark. James, though, defended that position nicely into the chicane. So across the line they go. There is Ames. Then it's Hawkins, Frost, Roberts, Clark and Morrow. 5 of them together, and Clark's found a gap on the inside of Oliver Roberts. There was almost a repeat of the lap 1 skirmish there. Speaking of, Leon Frost, who was involved in that lap 1 skirmish, is having a big go at Tom Hawkins. So couldn't get past him yesterday. He's really going to have a good go at it here early on in race 2. But again, Hawkins with the slightly newer car gets off the corner a bit better and keeps Leon Frost at bay. Clark did get ahead of Roberts, so that splits the Class B leaders, but I suspect they'll all be back together again by the end of the lap.
Oh, I'm sure. 2 moves up the inside then at Redgate. 1 works and 1 doesn't. Leon Frost will have to rethink that one. Well, we thought he might be sporting some damage on that car from the lap 1 incident. He certainly isn't, is he? He is pressing on well, and now indeed, just like we saw yesterday, Hawkins having to turn his attention from Ames ahead to Frost behind, but he won't be behind for much longer. Up the inside, he sends it, licks the stamp as they go through Coppice. Up the inside he goes, and look who's following him through. It's Oliver Roberts now. Oh, sorry, not Oliver Roberts. It's James Clark now trying to get past Oliver Roberts, and he's got the run. He might get 2 positions here as he goes to the outside line. Hawkins now dropping back as well. Have you got an issue for Tom Hawkins? Late on the brakes for Roberts. Nearly goes careening into the side of the drivers ahead of him. Chaos down at the S's. Hawkins has dropped to the back of this pack in all of this. He seems to have picked up pace again, but we've all changed around in the group from 2nd backwards.
Yeah, he just lost all of his momentum getting squeezed wide up at Coppice Corner, and well, he does now get back ahead of Oliver Roberts, but just lost all of his momentum, got completely hung out to try down the back straight, and Leon Frost and James Clark in particular took advantage of that. So Frost up to 2nd, Clark into 3rd, but they're both essentially leading their class with Ames the leader a guest. So James Clark really did make some good progress over the last few laps, got ahead of Oliver Roberts, got ahead of Harrison Morrow, and got ahead of Tom Hawkins. Morrow did inherit 4th out of all of that, which is 2nd of the point scoring Class A cars. So from a championship perspective, that's good news for him, especially with Tom Hawkins, his nearest championship rival, now being behind him.
Indeed, indeed. So, what is that gap now? Just over 2 seconds now for Ames, as we've got a yellow flag up at Coppice as well. So, someone potentially off on the gravel on the outside. Not that we can see from that camera shot anyway, but clearly something needing of a yellow flag as they head through. Back to green as we head down Starkey Straight. So, again, we re-enter this battle. There is the car stricken at the side of the road. Can you quite tell what the number is, Andy?
I think it's 39. I'm prepared. Yes, Jamie Hall, there is a 39, and Jamie did not come through last time. So yeah, I think Jamie Hall's off at Coppice Corner.
Yeah, what a shame there. Jamie stood behind the barriers, not going any further in this one, and has to watch the rest of this race from the sidelines. Here might be the move around the outside from James Clark. What a bold attempt there at Redgate. Won't quite get it done, but as they get to the corner exit, they continue side by side down through Hollywood and towards the Craner curves once more. Always an interesting place to go side by side, especially when you kick up a bit of the dust there on the apex curb, but move doesn't work out. They went side by side for so long there, but they stay as they were. Well, that's invited the likes of Morrow back into this battle. Hawkins right there with them as well. Sadly, it looks as though Ollie Roberts has just dropped a second or so off this battle, but if they carry on like this, it won't be too long until he rejoins them.
Oh, he'll be there by the end of the lap. I'm fairly certain of that. Hawkins looked round the outside of Harrison Morrow. That's significant for the championship. I thought a corner ago Morrow was going to go ahead of James Clark. That didn't happen, and now he might lose out. The yellow flags are in at Coppice, so they can overtake, and that's exactly what Tom Hawkins is doing. Right round the outside of Morrow, he'll pick up a slipstream from James Clark ahead, and I think Oliver Roberts, I told you he'd be with them, is going to actually get involved. He's going to get alongside Harrison Morrow, and maybe up the inside of Hawkins as well. Oliver Roberts desperately late on the brakes. He was a 2.5 seconds behind them about 3 corners ago. Now he's ahead of 2 of them.
Awesome move from Ollie Roberts, and he's gained 2 back, as you say. We're side by side. Contact and off into the wall. Heavy hit for the 59. Leon Frost out of the race then. The second of the instance we've seen just like that down the start-finish straight. Drivers tangle, and my goodness, was I tempting it before the race, Andy, wasn't I? Another tangle down the start-finish straight. Bit of a hit there for Leon Frost, but he's straight up and out of the car, which is good to see and amazing to see. No real damage seemingly at the moment for James Clark.
Yeah, they're quite robust, aren't they, Formula Fords? Although when you hit backwards into a wall, unfortunately that means that you will tend to do a lot of damage to the suspension. So that car very much in a dangerous position, and I suspect driver a little bit out of breath as well. So I wonder whether we might very soon see the race brought to an early conclusion. No sign of that yet. We're still racing, but at the very least that's going to need a safety car surely to deal with driver and car down at the end of the pit lane. I can see out of the window that the driver is walking away, but a little bit winded. That was a big hit.
It was. That was a big hit, wasn't it? Straight into the wall. Of course, no protection at that particular part of the circuit, no tyres to find. So straight into the barrier there on the pit straight. Seemed a little bit winded as he got out of the car, but good to see. He's up on his feet now, and checkered flag is indeed being shown on the gantry, so I better hand the mic over to you.
Yes, Alex Ames then gets the win once again. James Clark will get the winner's points for Class A, and Oliver Roberts wins in Class B, of course, because Leon Frost was leading Class B. He was the winner in that class yesterday, so he will get a win in that class this time. Class C is won by Ben Powney. Sorry. No, Class D is won by Ben Powney, excuse me, in 6th position. Class C won by the number 42 of Daniel Weir, a little bit further down the order. A dramatic and slightly premature conclusion to that Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula 4 Championship race, but Alex Ames has won. I'm not convinced the checkered flag was waved for Ames, or at least he's not seen it. He's still going flat chat through the top end of the circuit, so there's a good chance that John Ratcliffe, who's just dashed out of the commentary box to go and catch our podium finishers, might have to wait for a minute or so anyway to hear from Alex, because he's continuing on at some pace. I don't think he clocked that the race was brought to an early conclusion. So anyway, Alex is the winner. As I said, doesn't score points, but it's a double race victory nonetheless from the Donington Park weekend for Alex, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that. James Clark in second will get the winner's points for Class A, pending, I'm sure, some sort of investigation into that contact. Not saying he was at fault, but I'm sure the stewards will look at that. Oliver Roberts was the winner in Class B, no doubt about that, with Harrison Morrow 4th and Tom Hawkins in 5th. Then Ben Powney, the Class D winner, was 6th ahead of Paul Mason. Chris Stones, Jack Blyleven inside the top 10, and Daniel Weir, the Class C winner, was 10th overall. Then it was Oliver Buckton ahead of David Townsend and Vincent Jay, with Neil Hunt in 14th position. 15th for Gerhard Hauschult, 16th George Townsend, 17th Kern Beretta, Tim Fitzgerald and Trevor Morgan were next, with Daniel Sajadian completing the top 20. Leon Frost, of course, a non-finisher dramatically after that collision down the front straight. Ironically, exactly where he tangled with Adam Higgins at the start of the race. Then Jamie Hall and Adam Higgins also non-finishers, as was Ben Tinkler in the early stages. Tinkler, of course, in the gravel at Redgate Corner, bringing about that early safety car period. So Alex Ames, I can tell you, did go around for another lap, so he's going to be another minute or so before he's ready to speak to John Ratcliffe down in pit lane. In the meantime, let's take a look back at some of the highlights of another dramatic race. Race 2 for the Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula 4 Championship started with a bang, quite literally. Leon Frost tangling with Adam Higgins on the run into the first corner. Higgins' car spat out of the pack. He would later retire with damage, and then there was secondary contact going into Redgate Corner that saw Ben Tinkler fired into the gravel, and he was out of the race. That led to a safety car period. On the resumption of the race, it was Tom Hawkins who had the lead. Yesterday's winner, Alex Ames, going with him, and there was an almighty scrap for the lead in Class B, with Oliver Roberts very much joining the party this time. He struggled a bit yesterday, but he was trying to get past Leon Frost, who perhaps was carrying a bit of damage after that earlier contact. Despite their battling, they were still catching the leaders. Alex Ames got the lead away from Tom Hawkins, but Roberts couldn't find a way past Leon Frost, and that was inviting others into the battle, including James Clark, who again struggled a bit in race 1 yesterday, but in race 2 was on an absolute mission, carving his way through the order, whilst Harrison Morrow, the championship leader, took advantage of Oliver Roberts' lock-up at the chicane to gain 2 places for the price of 1. Then more tangling of wheels involving Leon Frost. This time he was fired into the barriers after contact with James Clark. He was okay, a little bit winded initially after the incident, but walked away under his own steam. That car in a dangerous position, though, led to an early checkered flag, and it was Alex Ames who was able to hang on to the win, with James Clark in second and Class B winner Oliver Roberts in third position. So again, some recovery work to be done by the marshals after another bruising race here at Donington Park. As I said, we've got the Fiesta Juniors out next, and then we'll be into qualifying for the Silverlake C1 series. That's a 50-minute session to set the grid for their 3-hour race that will take place at the end of the day. So we've got drivers in the pit lane. We are able now to speak to them. John Ratcliffe is down there with our race winner.
Lovely, thank you very much, Andy. Yes, indeed, the Formula Fords are back in. Well, Andrew Mathers over there for the circuit comments having a chat with our winner. So we'll go to our third place man first, because Ollie, I missed chatting with you yesterday, mate. You're back on the podium. You're back on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, I needed to. Like, yesterday was terrible.
What was going on?
We had a cow with 3 left feet, and so we found the 4th one, and we're back up front. It's good.
You were sending some good moves in that one. I could tell you were feeling a bit more confident behind the wheel.
Yeah, I would say it was like. But yeah, I don't like leaving a circuit without a podium, so we were going to put pay to the situation yesterday. So
good. You got it sorted. Your car's always looking beautiful. You're always looking beautiful. You're flying out there. Well done, mate.
Don't you flirt with me, you.
I'll see you later, Ollie. Right, let's jump straight over. Sorry, Alex. I know you've just been in an interview. I'm going to chat with you again, yet again, just like yesterday. Perfect race.
Yeah, it wasn't quite perfect. I didn't make a very good start.
It looked perfect from where we were sitting.
The rest of it was. But no, we made not a very good start going. I need to really brush them on. But you're rolling. You're having to brake and throttle on pole here, because you are just rolling downhill. So it makes it a little bit harder than some other tracks to come off the line. But no, Tom managed to get ahead of me, and I was like, I'm quicker here, so let's just work out trying to get past him and let them scrap behind, and we'll see if we can pull away again, which we did. And I think there was a bit of a hoo-ha there.
There was.
Yeah. But no, it's nice to see Ollie up here as well, which is cool. Yeah. So yeah. Finally, yeah. I don't know what's kept him all week.
Pulled his finger out.
Oh, okay. Is that right? I did actually. That was one point. I had an airborne moment, didn't I, over there? Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a bit. Yeah, that was a moment. I
You
remember
got it back
that.
down on all four wheels and you finished in first, so well done.
Exactly. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Congratulations. Thank you. Right, I'll just squeeze past our camera. We will fly on round here. We won't because he's chatting with our circuit comms at the moment. But Clark, who was involved in that little squabble at the end. Of course, sad to see Leon Frost a little bit winded after that incident, but seemingly all okay as he hopped up and out of the car and rejoined us back in the pit lane. He's finished his little chat. We'll jump straight over to you, James. I know one interview to another. A very impressive race there, a P2, but of course everything on our mind is that little incident at the end. What happened from your perspective?
No, I mean, it does taint it, and it's not what you want. Like, none of us want to see it. I just said in the tannoy, like, as everyone, but like, I'm on a really tight budget. Like, I've got about 15 quid in my bank account. Like, I don't want to see cars smashed up, and I don't want to see drivers hurt. And I think he seemed to be out of the car, which is the best thing. But I said to Matt, my mechanic on the dummy grid, the one thing that really unsettled me yesterday, which was bottling quite a lot of moves and went backwards, was just the amount of weaving going on.
Okay.
And Formula 4's great. Like, this is a fantastic championship. Brscc and Alan Bowles and Geoff Page have done an amazing job. It's brilliant. It's so friendly. But we need to cut the weaving down, because when people are moving 4 times down the straight, and it's just, you can't, we had the incident down the front straight on the first lap. People are on the grass most laps because people are just not giving each other space. And, I don't need to jump out of the way. I don't want to see, I didn't expect him to carry on moving across, to be honest, obviously. But, I was obviously pretty far alongside. He knew I was there.
You wouldn't have tangled if you went alongside, right?
No, exactly. But like he's a very, very quick young guy. He's a phenomenal young driver, and there's a lot of really quick, brilliant young drivers out here. And I don't want to sit, not sit here and bag them as someone who's been racing these for 10 odd years. But we just need to try and cut the window. And I will go. I'm sure their obviously emotions are probably pretty high right now, and they're thinking of damage bill. I'll give it a bit of time for them to sort of, I guess, for the dust to settle. I'm sure it'll go to the Clarks. But I'll go and have I will go and have a chat and make sure he's all right, because I don't want to see that any more than anyone. I've been in big accidents myself, and it's not fun. And I know that his parents will be worried, and no one wants to see that. And no one wants a damage bill, because we all run on a budget. Of course. But you just can't weave. Like, you just can't weave.
It's a shame for the race to end like that, like you say. And I was surprised yesterday we didn't have more tangling with the wheels like we have seen a couple in this race today. But like you say, a shame that it's had to end like that. But still, not focusing on that. Rest of the race was so exciting. You were having such great battles and a P2 finish as well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's amazing. I'd probably rather a P3 finish, and everyone went home with the car in one piece. But yeah, it was great, because we were a little bit lost yesterday, and I was as much to, I came in after yesterday, I was pretty disappointed 7th, and everyone goes, what's happened? It's like, well, I just didn't drive very well. So it was nice to sort of remind myself I've got a bit of fire still, not lost it over winter, but car was brilliant. Great. Enigma Motorsport have done a great job. Yak Speed Engines, Matt, the mechanics, done a brilliant job. And I've got to thank Vincent J for lending me his spare gloves, because mine failed scrutineering on Friday, and my spares were at home in my spare room. So he was very, very kindly lent me some podium-worthy gloves. So
very kind, and yeah, they've clearly worked very well. Well done, mate.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll get them back. Exactly, yeah.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for chatting with me. Well done, your second place finish. Well, there we go then. Yeah, like we say, not how we want to end the race, but these things happen. It's racing, especially when you've got exposed wheels like those. These things are almost inevitable. Right then, still more racing action to come. I think we've relatively dealt with the incident down towards turn 1, so I'll hand back over to the commentary box for the Brscc Fiesta Juniors.
Yes, we will get the juniors out onto the circuit in a moment or two. Before we do move on fully from Formula 4, though, a quick shout out to James Clark, who we just heard very eloquently, as he always does, explaining his point of view there. Only a week ago, I think it was, he competed in a half Ironman, did James, which is, for those who don't know, I didn't, 2-kilometre swim, a 22-kilometre run, so a half marathon run, and a 90-kilometre bike ride. And he completed that for the first time the other day. So huge shout out to James, because that is something you would not catch me doing. I can say that with some authority and some confidence. So yeah, he is a proper athlete, is James, and a quick peddler in a Formula 4. So it's good to see him up there getting essentially a class win, even though it was with that contact, unfortunately, at the end of the race. Right, Fiesta time, as we said. The Fiesta Juniors, our last sprint race of the day, actually. It's a bit of an odd timetable, heavily weighted towards endurance racing through the afternoon. We've actually only got 3 more races to go today, 2 of them after lunch, but one of them is 2 hours long, and the other over 3 hours. So it's the last short, sharp sprint race of the weekend. It's the second race of the weekend for the Fiesta Juniors. Their first race yesterday, though, sadly, was cut short after a late incident. We'll get to that in a moment. This, though, is the grid. It is the result also from yesterday's race, although there is one car that had a grid penalty. Dara McInerney, the championship leader, lines up on pole. Lewis Islin, former scholarship winner, starts second, and Daniel Tecci, this year's scholarship winner, starts third alongside Bobby Holmes. Max Fenton and Thomas Simpson were on row 3, row 4, Dan Hartley and Barnaby Brewer, with Rhys Owen and Lewis Turkington completing the top 10. Harry Lindley and Harry Russell on the 7th row, row 8, Hayden Gray and Charlie Burnett, then Nathan Edwards and Neil Hampson are next. On the 9th row, row 10, row 10, Oliver Heron, second in the championship. Oliver having another disappointing weekend. He starts alongside Nathaniel Darcy. Jessica Jefferson has Thomas Harper for company on row 11, and row 12 shared by Callie Clifford and Leo Mosley. Joe Wood and Kieran Stewart are next, then Jensen Pritchard and Joshua Watts, who was in the gravel yesterday. Sava Solenchenko, also involved in some contact, was given a 10-place grid penalty, was Sava Solenchenko, so should have been starting 20th. There are only 29 cars on the grid, so he's just put to the back, 29th on the grid for Sava. So we'll get the juniors out onto the grid, hopefully, in a moment. Oh, there they are, right on cue. Dara McInerney lining up on the pole position. And Dara, who, as I said, was the race winner once again yesterday. And he is gunning for another victory today, if possible. He already, coming into the weekend, had scored 2 hat-tricks, one at Snetterton and one at Anglesey. So yesterday was his 7th win of the season. There are only 2 races this weekend. He can't score a hat-trick, but he could score a 3rd clean sweep of victories this season if he's able to get to the top spot once again. Dara, a second-year driver, in fairness, so you'd sort of expect those with a year's worth of Fiesta Junior experience to maybe get off to a stronger start. Who's that pulling over? That's not Lewis Turkington, is it? I think it is. Oh, Lewis Turkington just can't buy any good fortune this season. And yes, it is the number 72 car that pulls into the pit lane. I'm sure his father Colin is saying some words that won't be broadcastable right now on the pit wall, watching as his son, unfortunately, pulls over to the side of the road to retire. What a shame for Lewis. His race is not even going to start. And again, the juniors, they've been sitting around since about this time yesterday when they were last on track. This is their only other race this weekend. And sadly, Lewis's race, John, isn't even going to get underway. There was a fair trail of fluid being left behind that car as well. So I worry that there might be something on the road. It's okay, it's not in a corner, but still, the marshals will want to have a look at that.
Well, Lewis has turned into a mechanic. He's popped the bonnet and he's having a little look himself down at the end of the pit lane to see what's going wrong with that Fiesta Junior car, but as you say, sadly, doesn't look like he's going to be making it to the start of this race, and he's now sat on the floor consoling himself, I think, there with not even making it to the race start. What a shame for the young Turkington, and he's walking up into pit lane now, definitely out of the race and in this one. Well, with the Fiesta Juniors kicking off again for their 2nd race of the weekend, at least from my perspective, for interviews, all I can hope for is this time I actually know who I'm going to be interviewing when I go down there. Because, of course, yesterday it all ended a little bit abruptly, didn't it? And I wasn't quite sure who was going to be there. Suddenly Bobby Holmes appeared, and I was like, why are you here? Had a good chat with him anyway. So, yeah, hopefully we'll know who it's going to be this time. Of course, in race number 1, the only one I knew who was going to be there was, of course, Mr. Dara McInerney. What a performance from him yet again. Just like we saw in Anglesey, cool, calm, and collected, isn't he, Dara? Amazing to see. Despite with different things being thrown at him, it was rather warm as well yesterday, just like it is today. He settled into it nicely, was able to build that gap really, really well and get another well-deserved race victory.
Yes, we had that collision, didn't we, towards the end of the race, which involved Daniel Tecci. So he was 4th at the time of the checkered flag, but because it was a red flag at the time, the result goes back a lap. He was reinstated into 3rd, but was, I believe, given some penalty points for that. I seem to recall overhearing a conversation last night. So in the end, it was McInerney the winner, Islin 2nd, and Tecci got to keep the 3rd position in the Goodyear livery scholarship winner's car.
Why did I talk to Bobby Holmes?
Because he was 3rd at the time of the red flag, you see. Yes, but
well, he pulled into the 2nd place spot, though, didn't he?
Oh, maybe he was second.
He pulled into the 2nd place spot, and then it was Islin that pulled into the 3rd place spot at the time. So clearly things everything's changed post-checkered flag. But anyway, less of race 1. We look on to race 2.
Maybe he just wanted to have a chat.
Maybe.
People queue
I
up
thoroughly
to speak
enjoyed
to
it.
you, John. They
I
really do.
Well, Bobby last time out Anglesey kept telling me was someone else, so that was pretty helpful, Bobby. But he apologised anyway yesterday, so I appreciate that, Bobby.
So he just likes confusing you, essentially.
Yeah,
That's what we've learned. I think you've got your answer there, John.
Classic teenager escapades. Cheers, mate.
Exactly. They're easily amused. Right then, we are as well, to be fair. If you give us 15 minutes of Fiesta Junior racing, we're normally pretty entertained, and I think that's what we're about to have. Fingers crossed we get the full 15 minutes. The revs, I think, are starting to rise. We're almost good to go for our 10th race of the weekend, the second and last of the weekend for the Fiesta Juniors. Dara McInerney and Lewis Islin then sharing the front row of the grid, and Daniel Tecci in third position. Daniel looking for a first race victory of his car racing career. Will it come here at Donington Park? He's had some really good pace through the middle part of the season. Start delayed board is being shown. Now, this must be because of the recovery efforts and maybe some fluid that needs to be mopped up, courtesy of Lewis Turkington's car. I can't quite see out of the window. Yes, there's a fire truck heading out. They'll have some cement dust in the back of it. I can see they are laying cement dust at the end of the pit lane. So a delayed start then, and we'll get the cars out onto another green flag lap. Therefore, we'll restart the entire start procedure. And yes, there is just a little bit of clean-up work to be done on the run into Redgate Corner. It's not in a braking zone or a corner, but that's not the point. You can't leave oil or whatever that fluid is on the circuit, so the marshals spring into action immediately to clear the track.
Indeed, jumping straight into action, doing a great job as always, the Orange Army. Jumping straight into action, as we say, and yeah, getting this all sorted nice and speedily. As Andy says, you can't just leave, even as he says, down on the straight, you can't leave a big line of fluid down there. So the Orange Army jumping into action, lovely to see, and doing an awesome job as always here at Donington Park. But a little bit of a delayed start then here for our Fiesta Junior. Should only be a couple of minutes until we get this one underway, but again, so challenging for these young drivers, because of course you build yourself up ready for the race start. They've gone round on that green flag lap, they line up into position, and at that point you're locking in, you're looking at the lights, you're ready to go. As soon as those lights come on, then getting the reds to build, but that would have been it, especially drivers at the sharp end of the grid, the likes of McInerney and whatnot. As soon as they pulled to that grid spot, they would have been getting their starting procedure sorted and ready and watching the lights, waiting for the rest of the cars to join them on the grid. And then of course that board comes out, delayed start. You have to sort of just calm yourself down again, just take a nice deep breath, just think, right, we're not quite going for it yet, we know we're going to go around another green flag lap. So for the moment now, it's just trying to make sure you keep yourself as calm as possible behind the wheel, to the point of even trying to make sure you don't fall asleep. That's how calm you want to be sat there on the grid, as hopefully none of the drivers are drifting off down there. I think it's a bit too warm to be anyway, particularly, I mean, it's warm for us here in the commentary box, let alone when you got fireproof suits on and whatnot as well, all keeping the heat in. So that's why you can see a few of the drivers pop the doors open there as they wait on the grid as well, just doing their best to get a little bit of airflow as best they can through the cockpit, as everyone's still going to work there down on the main straight, getting us out on circuit as quickly as we can. So as we say then, once all is sorted, the drivers will head around through a green flag lap, back to their grid positions, then they'll look to the lights and we will go racing for their second race of the weekend. They're kindly being shown by the 99 there, that cooling process for them as they try their best to get a bit of cooler air into the cockpit. I mean, not that the air outside of the cockpit is particularly cool, but it will be cooler than the air that's inside at the moment. That was Rhys Owen just with the door popped open there as he sits on the grid, and he's just got to make sure, I mean, with these cars, of course, unlike the Fun Cup cars, two-seater for these, or at least you're sat on one side of the car even if there isn't a seat that's next to you. So with the door open, you're absolutely fine. I did have an issue previously in the Fun Cup car where it was really warm and I was sat in the car and I thought, oh goodness, I need to get some airflow. So I opened the door and it swung too far and I couldn't close the door. I had to put my hand out the door and wave a marshal down and say, can you close my door please? Otherwise I'd have had to have undone all my belts and leaned out from the middle of the car, and then trying to get them all done back up on my own without my team would have been very challenging. So at least the drivers here, they can get a bit of movement at the door, get some air in, and they won't have any issues in getting it closed yet again. But should only be a couple of minutes then, with them all sitting on the grid. And I was just saying, Andy, this is so difficult for junior drivers in the fact of they're building themselves up for the race start, and then they've got to settle themselves all back down again.
Yes, because they can be a touch on the excitable side sometimes, and now you see This is what happens when we've got a red flag, even sometimes when we don't have a red flag here at Donington Park. Our camera operators turn their cameras to the sky to capture some of the incoming flights. Someone arriving on a very swanky private jet.
That's exactly what I was about to say. That was the first private jet I've seen going into East Midlands, at least so far today. So I wonder who that was. Who's flying into the Midlands today?
We'll do some detective work, try and figure that one out. But yes, hopefully the overhead entertainment is not too much of a distraction to the drivers, and they'll be ready to race hopefully in just a moment or two.
Well, that must have been given direction from our director behind the scenes, because of course we heard at the start of yesterday, anyone filming any planes without being asked will have money deducted from their payout.
Really?
So it's very easy to get distracted. I mean, we were amazed. £10. So if you aren't asked to film a plane, it's a £10 deduction from your fee for the weekend. But of course, we had one yesterday where we almost thought it was going to land on top of our commentary box, didn't we? It was so low. But it is very easy to get distracted around here. As we were saying yesterday, if you like cars and you like planes, Donington is the place to be.
Yes, I brought a good friend of mine here a couple of years ago to watch a British Superbike event, and he's, I think, more into planes than he is motorsport, but we were sat up towards the old hairpin area, and he was taking great pleasure in some of the jumbos taking off over his head. I was trying to point out that there was a really interesting championship battle developing in the British Superbikes, but he was less interested in that. We haven't actually got quite such a tight championship battle developing in Fiestas, have we, really? Dara McInerney with his big points lead, and just doesn't show any signs of stopping winning races. He's won 7 races out of the 9 so far this season. I'm struggling to remember a more dominant Fiesta Junior campaign than this. I said earlier on that he's a second-year driver. He was a title contender actually in his debut season last year, winning a number of races, and had it not been for an accident at Silverstone, I seem to remember, towards the end of the season, may well have gone on to win the championship, but he's just been unstoppable in 2026.
He's been absolutely unstoppable. The only person to win a race that isn't called Dara McInerney is, of course, Josh Watts, who's been down as a guest for this season, so he does not gain the points for those race wins. So both of those two, second place, were for Ollie Heron. So he effectively, in terms of points anyway, the only people to get maximum points from races are Oliver Heron and Dara McInerney. So yeah, that was at Silverstone as well. So there were only 2 races there. So yeah, 3 races at Snetterton, all of them went to Dara McInerney. 2 races at Silverstone. For all of those 3, the top 3 is Watts, Heron and Holmes, with McInerney just off of the podium in one of them. And then back to Anglesey, and back on form was McInerney. 3 wins for him there. And of course, we headed to Donington Park for this weekend. He's already got 1 win under his belt, and he starts this one from pole position. But Islin, Tecci, Holmes, Fenton, all behind. We had Simpson having a great start yesterday as well. He's close behind them as well. Plenty drivers on this grid who will be hoping and thinking that they can steal this win away from McInerney. But as shown there from that data from the previous race in the season, it's going to be tough to do. McInerney is a tough cookie to crack, and it's always interesting when you chat to him in the interviews after. He's so nonchalant, isn't he? He's just like, yeah, got on with it and won the race, didn't I? So sound. And it seems to work for him, that sort of nonchalantness, that he just gets on with it, gets it done, and it's working this season. As you say, he is driving away with the championship.
It's one of those bizarre things about junior racing, isn't it? The juxtaposition between what is always very exciting racing, because they're teenagers, we've given them racing cars and some of the best circuits in the country to race on, it's going to be exciting, and then they get out of the cars and it's like they're almost bored. It's like we've dragged them out of their bedrooms to come racing for a weekend, and they're all a bit over it. They're not, I'm sure, but it's why when you do get that, every so often we get a few that come along who've got these really bubbling personalities, and you think, you're going to go far. You've got the talent and you've got the personality to market yourself. And in a modern motor racing environment, that's almost as important as on-track ability. There are some drivers who have forged careers based entirely around their personalities. They've been decent drivers maybe, but the longevity that they have in their career is because they know how to sell themselves. The people want to see that personality, and it's another fascinating thing about following junior racing. As the season goes on, they start to come out of their shell a little bit more, and now that more of these events are live streamed, we stick a camera in front of their face more often, they get more used to being asked silly questions by people, myself included, after the race, and it's all a good learning process, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah, especially in this new age of media. Of course, back in the day, even as a younger driver coming up through, the only time you'd really be frontward facing to the public would be, post-race interviews around the circuit, and then maybe something in a magazine or something like that. Whereas now, everyone can just check your Instagram whenever they want and look at all the content that's on there. So if you, as you say, can be a bit of a bubbly personality and market yourself really well, you can go far just from that alone. Of course, you do need to back it up with some good performances on track, but having a good marketing racing strategy as well, as you say, is almost just as important nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a lot of these drivers, young drivers these days, are media trained, and it's part of the BRSCC's Fiesta Scholarship program as well. To win that scholarship, you have to prove that you're good on camera, that you know how to answer a question sensibly, you know how to market yourself. It's not just about being quick in the car. And Daniel Tecci, who won the scholarship over the last winter, clearly proved that he was capable of doing all of that. Hopefully you get a chance to speak to him today. He was reinstated into the podium, but of course you didn't get to chat to him.
I hope so. And of course Islam made the great point as well that two scholarship winners were battling for podium positions yesterday. It was awesome. And for today, they start second for Islam, third for Tecci again. So I think more battles for the podium upcoming.
Yes, Daniel did get a podium last time at Anglesey. I was just double checking my notes, but he's after a second podium if he can get one. Let's see what happens then. The race gets underway, and it's a good start made, of course, by Darragh McInerney. A poor start really for Islam there, and Daniel Tecci might have the inside line heading into Redgate. He does, and the Goodyear liveried car, I think, might move through into second position here. Lewis is going to try and hang tough on the outside, but I reckon that Daniel Tecci's got the better run off the corner, and is certainly going to be at least side by side still with Lewis heading down the hill. McInerney unchallenged then for the lead. There's a bit of door banging for second there as the two most recent scholarship winners trade some paint, and Lewis Islam is not going down without a fight. He gives the speed. There's more contact. They're both on the grass. Oh, this could end in disaster. Tecci rejoins. He's straight on into the gravel trap. Thankfully, there was no one else there waiting to collect him, but Daniel Tecci's chances of a podium have taken a massive hit. Thankfully, the car did not take a massive hit, but that was a scary moment. We've seen Fiesta Junior races end in tears down there over the years. Thankfully, both drivers have carried on.
Yeah, I think they both did really well to just keep their cars facing in the right direction there, because as soon as you pitch sideways going down there, you're going over and over and over. Tecci did really well there, keeping it a straight line, straight across the gravel. Of course, the podium's gone, loads of positions and time gone, but he's kept that car in one piece and he's rejoined the pack, and that's lovely to see. Islam, though, managing just about to hold on to second place, but already, look at that, we can't even see McInerney. Where is he? He's so far off in the distance. As we see now, Bobby Holmes looking to pick up a couple of positions, going side by side into the last few corners. He does get it up the inside. Surely there's going to be contact. 3 wide, there is. Off into the barrier as we go. 2, 3 cars collected. It's chaos. They're in the middle of the road. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers all come together through the final S. It's chaos in Fiesta Juniors as we come to the end of lap number 1.
And we come to a red flag, I'm fairly certain. There it is. Pile up at the chicane. I mean, I'm not going to start again, but if that tyre stack wasn't there, I don't think it would have been quite such a significant parking lot that we had at the chicane. Daniel Tecci's in that. Who else have we got? The number 15 arrived backwards at speed. That was Callie Clifford. I count... yeah, I think about 8 or 9 cars stationary, 8 or 9 damaged cars. There was 3 wide contact, yes. This car was involved in the initial contact. I think that was Barnaby Brewer. I seem to recall that car being right in the middle of all of that. It tagged one car sideways. That car hit the tyre stack and stopped dead right in the middle of the road. Now, okay, regardless of whether the stack was there or not, it would have spun. It would have come back into the pack, but it wouldn't have then been sat broadside in the middle of the road waiting for a pack of cars bunched together to arrive on the scene. So anyway, car 7, Nathaniel Darcy, was one. I think most of the second half of the field involved in that, unfortunately. Jessica Jefferson as well was involved in that skirmish. It's probably quicker to tell you who wasn't involved in all of that. Darragh McInerney wasn't, though, I'm fairly certain. He is leading the way. The checkered flag is being shown, but that's just a quirk of the timing screen to reset the timing screen and give us a new race, quote unquote.
Look at that shot.
We have to have a checkered flag. Wow, right, let's start. Let me grab a pen and start making those. I mean, there's a lot of gesticulations and frustration on show down there, isn't there, John?
Yeah, a bit of discussion going on between the drivers. Yeah, what a shame for the drivers further back in the pack there, because literally nothing they could do there. There was a cloud of dust covering that area of the final couple of corners, and like you say, the tyre stack had stopped them dead, and yeah, they were sat in the middle of the road, nothing they could do. And as soon as one came in, of course, drivers were following so closely, slipstreaming down that back straight, so as soon as they came into the corner, they probably couldn't even see the incident ahead of them, and well, queuing up of cars, shall we say, as they collided into each other was inevitable there, and that is a huge amount of damage. What a shame for all these young drivers. A lot of them running on very tight budgets, of course, moving in from karting or sim racing or whatever it is into full-time circuit racing. 2 over on the gravel as well, so that's even more cars. How many got then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that are stuck down there at the moment. I think we had 1 or 2 who managed to get their way out of there as well, so yeah, this is massive. Who's involved there, mate?
Oliver Heron, second in the championship. He's one of those in the gravel. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars piled up. I've made a note of those that I can see. Joe Wood, Callie Clifford, Thomas Harper, Jessica Jefferson, Oliver Heron, Harry Russell, Daniel Tecci. There are others, 23 Charlie Bonetta hadn't spotted, and I can't quite get the number on the car that's closest to the camera. Driver consoling himself there, leaning on the side of the car. I think the driver's okay, but just counting the cost. Really important to point out as well that most of these drivers are on very limited budgets. In fact, Thomas Potter, who has been part of this championship earlier in the season, is not racing this weekend because of budget issues after contact at Anglesey. I fear, unfortunately, that we might have a few other drivers who fall into those sort of problems after this as well, because there's a lot of cars. Of course, Josh Watts is in it. I mean, I would expect nothing else with Josh's misfortune. Of course, he's only in it because he ended up out of yesterday's race and started from the back of this one. So, yeah, quite a lot of drivers here counting the pennies. I've identified all but this car at the front of the group, but 11 cars out of the race. What has always been a trouble spot, that final chicane, no matter what layout we've used over the years here at Donington Park, that final chicane has always been a trouble spot, but it got so much worse when they reprofiled it. When was it reprofiled? 2010, I think they introduced this chicane. The first major event that was held on this particular version of the Donington National Circuit was a British touring car event, and there was a huge multi-car pile up in that very first event. Jason Plato ended up in a barrier, I seem to recall, with several other drivers. Not the only time in his career, in fairness, and I would say that as a Jason Plato fan. But yeah, that chicane immediately proved how dangerous it could be. And that was all caused, back on my high horse I go, by Recticel tyre barriers that they had on both apexes of the chicane. Anyway, I'm going to calm myself down. Talk us through what happened, John.
Yeah, we're going to have a full look at the well, we're going to call them highlights, but it's just one full lap, isn't it, really? We're going to have a proper look at how that entire first lap played out then, as we say. Heron sorry, not Heron, what am I talking about? Of course, Islin not getting the best start there from the front row of the grid. Tried to cover off that move from Daniel Tecci, and they ran side by side down through the first couple of corners. We had the 179 and the 55 continuing side by side as well. Of course, that being Thomas Simpson so yeah, there we go, down the hill. Of course, you saw that bit. He did so well to sort of scamper over the grass there and then get it straight on as he went into the gravel. That could have been a much bigger moment for Daniel Tecci. So he's done well there to save the blushes and also to keep that car out of harm's way and not cause himself more damage. Right, let's have a look at this then. Sending it up the inside, 3 wide, contact, round, straight into the tyre stack, parked in the middle of the road, and then the rest is inevitable.
Yeah, they just had nowhere to go. And Callie Clifford arrives backwards because she's been turned around, probably having lifted off to avoid it. Miraculously, I think everyone's okay, and a real testament to the strength and safety features in these cars. But yeah, I couldn't quite spot still actually who it was that came charging up the inside, but that maybe Benji Douglas actually. It could have been the number 70, but I don't want to apportion all the blame on him before I see it again. But
sort of a yellowy gold kind of car, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's Benji's colours, but I could be wrong. Apologies, Benji, if it wasn't you. But anyway, whoever it was came up the inside. I'm not saying anyone was particularly to blame either. That's the thing. Sometimes we see a huge accident like this and we think, right, well, whose fault was it? It's not always actually anyone's fault. It was just 3 into 1. We've seen that all weekend, people going 3 abreast into that chicane, but it's so much narrower because there's nowhere to go if you end up getting squeezed over the inside curb because there's a tyre stack there, and you have to try and take the line. There isn't always the space, and that tiny bit of contact had huge ramifications. A bit like what happened down at the Crater Curves. I mean, that contact with Daniel Tecci reminds me so much of Jensen O'Neill-Going's enormous accident there on his debut in junior racing a few years ago. He had a bit of contact going down the hill with Finn Leslie, I seem to recall, both of whom went on to have success in TCR racing. In fact, Jensen is currently leading the TCR UK Championship. Give him a quick shout out. He's here this weekend. I think he's actually racing, someone told me, possibly in the SuperSport race later on. I'll double check that. Anyway, he had a huge accident thanks to wheel-to-wheel contact down the Crater Curves. It's not a good place to be touching wheels.
It definitely isn't. Yeah, it's a pretty sketchy corner when you're all on your own sometimes. So leaning on each other door to door is never recommended down through Craners, and we found out exactly why. And yeah, that incident also down into the final S's, of course, with how we saw it on the camera there. Beautiful shots from our camera crew, but it just meant that we were zoomed in to the front of the pack. So we only really saw those 3 as they came in side by side into the braking braking zone. You didn't see how that one started off because you don't know. Of course, from how we saw it there, it looked from the angle we can see it, it looked as though you would think, what is the driver on the inside line doing? That's never going to be 3 wide. Why are you sending it into that gap? But you don't know when they moved out from the slipstream, because as you go down into that corner, you're so focused through. It's such a pinch point of the circuit, and of course to carry all that momentum and speed through the right-left, you've got to be watching all the way through the corner. Your eyes are not looking at the drivers around you. They're not looking at the apex. They are looking all the way through the corner. So that means that the drivers probably didn't know that they were 3 wide. The driver on the outside thought they were going 2 by 2. The driver on the inside thought they were going 2 by 2. The driver in the middle probably very much knew they were 3 wide and thought, oh dear, what's about to happen? And we quickly found out what. But, of course, big incident then in the Brscc Fiesta Juniors, but it sounds like I'm hearing in my ears that we might not be going back to a race restart here in this one, understandably so. That is a huge incident there, but what a shame. We barely even got one proper racing lap completed there, but some discussions going on in the ears. Sounds as though Andy's back. Do you want to give us an update as to how we're proceeding, Andy?
Yes, so because this is going to take quite a while to clear, as you can imagine, we've gone to an early lunch. We were supposed to have this race and then the qualifying for the C1s. That will all take place after lunch now, so a very quick turnaround for the C1 drivers. We are going to go to a quick ad break, but then we'll be into a lunch break, so we'll be back at 12:30. 12:30 is the planned restart time, I presume, for the junior race, but we'll wait and see what decision is taken on that one. So we'll be back at 12:30. We're going to take a quick break here from Donington Park and have more racing coming your way a little bit later on.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
lunch, and we are now going to go racing again over 10 minutes for the Fiesta Junior Championship restarted race, and a smaller grid than original. That might not be such a bad thing, though, John, because we've got half a chance of getting them all around the first lap this time. Most of the front runners, in fairness, though, they were ahead of that drama, all except for Daniel Tecci, who, after his off through the Craner curves, of course, found himself right in the middle of it.
Indeed, indeed. He was rather unfortunate, wasn't he, in terms of where that car ended up placing post those difficulties, shall we say, with a certain Mr. Islin. Those two coming to blows there on that first lap, and then, as we say, chaos down through the final S's. As we say, a couple of drivers trying to make it 3 wide through there. Never usually works, and as you highlighted, coming to blows with that tyre stack, getting stuck in the middle of the road, and then the rest was pretty much inevitable. But yes, a slightly more sparse grid then for this race restart, and I will say there's a certain few drivers that this has really benefited. One of those being Lewis Turkington. Of course, he didn't make it to that first start. You were mentioning to me before we went live, I think it was some gearbox issues. Oh, I've just seen him driving over to the grid, so he's heading back out there, and he's got a good chance here to get some good points, because of course a lot of drivers that might have been ahead of him aren't there anymore.
Yes, exactly so, and yeah, he gets a second bite of the cherry. He was starting 10th on the grid, so he was up towards the sort of midfield, I guess, but close enough to the front that he should be able to hopefully do some damage. Not literally, had quite enough of that already. Hopefully score some good points, though, as you say, maybe go for a podium, try and repeat that podium that Lewis had at, was it Anglesey, where he's on? No, he wasn't on the podium, was he, at Anglesey? He qualified toward the front, but didn't, in the end, quite make the podium. It was top 5, I think, wasn't it? His first top 5 finish, gunning for a podium. So, cars then lining up on the grid. They will have a green flag lap first. This is what the grid should, but won't look like, because we won't have about a third of these drivers. John?
Just to say as well, Lewis Turkington has not got a podium yet.
No, I didn't think he had. No, it was top 5. I was getting confused. Yeah. It was his first top 5. I knew he'd done a first something. He qualified top 3, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But there's potential here for finishing top 3, as we say, with the seas parting ahead of him. But yeah, let's have a look at the grid then.
Yes, sort of. Caveat this with, as I said, there will be some gaps. Never mind, we don't have the grid, we're being told. There wasn't really a lot of point, quite frankly. I can tell you the front row is the same. Everything else pretty much is affected in some way by that incident. Some drivers involved may have been able to get the cars patched together and back out there, but quite a few of them were fairly badly damaged. I think Daniel Tecci's car's pretty much done for. That got hit from all 4 corners, didn't it?
It did. I think we saw there were 3 or 4 cars still sitting in pit lane trying to get things sorted, waiting for this race to get underway. So we might see a couple of other stragglers hitting the circuit if they are able to get whatever issues are on their cars sorted by the time we do go back to green flag racing conditions. But yes, a certainty is that Dara McInerney will be at the front of the grid once again for this one. Yet again, dealing with that start absolutely beautifully, settling into it. And as the chaos ensued behind with Islin and Tecci, McInerney was well clear already by that point and driving off away into the sunset. He probably suddenly thought, oh, why have we gone to red flag? What's happened? Yes. And then he would have come round the rest of the lap and gone, oh, okay, I see exactly why now. But yeah, he's got a nice little gap at the front as there's a few spaces on the grid around him, so he might just be on for another pretty decent start in this one.
Spare a thought for the drivers that are taking the restart as well, because we've both had a chance to go and get some lunch, have a drink, have a natter, rest ourselves. The drivers that were still running at the time of the red flag got trapped on the back straight. They couldn't make it back to the pit lane in the paddock area. They've been sat in their cars, or maybe stood by their cars, on the exhibition straight for the entirety of that 45-minute break that we've just had. So, because they couldn't get back through the chicane to get back to the pit lane. So, they've not yet been back to debrief with their teams. They may well have been able to send team members out to them, but yeah, couldn't get back onto the grid until just now. So, they had a delay to the initial start after Lewis Turkington's gearbox issues dumped a load of fluid on the track, and now they've been sat waiting around again for the last 45 minutes to finally get a resumption of the race, which hopefully will go trouble-free.
Well, we are based next to an airport, so there's got to be a delay at some point, hasn't there?
Very good.
It's got to be. Hey, there you go. Another zinger for you all on the live stream.
When was the first one, John?
there haven't been any, and there won't be any more for the rest of the stream. But yes, indeed. Yeah, the drivers have had a lot of waiting around to do. As you said earlier in that in that waiting around for the delayed start. Yeah, so tough, especially for these young drivers as well. Very new to circuit racing, especially, and a lot of these drivers new to racing in general. So managing those nerves, all those feelings that are coming on when you're ready to start the race, getting those to sort of just calm yourself down and take a couple of extra moments to piece things together in your head and get yourself ready for that race start. And like we say, when you're settling in, getting ready for the race to start, and then you have something that shuffles things up a little bit, it can sometimes knock you a bit out of whack, and drivers, it might throw them off a little bit. But as we said, certainly didn't for McInerney. Once again, beautiful start for him, and he'll be looking for the same again on this, what will now be the third race start today for the Brscc Fiesta Juniors, as the 72 of Mr. Turkington does indeed join the back of the grid. Of course, understandably so, that all those other drivers that were involved in the race were all stuck down the back, so they've all joined the grid nice and speedily. But I saw Turkington coming through the paddock. He has now been released onto the circuit, and they are now trying to find what grid spot he should be in.
Yeah, this is actually quite complicated, this regridding format, because of course the marshals are given a grid to work with. They'll also know which cars were there to be gridded, so they've probably crossed out Lewis Turkington's name on the grid sheet, assuming he was going to be a non-starter. He then rocks up late, having got the gearbox finally sorted, and tries to convince them that, no, I should be starting 10th, not from the back. And thankfully, he won that argument. He's managed to make his way, or is making his way down the grid, so Lewis Turkington then will take the restart. That is good news. A driver who desperately could do with some good fortune. His Anglesey weekend started brilliantly and just really fell apart from race 2 onwards. He ended up retiring from one of the races, I seem to recall, yes, the middle race, and then salvage a handful of points, but he was well outside the top dozen in race number 3. So yeah, Lewis really would like to get himself a slightly better result this time, and maybe go up there and challenge for another top 5. Who knows, maybe even a podium come the end of what is going to be a 10-minute race, a 10-minute restarted race for the juniors. I have been sent an updated timetable as well. It's pretty much as you'd expect, though, really. Qualifying for the Silverlake C1 Series will start at 1 o'clock. All being well. Then the SuperSport Endurance race at 1:55, and at 4:10 the Citroen C1 Series race will kick off, which was only 10 minutes later than originally planned. Race car consultants going to work on someone's car down at the end of pit lane. I can't actually even see the car, it's so surrounded by team members. Race car consultants, they had quite a few cars involved in that incident, got a feel for them, but they're doing the best to salvage. Oh, that's the 35 car of Pritchard, Jensen Pritchard. I didn't even have him listed on my list of drivers involved, so he must have escaped, but with some damage. Number 306 is back out there. Oliver Heron, that's significant. Now, his car, in fairness, didn't look too badly damaged. It was just stuck in the gravel, wasn't it? So Oliver Heron, who was second in the championship coming into this weekend, massive bit of good fortune for him that he was able to avoid major damage and can now take the restart. And of course, he's starting the race 19th on the grid, but he'll have a handful of cars ahead of him that won't be there, and certainly a lot of cars that won't be directly behind him. He'll have some nice clean air into that first corner and might just be able to salvage something from this race after all.
Indeed, yeah, for a lot of the drivers who have made it back out onto the circuit, this is a big opportunity for some points here, especially for the drivers who usually find themselves scrapping in the mid-pack or maybe a bit further down the order. This is the opportunity to get something from this weekend, get some points on the board for your championship charge, and as we know how closely fought it is in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, these few points you gain from this race here today might just decide where you finish up in the championship. It might just gain you a couple of positions, and that of course helps, and then gaining further sponsorship and things as you move on through, and maybe switch over to another championship or continue on for a second year in the Fiesta Juniors. Either way, this is a big race for a lot of the drivers out there, and like you say, even for drivers up near the sharper end of the standings, the likes of Oliver Heron, him getting back out in this one to put some points on the board, really big for him. As you say, he was sort of off on the gravel on the outside of the corner, a little glancing blow with the barrier, but seemingly has gotten away with it relatively well. So as the drivers head round on their green flag lap, then it will be Mr. Dara McInerney who leads us back to the grid, then lining up on pole position, and they'll look for those lights as we go ready, as you say, for 10 minutes of sprint racing action. I mean, for 15 minutes it's always usually pretty aggressive, so for 10 this is going to be good fun.
Yes, that's one word for it. If they'd have made it back to the pit lane, then I suspect maybe their coordinator Esther would have had a word with them after what's happened so far this weekend, but she hasn't even had that opportunity. So fingers crossed they're able to moderate themselves here, because when these races get going, they're always good, they're always competitive, and we do get some fabulous side-by-side racing. It's just such a big grid, it's so congested at the start of these races, isn't it? So easy to find yourself getting tripped up on each other, but hopefully that will not be what happens, and we'll be able to get the 10 minutes in drama
into the pits. Isn't that Turkington?
Oh no, it probably is, isn't it?
I think it is.
Well, I mean, it was a hasty fix. When they said gearbox, I thought, that doesn't sound like something you can fix in a lunch break, and I fear maybe that was correct.
Seems like it. What a shame already pulling back into the pit lane then, as the drivers seemingly have all found their grid spots well. Green flag being waved at the back, and we're about ready to go racing again.
Yeah, last stragglers just pulling into position, but that's a very good point, because you're not necessarily pulling into the grid slot you're expecting. We're very quickly going to get going though. There is Turkington in the pit lane, and Dara McInerney will lead the field down into Redgate Corner. Islin slots into second without any challenge this time. Bobby Holmes there battling for third position. He's up the inside of the 179 of Thomas Simpson, and there's contact between teammate. The 63 of Daniel Hartley was on the inside there. That won't go down particularly well, and that will delay them further heading down the hill. Let's hope they don't get another stack up at the bottom of the hill. The leader though, McInerney, definitely out onto the track goes the 35 car. Oh, there's a half spin in the middle of the pack. Not again. Back into the road. Catch it. No, around it goes, and miraculously again everyone avoids that car. That was the 99, I think, was it? Couldn't quite see on our monitor. That was bouncing back on the road. Rhys Owen, yes it was, the black car of Rhys Owen. Another near miss, so reminiscent of Alistair Kellett from the ST240 race yesterday.
Oh my goodness, another deep inhalation of breath there. Nathan Edwards did a great job at avoiding the spinning 99 there of Rhys Owen. As you say, they all make it through, and we press on to the end of lap number 1 then. We're side by side for second place. There's Bobby Holmes on the outside, Thomas Simpson on the inside, as we look at them now heading down the Starkey Straight and on to lap number 2 of this race then. Who's going to win this battle for third place as we head on to lap number 2? Late on the brakes from Holmes. He tries to hang it around the outside, and he will do. Holds on to third place for now then, but it is a breakaway at the front from McInerney and Islin. The question is, can Islin stick with him?
Yeah, well, that is going to be interesting, isn't it? McInerney with a small gap. Meanwhile, Simpson really lost some momentum by being overtaken there by Bobby Holmes. He's under all sorts of threat now from Daniel Hartley, who's the one who I think got nerfed by his teammate into Redgate Corner at the start, wasn't it? Sorry, all the way around. Hartley got into the side of Fenton. Fenton, of course, the one that lost more ground. Hartley, though, is on the attack. He's trading paint again. Wing mirrors get folded in as he nerfs up the inside of Thomas Simpson, and I think he's going to move through into fourth place here.
He's going to try his best, isn't he? Hang around the outside, all dusty down there at the bottom of the hill, but he will get the inside line down into Old Hairpin, and that's Hartley up into fourth. Well, Simpson's going to try and hang it side by side, and he will. Fantastic there from Thomas Simpson. Aggressive stuff. Hartley, as did I, thought the move was done, but it wasn't. Back through goes Simpson.
Yeah, and behind them there was an almighty lunge made by somebody. I think that might have been Oliver Heron involved, actually, but I think they're all still there, just about. Yes, here they are. No, Heron actually now nips up the inside of the car that I saw making the move, heading into the Old Hairpin. So Heron then into the top 10. This is significant. He needs the points. He's not likely to beat Dara McInerney in this race, but the closer he can get, the less damage is done points-wise in the gap between those top two in the championship. Down towards the chicane we go again then for the second time, and this battle continues to rage on then. Thomas Simpson will not be relieved of fourth position, or will he? Round the outside goes the 63, bounces through the gravel. Well, Daniel Hartley went through, but I suspect might have to give that place straight back.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? He's on the inside line at the moment here. Back to the outside goes Thomas Simpson, and it's Max Fenton trying to use the slipstream from one, then the other as they head down into T1. Well, Hartley's not going to give it up, is he? Is it round the outside for Simpson? It will be attempting to do so down at Redgate, and they'll continue side by side down through Hollywood and into Craners. This could be interesting. I mean, these two haven't given each other the most amount of room so far in this squabble, and again, they're banging doors down Craners. Through the left of Craners we go. Will they still be side by side into Old Hairpin like we saw on the last lap? Yes, they will. But this time, Hartley just about gets the chop across, but Simpson's up and under. He's got the better exit, and I think he might just get the place straight back.
Yeah, went for the switchback that time, which is what I expected a lap ago, to be be honest, but he went right round the outside. This time the switchback works, though. He's back into 4th place, and in typical Donington Park fashion, this battle is bunching everyone together. So Max Fenton, Oscar Hommerstone, Harry Lindley, Oliver Heron, Hayden Gray, all now part of this battle for 4th position. There's a bit of dust kicked up there by someone in the middle of that group. That was Fenton up the inside of the 555 of Oscar Hommerstone, who again gets lent on slightly coming out of Coppice corner, and Oliver Heron is perhaps going to try and take advantage of this. You can see him weaving around in the 306, but Heron doesn't seem to have the pace. Look, that car is down on straight line speed, I think. He just lost 2 positions in, half of the back straight.
Indeed, yeah, less than ideal for Heron as all. Kicking up the dust again, there is Hommerston. He just finds that grass on corner entry, and that's lost in momentum. Now under pressure from those 3 drivers behind of Lindley, Heron and Gray. So as you say, Oliver Heron down to the back of that group, and look at this, aggressive from Hartley, trying to find the inside line there. It was never going to open up though. Holds it firm does Thomas Simpson, but again, up and under, trying to get the good exit, and Hartley pulls alongside once more. We take a look back to this battle though. Bobby Holmes, fastest lap, and he's catching 2nd place of Lewis Islin.
Yes, he is. Look in the background, though, still side by side. 3rd lap in a row, these two have been side by side through the crater curves. And they're going to be side by side at the old hairpin again. Desperately late on the brakes there for Hartley. And he stayed within track limits. That was really good. There's a bit of a touch through Starkeys. That's a dangerous place to be pushing each other around. But Hartley goes through. That was some serious commitment under brakes. And he finally has got himself ahead of Thomas Simpson. Can he stay there, though? That's the question. Here comes Max Fenton, who might have a conversation to be had with his teammate if he ever gets to him. And actually, he might be with him very shortly, because still these two are battling, and they are now inviting Max Fenton to join in as well. He goes up the inside of the BC racing car, but won't have the momentum off the corner.
Yeah, there might be a conversation between them prior to the race end here, not with words, but with their cars. Let's see how these 3 now go into battle. As you say, Max Fenton joining the party. Still not too far back then to the likes of Hommerston, Lindley, Gray and Heron as well. If these 3 continue squabbling as they are, surely they'll close back up in a couple of moments, but they're battling just as hard. Of course, ahead, Islin with Holmes all over him as they head down into the first couple of corners once again. McInerney, though, yet again, despite a really nice start there from Lewis Islin, settling in, despite not having the fastest lap, just consistently building the gap at the sharp enders. Look at that! Fenton breaks out from the slipstream and nearly chucks himself off to the scenery. That was close.
He wanted the wide line to try and get maybe a better exit from Redgate, but went a bit too dramatically to the outside line and ended up missing the apex anyway. So in the end, positions stay as they are. So Hartley getting away slightly now from Simpson. Fenton tried to find a way past him. Then the blue and white car is Oscar Hommerstone, who backs it into the old hairpin. And then a 3-way fight behind Harry Lindley, Oliver Heron and Hayden Gray. Oh, and there's more drama behind them even, isn't there? That's Neil Hampson and Savasolenchenko from the back of the grid after a grid penalty yesterday. Savasolenchenko knocking on the door of the top 10. He was having a go there at Hampson. In fact, might have even been ahead of Hampson by the time they reached the old hairpin.
Indeed, I've got to say as well, we did see Lewis Turkington did exit the pits. Despite him coming in, he came straight back out on the race start, and he's gained a few positions as well. He's passed Joe Wood, Kieran Stewart and Jensen Pritchard. So into 15th for Turkington. Still not bad after what was looking like it would definitely be a DNF. These two locking horns then. Holmes has had the fastest lap for the last couple of laps. He just dropped a few tenths on the previous lap, but he's goes right back up to the rear bumper now of Lewis Islin. Islin is going to have to defend here into Redgate. This battle could be very interesting. Of course, this was the top 3 I spoke to at the end of the race yesterday. It didn't end up actually being the top 3, and now they want to get it fully done. Holmes is looking for the inside line there. You saw him try and switch back, and he will give a little love tap to Islin. Just say thanks for closing the door there, mate.
That was a very heavy love tap, I would have to say. I don't think it was intentional. I think that was Islin parking the bus, so to speak, wasn't it, on the apex. And I don't think Holmes quite realised that's what he was doing. Hopefully no damage done to either car. And they continue on their way. There's been a change behind. Oscar Hommerstone is now at the front of that next queue of cars. Now, out of the window, I think... well, we've lost one. Who's that that's pulled over outside? Oh, it's Oliver Heron. Oliver Heron has stopped in the pit exit, so that car, I said it looked like it was not performing as it should be. Well, Oliver Heron's car has stopped in the pit exit. It's off the track, so we might be able to continue without the need for an interruption. An interruption at this stage would be a red flag, I'm sure. Hopefully that won't be needed, though. Oliver Heron's car is stuck going no further, and that just caps off what's been a disappointing day.
Yeah, manages to, of course, it involved in an incident. The team and himself managed to get it back on the grid, and then something goes wrong again in the restart. What a shame for Oliver Heron. He can't catch a break today, can he? It's going to be another DNF for him here in race number 2, where we saw how spicy these two were down into Redgate last time around. This time, though, Holmes has just dropped a little bit off the back of his thing. There won't be any moves this time, as we see the stricken car of Oliver Heron push safely back into pit lane. Then you saw Islin there just think about covering the inside line, but realised he's got enough of a gap this time, can take the proper line and press on into what is the last lap of the race, no?
Yes,
Indeed.
yes, it is. Correct. They're lapping in the 124s. They did not have 1 minute 24 left on the clock when they crossed the line. So it is indeed the final lap of the race. Lewis Islin just needs to try and hang on for one more lap, just less than a lap now, to keep hold of this second position. Thomas Simpson is 4th, by the way. 5th, Daniel Hartley. Harry Lindley is 6th. So it wasn't Oscar Hommerstone then at the front of that next group of cars. He's disappeared down the order. Yeah, there's been a tangle somewhere in that secondary pack of cars, I think, on that previous lap. Dara McInerney, though, this is of no concern to him. He makes his way up through the top end of the circuit and is well on his way now to win number 8 of the season and his 3rd clean sweep of the season. He won all 3 races at the season opening weekend of the campaign. He won all 3 races last time out at Anglesey, and it now looks as though he's going to take all of 2 wins, both of the wins, here at Donington Park. Second is still slightly up for grabs. Lewis Islin needs to make sure he doesn't make a mistake at the chicane. If he doesn't, then I think he'll keep Bobby Holmes at bay. Dara McInerney, though, is already accelerating towards the timing line. It took us a while to get here, but Dara McInerney does now win the second race of the weekend for the Fiesta Juniors. It is Lewis Islin 2nd, Bobby Holmes 3rd, Thomas Simpson 4th, and Dan Hartley in 5th position. And very happy Harry Lindley in 6th. He's delighted with that. I wonder whether that's his best finish so far. I think it might be in his Fiesta Junior campaign. Really entertaining stuff. Once we did get going, we saw some of that great side-by-side racing that I promised you, courtesy of the Fiesta Juniors. And that was exactly what we hoped we would see once the race settled down a bit. And we did. We were luckily able to get the 10-minute restart in relatively drama-free. A couple of minor skirmishes, but nothing too major. Thank goodness, thanks the clerk of the course, because they've already got enough to be worried about after what happened before the red flag. Dara McInerney then the winner, Lewis Islin 2nd, Bobby Holmes 3rd, ahead of Thomas Simpson and Dan Hartley. Harry Lindley was 6th, then it was Max Fenton, Hayden Gray, Sava Solemchenko and Rhys Owen to complete the top 10. Nathan Edwards 11th, ahead of Neil Hampson, Oscar Hommerstone and Lewis Turkington in 14th place from the pit lane, essentially. Jensen Pritchard also started from the pit lane. He was 15th ahead of Joe Wood and Kieran Stewart, whilst Oliver Heron disastrously, when he was on course at one point for a top 10, ends up with a non-finish, and that will be very costly in the championship. I strongly suspect that he is no longer going to be 2nd in the championship by the time we leave Donington Park. He was 2nd coming into the weekend. That is not going to be the case now, unfortunately. So the cars will make their way down into the pit lane, and once they arrive, we'll hopefully get a chance, as normal, to speak to our podium finishers, and it will be the same podium finishers, as John quite rightly said, that he spoke to yesterday, although this time we are a little bit more certain of their finishing positions, thank goodness. So we will hopefully be able to chat to them, get their thoughts on what was a dramatic race, certainly, but once we got going, a very entertaining one. Still waiting for everyone to get where they should be. As a reminder, we'll be going next into the Silverlake C1 Series qualifying session over 50 minutes. But before that, let's head downstairs and hear from the podium finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, indeed, the Fiesta Juniors then heading back down into...
Well, we'll get back to John, if we can, in a moment. We've lost signal down at the end of the pit lane. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from our podium finishers in a moment or two. As I was saying, Silverlake C1 qualifying coming up next. and that will be a 50-minute session. Rob Lewis, our resident C1 expert, is going to be on hand to talk us through the majority of that qualifying session. He's going to be roaming the pit lane throughout the session and indeed the 3-hour race later on this afternoon to give us all the stories from the C1 racing world. Big grid of cars as always in the C1 Endurance Series, and a 3-hour race with pit strategy and hopefully lots of close racing for us to enjoy a little bit later on. Right, let's try again to head back down and hear from John.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, let's try that again then. Let's have a chat with some of our drivers then before we lose signal once more. Head straight over to Dara, as you knew I was going to, Dara. Yet again talking to you, yet again. I was just saying to the camera, it's not very usual that we have a race start and then a lunch break and then another race start. You had a bit of time to sort of let yourself calm down before you had another go at that, but again, it was perfect.
Yeah, the restart was a little bit weird. It was a nice bit of time to cool down as well, though. I'm very glad they didn't make us sit in the cars.
Yeah.
It was like being a roast chicken in there for a bit.
Were you just spinning yourself around like a rotisserie?
I could have done. I was just, you know, when them chickens, it's not cooked underneath, but it's cooked on the top.
Well, mate, you were flying out there. Didn't mind if you were a partially cooked chicken. You flew away and yet another race win.
Yeah, that's 5 in a row now, so just need to then go make it 8 at Brands.
There you go. He's on form. He's going for it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, Dara. Thanks very much. Right then, we'll go to second place, Mr. Islin. Hello, sir. Talking to you again. Now, on that race restart, you were right on Dara for a little bit, and then he just edged away, didn't he?
Yeah, we didn't really have the pace like he did, but still, I'm really happy with where we are. Car felt good, and yeah, it's decent points for the championship because it's going to be a tight battle for second, and I'm really happy to get the points I've got today.
You know, really, really impressive, mate. And as I was just saying to Dara, another thing in of itself of you guys having such a big break between the two starts, how does that affect you as a driver in terms of like your mentality and whatnot?
So you build up, you have your warm up and stuff, get in the car, get all ready, and oh, we've got to wait again. Yeah. But yeah, so it is mentally challenging. It's going to be, but yeah, well, I got on with it. So, yeah.
You settle back into it well in the second place.
Yeah, I'm really happy, but we'll see what we can do next one. So.
Look forward to it. Look forward to it. Best of luck and well on another podium.
Thank you.
Cheers, Lewis. Thank you very much. And we will head over as well to a certain Mr. Bobby Holmes, or whatever name you want to go by today, Bobby. Yet again talking to you, so it must have gone all right.
Yeah, you could say that. It's not the greatest. I mean, it's one of the strangest races I've ever had with a lunch break in the middle of it. But yeah, I mean, my head went in the right place at the start. We had gearbox issues on the restart, so crunching it into second gear wasn't ideal. But yeah, we made the most of it, and we come home with a P3. So. Nice.
It couldn't have much mechanical sympathy, but you made it work and another podium, so really good for points and really good for your confidence as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, taught me a lot, learnt me a lot. Yeah, just see what puts us in the points and see where I am after it.
There you go. You got a smiley drive home on Sunday and looking forward to the next round.
Yeah, roll on Brands Hatch.
Thanks, Bobby.
Home track, so yeah, it should be a good one.
Best of luck. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Well, there you go then. Fiesta Juniors done and dusted for the weekend. And, of course, you've got the C1s now heading out for qualifying. So I'll head back over to Andy in the comms box.
Thank you, John. Yes, we've got qualifying underway already for the Silverlake C1 series. This is going to be a familiar sight throughout the afternoon because after this qualifying session, whoops, I just thought that we were immediately going to have an interruption to that session. After this session, we've got a 2-hour SuperSport endurance race and then 3 hours of C1 racing later on as we move very much now into an endurance mode for the remainder of the day. If you're new to the Silverlake C1 series, if you've never seen it before and you think, 3 hours, Citroen C1s, they're not very quick, they're not very spectacular, I don't think I'll bother watching that. Well, I urge you to give it a go because they're usually very exciting racing. There's always a lot going on, as you can already see from the first lap of this qualifying session. We've got one slowing, I fear, to a halt coming out of Coppice Corner on the grass, or are they just waiting for a gap in the traffic? Possibly the latter. I think they've now found a gap, or think they might have done, and they're going to try and rejoin. Who is that? That is the 579, I think that says. Would that make sense? No, 576 would make more sense. That would be the Manor Motorsport car. Is it 576? It is. So Manor Motorsport, either Charlie Dark or Adam Button. at the wheel of that car have had a grassy moment, but they're continuing on their way. Yeah, big grid of cars in the C1 series, as always there is. The 50-minute qualifying session just getting underway now has already had, I think, 46 cars out on track. I think that is pretty much everyone we were expecting. One car into the pit lane already. But yes, big grid, some interesting strategy to unfold as well. Relatively new pit stop regulations as well. Something, certainly since I last covered the series last year, something that's changed is the timing of those pit stops. So you have to make 3 pit stops over the course of a 3-hour race, but you can only make 1 per hour. So in hour 1 of the race, you have to have made a pit stop. In hour 2 of the race, you have to have made a pit stop. And in hour 3 of the race, you have to make a pit stop. But when you do it within that hour, is entirely up to you. The pit lane is always open from the very start of the race, apart from during a safety car period. If you pit during a safety car period, you have to spend at least 5 minutes in the pit lane, and that will take you well and truly out of contention, because actually a standard pit stop is not time limited. We don't have minimum pit stop times in the C1 series anymore, just as is the case in Fun Cup, which of course entertained us throughout yesterday afternoon. So cars then making their way around. We're not obviously yet starting to see any properly representative lap times coming in, but the fastest, for what it's worth at the moment, is the 550 car that is shared by Michael Dark and Darren Ball. It is Darren Ball in the car, I can tell you at this point. And second quickest, number 486. That's a car that's definitely going to be a factor. David Drinkwater and Andy Mollison share that car with Ryan Bensley, who has just announced that he's going to be competing in the second half of the British Touring Car Championship in a Speedworks Racing Toyota. So Ryan, who's a regular in C1 Series racing, making the step back into the BTCC again through the second half of the year. Right, I promised you Rob Lewis, and I'm going to deliver you a Rob Lewis now. Rob is waiting down in the pit lane and is going to take us on a guided tour of the Citroën C1 Series paddock.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome to the pit lane here at Donington Park. It's sunny. It is a bit blustery as well, so that helps with the temperatures and keeps the temperatures down. It's a nice pit lane to be about because we've virtually had a sellout. I'm going to bring this man in, Mr. Robin Welsh of the C1 Racing Club. Hello, boss.
How's it going? Good.
49 cars this weekend. This is mega.
Stressful, mega. Loads of paperwork. But yeah, you know what? I cannot thank everyone enough. The support has been incredible. You know, our sponsor Silverlake have been amazing, supporting us with it, and yeah, I mean, you know, even the work you do behind the scenes, there's a lot of work goes into it, but hopefully we'll have a great race. And yeah, it's good to see all the teams. Lots of new teams.
Lots of new teams. We do have a younger Atkinson in there somewhere.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Not sure how much we can go into it, but yeah, Rowan Atkinson's son himself is here having a go. Rowan himself was supposed to be driving up until Friday, but had family issues, couldn't make it. So we do hope he can join us at some point. That'd be nice. Supposed to have Josh Kirk. He was going to be the 50, but he couldn't get the car out in time, unfortunately. So, but yeah, 49 cars. It's going to be mega. All the usuals. Some really, really competitive people at the front. So,
shall we go for a wander and just see what some of the teams are up to? Because we're mid-qualifying session at the moment. We will come up with some timing shortly and let you know what's going on. But we've got a good mix of teams up and down from Pro and Am.
More pros and AMs. More AMs than pros, as usual.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's good. We got a lot of the regulars, so I suspect the front, and it's some good, so like I'll just see SCR then, they've got, I can't remember the kid's name, but the guy who was really quick at brands, the professional driver that he gets in sometimes.
The professional mini champion.
You know, what's his name, you know.
We'll let you know on the live stream.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll keep you held on for as long. Don Wheatley.
There you go, Don Wheatley. But teams like that are sometimes always quite fast, but this weekend it's like actually it's a wild card. He's going to be in there with teams that he maybe wouldn't normally be with. So it's great for those variables to mix things up.
Definitely so. And with the Pro and Am rules, I will just remind everyone that's watching, because we haven't had a live stream this year. So if you see the cars out there, it's identified by the colours on the windscreen strip. So if we look at the car in particular, the Driven Minds car that's currently having a pit stop, you'll see the white strip just below the Silverlake. That means it's an AM car. And if it's red, that means it's a Pro car. And just to remind you, as I do see we've got a red flag at the moment for the session, which is a shame. Hopefully nothing too drastic going on there. But the Pro-Am is very much, if it's red, it's a pro class, and it's if you've had an overall podium in the past 3 years. If you're a member of the BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club, they're pretty good at what they do, aren't they? And if you get 3 amateur wins, not amateur podiums, amateur wins, so that means you're really good in the amateur class, and then we move you up to the pro class. And then amateur is just anyone.
Literally anyone.
Yeah, it's not a pro.
It's not a pro. Yeah, exactly that. So ironically, sometimes we get people coming into this. So we're actually saying that hybrid tune.
Yeah.
They won the 24-hour 2 years on bounce. They're very, very good. But ironically, Sam Weller could come back into this tomorrow as an AM because they've been out of it for more than 3 years.
There we go, and the cars certainly have moved on since then. So we've got a red flag out on track at the moment. I don't know if anyone will be able to sort of shed light out on the circuit. So you'll see now some of the cars will head out down to the end of the pit lane, and we've got quite a few cars going in for their pit stops. There's a lot of pit lane action going on at the moment. Let's go for a wander and see if we can grab some people, because there's someone that I've spotted first. It's got some interesting footwear, I must say, and that's Mr. Greg Rose, although I fear. So he's running the Silverlake team at the moment. Just quickly, Greg, what's the plan for Silverlake for qualifying?
Coming in now, swapping drivers. He's done 4 laps, so we'll get him in and get driver changed.
Are you going for overall lap time yet, or are you just getting the drivers there 3 laps, then going for the speed?
Getting the 3 laps, but we're doing all right at the moment. He's setting a good bank of time.
Fantastic. See, this is the problem, because drivers are changing cars, everyone suddenly gets very busy, especially with a red flag as well. It looks like Mike Chapman's getting ready to get into his car, and Bria Angelis as well. However, I'm going to talk to this man here, Blake Angelis. Richard John Neal, I do hope you're watching at home. First of all, good to see you out in the C1s. A lot better than the McLaren, isn't it?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I've got more than 2 gears, which is always a great start. Drove it on Friday, first time ever. Yeah, it was really good. It's nice to finally be sharing a car with my sister. I want to say probably the best car we're ever going to share, but we'll see.
Shame you can't see it. It is in a camouflage livery.
Yeah, that's why I keep missing it. Hopefully people will see me dive on them. Don't want to just appear out of nowhere.
But how have you found it in testing? You were a bit quicker than Bria in testing. She did the 24-hour. You didn't get the chance to. You were a bit quicker, but you almost push each other that bit further up the grid.
Oh yeah, we had the videos come through yesterday, so we sat down with her last night and gave her a few pointers to make her go a bit quicker. I've got a 20 quid bet on this. Whoever's quicker, yeah, gets 20 quid. So I'm hoping I didn't coach her too well, but
that's some hard currency. Okay, let's have some fairness here and disparity. Bria,
I'll be getting the £20.
if you do win it, what are you spending it on?
I'll be at the bar.
Fantastic. Drinks on you then at the end of the day. Snail Speed Racing, or should they be Silver Snail Lake Speed Racing, because they're kind of being run by Silverlake this year. So technically Silverlake turning up with 3 cars, but this is the ex-Aaron Chalk car. So he's part of Silverlake Racing at the moment, but this was the car that he started racing in, and I do like this shade of blue with the orange and white. It's a very nice car, this, very nicely built, and we've got Wayne Chalk, his brother, and Dan Joel in the car this weekend. They should be quick. I'm hoping there's a Ramsey Goff here somewhere. There's not a Nick Ramsey Goff here, but there is a coordinator. Oh, there is a Nick Ramsey Goff here.
Oh, yeah.
You're normally working with me. Like, what are you doing in the race suit?
Yeah, I'm the complete wrong side of the camera today. It's a bit weird. Not going to lie, Rob.
It is a bit. So your day job for the C1s is the social media, right?
Yep, anything social media that goes out there, Instagram, Facebook, will probably be from me. So apologies if I've not shared your post. I'll try and get them all in. And yeah, we're trying to manage about 3 different jobs today whilst doing racing, social media and dad duty to try and actually get back to racing for the first time this year.
Yeah, and literal dad duty, because I think little Edie is currently sat just observing the conditions as well. Come here, Katie. What is your day job normally with the C1 Racing Club?
Looking after a lot of teams and a lot of drivers, making sure they're on time where they need to be and all happy racing.
Who's more temperamental, C1 drivers or Edie?
C1 drivers.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I would agree with that.
really. More tantrums, more fussing. Generally, they are well behaved, to be fair.
Now, I will say, 49 cars. How good is it to have this grid at Donington?
So good. As much as I'm like, oh my God, it's like 50 cars. It's amazing to see. They're absolutely, filling the circuit. So I've already had some feedback from drivers going, it is busy out there, but good busy for me.
Good busy. That's what we like to hear as well. Who's out in the car at the moment?
We've got Rick has just gone in the car. So Josh done his 3 laps, come in. give him some feedback on the car, and then Josh is.
Well, I say who's out in the car. You're technically double stinting because Driven Minds have a car out.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so we're kind of all over the place today, but it's fine. It's good.
Definitely all over the place. I'll leave you to it, Katie. Thank you for having a chat to us. Do you know what? I love this team that we're just going to come and speak to. Team Insane.
Never say die.
Never say die attitude from you guys. You give it heart every single round. You've been doing it for a while. What is it about racing C1s?
Oh, well, it's just fantastic fun, isn't it? We love it. We don't do every single one, but when we do come, we really enjoy ourselves.
You certainly look like you enjoy yourself.
Well, we're all old age pensioners basically, and we just get out there and mix it with the youngsters.
You don't look a day over 25, honestly. But
He's been racing more than 50 years, so he's twice as old as probably some of the kids out there.
Easily, yeah.
Give us a taste of what you were racing before you came into C1.
Oh, Formula Ford 1600, Castle Coombe Saloon Car Championship, did 10 years of that. Back in the mid-1970s, autographs racing with a very good friend of mine, John Moon, commentator sometime at Castle Coombe.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, I mean, John has done this on occasions. He does historic racing now, and I go and help him. But yeah, it's just a great camaraderie. Family at home are enthusiastic as well. Well, all our families are. Yeah. They'll be watching it. Watching this.
Oh, he's just a bit camera shy.
Conveniently, he's just disappeared.
Yeah, my son's here helping us. He's keen to help every time. Yeah.
You guys had a tough 24 hours, but you gave it absolutely everything to get the engine changed and got back out there.
We did, and none of us are actually professional mechanics, so it took us quite a long time to change the engine twice, and then we actually failed with 3 engines, so 12 hours was at least wasted. But an interesting statistic you might not know is Adam, who's out there now, probably got the all-time Guinness Book of Records for the longest lap on TSL was 12 hours 17 minutes.
Fantastic. See, it's about setting records. That's what it's all about. Guys, I hope you have a wonderful race today. Team Insane, it's so good to see them here today. They are just fantastic. Stalwarts of the championship as well. Emax, we've got young Max Finn. He's channeling himself, getting himself into the zone ready for racing. I'm sure Glenn is around here somewhere that I could potentially poach. He's out in the car. Did he cause the red flag?
No, he's just got in.
He's just got in, that's good. That's fine. But Glenn Finn, again, preps immaculate cars, brings them here. Brilliant team. They've got looking professional. They've got the catering on. Everyone's looking good. Well, I say the whole team's professional. There's 1 or 2 oddballs in there, certainly. It's all about the love. Now, one team I actually want to go and speak to, they've got a rapid driver in their car this weekend, Dom Wheatley.
Oh.
No pressure, but the last time you got in an SCR car, you were rather quick.
Yeah, I think I might struggle to do what I did at Brands. I think.
Why not?
I can't just hustle it round like Brands Indy. You gotta actually drive it, and now it's gonna expose me for who I am. But
what, a mini champion?
Well,
come on, you got some pedigree.
I should be able to get a solid lap in, but as always, I've never ran a C1 round Donington, so it's going to be spend 15 minutes trying to learn the track, but also put in our quali time. So it shouldn't be too bad. But talking to the drivers, there's a few corners I normally brake for, which I now don't need to brake for, and I think muscle memory is I'm gonna have to work on that one.
Chip's got a couple of cars to run this weekend. How stressed has he been?
He's been all right so far, but we haven't been on track yet. Now that we're out there, I think the next 45 minutes will tell us how grey or how bald he's going to go.
We'll take some bets, right?
Yeah. Well, I've got a tenner on it.
You got a tenner on it? Most definitely. Dom, it's great to see you, sir. Welcome back to the C1 paddock. We've got some great photographers here this weekend as well with Nikki and Rebecca. Some great photographers. Scudera Polo Rosso. We've got some visualisation going on here. Now, is this I've got to ask, James. Now, are you visualising your immaculate Jaguar going up the Goodwood Hill, or is it a C1 at Donington? Both?
Both. Today it's C1 at Donington.
You've a bit of a sidetrack on that, but you've been quite busy with that Jaguar project.
Indeed, yeah. It's been the last 5.5 years of my life, bringing out the new Type 01 that everyone can now make their minds up on, and we'll do a full reveal later in the year as well.
Fantastic, can't wait to see that.
People love it.
Let's talk C1s, proper motorsport. How's it going this? You're normally up at the front, let's be honest. Full send.
Full send. We'll give it a go. Yeah, I really enjoy Donington. It's not usually my fastest, but I enjoy it, and I just about remember which way it goes. So, yeah, we'll see where we get to.
Turn right at the top, squiggly bit downhill, bit of a right, and then you kind of go back up towards East Midlands, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah, to the airport. If you get to the
similar.
airport, you've gone too far?
If you end up in departures, it's gone wrong.
Okay, right, okay. Arrivals.
You just wing it, mate, same as I do.
Of course, yeah. We'll have a great time.
Fantastic. Good to see you, James. Good luck, sir. Good luck. And do you know what? Shout out to that man there, just putting his helmet on. A brand new father has just emerged. So, well, he wasn't a father last time the chicken went out racing, and he is now.
Yeah, baby on Monday, back in the race car on Sunday.
And Mum's looking good too, isn't she?
She is. Always.
Yeah. Hiding at the back of the garage so they can't get hold of me. That's good there. Well done, Frank. Congratulations. And that's what the C1 Club's all about. It's about the families and the teams and everyone getting together. It's when Frank put the news out, great heartwarming moment. Everybody liked that. Now I'm hoping we can get a bit further down the pit lane. We can. My cameraman very kindly has signalled that we can keep going. So if you do lose me, I know that's probably a good thing because you will hear the great tones of Andy McEwen and John Ratters. Let's see if we can speak to some more team members. Certainly, we've got Nick Beaumont scheming around here. Just. I'm going to grab Chris Parks, actually. Come on, Mr. Parks. I'm going to grab Chris Parks and grab him for a chat, actually. Hello. We'll have to go at the front of the garage because we might run out of signal, actually. You're kind of nervous father this weekend, aren't you?
Oh, God, yeah. Properly nervous. properly nervous.
So tell us the story. So Quattro Formaggio, that used to be you and Alistair May.
Correct. That used to be us.
You've gone racing elsewhere.
We have gone racing elsewhere, very successfully at the moment.
But juniors have crept into the car.
Juniors are now well and truly planted in the car, and we can't get the cheeky little devils out.
How have they been getting, Henry and Will, how have they been getting on?
They've been getting on really well. You know, we're mid-table at the moment, second ever race, second ever qualifying session, and it's going all right. It's just about the signatures. Let's get the signatures for the licence, and this is just a nice bit of fun.
It is a nice bit of fun. How difficult is it coaching them? Because they're not going to listen to Dad, right?
Well, they never listen to Dad. So when I used to say go to bed, they never listen to that. So trying, as you can imagine, to get them to listen to me in a race car, nigh on impossible.
Now, we also had a conversation regarding exams. They've probably been through one of the more stressful times in life recently, where you sit in your exams, and they had their head screwed on and missed a couple of races to concentrate on that.
They did, and they've done the uni, they've done everything else, and they're now having the head screwed on with this, and they are having a whale of a time, Rob. Whale of a time. A real credit to Robin and everyone else behind the scenes of what they've created. I mean, to get 49 cars out this weekend, credit to everyone. Credit to everyone.
Definitely so. Good to see you, sir. And hopefully we'll see you back out in the C1 soon.
You will, definitely.
Fantastic. Always good to see Chris Parks. There's Polo Rosso heading out onto circuit with James behind the wheel. I'll tell you what, if I had money to put on it, I reckon he's going to bang in a pole time any minute now as soon as he gets those tyres warmed up and sends it. Nick Beaumont's looking pensive, just seeing what's going on out there. We've got some more pit action going on here, so I might take this opportunity to kind of explain what happens with the pit stops. So some of the pit stop rules that Andy and John will also pull you through in the race. First of all, you got 3 pit stops to do during the race. How you make those pit stops is in the regulations as you've got to have 1 stop for every hour. So in the first hour, 1 stop, second hour, 1 stop, third hour, 1 stop. When you take those within the hour is completely up to you. So if you're feeling like you're going to be a bit strategic, you can pit right at the end of the first hour and then do a dummy stop at the beginning of the second hour if you only have 2 drivers. You'll see bits like that going on throughout the race. You've got 1 driver in the car, 3 members of the team around it. That is your maximum allowed pit crew because the rules state 4 people touching the car. That includes the driver. So if you're getting a driver in and out, think of how difficult that is. And that includes touching the car, belts, anything to do with it. If you're holding a jack that's jacking the car up, you're connected to the car. So it's about learning how to do these pit stops as quickly as you can. You will find in particular a lot of these amateur teams, they practice on the driveway at home. I kid you not, their neighbours love it, honestly. Hashtag blessed, they're coming in for a pit stop at the moment. Colin Bysouth, Chris Everidge, you normally see Aidan Hills have a go in the cars as well. And they've got, I will say, they have got some guests in the garage this weekend that we'll draw your attention to shortly. But Nice and calm, nice and chilled. They know what they're doing. Driver gets out, driver gets in. It's going to be a bit more frantic during the race because pit stop time counts. One person each side making sure the belts are done up properly. They've got elastic straps for the lap belts only. They don't let you do it for the top belts. And you make sure that the belts are going over the top of the harness device. Everything's safe. And then more importantly, you do a pushback and make sure that he's not going in reverse. Nice and sedately back, and away they go. Now, #Blessed have got some great guests in the garage this weekend. Of course, #Blessed being Mr. Lewis Hamilton, and he has been joined this weekend by Kim. It's great to see Kim join us down here. She ignored me just like she ignored Martin Brundle, I'm afraid, so we couldn't get a word in edgeways, unfortunately. Hopefully, we got some more signal to carry on down here. As always, the Trojan Doors team looking absolutely immaculate. Father versus son, they win absolutely everything they get put in front of them. And it's just because they are awesome drivers. Honestly, they're karting champions. The mechanics are absolutely spot on as well. But if you get a chance, when you're not watching this live stream, of course, get on YouTube and watch some of their lap times. It is absolute perfection. They are so crisp with it. It's unreal. I'm going to have a chat with this man, actually. Mr. BPC Motorsport himself. Jack, you're very busy this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm absolutely stacked out. So much on.
So you've got C1s, you've also got Fiesta Juniors?
Fiesta Juniors, and we got young Jack sent out in Fiesta 240s as well.
Very busy.
Too busy. Too busy. Got to be in so many places at one time. It's hard.
How are the C1s looking?
Okay, we've got Trojan locking out the front, I believe. Shall we have a look, shall we? So I don't know off the top.
Ooh, let's get some live updates.
So we've got Alpha Trojan P1, Trojan Motorsport P3. We've got BPC tyre buffing down in 18th. Rob needs to pull his finger out a little bit, I think, or swap out and let Sid work his magic.
Well,
we've got the new guys, Blob, out in P22. Red Sky in 24, Gala 36. So we're locking out the grid here, there and everywhere.
And Gala Performance and Red Sky Racing, they're going to be my favourites for the AM class.
And mine as well. And mine as well.
Yeah, he's not biased at all, is he? We've got some more action going on here. I found a Porsche driver. Sid Smith. Why is your dad not going quicker?
You know what? I might tell him the same thing over the radio. Radio?
You don't have a radio?
I wish I had radio.
Get the clerk of the course to tell him over the radio.
I'll tell you what, it's the first time we've been back in the C1s for about, I think, a year. So we're both super excited, but we can't wait to be back in there. Who knows what he's doing? Needs to speed up a little bit currently, but I'm hoping for a good race. The grid looks mega. 50 cars.
49, unfortunately, Josh Cook couldn't make it.
Oh, right. Well, that changes everything.
I must say, though, it's good to have you and your dad back in the series.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
What have you been up to in the meantime?
Just, racing in Carrera Cup this year as well. So doing that, it's just as competitive as the C1s. But no, I really enjoyed it, working, doing all the coaching side of it and everything, and loving it. And I'm sure my dad's mentioned before, I'm a bin man on Monday, so I'm doing a bit of everything these days.
Humbled you.
Yeah.
Always good to see that smile, Sid. Good luck as he gets ready to go out. Good to see the BPC boys. They're primed and ready to go. I'll tell you what, there's not a faster pit crew in the West, I can tell you. Right, more action going on down here. Steve, we're getting ready to go out in the car. Let's go and say hello. How are we doing, Steve? Normally we see you behind some German machinery.
Yeah, it was Anglesey this weekend, actually. I was supposed to be there, but my sponsor wanted the car at a show, so...
Ah, so it's been a garage queen instead.
Yeah, and then Mikey sort of said, well, let's go to Donington and do the C1, and I was like, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Look, I'm biased. Yeah. I think you picked the right thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like 50 cars, well done. That's brilliant.
Yeah, 49, Josh Cook pulled out, unfortunately.
Oh, was he?
Yeah,
What's that?
He couldn't make it. The car's not as good as it needs to be.
I normally see that at Brackley, actually. It's normally covered in leaves and moss.
How's your year been so far?
Yeah, 24 was looking really good up to about 6 hours to go, and we obviously had an engine failure. But
I was gutted at that.
Yeah, you know, it looked really good. And this guy standing next to me, Mikey, I was gutted for him. But no, do you know what? Really enjoyed the event. I think it was a fantastic event, even though the engine went. But really enjoyed, you know, competing, and the car looks good as well, doesn't it?
Definitely does look a bit good. What's your hopes for the race? Am win?
I'd like to think so. There's some quick boys out there. I've just been
definitely.
Just been looking at the times, and I'm like, whoa, okay, we might have to pull something out. We'll see how I get on now. See if the old boy can drag it up the up to the top.
I like the sound of that. Good going, Steve. Good luck, and good to see Mikey as well. I think we're going to speak to this man during the race, I think. We'll get a sweaty interview from you as you get out of the car. We'll try and get that in. Let's see if there's anything. Oh, here we go. Now we've got some prime C1 royalty. Prime C1 royalty. The last time I saw you two, I think, was Race of Remembrance, right?
It was. Yeah, and we're doing it again, and I think Jake is signed up again?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
is that an exclusive? Jake Hill is coming to Race of Remembrance?
Yes. That is. Am I allowed to say that? I've said it already, haven't I? It's as near as done, yeah.
I think, if anything, that just pushes it over the line.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
How have you guys been going? Cat DT, obviously, you'll see out there. Cat driver training. Yeah, you guys been busy?
I've stepped aside this race for James Canning, who races C1s in European and English British C1. Mark's racing with James. We're about 13th at the moment, so Mark's about to get in. We haven't done too much this year. Mark did the 24 hours, ended up on the podium. That was really good. And we're just working our way through the season. We're down for Snetterton and the Race of Remembrance. So, yeah, just here to enjoy the great atmosphere and revel in 50C1.
And as if on cue, my car is here, so thank you.
Right, we better get out of the way then and make our way a bit further down as Cat DT get ready to do their racing. Run impeccably, as usual, by Rabsport. It actually gives us a bit more of a time to have a look at how the driver swaps go, and look how fast these guys operate. So Mr. Canning straight out, and Mark Hode is going to go into the car. The team get to work, one each side. We've got one doing the pressures, and the drivers are talking to each other. They're not touching the car. That's the most important bit here. You've got this gentleman at the front. He's keeping a watching brief over the car, making sure there's no more than 4 people touching it, including the driver. And he's having a little look behind as well, because he's got to release this car soon and push it back into traffic. Are you looking in the mirror? Our cameraman's looking in the mirror. The reflectiveness of the glass as well. Very shiny glass, very well polished. There we go. So you can hear all 60 horsepower fire up there as they get the engine started, and they'll get going. Occasionally, they'll spin the wheels up if they're feeling a bit fancy. Let's see who else is about. We've got Amigo Motorsport I can see in the distance. Here's someone that I want to see, actually. Petrol Hedonism are here. Lewis Stockwell, obviously, Ciro's elsewhere. He's got a show.
He's here in spirit today. Yeah.
Here in spirit. You had, I would say, a baptism of fire at Brands. Your first round in the C1s. Very different to what you're normally accustomed to, but you're here again giving it great guns at Donington.
We are. We're currently last, but there's a lot of space to make up for that. So yeah, we're having a bit of fun. Yeah.
And bringing a brand like Petrol Hedonism into the C1 series, what does it mean for you guys?
Oh, it's just great to diversify, and we try and hit all different angles of motorsport, cars, anything with an engine. We just try and hit it, basically.
And yourself, your day job, Supercars of Bedfordshire.
Yes, yeah,
what you got going on there?
Yeah, no, really busy. So I manage dealerships, social medias, repair shops, all that kind of stuff. Anything with an engine, anything car related, I'll help out on the social media front.
And you're probably getting ready for a pit stop, right?
I'm about to go in, yeah, I'm about to go in, so I'll catch up with you after all.
Fantastic. I'll leave you guys to it. I am going to grab this man, actually, Charlie Abbott. Let's... You've got a couple of laps and then you're going back out. So Lionel's out in the car at the moment?
He is, yeah. He's only going to do about 3 or 4 laps and set the world alight with his time, and I'll be back in it.
So you've been out already. How's the track?
It's good enough, yeah. Lots of gravel, lots of rubbish. Yeah, good enough. It feels like everything's going to get quicker as it does in these C1s. You just find quicker and quicker, more time. So all well. Yourself?
You're enjoying yourself, though?
Yeah, loving. Yeah, how can you not enjoy C1s?
It's good. I mean, all these cars, it's not a bad day out there. I would say the clouds almost look like a mouldy shower curtain this morning. It looked a bit 50-50, but we got there in the end.
At least it's not 30 degrees. We can't operate in 30 degrees, can we, any of us?
I don't think anyone can, even the camera crew. But it's great to see you here, Charlie. And the car that they drive in is absolutely pristine, not a mark on it.
Come have a look at it.
Tell you what, we'll come and have a look at it during the race there as well. We've got Petrol Hedonism just coming into the pit lane behind. I told you how busy it was, so that's Lewis Stockwell just getting ready to get into the 524 car. I found Rob Gaffney at Amigo Motorsport, who's running... How many cars are you running this weekend, Rob?
Just the one.
Just the one. Mr. Gladman will be in that car, won't he?
Yeah, so he's obviously just jumped in it, so yeah.
I was having a chat with the team earlier. You've had your AM win. You've got to get 3 in a row. Can you hit pro by this time next year?
We'd like to. That's always the aim. Obviously, we've got Rob, who did the 24 with us, back in the car. So yeah, we're out there. Let's give it a go.
Definitely, and it's good to see you back in the C1 club as well. Amigo, I mean, back in the day, they used to run nearly 10 cut. They were phenomenal. He had C1s coming out of his ears. It's always good to see Rob Gaffney here as well. CS Racing, Luke Wells is in the back there somewhere. They always bring some lovely cars to the fold. We've got the Kells in as well, as I try not to get run over. So we've got more pit stop action going on. And I tell you what, we've got some fueling going on as well. Mr. Kell.
Hello.
Speak to me. Why is there fuel going in?
Well, you run a very light fuel load in Crawley. So Dan's just getting out now. P3 at the moment. Fantastic. No running about or pressure.
As they run about behind you.
Run about, yeah, typical calamity because you can't get the.
He can't get the goggles down. So this is part of the refueling regulation. So you've got one person here that's putting the fuel into the car, and the driver, as Dan has done here, has jumped out the car, put some goggles on, and he's being the fireman. Now, he's also, as well as being the fireman, he is keeping a cursory look down the pit lane to make sure that there's no oncoming car issues, which is a little bit tricky here at Donington because it's probably the only pit lane where the cars go this way instead of this way as they're normally accustomed to doing. But he did a good job, held his extinguisher, a good step away from whoever's doing the fueling. So if the worst does happen, he can squeeze the trigger, put everyone out, and everything's hunky-dory again, I think. We'll see. Ugga Dugga Racing. Unfortunately, you've come into my clutches live on the qualifying walk around. It's good to see you boys back.
It's good, yeah, we're back here. I missed the last one. I was at Silverstone. I was in Anglesey, so we're Funk Up, unfortunately. But you know, it is what it is.
How's the car? You've also got royalty in your car in the shape of Trustwell Junior.
Yeah. Well, he's out at the minute. He's putting in some lap times. In fact, we are actually just about to box. So.
So how's Robin been doing in the car?
Yeah, he's doing all right.
I'm hoping Paul's watching actually.
Hope so. Yeah, he's doing all right. He's out at the minute. He's literally just going through Redgate at the minute, actually. But you know, he's coming down. Started with the 46, he's down to 43, so he's coming down.
Progression, that's what we like to hear. I've got to chat to this cool-looking gentleman here. He's got the sunnies on.
Hey,
you're also a mister.
Yeah.
Officially a mister. You got married recently?
Got married on Tuesday. So this is basically honeymoon, and she's not even here. I shouldn't have said that. She'll probably be watching. Yeah.
So, that's a hell of a honeymoon to have, but everything went well. Well, I assume everything went well with the ceremony.
It was great. We had a fantastic day. All the team came down for it as well, which was quite nice. So, yeah, loved it.
Loved it, certainly. We've just seen a bit of a boo-boo, actually, with a JFR car nearly coming cropper into their pit box. But it's good to see you back, and you've got royalty in the car with you as well.
Royalty yet again. He's loving it. He's Robin now. He's proper getting into the swing of things. Times are coming down. He's a consistent driver. He's a safe pair of hands. Same as Ben. Ben's been with us now the best part of 2 years. Everything's coming together nice for us at the minute.
That's what we like to hear. Well, congratulations, sir. Great to see Ugga Dugga Racing here as well. And I'm pretty sure this garage on the end. Have we got Radiation Racing here anywhere? I'm pretty sure we have. Good to see you back. How's it's been a while since we've seen you on the grid, but it's great to see you back.
Yeah, I mean, we're on a low budget, so we did Silverstone last month. Did pretty well in that. So we're back here and then back out at Race of Remembrance at the end of the year, hopefully.
Race of Remembrance should be quite good. Hopefully it stays as warm as this.
You know what Anglesea's like. It's either glorious or it's the complete opposite.
It's raining sideways normally, but obviously you make the budget work and you punch well above your weight.
Yeah, I mean, we're not too bad. We're just three guys out here having a laugh, and you know, at the end of the day, we're never going to be anywhere near the top teams. But as long as we
give it time,
fun, that's it. You know, and the paddock's great. Everyone's here to help each other out, which is always a good thing as well. So, you know, we'll just keep coming and ticking along. We'll try and do a few more next year, hopefully. Just see how the budget goes.
Fantastic. Good to see you back. We'll see how everyone gets on during the race. Now, we've still got lots of pit activity going on at the moment. There's a lot of cars coming in and out, drivers doing their stints. And I think it's time we'll head back up to the commentary box, give you an update on who's doing what in the live timings, and we'll get ready for the Silverlake 3 hours later on today.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, we've got the 12 minutes left of the qualifying session then for the Silverlake series. The Silverlake C1 series is what I think I was stumbling towards there. Alpha Trojan are on pole position. Trojan Motorsport have won both of the races so far this season, but Alpha Trojan is another team within that same garage, who are fastest in the 421 car at the moment. Trojan themselves second quickest at the moment. Trojan double winners so far this year. They've also won twice at Donington Park in the past, once on the national circuit and once on the GP circuit 2 years ago. So Trojan always ones to watch, and they are locking out the front row at the moment. Third quickest is the 469 CEX Prep Tech car, and fourth quickest for WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. They were second in the season opening Brands Hatch race a little bit earlier on in 2026, and former race winners here. In fact, they won last year's race here on the Donington Park National Circuit, did the WRC Developments team. Team MDA are fifth quickest, that's the 550 car. Sixth quickest, the 396, that's Team SCR. In seventh quickest, number 300, BPC Tyre Buffing. Eighth quickest, number 364, Meaden's Motorsport, and the ninth position for AF Racing, with 10th place, the number 311 TGR Racing. So that's your top 10 at the moment. Pro teams locking out the top 4 positions, but actually 5th and 6th quickest are the 2 best of the AM teams. So good to see a couple of the AMs up there mixing it at the very front of the field. So, with 15 and a quarter minutes to go, we look forward to 3 hours of racing for the C1s a little bit later on. I can tell you that the red flag that we had briefly earlier on was caused by the 380 car, 380, which is the Gala Performance with BBC Motorsport car of Mark Thompson, Andrew Scott and Christian England. I don't know who was in the car, but they went off down at the chicane. Did they get back out on track is the next question. 380, yes. Circulating again at the moment with Mark Thompson at the wheel. They are down in 40th of 49 cars that have taken part in the session. But everyone pretty much still running around on the circuit at the moment, and no major improvements at the very sharp end of the grid. So, 9 minutes of the session to go. So the session then continuing on. I've just realised that I think my timing screen in front of me is potentially wrong. So that top 10 I just gave you might be completely the wrong top 10. I think it's actually what it says on the timing tower on your screen that's correct. Let's just give my timing screen in the commentary box a refresh. I think it is going to be Team MDA, isn't it, then, that are fastest in the 550 car by the looks of it. And by a quarter of a second, near enough, their advantage over the rest of the field. There's the 396 car about to get back underway. That's the SCR machine. They are 5th quickest at the moment, so 2 of the top 5 teams in the session are in the pit lane, or were in the pit lane. SCR heading back into the fray. So difficult, though, as you can see, to find clear track around the Donington Park National layout. It's only a just under 2-mile circuit. But the slipstream is worth a fair amount in Citroen C1 racing, so actually it can be worthwhile finding a running partner, someone to follow around the circuit to maybe help improve lap times. More work being done in the pit lane. Right, timing screen has finally refreshed itself, and yes, the timing tower on the screen is correct. So I'll go through that top 10 again now. I've got the correct running order. 550 MDA are fastest. Michael Dark and Darren Ball, the two drivers sharing that car. They're still in the pit lane in the 550. 421 is Alpha Trojan. They are second quickest. Trojan Motorsport are third quickest then, the double winners from the first two races this season, although actually Alpha Trojan was second behind Trojan Motorsport in the second round of the series at Silverstone. Fourth quickest is CEX Prep Tech, number 469, just up into fifth position now, has gone the BPC tyre buffing car, number 300. Sixth quickest then for 396, that's SCR. Seventh is 486, WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, winners, as I said, here last year. Eighth quickest, number 36. No, that's just changed. Up into eighth has just gone Scuderia Polo Rosso. I wonder when we'd see them near the sharp end. 310. That is Frank Claydon in the car at the moment, and someone's been off up at the top of the hill at Redgate by the looks of it. Ninth quickest for the 364 Meaden's Motorsport car, and the top 10 completed by the James Stockson Co, number 582. The fastest car then, interestingly, is an AM car. But of course, not all of the drivers necessarily have to be AMs. Michael and Darren, though, doing really well to be fastest by just over 0.2 of a second now. Alpha Trojan did improve on the previous lap, but not quite enough to steal pole position away. So, inching towards the conclusion of a very competitive qualifying session. At the moment, the top 7 are covered by just under a second. The next second takes you all the way from 8th place down to about 19th or 20th, so extremely close, extremely competitive. Hopefully some good racing to be enjoyed a little bit later on in the afternoon. More dust being kicked up in the background. Alpha Trojan have just gone to pole position. Alpha Trojan have just gone to the top. The 421 car, that's 2 consecutive improvements in a row for Jonathan Munday, who is in the car, and he has just put them ahead by over a quarter of a second. So that was about a half a second swing in lap time in the end for Alpha Trojan, who are going to be really pleased with that. Bray Anglis watches on, see how Brother Blake is getting on. Let's see, 137.1.
Every 10th counts.
Which every 10th counts, it does indeed. 14th quickest. Blake Anglish has just set the fastest lap of the session for that car, which is why Bray Anglish is not looking all that happy, maybe. That tire's been beaten. And in fact, he's just improved again, as I said that, up into 10th position. So Silverlake Racing up into the top 10 now in the 458. Quite a lot of late improvements here. I think a lot of teams, having got their drivers qualified, got their 3 mandatory laps in, now deciding to go for faster lap times. What's this conversation about?
Is your headphone unconnected?
Yeah, so an issue for the 428 that's made its way in. Yes, now that's the Benjamin Atkinson car with Duncan Pittaway and John Payne. Eminently Ambitious is the name of the team. Catches the horn as he gets out. So that's the session over for them. They were happy though, I think, weren't they, with their pace. BPC tyre buffing have just moved up to third quickest now. The 300 car. Rob and Sid Smith, father-son duo. Expect them to be factors in the 3-hour race later on. Oh, someone else is in the gravel. Look at Coppice Corner up at the top of the hill. The highest point of the circuit at Coppice. Who's that bouncing back down the grass? We'll get a look at them in a moment or two. A huge cloud of dust is sent into the sky. Driver weaving around now to try and clear the gravel from underneath the car. Who is it though? That's the question. We'll get a look as they come down through the chicane, perhaps. Let's have a look. The white and black car. Oh, I couldn't see a number on it. I'll have a look as it comes past the commentary box window in a moment, maybe. We're just situated at the end of the pit lane, so I'll get a good look as it comes through in about 3 seconds' time. Who was the culprit? 387. 387 was... Oh, there isn't a 387 on my entry list. So is that an addition, a change of number? It could be 397, I'm being told. No, there isn't a 397 either. Answers on a postcard, everyone. I was so confident I'd be able to tell you who that was. 387. 387 is on their 21st place, but they're not on the entry list, helpfully. Don't know who that is. Hopefully Rob Lewis can try and find out. But anyway, they are 23rd, and they've just been off the road up a Coppice Corner. Their lap time confirms that. They were 12 seconds slower than they should have been. 582 is Charlie Dark and Adam Button's James Stocks & Co car, which is 9th quickest in the session at the moment. Interestingly as well, the 550 car, which had been on pole position until that late improvement for Alpha Trojan, they have gone back out on track. They were in the pit lane for quite a while, but they obviously want to try and get that pole position back if they can. We've also had an improvement for CEX Prep Tech up into 3rd place now, number 469, which is Oliver Barnard, Daniel Kell and Josh Goldman's car. It's Daniel Kell in at the moment. They've just gone 3rd. An improvement to 6th as well for the 427, Zachary Arthur and Luke Francis's AF Racing machine. Luke Francis with that late improvement with only a couple of minutes still to go. Though confusingly, my timing screen is saying 6 minutes and 20 seconds left, and the timing tower on screen says 1 minute left. So I don't know. We've got some time left in the qualifying session anyway. Yeah, 50 seconds according to the timing tower, but my timing screen says 6 minutes, so I don't know which one's right. We'll see when the checkered flag comes out in a moment or two. Well, either in a moment or two or in 6 minutes, I suppose. Oh, someone else off at the top of the hill at the chicane. Ooh, slithering their way back onto the road. Are they headed for the pit lane? No, continuing on to get one more lap. And again, I'll try and ID that car out of the window. It's the car just coming towards me now. 486, which is that's the David Drinkwater, Andy Mollison and Ryan Bensley car. Who's in that car at the moment? 486. It's a job to find people on the timing screens, in fairness, with there being so many cars entered. 486. 576 has just had a lap time disallowed. That's Manor Motorsport. So the time on the tower has ticked to 0 and there's no checkered flag. So I think the timing screen I've got in front of me is right. I think we've still got 5 minutes of the session to go by the looks of it. I don't see a checkered flag. Certainly we've got cars continuing to come through. 486, by the way, 10th place. That's the WRC Developments car, isn't it? So it was Andy Mollison who had that moment there, exiting the final chicane. Well, MDA may have come out onto the track to try and reclaim pole position, but I don't think they've got much chance of doing so because the 421 Alpha Trojan car, which has pole position now in the hands of Jonathan Munday, have just improved again. They're half a second quicker than anyone else now. So they're not that likely to be knocked off the top spot, I don't think. So it's looking good for Alpha Trojan, at least in qualifying. This is only part of the battle. They've got to negotiate 3 hours of racing later on with all of the strategic twists and turns that will come with it. But they are in a good position, definitely, going into the race, of course, starting, by the looks of it now, almost certainly from pole position. Lots of lap times being disallowed, by the way, for track limits. More than I can tell you about. I'm going to say about 30 lap times have been disallowed at one point or another during the session for track limits. The places where they're most likely to be caught for track limits are, well, really the old hairpin and maybe the exit of the final chicane, exit of Redgate, but it's usually the old hairpin where drivers carry a bit too much speed through the 90-degree right-hander and end up getting told off for running wide beyond the exit curb. So the cars continue to circulate in the closing stages, but relatively few improvements being made, at least inside the top 10. There are a few outside of the top 10. In fact, Colin Bysouth has jumped into the hashtag blessed car recently, I think, and he's just put in that car's best lap. 14th, oh, drama at the old hairpin, my word, that's the 458 car, and 2 cars had to take to the grass to avoid them. They both rejoined, but 458 with a big lose. That's the Silverlake racing car of Brady Davis, Bray Anglis and Blake Anglis. Is it still Blake in the 458? It is, yes. So Blake Anglis might have won the bet of setting the fastest lap in that car, but he also very nearly ended their day with that moment. That could have been very scary down at the bottom of the hill. Jack Sexton, Carl Chard, Peter Spalding and Tom Sexton share the Meadens Motorsport car, which is on screen, the 364. Where are they? Were top 10 at one point, but yeah, they've slipped down to 16th now. Just behind, actually, that improving hashtag blessed car. Pit lane, though, is a very empty place. Once the 364 heads back out on track, there will only be 2 cars in the pits, and they're both in the garages going no further by the looks of it. The has-been racing car, number 30, and 428's Eminently Ambitious. We saw them coming in to end their session earlier on. A 339 are in now, just to make... oh, that is has-been racing. And unsurprisingly, Blake Anglis is in as well in the facelifted Citroen C1. Nearly had more than a facelift, though, with that huge moment down at the old hairpin. So the Silverlake car will pull in to its pit garage. A few now of these newer shaped Citroen C1s starting to creep into the series. Oh, that's someone else in the gravel. I can hear it. The unmistakable clattering of gravel off the underside of a Citroen C1. Who was it? Well, they're stuck, I think, in the gravel after that, so we're not going to be able to see from here. But someone is going to not come back at the end of this lap, and therefore lead, I suspect, to a slight delay before our next race can get underway, because that car will need recovery, I think, at the end of the session. So 30 seconds to go in the qualifying session. More and more of them starting to pour in. We have just had some improvements, though, significant ones. The third place now has gone Sid Smith, having jumped into the car that he's sharing with his father, Rob. The BPC tyre buffing car has gone 3rd quickest, and up into 4th quickest now is Andy Mollison in the WRC Developments car. So 486 jumping up 6 positions to get there. And also into 11th position, an improvement. Number 380, Mark Thompson, Andrew Scott and Christian England's car. Christian England is in the gala performance with BPC Motorsport car at the moment and has just jumped into 11th. So some big improvements late on. 458, meanwhile, have gone back out into the session, despite the fact that the checkered flag is now out, I believe. Yes, I can now see a checkered flag waving. So session is over, but a couple of cars wanting to get back out there just for a last shakedown lap. And that car, of course, had just had that big moment at the old hairpin, so understandable, I guess, that they would want to just shake that down, make sure there's no damage, there's no gravel where it shouldn't be. Interesting noted there, just saw them coming through the shot at Redgate, the 2 Trojan cars were running together out on track trying to help each other, but Trojan Motorsport themselves only 6th quickest. Interestingly, Trojan Motorsport, the double winners so far this year, were 6th quickest, whereas Alpha Trojan were fastest, so that's interesting. There was another improvement, by the way, for the 550 car, so Michael Dark did get a improvement out of that car at the end. Still only 2nd quickest, but within 3.5 tenths now pole, which is a bit more like it. Shows that they have got the speed, potentially, to fight for a win later on. So the last cars come across the line to conclude that qualifying session then. And it is the 421 car which is fastest at the end of the session, with 135.094 for Alpha Trojan. 2nd quickest, number 550 MDA, 135.448. And the number 300 car there, you can see 3rd quickest is the BPC tyre buffing car, Sid Smith, with that late improvement. WRC Developments with CB Auto Services are 4th, ahead of CEX Prep Tech. Then Trojan Motorsport only 6th, AF Racing 7th, Scuderia Polo Rosso 8th, SCR were 9th, and the James Stocks & Co car completed the top 10. 11th for the Gala Performance Machine, 12th DCM Racing, 13th was that 458 Silverlake racing car of Blake Anglis after the big spin, and hashtag Blessed ended up in 14th place, courtesy of Colin Bysouth. CATDT, or is it CAT DT? I don't know. I'm going to say CAT DT because I can say that. They were 15th, Meaden's Motorsport 16th, TGR Racing 17th, Brimstone Racing 18th, 19th for the second Silverlake racing car, and the top 20 completed by Blob. Is a sentence I've never said before. So that's your top 20. I won't go through the full 49 cars because quite frankly we'll be here all day, and we'll get to see them all later on anyway when we do get that race underway. 4:10 I think was the new start time for the Silverlake C1 Series. 3 hours of racing for those cars a little bit later on. The PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup is up next though. As I said, we've only actually got 2 more races to bring you today, but they are both going to be crackers, I'm sure. It was 569 that went off at Coppice. That was Ugga Dugga Racing, Ashley James Aspin, Benjamin Hayward and Robin Truswell, the 3 drivers. Who was in that car at the time? I've gone off the page that I needed. It was Aspin, down in 39th place, who came a cropper right at the end of the qualifying session. John Ratcliffe rejoins me in the comms box then after an entertaining and eventful qualifying session for the C1s, and that bodes rather well, I think, for our late afternoon entertainment.
Indeed, yes, very much looking forward to it, and glad to be back with you in the comms box, Andy. I did have a little bit of a giggle though. I headed off to go and get some lunch. The first thing I did, I pulled out my phone, I got the live timing up, and it just said red flag, and I went, oh, funny, great. So, no, I've enjoyed my sausages, chips and beans, and I'm back, Andy, ready to join you as we've got a pretty aggressive afternoon, haven't we? 2 endurance races to enjoy. I'm sure they're going to keep us on our toes. So we will power through this afternoon. I hope you join us for all of it. Now, of course, I subbed out. Mr. Rob Lewis was down in the pit lane. Did he do a good job down there?
Excellent job, yes. He kept going for about 40 minutes or so, I think, and wound up a good number of drivers, which is what we like to see.
Perfect. Well, they know him very well, I think, don't they?
Yes, they do.
They're used to his escapades.
Yes, indeed so. No, they were. It was good stuff. Rob knows everyone in the paddock pretty much, and so he was able to get us some stories that we wouldn't necessarily have known about without him, and we'll hear more from him, I'm sure, in the race later on today.
And that's what we were both very relieved to hear he was on his way, weren't we? He knows this championship like the back of his hand, so he's the perfect person to put a mic in his hand and go down and chat with the driver. So great to have him on board, at least there for the qualifying, and he might drop in later on in the race. We'll see if we need any assistance from Mr. Lewis. But yeah, clearly a few off-track excursions in qualifying there. As I said, there was a red flag initially, and then a few other drivers off in the gravel throughout that session. So very much pushing the limits. But as you said, what was that grid? 40-something cars.
49.
A 3-hour race is going to be very interesting.
Yes, I don't think we'll be lacking things to talk about, will we, with a 49-car grid. And the Donington Park Circuit, as we've seen, produces good racing anyway. But even if we don't at any point have a battle for the lead, there will be a battle somewhere. And it's one of the things that really appeals to people about racing in the C1s. They're not the fastest cars in the world, no, but they're also not the most expensive cars in the world to race. You get really, really good racing, and whatever ability and experience you've got, there'll be someone else on the grid that is of a similar experience and ability to you. You don't necessarily have to be fighting for a win to have a really good scrap, and that is something we'll try and document as best we can through the 3-hour race later on, with so much going on, different pit strategies and whatnot. It can be a bit confusing, but there's always good racing, and they generally come down to pretty exciting finishes as well, those C1 races. In fact, we had a race here at Donington Park last year that was won by less than 0.4 of a second. WRT Developments, who qualified I think 4th in that session, were the winners by only a C1 length or so. So very close racing is usually the order of the day. I'm hoping for the same in our next race as well, the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. They qualified this morning at 9 o'clock, and that was very close in qualifying actually. Parks Motorsports BMW were fastest by only 0.06 of a second over the 118 Rescue Ginetta of David May. So that again sort of bodes quite well for what I think will be an entertaining 2 hours of racing to come, hopefully very shortly. The Marshals just redressing the circuit a little bit after that eventful qualifying session for the C1. So, SuperSport Endurance Cup is coming up next, our penultimate race of the day. So the PBS Brake SuperSport Endurance Cup then about to burst into life. We'll have the cars out onto the circuit hopefully in the next few moments or so, and I'm delighted to say we've got a big grid as well, 17 cars, which is far bigger than we had at Anglesey. I think we had 8 at Anglesey last time out. Admittedly, Anglesey doesn't always attract the biggest of grids. It's a shame. It's a lovely place to be, but it's a long way away from a lot of people. Donington, though, with its fairly central location, so easy to get to Donington Park from wherever you are in the country, so it does tend to attract a few more cars out. We've got 3 classes of car. We'll get into the specifics of that a little bit later on. Classes A, B and C. The Class A cars, the most powerful cars, they're the ones that typically are contesting the race victories and indeed locked out the top 3 positions on what, as I said, John, looks like a pretty competitive grid.
Indeed, it's going to be very competitive, as you say. 17 cars in total for this one. 2 hours of racing action upcoming. And like you say, 6/100ths of a second between the top 2 times. So I think we're going to have some very interesting battles on our hands. But of course, you've got to think about strategy and things as you press on through this race. So lots to be thinking about, as you say. The Marshals jumping into action. And yeah, it's great to have more drivers on the grid comparatively to Anglesey. As we were saying yesterday when I was having a nice chat with them during that race, they're all hoping for more drivers at this next round at Donington Park. And that's exactly what has happened. So fantastic to have lots of drivers descending onto the grid for this one, and I'm very interested to see how it all plays out through this race. And there are some drivers with a good lot of experience on the grid in this one. There's a few names I'm spotting from other series as well. A certain Mr. Nigel Greensall behind the wheel of the Geoff Steele racing car. Of course, he is very well known in the Fun Cup paddock, isn't he? And of course, so many other paddocks, but particularly Fun Cup. I remember when we went to join the series and we were looking up sort of onboard videos and things, trying to learn the track or something. It was always Nigel Greensall. It was always Nigel Greensall. Best lap on the circuit, or watch Nigel Greensall overtake 20 people on the first lap. Like, it was always those kind of clips. So yeah, be certainly watching out for him. It looks as though he is partnering with David Hudson in a BMW E36 M3 for this one. So they'll be on the second row of the grid for the start, alongside another BMW E36 M3. So fantastic. But yes, as we say, more drivers on the grid for this one comparatively to Anglesey. As you say, a better placed in terms of the country circuit this is Donington. And that's what I was looking through my my bookings for the rest of the year last night, and we were chatting yesterday about how the fact I'm only doing 1 at Donny this year, which is a shame because I love this circuit so much, but I'm then doing 2 at Anglesey, which I'm like 5 hours away from. So anyway, it is what it is. The drive is less than ideal, but as you say, the circuit is something else. So I love visiting Anglesey, but yeah, you've got to sort of go for it, haven't you? You've got to make the effort to go and do it, but it's well worth it. A lovely circuit. So if any of the drivers racing here today didn't make the trip to Anglesey next year, you've got to go and do it because it's brilliant.
It's only 90 minutes for me. I don't know what you're complaining about. Mind you, you should think yourself lucky because I am completely the opposite end of the country to you. Every championship in the country wants to finish at Brands Hatch, which means I've got 3 back-to-back trips to Brands Hatch at the back end of the season. Just when I'm a little bit worn out and fed up, I've got 3 6-hour drives to do back-to-back weekends. I'm really looking forward to it.
I get the benefit as well of I'm originally from Surrey, so my parents still live there, so I can drive down there, stay in Surrey, and then I've only got a 45-minute drive to the circuit in the morning. So, and it's a very cheap weekend for me as well, which is nice.
Yes, right.
Sorry,
well,
mate.
Thanks, John. That's made me feel so much better.
Sure, we can pop a blow-up bed in the spare room for you, mate.
Thank you. Too kind. Right, the track is properly being cleaned, isn't it? We've got a bit of time, I think, before the... not that long, actually, before the next race was supposed to start. I think it's supposed to start at 2 o'clock, but they've even got the leaf blowers out, look, up at... McLean's Corner. It is not fallen leaves that they're clearing away, though. It's gravel that's been dragged onto the circuit. Honestly, every time we cut to a trackside camera in that session, someone was exploring the scenery. It was one of those qualifying sessions. Such a busy track with 49 of those Citroen C1s out there. And again, you've got to get the absolute most out of them at every corner. They've got virtually no power at all. You've got to keep that momentum up through the corners, and sometimes drivers were ever so slightly overdoing that, and that led to a few off-track excursions. The Marshals hopefully nearly finished clearing that up. There was still a car to be recovered, I think, from Coppice, which was being loaded onto a recovery truck at the top of the screen.
Indeed, indeed. Well, it is a very nice day still here today at Donington Park, and the gravel trap does look a bit like a beach, so maybe drivers just wanting to build some stone castles down there. As we say, that car has been taken away from the gravel trap up there, but they've left some of their bodywork behind there in the gravel trap up at Coppice. So the marshal would jump into action to clear said bodywork away. Well, some good weight shedding there from some of the C1s, but they'll probably need to bolt that back on, ready for the race to start. As you say, in that qualifying session, a lot of drivers exploring the edges of the circuit, shall we say. And I mean, the last time I was here, like you were saying, the last race with the C1s at Donington Park, it was myself and Richard John Neal on the comms that day. I think across the race, so as well, just a caveat, it was pouring with rain, bucketing with rain here at Donington Park. I think we had 6 different cars on their roofs at some point during that race. It was ridiculous.
Yes, luckily it's always a low-speed accident, isn't it, for the Citroen C1s. They're not going quickly enough, really, to have a big accident, usually. And it's normally just one of those sort of... We had it for, was it Fiesta yesterday, I think, at the chicane?
Yes.
It just sort of clumsily tipped over onto its side. So it doesn't usually do a lot of damage. Can be a bit frustrating, I'm sure, for the teams who end up losing a chunk of time getting the car recovered, but it's not an uncommon sight.
I think all of them were literally just the marshals ran in, pushed the car back onto its wheels, it drove on and carried on in the race. So, yeah, it was exactly that, like you say. It was never a massive pirouetting moment, but it was just a case of they'd slide into the gravel and it would go onto the roof, and then would just be sat there for a few minutes. Probably not the nicest experience for the driver, though, being hanging there upside down for a few minutes, but they got them back out on circuit and ready. But, like we say, much nicer weather here today at Donington Park, so hopefully not so many cars on their roof, but we'll see. We'll see.
Indeed, yes. Fingers crossed. We'll wait and see. Still recovering gravel and stuff from McLean's, although I think they have now decided that enough is enough. They're going to get out of the way and hopefully release the cars very shortly onto the track, hoping for a competitive race here. Certainly qualifying was nice and close, and good mix of cars in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. It's taking quite a while, isn't it, to fetch this car from the Coppice end of the circuit. So yeah, delaying us slightly here. I guess it had to be dragged out of the gravel first. There obviously was some damage to it, as we saw bits of bodywork needing to be recovered. And the team are going to be eager to get the car back. If there is damage, they're going to need as much time as possible to fix it. And of course, there's only one race between now and the 3-hour race for the C1s. Okay, it's a 2-hour race in between, but they'd like a bit more than 2 hours, I'm sure, to double check that the car is okay, as more planes catch the eye of our camera operator. I'm pretty sure it's no, it's not Dan anymore, because he's just been in our commentary box, but I think Dan was the one who'd imposed the fine, the sanctions for non-authorised filming of aeroplanes, and yet I'm sure I caught him doing that during the qualifying session when he relieved our roving reporter Tim for a bit, so should be having words with Dan Hyde after that. Anyway, the plane flies overhead, and hopefully the next moving vehicle we see will be a BMW M3 heading towards pole position for our next race of the day.
I hope so. I hope so. We'll wait and see as we get this last C1 onto the low loader. Now, looking back at the previous results from this season so far in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, the last 2 race wins have gone to your team, who are starting second on the grid for this one. So still on the front row for the 118 Rescue, I was going to say team, but I think it is still just David May behind the wheel. It is, so just a singular driver for the 2 hours for them in that Ginetta. And I've got to say, I thoroughly enjoyed having a chat with David over at Anglesey. It was great to have a chat with him and get sort of an idea from himself and the team around him of quite what that car is like to drive. And it's an amazing thing to watch driving, but also the noise that Ginetta makes was epic. It's going to come up on the cameras, of course, but standing right next to it as they got the pit stop done at Anglesey, it sounded mint. And he was saying it's a great thing to drive, so he was thoroughly enjoying himself. But as we say, the last 2 races have gone the way of the 118 Rescue team. So that was race 3, or event 3 I should say, at Anglesey. Event 2 at Alton Park also went to the 118 Rescue team. It was second place at the first round back at Brands Hatch Indy. Geoff Steele Racing and their BW1M were the winners of that first round of the season. So for this one, starting on the front row still for the 118 Rescue team, but 600ths between their lap in qualifying and the BMW M3 car ahead of the Parks Motorsport with BH Performance car. So they're going to have a good race in this one. I seem to remember the Ginetta was sort of kept in check by, I think it was a BMW E36 M3 at Anglesey. They were kept in check, but then the BMW had some issues, had to pull into the pits, and the Ginetta was allowed to drive off into the sunset, as it literally was at Anglesey. It was a beautiful sunset that evening, and well, I think David might have a bit more of a race on his hands in this one.
Yes, I think you're definitely right. We're hoping that's going to be the case. Ironically, David, better known really for his BMW exploits. Certainly that's where I first came across him, racing in the BMW Compact Cup within the Brscc. Now, something else that caught us out slightly at Anglesey is that he had a co-driver that wasn't listed. Mark Skeets was racing with him. I saw Mark here yesterday in the awning with David May, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if David does get out of that car at some point and hand over to Mark Skeets, both of whom raced together in the BMW Compact Cup back in the day with Matt Parks, who is part of the pole position starting BMW as well. Matt Parks for a long time ran and possibly still does run cars actually in the Compact Cup within the Brscc. So lots of Compact Cup relationships there at the front of the field. A couple of other interesting names further back. I mentioned yesterday, I think there's a Jam Sport entry in this race now. Within Class A, it's a Ford Fiesta ST. It'll be one of the ST240s that the Jam Sport team own. And it's an all-going affair. Jamie Going is the boss man at Jam Sport. His son, Jensen O'Neill Going, who is the current TCR UK Championship leader, is also listed as a driver in that car. And Daniel Going. Now, I'm going to be honest, I've not knowingly come across Daniel. I probably have, but didn't realise that he raced. So I'm not sure what relation he is to the other two. Get a guess, maybe another son of Jamie's. I may have got that completely wrong. But anyway, 3 goings together in the Jam Sport car. They're going to be ones to watch. Anytime Jensen O'Neill Going gets into a car, whatever car it might be, he tends to go quickly. This, of course, where he made his car racing debut a few years ago in the Fiesta Junior Championship, to sort of link it all back to the Brscc and indeed to Ford Fiestas. Right, cars are now then lining up on the grid. We don't get well, actually, we do sometimes get start drivers. Now, when it was Hayden Payne who was coordinating this series at Anglesey, I was sent start drivers very swiftly. Now, his father Andrew is in charge of it this weekend, and I've had absolute radio silence, so I can't tell you who the start drivers are. If Andrew Payne is listening and fancies giving us some useful information for once, then it would be really useful if he could do that. Have had a message from Maisie from Jam Sport, by the way, to confirm that Dan... Oh, I've just got off the message. Dan Going is Jamie's eldest son and is a mechanic with the team. There we go. So thank you, Maisie. Listening on. Someone's listening to us, John. Someone has to, I suppose. And hopefully someone else is listening and can give us start drivers. This, though, is the grid for what it's worth. So it is the Parks Motorsport BH Performance BMW M3 on pole position, as we've said, by just 600ths of a second over the 118 Rescue Ginetta of David May and maybe Mark Skeets. 721 is another BMW. In fact, it's an all BMW E36 M3 Row 2. Chris Murphy's example ahead of the 888 Geoff Steele racing car. That's the David Hudson car that he shares with Nigel Greensall. Row 3, number 35, Boak Racing's Claude Bosey and Steve Glynn, with from 6th on the grid, the number 91 Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda of Martin Rich. Row 4 for number 36, Knox Motorsport's Renault Clio, and the number 90 car, that's the Paul Sheard Autosport car of Bruce Robinson and British GT racer Ed McDermott in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III. The top 10 completed by that Jam Sports Going Fiesta and Yes Motorsports BMW of Michael Edwards. Row 6 for Harper Sachs, which is Stephen Lyon and Steve Glynn's Renault Clio Cup car, and Pure Track Racing's Renault Clio of Paul Bishop and Ben Corbin. The 7th row is the Larmony Construction with Pure Track Racing Mini, Matt Mills and James Larmony, and the Break Dancer Racing Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 of Darryl Cresswell and Paul Herndon. Colin Hughes and Finley Edwards haven't bothered to come up with a team name, but they start 15th in their BMW E36. The WRC run by Vanin Motorsport Mini of Jonathan and Jack Salem is 16th, and 17th and last the Pure Track Racing Renault Clio RS200 of Mark Curran and Simon Tomlinson. I'm going to guess that's the Simon Tomlinson who used to race in VW Cup back in the day. I'm again prepared to be wrong, but I don't know any other Simon Tomlinsons that I can think of. Maisie from Jam Sport, absolute star by the way, tells us that Jensen O'Neill Going is starting their car, Dan will get in for the middle bit, and Jamie Going will bring the car home. So thank you, Maisie. We know at least the start driver for one car, and that's all I need to know to say that we should train our cameras on that 272 car, because with Jensen O'Neill Going in it at the start, he is not going to be staying where he is for long, I would imagine.
You would have thought so. You would have thought so. But were you not telling us about a bit of an incident he had here in the past? So hopefully that doesn't come back again to bite him. But as you say, he's had so much experience across so many different cars since then. And like you say, starting sort of in the middle of the pack really for this one. So he's got to get a move on to start and stay nice and calm through these first few laps. Because of course, in a longer endurance race like this, you can't win it on the first lap, but it can certainly all go wrong. So let's see how we go then. 2 by 2 down to the S's.
I just can't really force myself to put the words Jenson O'Neill going and pacing himself in the same sentence. I think he's probably just going to go on the attack from the get-go, if I'm honest. We'll wait and see. Ready to go racing then in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. It is the Parks Motorsport BMW on pole, the 118 Rescue Ginetta alongside. I think it will be David May in for at least the start of the race. 2 hours of racing on the Donington Park National Circuit get underway, and it's a pretty even start from the front row starters. The BMW perhaps fractionally quicker away will lead the field into Redgate. Jenson O'Neill going already nearly has 2 wheels on the grass, but didn't get a great start actually in the Fiesta. He's been overtaken around the outside by the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda. There's a Clio off and back into the road. Oh my word, the number 18 car, that was another near miss. We've had a few of those this weekend. The Pure Track Racing car of Paul Bishop or Ben Corbin, whoever's in the car at the moment, with a big lose out of Redgate corner. That could have been an awful lot worse, and still the battles continue down at the old hairpin.
Yeah, what was I saying about you can't win on the first lap, but it can certainly all go wrong there. Just testing the limits of the circuit there. Onto the gravel they went, pirouetting back across. Yeah, we've said it a few times this weekend, haven't we? Thank goodness they didn't collect anyone as they re-entered the circuit. We press on through this first lap. Yeah, it seemed as though the initial breakaway for Jenson O'Neill going was pretty decent, but he just got boxed in there on the inside, didn't he? He was trying to force the door open as they went down into Redgate. The door was not able to be forced open, had to sit behind, and then a couple of drivers hung it around the outside and gained the places from him. But as we come to the end of lap number 1 then, already a lovely breakaway from the Ginetta. They've taken the lead from second on the grid as we head onto lap number 2.
Yes, that was at McLean's corner, a better run up the hill for the Ginetta, managed to get through, but the BMW for me looks quicker in a straight line, so that's going to be an intriguing battle. Jenson O'Neill going there, boxed in slightly behind the 35 Boak Racing Renault Clio. And then actually loses out to the other Clio heading down the straight. So Jenson really was a bit sluggish off the chicane there, and the 35 car actually really going on the attack now, nips up the inside of the 91 Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda, which is way quicker through the corners than some of these cars around it, but maybe lacking a little bit in straight line speed. Down through the crane as they go then, this little battle pack of 4 cars together, making their way down towards the old hairpin, and the Mazda's going to come back up the inside, better on the brakes. It's got a lot of aero on that Mazda as well. It really does handle well. That really delays the 35 Clio, and that means it could end up losing more places up the hill. In fact, it is losing more places.
It is indeed, yep, losing that momentum. O'Neill going, going to go around the outside and take the position away. It was lovely to chat with the guys from the Mazdas at Anglesey, and I couldn't believe how much experience Martin has. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now, but it was some big global motorsport events that Martin has raced on multiple occasions. Very experienced driver behind the wheel of that Mazda, and as we saw at Anglesey, he was definitely sharing the car at Anglesey. Whether he is on his own or whether we've just not got the name of the other driver down in front of us, either way, he's pressing on through this first stint in the Mazda, and as well, the team were on it. I'm sure it's going to be the same here at Donington Park, but they were working away hard at that Mazda during the lunch break, getting it spick and span to look beautiful on these live stream cameras.
Yeah, which it does, you'd have to say. So across the line then comes this ongoing battle. It's for what, 6th position, isn't it, at the moment? There's another scrap going on further back. There is a BMW compact, actually. That's the red number 42 machine coming off the final corner. This, I think, is the fight perhaps not to be last, actually. They come across the timing line. No, 42 is in 13th place, 14th place, actually, just ahead of the breakdancer number 50 Mazda MX-5 behind. Out through the old hairpin we go, though, and there is the number 91 MX-5, which is the Stuart Humphrey Racing car, running now a solid 6th place, which is where they started, but I think just losing ground in the early stages there to some of the more powerful cars around them. And the MX-5 now starting to stretch its legs a little bit more, as seemingly as this number 42 BMW, which is about to maybe pick up another place. Pure Track Racing's Renault Clio is next in their sights, and this is for 13th position.
Indeed it is, yeah, so no matter where you look up and down the order, there's always battles going on. I was looking at the timing thinking, have we had 15 minutes already? That feels wrong, doesn't it? That feels wrong. I didn't think we'd had 15 minutes, but I then checked the live timing, and it's showing the same time as on your screens right now, but I don't think it has been 15 minutes. Anyway, we will continue on nonetheless, and we'll keep our eyes on that time. For the moment, though, that 118 rescue car, lovely race start in the stunning Ginetta, as they now pull pretty much 2 seconds clear as we head on to another lap. Little battle continuing on. One of the Clios up the inside of the Mazda MX-5, so that's the 31 Knox Motorsport car getting back through into 6th place. So momentarily there, for a lap or so, the Stuart Humphrey Motorsport car got themselves back into where they were on the grid, but now they slip behind one of the Clios once again.
Yes, they do. This is a fascinating battle. I really thought that the Stuart Humphrey Mazda was getting away slightly from the Renault Clio, but no, Knox Motorsport managed to close back in and indeed found a way back through pretty swiftly there. So the Clio then, again, a bit more powerful. The Mazda better through the corners, though, so look at the extra speed the MX-5 can maybe take through the sweepers at McLean's and Coppice up at the top end of the circuit. Maybe build towards a challenge heading down the back straight. The leaders have just gone across the line, separated by just over a second. Still the Ginetta ahead of the BMW at the front of the field. And they're heading down through the crater curves already. The two cars on your screen are also Class A cars, in fairness, but they're a little bit off the pace of some of the Class A front runners. There is the leader, already starting to negotiate some traffic. That's the Pure Track Racing Renault Clio that's got a lap down already. Such is the speed differential between the cars in the various classes out on track at the same time. You're absolutely right, by the way. I think they've shortened the race. I think they've knocked 10 minutes off it just because we have to finish by 7 p.m. because there is a noise curfew, confusingly, even though the planes, I'm pretty sure, still land at the airport after 7 p.m. But anyway, we have to be finished by 7 o'clock. So back timing it from there because we had a bit of a delay at the end of the qualifying session for the C1s. They've obviously realised that we're going to have to trim 10 minutes from this race, and hopefully then that means the C1s can run to the full 3 hours.
Well, I mean, considering those hold-ups in the qualifying and also the massive lengthy red flag we had at the juniors, considering that, the fact we only lost 10 minutes is pretty impressive.
Yeah, true. It could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? And we were able, luckily, to go into that early lunch break as well. Brilliant work by the marshals and recovery crews as well to get us back on track after the earlier dramas. Around the right-hander at Redgate we're going already. Into the pit lane is the Breakdancer Racing car. Yes, the MX-5 is in with a problem. We don't know what the problem is, but they are in anyway, and they are lifting the bonnet up, trying to investigate what the issue is, but hopefully that's not going to keep them in the pit lane for too long.
I hope not. I was thinking during this, because obviously Anglesey I was roving. Should I run up and go and ask?
Well, funnily enough, I was just about to suggest to you I might go down there and find out. I'd like to get a bit of sunshine, actually. And I quite enjoy roaming the pit lane in these races. It's quite good fun, isn't it? Because it's a long race, things happen, obviously, but you also get a chance to get to know the drivers. I mean, we don't even know which drivers are in the cars right now. Yeah, it's something I do quite enjoy. I might wander down there in a bit, actually, see if I can get some stories from drivers as we get a bit further into the race, because inevitably things will calm down on track, but often the real story is going on down in pit lane.
100%. I don't know who's got the microphone, so you have to go and find that.
I'll figure it out.
Rob Lewis had it last time, so he's probably still got it. Go and find it.
Okay. I'll give it a go. Give me 10 minutes, I might wander down there.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We already issues then. So what are we? Well, according to the official time, almost 20 minutes, but of course losing 10. So not even 10 minutes into this race then, and already, sadly, the Breakdancer Racing car into pit lane with issues. So dropping out from 15th place down into the pits. Yeah, the Pure Track Racing, as we said, has been lapped now by a lot of our leading drivers, and they also have no working transponder at the moment as well. So yeah, some issues as well for the Pure Track Racing car, but they do jump up into 15th now, courtesy of the Breakdancer Racing car being in the pits. So they rejoin the back of the order then in their Clio RS 197. So continue to watch these leading drivers as they come on through then. As we look a little bit further back now, this is the 42, the Hughes and Edwards car, pressing on through. And there is the 123 Pure Track Racing car just behind them. Those two still battling for position, but the car in between them was a lap ahead there as they continue to cut their way through and try and gain, well, no positions, of course, but a bit of track position in terms of getting past those slightly slower drivers. The number 50, the breakdancer racing car, has just exited the pit lane, so it wasn't too long spent down there, stricken out of the circuit. They managed to rejoin. A couple of laps down now, though, of course, as they went a lap down as they pulled into the pit lane, and then they've lost a further lap, being stuck down there as well. But it looks as though Mr. Andy McEwen is going to become our slight roving reporter in this race for you all on the live stream. So I think he's going to go and head down and see if he can find wherever Rob Lewis has left said microphone, and we will get Andy down there and go and find out some more information about what's going on in terms of the race. Of course, the strategy among the teams, whether they'll actually tell Andy what their strategy is going to be through this race, that's another story. But he'll see what sort of information he can wangle out of them and see what he can find out anyway down there in the pits. But we keep our eyes firmly focused on this track action as they head up through McLean's and up into Coppice once more. Still only just over a second between our top two there, the 118 rescue car and then the 104 Parks Motorsport with BH Performance. That BMW M3 continuing to try and chase down the race leader. They will just about get past the Breakdancer Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 as they head down into the S's for the final time on this lap. So on to lap number 9 we go then of this race. So as you can see, what is that? Just over 10 minutes, 9 laps completed. Of course, we've got quite a bit more time left to go and quite a few more laps left to go in this race as well. So 10 minutes in then. Novice cross on the back of that BMW as well, so very impressive that they are staying with the race leader. Now, of course, you don't know who the novice cross on the car is actually for. It might not be for the driver who's in the car at the moment, of course. 3 drivers sharing that 104 throughout this race. Tom Evans, Ben Hudson and Matt Parks. So one of those 3 drivers at least still needing the novice cross on the back. But of course, you only need the novice cross for the first few races. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head exactly the number of races. I want to say it's 5, if I'm not mistaken. It's somewhere around that number anyway. But you have to have the novice cross on if you haven't done circuit racing in the past. So I know when I was back racing the Fun Cup car, of course, I'd never done any races before. My brother and my father had. So we had to have the novice cross on the back. But then we just kept it there. For the whole 2 seasons, we just decided to leave the novice cross on the back because we thought, is there any negative to having that novice cross on the back? The only thing really is that some other teams might give you a little bit more racing room. Now the issue is that the team come to learn that you're a team they don't want to give racing room, and they totally ignore said novice cross. But either way, there is still one on the back there of the BMW as they meander their way past a couple of the slower cars once again, past 2 Clios now, one of those being the I was going to say 65, but there is no 65. The Jensen O'Neill going cars, they continue on route. Well, that's a 272, so I don't know how I've managed to get that so incredibly I have no idea. Anyway, the 272 it was, the Jam Sport car, looking to hunt down the driver just ahead of them. 6.7 seconds to find. So the other car that they were catching, it was O'Neill going in the Fiesta ST, and they were chasing one of the Clios, I believe it was, as they headed down the hill once more. But plenty of cars to focus on in this race. Oh, some great noise as well. That 721, that sounded fantastic as they headed up the hill. Heading on to a new lap of the race. This is the Chris Murphy car, the BMW E36 M3. The first of 2 of those, the 721 in 3rd, and the Geoff Steele Racing E36 M3, they're in 4th place. So we wait for Chris Murphy to come back across the line, and we'll see what the gap is to the top 2. They've just continued on, and I've got to say, they're even more nose to tail than they were a lap or 2 ago. They're about to now put a lap on O'Neill going. That's where I was getting confused. Okay, I wasn't as wrong as I thought. It was another white car, and I assumed that was the O'Neill going car, the Jam Sport car. But no, it wasn't. It was a Clio, so I was correct. There are 2 Clios following absolutely line astern, and that'll be just behind Jensen O'Neill going's car. That's the Boke Racing, BOKE Racing. I'm going to go with Boke Racing. They're in 9th place, the number 35, the Clio Cup Endurance Gen 4 car. And then the same again for the car behind, also a Clio Cup Endurance Gen 4. That's the Harper Sachs car, the 765. They round out the top 10. So those 2, same cars battling over the final spots in the top 10, those 2. And then it is a further What have they got? 11.5 seconds then ahead to the Jam Sport car, the Fiesta ST there in 8th position. And O'Neill Going has around, what is that, 6.5 seconds yet to find to catch the Stuart Humphrey car ahead. We've had a change for position though, and I think that might just be what we're looking on now. It is indeed. The Clio has made their way through. So the Knox Motorsport car has now overtaken the Mazda Mark III MX-5 of the Stuart Humphrey Racing. No, it's not. Sorry, that's the Pool Sheared Autosport car in 6th. The other Mazda MX-5 in 7th. Just behind that's the Stuart Humphrey Racing car. So it's not far off this battle as well. So one of the Clios gets past. We saw as now our leaders chase down this battle as well. So it's all happening on these camera shots now. We saw, what was it now, about 5 or 6 laps or so ago, that Clio getting past the Mazda. So the Knox Motorsport car getting past the Pool Sheared Autosport car, and now the Knox Motorsport car continuing to press on. Up and over Coppice they go once again, and the 118 car, 118 Rescue, trying to find their way through. And you just see there, what was it? Only 1 lap ago, they came across the line, and the gap was about half a second between our top 2 in terms of outright pace. And then they found a few more back markers again, and it just seems as though the 118 car just able to pick their way through the order a little bit more concisely than the BMW behind. Now I say that doesn't necessarily mean that the driver behind the wheel of the Ginetta is doing a better job of getting to the traffic. Sometimes it can just be that the Ginetta is maybe a little bit more fortunate as to where it catches the slightly slower cars, and thus the second place car, the Park Motorsport BH Performance car, maybe just catching them at some less than ideal opportunities, just having to wait a little bit to get on the power and get them through the corner exit, and that then losing them that bit of time to your race leaders. Well, time dropped ever so slightly on the last lap, so the second place car closing in by a few tenths of a second, but that leading battle still bubbling away at the moment. We look back then to the Clio and the Mazda. So they've switched around as well. The 2 Mazdas have now switched. So we saw on the previous lap, Knox Motorsport in their Clio Cup Gen 4 getting past the Pool Sheared Autosport car. And now on this lap, the previous lap, Stuart Humphrey Racing have done exactly the same in their Mazda MX-5. So a switch of the Mazda MX-5s. And now the Stuart Humphrey Racing car is onto the rear bumper of the Knox Motorsport car once again. So they were ahead of the Clio. I'd say 5-6 laps to go now, and those 2 are closed back up onto each other's bumpers. Now they've cleared their way through a little bit of extra back marker traffic and gaining a position for themselves as well. They lock horns once more as they head onto lap number 14 of this race. It'll be no, they're also a lap down now. So no, it's onto lap 13 for them. So I think now it is only the top 2 that are on the leading lap. I'll wait and see if that's 100% correct. I think Chris Murphy's car is still on the leading lap as well. Apologies. So top 3 all still on the leading lap. But already the 118 Rescue car and the Parks Motorsport with BH Performance car drawing clear of the rest of the field. That gap now back to the Chris Murphy car in 3rd is over 30 seconds already. So you can see why the rest of the field from 4th place backwards has already been lapped. But that's of course not taking anything away from the 2 drivers who have completed lapping basically the rest of the field already. Not taking anything away from them, but this is all class racing, isn't it, here across this endurance race, across the PBS Brake SuperSport Endurance Cup. So, although I'm sure they've been driving very, very well, they are in a far more powerful car, which allows them to press on and get the field, or get past the whole rest of the field quite as quickly as they have. Down through the S as we go once again then. These 2 still absolutely nose to tail, and they're starting to drop the Stuart Humphrey car, the number 91, who now puts a lap once again on the Breakdancer Racing car. Good to see them continuing lapping around, though, in the number 50. Of course, with only a few minutes into this race, we thought it could already be all over and out for the number 50, but fantastic team jumping straight into work and fixing whatever the issue was down there for the Breakdancer Racing car, and they're back out onto the circuit. Here is that number 91, the Stuart Humphrey cars. They head down into the old hairpin once more as they try and keep in touch with these 2 ahead, who also have relatively similar liveries. One's more green and one's more yellow, but either way, shining in the sunshine here at Donington Park as more drivers heading down the hill through the Craner curves. The 123 and the 42 we can see there, as I think that was the 721, the Chris Murphy car as well. So these two are battling for position. This is for 12th place, 13th place here this is. The 123 Pure Track Racing car, and then the Hughes and Edwards car of the number 42. They didn't decide to make a race team name, but fair enough. Their full focus is on track. They don't need to worry about having a funny or fancy name for their racing team. They're focused on their escapades on circuit, and for the moment, they're putting quite a bit of pressure here on the 123 Pure Track Racing car. Through Coppice we go once again, and you'll notice once more that 123 Pure Track Racing car also with the Novice Cross on the back, so clearly a relatively new driver to racing behind the wheel for them as well. Lovely to see that we've got relatively new drivers to motorsport in general joining the fray, and I think a race like this is an absolutely perfect way to sort of dip your toes into competitive circuit club racing, because of course it's not firstly it's not all down to you. You could share with other drivers, not only for the fact of you might have a bit of a better race result than if you were just doing it on your own for your first ever race, also in terms of driver development. Absolutely fantastic sharing a car for your first races, because not only can you have those breaks and really setting yourself into proper circuit racing, not those short, sharp heat races like we've seen, sprint races in say like the SD240s we had earlier, the Juniors or the Formula Fords and things like that, where it's short and sharp, you start, you stop, suddenly it's all done, and you think, oh my goodness, what happened? In a race like this, as these two go side by side again, in a race like this, you can really settle into that stint, learn a lot, you can be out there properly racing with cars, but of course, slightly different racing to what you see in the sprint races that we saw earlier on. Much more fast and frenetic in those, whereas these you can settle in, learn the car, learn the circuit, learn the drivers around you, and really build yourself up. So, and also in the factors, as I was saying, you're in say a team of 2, a team of 3. You can also learn from the data of the drivers around you. If you're in a team with drivers who are nicely experienced, you can have a look at their data, see what they're doing that you're not, and see where you can start to improve your driving. I very much found that in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, sharing with 2 drivers that had much more experience than I did. I was able to learn from their data and press on at a much faster pace than I would have done if I'd have been out there all on my own. And the only learning that we were doing was when we came off track and then studying my data on its own. Being able to have that comparison between what I was doing and what a faster driver was doing allowed me to really have that faster progression in finding that pace and finding the confidence, because on my own I would have really struggled to find where I'm going wrong with things, because when you're behind the wheel and you're driving fast, it feels like you're going as fast as the car will do, and actually then you come into the pits, you start learning what you're doing wrong, you think, oh actually I can find way more time in this, and you do, hopefully you do. Geoff Steelcart into the pits, then the Triple A's, the first to bail to the pits in this race, and that's not an issue, don't worry. The pit window is now open. I can see on my live timing it has indeed opened, so the Triple 8 is in, we can see there the blue BMW diving into their pit box. So they're the first to dive into the pit lane. That BMW E36 M3, the Geoff Steele racing car, is in. And you can see as well there, the number 18, the Pure Track racing car, peels off. So of course they were locking horns there with the Hughes and Edwards BMW, that red number 42. So the red 42 stays out on circuit, it seems, but the 18, the Pure Track Racing Clio RS 197, does come into the pits as they look to be getting some more fuel on board as well. There is your race leader, putting another lap on a few more cars as they head down through the S's once again. But look at the gap now, back to the 104 in second place. They've done really nicely through the rest of this stint. We can't even see the second place car. There it is, heading out of the final corner, right at the top part of the straight, just as the Ginetta starts to put on the anchors as they head onto a new lap and down into Redgate once more. That gap opening up once again on the last lap. It's now 6.3 seconds. The gap between your 2 race leaders, and it is still the 118 Rescue Ginetta with the fastest lap of the race so far. A 1 minute 13.4 fastest lap of the race. It's a 1 minute 13.7 for the second place Parks Motorsport with BH Performance BMW M3. But looking at the previous laps, so a 13.4 and a 13.7 for those two. Previous laps, a 15 dead and a 15.4 for both cars. So effectively 1.5 to 2 seconds off of their ultimate pace from earlier on in the race, which just shows how much you lose putting laps on slightly slower traffic. And as we say, one lap can be even, say, a second, 2 seconds different from another as you catch traffic in different places. Oh dear, we've got a car parked up at somewhere around the circuit. It looks to me... I'm not actually quite sure which car that is. I'm trying to spot the number there on the right-hand side of the car, but just struggling at the moment to see who's parked up. Looking down the order, and I can't see anyone that's appeared on my timing just yet, so we'll see if anyone starts to drop down the order. We might work out who that is. To me, it looked like a Renault Clio, did it not? Yes, it's the one... Oh, I'm hearing something different in my ears. It might be the 18 Pure Track Racing. I thought it was the 123 Pure Track Racing. Of course, very similar cars, those two. I think we had the 18 in the pits, so it must be the 123, and it is. There you see on the right-hand side of your screen, the 123 Pure Track Racing it is. So as one of their team's pits, it's the other car that pulls over to the side of the circuit. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we had a little bit of a movement there. Is he going forward? Is he going backwards? I think he might just be going backwards there, back to safety, sadly. The 888 there we see heading back out of the pits. So first pit stop completed there for the Geoff Steele Racing car. And they head back out onto the circuit. So now there's a few places gained there in their first pit stop of the race. But of course, we'll wait and see for the rest of the cars to come through and give us their first pit stops of the race. And we will then be able to work out maybe who has done a slightly better job across the pit stops, and we will press on through to their next stints of the race. Well, that 888 sounds brilliant, doesn't it? Here comes the Ginetta through as well, your race leader. What's that gap now? 8.5 seconds. Crazy, that gap is really starting to motor on now, isn't it? We're sort of kept at around 2, 3, 4 seconds for a good majority of the first part of the race, but as we now head into that first pit window, it really is opening up now, isn't it? The 118 starting to open up the taps a little bit more, and is now able to find quite a bit of time and fresh air between himself and the second place car of the 104. Of course, 2 mandatory stops throughout this race, and one of those must be a refueling stop. Now, we saw at least one of the cars in the pit lane, maybe 2 that I spotted, that were definitely getting some fuel on board at this first pit stop. We can see at the moment, anyway, that number 90 is not having any more fuel on board for the moment, as they seem to be switching drivers over. Now, of course, as we say, teams can have between 1 and 3 drivers. Now, I can see on our entry list we've got plenty of teams with 1, plenty of teams with 2, and plenty of teams with 3. But, for example, the car that we're looking at the moment, the 118 Rescue Ginetta, is listed as having 1 driver, but we know at Anglesey they were also listed as having 1 driver, and they definitely had 2. Because when Andy and I were chatting there before the race, properly kicked off, I didn't want to get it wrong, but I was thinking, I interviewed 2 people for the Ginetta. There must have been 2 drivers, and equally, if I interviewed someone during the race for the Ginetta, there must have been 2 drivers, because he can't have been out of the car if there was no one else going in the car. So that would make a lot of sense. There definitely was 2 drivers there at Anglesey in the Ginetta, and we'll see when they come into the pit whether they do have a changeover of drivers, or whether it is a bit of a lonely race for the driver behind the wheel there for the 118, which is, of course, David May. There is the Larmony machine of Mills and Larmony. An English and Welsh pairing, it seems, in this car. And it was, of course, the 2 sort of Larmony teammates it was. They were at least in the same garage, I remember, back in Anglesey, and both of the Minis with their own respective issues throughout the race that time. This time, seemingly all okay for the moment for the 14. Into the pits, the Larmony construction with Pure Track Racing car, pitting from just outside of the top 10, it seems, their first stop of the race. The other Mini, so the number 2 it is also we've got in this race, the WRC run by Vanin Motorsport car, lapping currently in 9th position. Here comes one of those Mazdas back out on circuit. That was, of course, the Pool-Sheared Autosport car, the Mark III Mazda MX-5 heads back out onto the track. The most that we saw of them for the number 90 was them being overtaken, of course, by the Knox Motorsport Clio Cup Gen 4 and the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 as well. So they just dropped behind those two before they made that first stop of the race. They dropped back into sort of 6th place, it was, I believe. As I'm hearing in my ears, there might be some issues for 2nd place. Look at the gap between the top two. We were interested in how it was continuing on and how we'd gone from sort of 2 or 3 seconds up to 7 or 8 seconds. Now that gap's at 30 seconds, and there they are on your screens, trying to put another lap here on the car that we've just seen heading back out of the pit lane, the Porsche Autosport car, who now finds himself in 12th place. So the 104 puts another lap on them, but I'm hearing that they had a little spin, and look there, they have some damage now also on the rear left of the car as well. So is that maybe to do with the incident that occurred? Maybe there was a bit of contact that forced them into that spin, or maybe they've had a spin all on their own and found a bit of track furniture that has caused that slight dislodgement of the rear bumper. Either way, they press on, but that is a shame for us here in the commentary box, for all of you watching, if you're neutrals to this race, that we were potentially looking at a very exciting strategic race here between the 118 rescue car and the 104 Parks Motorsport with BH Performance. But an issue then in this first stint of the race for them sees them pirouetting and dropping further down. I was going to say further down the order, but no, they're not. They're still there in 2nd place, but now quite the chasm between our top two. I do still think we still have the top 3 all on the same lap, as yes, Chris Murphy, the Chris Murphy 721 car now does cross the line, the BMW E36, now looking to chase down the 104 here, but it was such a nice breakaway in the early part of this race and both of our top two that gap still is around 20 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Actually, sorry, 25 seconds between 2nd and 3rd, so still a pretty sizable margin for the Chris Murphy 721 car to chase down here. An hour and 20 minutes left to go then, still here for the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup at Donington Park. We press on through this race, still waiting for those first of 2 mandatory pit stops from our leading 3 cars at the moment. Now, of course, the PBS SuperSport Endurance Cup only kicked off back in 2021. The pilot race of the series was at Snetterton in 2021. They had 2 more development races in 2022, and then the first full season was in 2023. So still a pretty young series, this. Sorry, not series, Cup. I've got to make sure I get that right. They're very different between Cup, Series and Championship, and I always get them all mixed up, so apologies. A Cup, this one, and that just means how it's all, I almost said how the series is run, tripping over myself again. How it is all run is ever so slightly different in terms of through the season as well, because sorry, I was just going to say completely wrong information then as we continue on, so I will stop myself there before I get that wrong. Now, as I said, looking back at the previous results from previous, as our leader does pit, I've just spotted, the 118 is in the pits. So our Ginetta peels in for their first mandatory stop of the race, and of course they have been very impressive throughout the rest of the season so far. 2 wins already under their belt and a 2nd place, and that does put the 118 car into the top position in the championship at the moment. However, in terms of dropped total from the first 3 races of the year, they are tied at the top of the order, and there is 1 point separating the top 3 in the championship going into today's races. Oh, that was a bit close coming out of the pits. Change for the lead of the race then. The 104 BMW M3 does get past, but of course, don't forget, they've not made a pit stop just yet. So although we now have a straight battle for the lead out on circuit, it's not quite that simple, because the 104 car still owing us that pit stop. Now this is interesting as well. How does the 104 play this one? Do they start defending here on the 118 to try and hold them up? And even if they do, they're going to end up holding themselves up, and it's really just going to not really amount to anything for either team. All it's going to do is help the other teams around them to maybe find a bit of time. But saying that, as we know, that Chris Murphy car is nearly now a minute off of your race leader, that 118 Ginetta. So even if these two do hold each other up ridiculously so, I don't think it's going to come to mean much by the end of the race. But either way, out of the pits then comes the 118, and still, throughout this first outlap, still held up behind the 104. Do they try and think about going for a move here, or do they just sit in the slipstream and wait for that 104 to pit? Well, I think they're going to pit now, aren't they? Oh, hold on, are they back in the pits? 118 have come straight back into the pits. So both the 104 and 118 peel in. This is the first mandatory pit stop for the 104 car. This is the second mandatory pit stop for the 118 rescue car. Each of those two peeling into their pit boxes now here in the pit lane at Donington Park. And as we say, first mandatory stop for 104, second for the 118. And this will be interesting, of course. One of those stops has to be for fuel. I'm pretty sure the first stop for the 118 rescue car was no fuel added. You can see that's a sizable churn there ready to go in for the 104 car. So they're doing fuel on their first stop of the race. The 118 rescue car, as I say, I don't think had any fuel first time, but you can see there it is now definitely getting fuel on board, ready for them to head out on circuit once more. But this will mean that our 118 Rescue Ginetta has already given us both mandatory stops for this race. And I think that's probably a pretty fair strategy as it goes. Come in, get the pit stop done, and potentially the driver change. Again, we still don't know if they are running one driver only or whether it is two, like we had an Anglesey for the 118 rescue car. But it seems like a pretty decent strategy. Head into the pit lane, get the driver change, or at least that first mandatory stop done, and then head back out on circuit, one lap around, come straight back in, get the second stop done, get fuel on board, and then you're ready to go for the whole rest of the race. But that final stint, I guess you would call it, for the 118 rescue car, that's going to be a lengthy one. They're going to be in that car for over an hour and 10 minutes, lapping around, enjoying themselves, I'm sure. That's a long time to be behind the wheel of a car, particularly in this kind of heat. I mean, thank goodness it's let up a little bit over the last week here in the UK. Of course, only a few weeks ago we were, I was about to say enjoying, yeah, not so much enjoying, but we were enduring sort of 37, 38 degree heat, which we can all agree the UK is very much not built for. Of course, it's dropped down to sort of, it's actually only really low 20s here today. It feels a lot hotter. It's about 21, 22 degrees here at the moment at Donington Park, but it feels more like 26, I would say. It's very, very muggy here today. A lot of moisture in the air, and that, of course, is not nice as a driver. Very muggy sitting in behind the wheel. That'll make you really sweaty throughout your stint and just very uncomfortable sat behind the wheel of a car like this. But to be honest, the worst part will be getting in the car here in the pit lane and sitting waiting to go, because you'll be stifling in all that heat. And of course, you've got a lot of time to be thinking about what's going on, and a lot of time for your brain to be distracted by the uncomfortableness that you're feeling sat there behind the wheel. But once the drivers get back out onto the circuit and they can start focusing on their lap times, their lines, pressing on through the traffic, they will then, I'm sure, turn their attention away from quite how comfortable they feel in those fireproof overalls in this kind of heat, and they'll press on through the rest of the race. Well, there goes the 118 car, back out on circuit they go, and a faster stop than the 104. Both of those two drivers coming in, or both of those two teams, I should say, coming in at the same exact time. The 104 slightly ahead there of the 118 as they headed into the pits. And of course, both of those teams we know took fuel on that stop, because we saw that the 104 was putting fuel in, and the 118 had to put fuel in on that stop because they'd already done their first mandatory stop and no fuel was put on board for that one. So fuel on board for both, just a slicker operation clearly for the 118. Speaking of which, there goes the 104 back out onto the circuit themselves. So as you see, that is a huge amount of time lost there in that pit stop. So not only have they lost the position once again to the 118 rescue car, so they'll find themselves behind them in terms of the running order then, with about an hour and 10 minutes left to go. But to make matters even worse, the 118 car has done both of their stops already, whereas the 104 has not. So we will have to see the 104 back into the pits a little bit later on in this race. The 118, they're on through to the finish, I'm pretty sure now. So let's see how this one continues to play out. So our top two drop into third and fourth respectively then. I know it shows as the 104 ahead of the 118. Now that changes. There you see the 118 coming across the line. They will start a new lap of this race. So on to lap number, for them it is lap number 28. Your race leaders now, the 721 Chris Murphy BMW E36 M3. They are about to head on to lap number 30 of this race so far. There are a few more drivers heading under the gantry and onto a new lap of the race. I think two of those were battling for position. Yeah, the 2 Clio Cup cars, the Boak Racing 35 Clio Cup car and the Harper Sachs 765 Clio Cup car. They are squabbling over 4th place, and they find themselves now about 20 seconds behind the 118 Rescue Janetta. They're about 10 seconds then ahead of the WRC run by Vannin Motorsport Mini and the BMW M3 Parks Motorsport BH Performance 104 that we've just seen exiting the pit lane. They're a further 12 seconds then behind the Mini in P6. But here are those 2 Clio Cup cars. The white car closing in, so that's the Harper Sachs 765. I almost thought it was the going car again, but no, getting the 2 fully white cars mixed up. One's a Clio and one's a Fiesta, John. Come on, get your eye on the ball, John. Clio's nose to tail then as we head down Starkey Straight once more. And let's see if the Harper Sachs 765 can start to put a bit of pressure here on the 35. Now, both of these cars are yet to give us a pit stop yet in this race. So I can tell you, we've got a few teams who have already done 1, and of course the 118 Rescue car has done 2 already. Now speaking of the pit lane, it's all been pretty interesting down there, and I think a certain Andy McEwen might have found an interview. Down to you, Andy.
Well, we've seen a lot of the Jam Sport cars out in the Fiesta races earlier on. Another one out in this SuperSport race. Jensen O'Neill going was in for the first stint. Jensen, how was that?
A different experience to what I'm used to, definitely. Being in a car for so long is a weird experience to me now. But yeah, I've done a bit of endurance racing before in South Africa, but nothing like this.
What were you doing in South Africa?
Me and my dad go out there every year to race a AC Cobra.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's absolutely mega out there.
Now, we were talking off mic just now. The last time you raced at Donington Park in a Fiesta didn't quite go that well. We're back here with TCR UK later this year, so was this a good way to sort of put the memories of juniors to bed a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. Last time I raced it was in 2023, and it was my first ever race in a car, and I barrel rolled down Craner curves. No, to be honest, Dad just wanted to race this weekend, so we thought we'd have a go, and to get Daniel back out as well is quite nice.
Just on the subject of Fiesta Juniors, I know that's not the race going on now, but they've been out this weekend, 26 car grid this weekend. It's come on so much, hasn't it? The Brscc, I know, is a club that you've been involved in pretty much all of your racing career so far. You must be quite happy to see that championship that you won, of course, going from strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely. I've been in the Brscc paddock since I was 6 years old. 10 years. And yeah, it's really nice to see it growing. A lot of new talent out there. And yeah, it's nice to help people as well.
Now, you've got Dan in the car for this stint. He's not done a huge amount of racing either. How do you reckon he's getting on?
I don't know, hopefully all right. Just hopefully he keeps the car in one piece.
Well, now he's just made the mistake of looking over your shoulder. Jamie's here. Let's have a word with you whilst you're here. How are you feeling then with your lads out on track? Are they doing you proud?
It's a bit of a special moment, isn't it, really? I think it was all a bit last minute as well, so yeah, obviously he does a lot of racing. I used to race. Dan's the man that fixes all the cars and makes them go fast, so yeah, it's nice to get him out as well as me and Jensen doing the racing. But for me, yeah, to have my 2 boys out at the same time, yeah, it's pretty good.
Did you ever think a few years ago when this one started racing that he'd be doing the things he's doing now? I guess maybe you did. He was always sort of destined for this, wasn't he?
I don't know. Like he's been in a car as long as I can remember now. But yeah, to what he's doing now and all the hard work that we've all put in, you know, is everybody's put in a lot of work, and you know, still being 16 and doing things that he's doing. You know, I think we've just got to try my best and just keep going and see what we can all do. But yeah, with having Daniel as well, engineering and all the other guys that have been in the part of the team to be doing what we're doing and then come and have a bit of fun on a Sunday now, it's pretty amazing.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you guys for having a chat. I know you want to go and watch some of the race, so I'll let you go. So great to hear then from the Jam Sport crew. Their car just went past us actually into Redgate Corner. Now, at the start of that interview, we had a Renault Clio parked just behind us. The Pure Track team were dealing with some issues. The car has actually gone now. I was going to see if I could find an update on what the issue was. Tell you what, back to you, John. I'll see if I can get some news on the Pure Track Clio. It came in very gravelly. Maybe it's been off the track. I'll try and find out some more for you.
Well, thank you, Andy. Yeah, good to hear from the going crew. And yeah, they are going gone in this race at the moment, doing a very good job. And interesting to hear the vote of confidence there from Jensen regarding his brother. Yeah, Dan's out there. Let's just hope he keeps it in one piece. Well, there you go. Brotherly love continues, of course, even at a racetrack. And, well, Dan's doing a good job at the moment behind the wheel for the team. So as they continue on, the Jam Sport car press is on then, and that is, I was just looking down the order, where they've got 12th position at the moment for the Jam Sport car. So 4 laps down off the race leader at the moment, and they do seem to find themselves in a little bit of no man's land at the moment. They're in 12th place. I think a lap between themselves and the Paul Sheard Autosport car ahead in 11th place, and then a couple of laps back for the Larmley Construction with Pure Track Racing Mini there in 13th position. Well, lovely to hear for them, as we say. The going squad, I don't know whether it's called the going squad or the O'Neill going squad, because, of course, Dan and Jamie just go by going, and Jensen is Jensen O'Neill going. So we'll just call them the going squad for now, as that's not looking great for the number 2 Mini. That is a lot of smoke coming from the back of the number 2 Mini, and I hope that's not dropping any fluid down the Craner curves, because that's not where you want to find a sudden loss of grip, is down the Craner curves. So there is definitely still a bit of smoke coming out the back, is there not, of the number 2? They don't seem to be slowing up at all, and it actually seemingly looks okay now as they come up through Sector 2. I'm not sure there. One of the Minis... Oh, no, there you go. The smoke's back. The smoke is definitely back. And it's not leaning on... We saw in the Fun Cup race yesterday a bit of smoke coming from the Vape Club car. And that was, of course, as they were hooking it up round the corners. The car was leaning over on one side, and that was causing a bit of bodywork rubbing on the tyres. Well, that is producing smoke as they're going flat out in a straight line, which would lead me to believe it's something a little bit more mechanical than simply any bodywork just rubbing on tyres there for the number 2, and they're a little bit squirrely heading into the S's. Now, they might not really notice that they've got quite a lot of smoke billowing out the back. Clearly they haven't, because they pressed on onto another lap. Now, the team... It's so weird. It seems to sort of stop for a second, the smoke, and then it comes back with a vengeance again. So I don't really know what's happening there for the number 2, but that car not very happy. The Salem and Salem number 2, that is, the WRC run by Vannin Motorsport Mini. Jonathan Salem and Jack Salem. Not sure which one it is behind the wheel at the moment, but for now anyway, they've not quite noticed the amount of smoke still billowing out the back of that Mini. How long will it take for them to notice? It doesn't seem to be dropping any fluid at the moment, because you've not cut to other cameras of cars going off left, right and centre. So for the moment, doesn't seem to be anything too aggressive, as there's the number 18, Clio, now into the pit lane. That's the Pure Track Racing number 18, with Paul Bishop and Ben Corbin behind the wheel for them. So one of them will head back out onto the circuit. Again, another car with that novice cross on the back. But as we look ahead, looks as though, I think we've had some pit stops since I last had a look at that. We have indeed. So, of course, we have the 2 already for the 118 rescue car. They take the effective lead of the race. So they're about to take the overall lead of the race as well. They were only 2 seconds behind the 91 Stuart Humphrey racing car. The Mazda MX-5, that is, as they headed on to lap number 35 of this race. And given the power difference there between the Ginetta in the Pro A class and the Mazda MX-5 in the Club A class, I think it is pretty much an inevitability that position will change. I think it might have already changed. No, here they are. That's the 91 that they're about to pass there. There they go around the outside. And the 118 takes the overall lead in the race once more. And it looks as though, barring any mechanical issues to the rest of this race, the 118 seemingly looking pretty untouched in this one. The Ginetta presses on up through Compass once more, and they take the lead on track away from that Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 then. But that number 91 that we've just seen, the stunning livery, I've got to say, on the number 91, I'm a big fan of it. That car is the only one to have not given us a pit stop yet, apart from the 123. Now, of course, the 123 Pure Track Racing Clio was the one that we saw parked up in the barriers a lot earlier on, actually. That's got to be 15 or 20 minutes ago now that we saw them parked in the barriers. So I can't see on my timing, it doesn't say that they're either stopped in the pits or stopped beside the circuit. It seems as though they've continued on. So whether they got it fixed down there as, oh dear, more issues for cars out there. This time it is the number 50 Mazda MX-5. That's the Breakdancer racing car, also with smoke billowing out of the back of it. I think the driver of that one has very much noticed, though. That is a serious failure of some sort on the number 50 there, and they do, in fact, peel back into the pit lane. So again, hopefully, that's not dropped any fluids down through the S's, through the last couple of corners, because they can be a treacherous couple of corners to get through in the best of times, let alone when you suddenly find a loss of grip down there as well. You see also, their number 2 Mini there is also back into the pits as well. Now, whether that was a decision to make a pit stop anyway, or whether that was due to the smoke that we saw coming out of the back of the WRC run by Vannin Motorsport car, the Salem and Salem car. Whatever the decision was to bring them into the pits, I think it's probably beneficial. We saw that smoke was coming out of the back of the car for a number of laps there. To be fair, it didn't seem to hamper their performance, and it didn't seem to drop anything on the circuit that would hamper the performance of other cars around them either. So seemingly was okay. They've come back into the pits nonetheless, and hopefully it's not too much of a lengthy stop. Another one of our Mazda MX-5 we see there heading back out onto the pits. That was the Paul Sheard Autosport Mazda MX-3. So they've just completed their second stop of the race. And there also goes our red BMW as well. They're going to head back out onto the circuit, as that is the 42 heading back out. So that's the Hughes BMW E36 that heads back out on circuit. And here is the number 35 now heading back out to the circuit. A good race so far for the boat racing crew, even in their Clio. Crew and Clio, tripping over my words, classic. It's late in the day of a double, a 2-day race weekend here, so a lot of racing still to come for us. But the heat is getting to me already here in the commentary box. So an hour left to go in this one. Of course, we lost 10 minutes from the overall race time. So although when comparing to the total length of time that we should have had in this race, we are at half race distance, but we actually only had an hour and 50. So still about 5 minutes to go until we hit half race distance here for round number 4 of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup in 2026. There is your race leader continuing on, still with the fastest lap from earlier on in the race. That 1 minute 13.4. Still your fastest lap, still closest challenger, the 1 minute 13.7 from the Parks Motorsport with BH Performance car. Of course, they had that spin earlier on, as oh dear, it looks like more calamities for cars out on circuit. It's the 1, 2, 3 again. So indeed, they were continuing on. So we saw that the 1, 2, 3 had headed back out on circuit after being stricken at some point around the track earlier. I think it was actually up here, to be fair. It looked to me that it was up through this section of corners. So up through and into McLean's, just before you get to McLean's. I think that's where they were stopped previously, and I think that's where the car's going to conk out again. Now, prior, they were able to get it right to the edge of the circuit, so whether they got it back underway there, or whether it was dragged back and fixed in the pits, I'm not sure. Considering the amount of laps they lost, I think they got it back restarted while they were parked to the edge of the circuit, and I think they then carried on. But now that they've continued on around the circuit, clearly some more issues, or maybe the same issue, has cropped up again for the 1, 2, 3. And I think, well, from that last camera angle that we saw, it seemed as though they were parking it up there just before McLean's. The G's driver's about to head round to that part of the circuit, so we might just be able to double check whether they are still parked there. The boat racing squad about to come through. Oh no, they are still limping round. Look, you can see them there at the top of your picture as we head on through McLean's, as they are really trying to drag that car back to the pits. But you can see how slowly they're going. They're about to get to a hill at Coppice. I don't think that car's going to make it up the hill. And you saw there the driver pulling off to the right-hand side of the circuit. I think maybe just parking it up before they get to said hill, considering how much they were limping there up through McLean's. I mean, that's a pretty steep rise in and of itself. But then up to Coppice is an immediate dive up the hill, over the crest to the right, and then slowly back down the Starkey Straight as you head back towards our commentary box down here on the start-finish straight. So we'll see whether the 1, 2, 3 did in fact pull over to the side. Are they out of the race? Well, they pulled over to the side earlier on and we thought they were out of the race, but they managed to get it back going again. So are they able to fix whatever the issue is, to at least get it back to the pit lane and maybe get a proper fix done? Either way, a less than ideal race. They have made it up the hill. Fair play to the 1, 2, 3. That's actually really impressive that they've made it up that hill. The Pure Track racing car, through hope alone, has been able to continue round the rest of this lap. I can't wait to see what this lap time is as well when they come to the pits. How long is this lap going to be? They were lapping, their best lap's a 126.9. Previous lap was a 128.9, so 2 seconds off of their ultimate pace. But understandably so, when they were clearly nursing quite a serious issue. They've done well to get the car down there, but it barely even looks like it's moving from our camera shots there as they head down the Starkey Straight. How slowly that car is continuing to press on. But it is continuing to press on, and they've now found the downhill section of the circuit as well, which should help down the Starkey Straight through the S's, and hopefully they can limp that car all the way back to the pit lane. There is the 272 car. Daniel Going it is behind the wheel of that one at the moment, isn't it? So Daniel, is he chasing down the 765? Yes, he is. So these two on the same lap of the race, these two. Both 3 laps off of the race leader at the moment. So the Harper Sachs Clio Cup Gen 4 in 7th place at the moment. The Jam Sport Going car is in 8th place at the moment. So Glynn behind the wheel of that one at the moment for the Harper Sachs car. You just find, so it's Stephen Lyne and Steve Glynn behind the wheel for that one. So Steve Glynn currently the one sat controlling the pedals for that car as they continue on round. But a couple of cars limping home then, a couple of cars falling by the wayside, and we're just settling into a few battles as well. But I believe Mr. Andy McEwen is about ready for another interview down in the pit lane.
Well, the BMW behind with the pit stop nearly complete. Nigel Greensall just jumping into that BMW. I was chatting to him earlier on. He was really enjoying himself and looking forward to getting out in the car. And as soon as David Hudson got out of the car, Nigel was very quick to congratulate on his lap time. So Nigel, pretty happy with how things are going. I'm going to try and get a chat with David in a moment or two. Whilst that is just being concluded, an update on the Breakdancer Racing MX-5. That's been in and out of the pit lane a couple of times. Their race is over, unfortunately. It was overheating right from the start of the race. After its first pit stop, they struggled to get the car fired back up because of it, and about a lap after I spoke to the team, it looks like the head gasket blew, and that sprayed oil all over the engine bay. So that MX-5 definitely going no further, but the Geoff Steele BMW is going back out into the race then. And Nigel Greensall, who's done a fair few laps of the Donington Park Circuit, knows his way around. He's going to be looking forward to getting out on track, I'm sure. Now, let's see if David Hudson's around. He is. David, can we have a quick chat with you for the live stream, if that's all right? You're rehydrating, as is very important. It's warm out there, isn't it?
Very, very hot.
How was that?
Started a bit slow. It's my second SuperSports endurance race. But as we walked in, I got my method. I mean, I'm the only one in Class B, so I had a bit of space to settle in, and once I got going through the traffic and worked my way, started just chipping away at it. It felt great.
I heard Nigel, when he got out of the car, he was very impressed with the lap times. Was it as consistent as you would have liked?
Improved the consistency, and I did better than in qualifying with a full tank, so I just settling into it. A bit greasy around the back, just getting the hang of it, but yeah, it was fabulous racing.
You've not got a bad mentor in Nigel Greensall, have you? What sort of things have you two been working on together?
I mean, I think it's hard to beat. You know, I think that focusing on being calm, getting consistent, making sure that I can start. I've done 3 years of the 116, so really starting to think more about the racecraft now, starting to think about where am I going to be at this closing speed. It's a lot faster, multi-class racing, planning ahead a lot more, as well as, you know, making sure that I'm just really consistent every corner, getting everything ready, preparing myself, just getting into that flow, being much smoother as well.
Easier said than done though, right? Although Donington is a circuit that really rewards that smoothness. Are you enjoying driving around there?
I am. I'm probably a bit too abrupt on it. You know, coming from the 116s, it's flat or nothing, a bit like the C1s, I imagine. So learning that smoothness and learning to flow, a bit more like skiing, and it's just so easy when you watch him do it, and it's quite a lot harder to replicate.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it?
Are you done? Wonderful.
Are you done for the day now, or is Nigel going to hand back over?
Yeah, we've done 2 stops. He'll finish off for us now. But yeah, it's been a wonderful day out.
Excellent. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. Thank you for having a chat. David Hudson and Nigel Greensall back into the fray. One other update I had as well. The Pure Track Racing Renault Clio, the 123 car, stopped out on track. That's a throttle body issue I was hearing earlier on. The car just stopped, had to take to the access roads to get back into the pit lane. I think they've worked on that though. And in fact, the car is in, I can see, just down at the other end of the pit lane. I'll wander down now and see if they've got on top of those problems.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, going to go find out whether they've found more issues because, of course, yeah, like you say, we saw them parked up at the side, so that makes sense. Maybe they didn't get it going trackside, which I thought was pretty impressive from the driver. They found the access road, got it back to the pits, seemingly thought they got it sorted, but then back out on circuit. More issues with the 1-2-3. They did limp it back into the pit lane, though. Oh, no, more issues. The 7-2-1 it is now from second place, pulling to the side of the road. Oh, no. The Murphy car, that BMW E36 M3, oh, they picked up the pace again. They're going to rejoin the black stuff anyway. Looked as though they were going to come to a total halt there, off stage left. But they've managed to get it back going again. Is it back to full pace? Maybe? I was going to say no if the 272 car found a way through. Of course, the Jam Sport Fiesta, that is. But no, unable to find a way through. The car sounds all right now as they get back to full throttle down the Starkey Straight. So maybe just a glancing blow there with the potential DNF for the 721. Do they peel into pits? No is the answer. So clearly, yeah, whatever it was, they feel that they've got it sorted. But as we look at cars having issue, they're out on circuit. They seem like they've got it sorted. There might be a few more cars with issues down in the pit lane. So back to you, Andy.
Well, I thought I might have got away with this, but I bumped into Andrew Payne down in the pit lane. Andrew promised he was going to come and do a stint in the commentary box with us and then realised I had to abandon ship. Andrew, for those who don't know, I'm sure it's a very short list of people, yes. What's your role here this weekend?
A championship coordinator for the SuperSport Endurance Championship and general helping getting people into assembly area and supposed to be doing, as well as a little bit of racing as well, doing a little bit of racing this weekend. Yeah, so it's been all right. It's been all right.
I've got to say, you got an actual compliment from me after that second classic mini race, battling your way back into the top 10. Have you enjoyed being out there on track?
I have enjoyed it, yeah, and it was nice to get a compliment from you because normally it's the other way around, isn't it, Andy? Especially if my son's involved. So I loved it, to be fair. I really struggled in qualifying with in the classic mini, but what a car, a superb piece of kit. And did so much better in race 2 once I got used to the car. So I really enjoyed it. On a fantastic sunny weekend. And then now to have SuperSport to look after, which is a bit different from what I'm normally doing, you know, it's great. And we see out there some of the cars that are there. David Mayo, I know really well, he's out there in a Ginetta, absolutely sending it everywhere. He's a fantastic bloke and a fantastic car. And I love SuperSport itself because it's got such a big array of different cars in there, different classes. It's just so great to watch. So I'm, really enjoying the weekend so far.
At the risk of asking you a sensible question, this is one of the big things the Brscc is so focused on. You know, their motto, if you like, is driven by racing. It's a club run by racers, for racers. The fact that most of the organisational team have racing experience is key to its success, I think.
Oh, yeah, it is, because you understand everything from a coordinator's point of view. Because I do race, you understand what people need and when they need it and what information they need, because you've done it and you still do it. And you know, I race and Marcus hasn't raced yet, but we're trying to get Marcus out. Luke races and Charlie races, and Greg's done an ST150, top 10 ST150. I've got to add that. Greg Graham, top 10 150 race person, so he's done well with that. So it makes you understand, because we care what happens with our customers. You know, people, these always racers are our customers. We know what they want. We know what they need, and we try and fulfil that as much as we can. And sometimes, you know, things go out of our control that we can't do anything about. Today, this race is cut short by 10 minutes. It's unfortunate, but that's racing sometimes. When you've got big endurance races going out on a weekend, you've got to, you know, work around everybody. And yes, it's slightly disappointing for the competitors today, but they all understand that is racing and it happens.
Let's talk about SuperSport then, because the last time I covered this championship or this series was at Anglesey a few weeks ago, much smaller grid. This time though, 17 cars, it's growing nicely, isn't it? What's going on behind the scenes in the club to ensure the future success of SuperSport?
just trying to get out there as many people to come and join it, and getting sort of live streams helping, seeing who else we can get, and helping with our people that are competitors now to get their friends to come and do it. And it can be circuit dependent. Anglesey was probably a little low numbers. It's quite a distance for some people, even though it's an absolutely epic track. Donington, middle of the country, and go to Snettertons and Silverstone, so it can be track dependent, the numbers that you get. So we work hard behind the scenes in all the championships, trying to get people on board, making sure the communication we've got out there is correct, making sure that we're giving people the information when they do get in touch with us about racing within it. And, you know, there is a lot of competition out there in terms of race clubs that you can be with. So you can chop and change between the two. You know, it's like one big racing family regardless of where you're at. But for us, getting people on board and getting them into these race weekends so we can look after them in the way that we do, and like you say, driven by racing, we're racing drivers, a lot of us, that are looking after our customers, and it's that personal touch. I try and give my customers as much personal touch as possible to competitors, and really try and look after them, because I think it's important that they have that support from the club.
Final question. Your son's stood over there. Any digs you want to get in whilst he's just out of earshot?
Well, it wasn't a P1, was it?
No.
So
Very disappointing.
Really, you know, I was quite disappointed it wasn't a P1. He should have tried harder. There were a couple of moves that were on. He should have been able to work out that if he hung back at the chicane, he would have got even better without having...
Even I was saying that.
Even to hear it from you. So he took your advice, and you go, I'm not a racing driver, but you are, you know, a well-renowned commentator that sees it all the time, and you can see it from the pictures. It's sometimes easier to give people advice from the television or from the pit wall than it is when you're on it. When you're racing, I've had that today, of somebody helping me saying, oh, you need to do this and this, and I'm going, yeah, great, because I can't see that. I can't see where I am on there. I can't see what the other competitors are doing. But yeah, the unfortunate thing about Hayden is that because of what he does for a living, he can jump in anything and be quick. And he's a little bit younger than me, but obviously I'm his father, so the talent has got to come from somewhere, hasn't it, Andy?
It's still a mystery, isn't it?
It's still not a mystery to me. I can say they're not that mystery at all. I mean, we should go and get... He's got his Brscc stuff on it. We could wander over that way. Should we get him in?
I think we can do that. Should we drag Hayden in? This was not my idea. I'm just going to put that straight up. Tell you what, you ask him some questions, Andrew.
I will do. So I'm going to put Hayden to the test. We'll put him into doing some volunteering this afternoon. So Hayden, talk me through the race that he did in Classic Mini. So it was a P2, not a P1. I thought you were going for the win.
So did I, to be honest, but clearly I'm not quick enough.
No, there was an issue with some of your speed in certain sectors on the circuit. You did get, you know, people overtaking you quite a bit, and you were quite far back in the pack at the very beginning. What happened there? Did you not get a very good start?
No, slow start, but still ended a lot higher than you did, so that's all right.
So a lot higher than me. I was in a P8, which is a good position for me. Absolutely sending it around the track, I was. And Hayden was doing his best to keep up with everyone in the front runners. And it was a few mistakes from people, you know, up front that caused you to be backwards a little bit. But you got forward. The chicane move was good. You only managed that because of Andy McEwen's help. Is that right?
Yeah, all Andy McEwen. I thank Andy McEwen for driver coach last night. You know, he's everything, so that's the reason I got P2. So if you ever want driver coaching, go to Andy McEwen, proven racing driver.
Yeah, he's not actually ever raced, has he, Andy McEwen? So he's doing a lot of commentating, but he's not actually raced, but he's very good at working out what people should be doing, so we applaud him for that.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah. Why not? Okay. Hayden Payne, thank you very much. I'm going to pass us back over to Andy for some more professional commentary.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with everything he said, I will be honest. Andrew Hayden, thank you. Good sports as always. Finally, back to you, John, in the box.
Thank you very much. Yeah, nice long chat there down in the pit lane, and great to hear, of course, from both Andrew and Hayden, the two Paynes there. Of course, well, Andrew, he's got many talents, hasn't he? Coordination, racing driver, and now interviewer as well. That was fantastic, Andrew. Thanks for stealing the mic away, at least for a couple of moments there from our Andy. Certainly helped keep viewership up, if nothing else, so appreciate that. Of course, as was mentioned many times in that one, both those two out as guests in the Classic Mini Racing Championship. It was nice to chat with Hayden after said race earlier on, and he was pretty happy with his result, but of course taking a little bit of ribbing there from those two Andys down there in the pit lane, but both of them doing a great job out on circuit and getting stuck in with the minis, both thoroughly enjoying themselves, and hopefully we do see them back out at some point later on in the season. As they both say, fantastic to have people behind the scenes at Brscc who all either actively race themselves or have in the past, have plenty of experience, because as Andrew alluded to there, having the experience of racing gives the opportunity to maybe be a bit more in tune with what drivers, team members and whatnot want and need through a race weekend. Our camera operator then nearly getting run over by the number 42, the Hughes car diving back into the pit lane. So that is another one of our BMW E36s. I've got this down as their third stop of the race, and yes, this is not a planned one. I think that's maybe why our camera up there getting a little bit taken aback by the fact of the 42 was coming in behind them. So an unscheduled stop this, their third of the race, as I say. The car ahead of them, the Paul Sheard Autosport car, has also had 3 stops so far in this race, so some calamities, but we've seen that across a lot of the order so far in this race. Plenty of cars falling by the wayside with various different issues throughout this one. But we continue to press on nonetheless. 40 minutes just over left to go here in round number 4 for the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. There is your race leader, the 118 Rescue. Janetta continues on through the S's and onto a new lap of this race. They will start lap number 53 of this race, and they now find themselves a good margin ahead of their closest challengers. The Parks Motorsport with BH Performance car, that BMW M3 is into the pits for their second stop of the race. So they'll head out in a few moments' time, and they'll be a couple of laps down now, a number of laps down actually, off of the 118. Of course, they lost, it was around sort of 20 or 30 seconds, wasn't it, after a spin in the first stint. And now as they head out into their final stint of the race, we'll see what pace they can find. Well, behind the wheel, Mr. May, it is still behind the wheel, so I think it is potentially, see if Andy can find out as well, if it is only a single driver on board for the Janetta. According to my live timing, it still does say that Mr. May is behind the wheel for them at the moment. So David continues to press on, and if it is, he's doing a stellar job. Fastest lap after fastest lap from David May at the wheel of that Janetta. A 1 minute 13.326 was their fastest time on the previous lap, and that bettered their own personal best for only, I think it was a lap ago. Looking down the order, looking down their lap times, not quite the lap before, it was the lap before that. So they popped in, they're consistent with it as well, a 13 dead. Sorry, not 13 dead, that would be the fastest lap time of the race. A 13.4, then followed by a 14 dead, and then followed by a 13.3. So some very speedy laps from David May behind the wheel of that Janetta as he continues to extend his gap at the sharp end of the order. There is one of our Mazdas, the number 91 this is, so 4th place at the moment for the Stuart Humphrey racing car. And it is, that's the number 91, Martin Rich still behind the wheel of that one. I believe it is Martin, again, another driver all on his own in this race. There's the 765, all white Clio. Where do they find themselves now? 9th place it is for them. And have they switched around? Looking down, I think we've seen an extra pit stop. Yes, that's where my confusion lies. So the 765, of course, was just ahead of the 272 Jam Sport car last time we saw them, of course, with that lengthy interview from Andy. Thank you, Andy. That was about 10 minutes or so ago now. So as that bollard is looking very worse for wear, isn't it, up there through Coppice? Someone's really, really hammered that at some point earlier on in this race, and it's, as I say, maybe needing a replacement ready for the 3-hour endurance race to come in the C1s. But as we say, it was the going car that was chasing the Harper Sachs car. The Jam Sport car was behind. Since then, though, the Harper Sachs car has given us another pit stop. So 2 pit stops completed now for car number 765. Whereas the 2 that they're now effectively chasing down, the 272 Jam Sport and the 35 Boat Racing, both owing us another pit stop. Well, speaking of which, the 272 has just dived into the pit lanes. The Jam Sport car in for their second mandatory stop of the race. Didn't quite spot on their first stop whether they put any fuel on board or whether they'll have to take some in this one. If so, it'll be a slightly longer stop than the first one, as the rest of the drivers continue on around the circuit. Just seen the 721 go past my comms box window as well, the Murphy BMW E36 M3. of course, they almost came to a stop about 10 or 15 minutes so ago. They got it back underway. They spent sort of about 10 seconds or so on the grass thinking, is it about to grind to a halt? It didn't. They got it back going again and carried on. It's seemingly been all okay since then. I don't want to jinx them, but it's all okay for the moment. Interesting, funny to see as well, because, of course, usually on these Brscc gigs, it'll be myself or Richard John Neal who'll be the one sent down to do the interviews and chat with the drivers, which I really enjoy. I thoroughly enjoy doing the interview, so I'm more than happy to do it. And Andy enjoys being placed here in the comms box to cover the action whilst we are off and away, but we decided to switch around for this one, and he's headed down to the pits. And some people in the live chat, we've got Donny Popovsky saying, "Oh, so that's what the announcer looks like." Yeah, that's what Andy McEwen looks like. I know you don't really see him out of the commentary box much, but he has braved the sunshine today here at Donington Park as he goes and finds out lots of information for us. So thank you, Andy, for delving out into the pit lane for this one. And of course, this 2-hour race with about 35 minutes or so to go in this one. We'll bring this to a close. We'll go for interviews with the top 3 teams, and then it'll be straight on circuit for our Sitchin C1s. The C1 Racing Series will then have a 3-hour endurance race for themselves. So plenty more racing still left to come here this afternoon from Donington Park, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stick with us for the next couple of hours. Here's the number 14 then, the Larmony Mini of Mills and Larmony. Who is behind the wheel at the moment? For them, it is Mills who's behind the wheel, so the Welshman moves aside of James Larmony. Matt Mills will take to the car for this stint. Just looking down, they have only given us one stop in this one, so Mills will be in at some point, I would have thought, in the next few minutes or so, to hand over for the final time, or potentially doing a double stint. He might end up staying in the car. We'll wait and see how they deal with things with that final stop. The 42 has been in the pits for a little while now, hasn't it? The Hughes BMW E36 now finds themselves 15 laps off of the race leader at the moment, down there in 13th place. The 272 Jamsport car still in the pits, and the Harper Sachs car is going to be coming through in a few moments to get back ahead of them in terms of position. So this is going to be a straight fight here as the Clio heads down the hill. Actually, that was the 765 I've just seen heading down Craner. So actually, a bit of time. And there goes the 272. They've got no front bumper on that Fiesta. No front bumper at all there. You can see it as they head down through into Redgate once again. That is missing some bodywork. Now, I don't think it was missing that on the opening part of this race. I don't believe so. But that white bumper has gone awry at some point over the last stint. I don't think it was missing a bumper when it came in. I might have missed it, to be fair. I might have missed it. Potentially, maybe it had a little bit of a break in it, and they just thought, well, just rip it off. It'll be better with it just totally off the car. So the 272 heads back out again. And it is Jamie going. So it is father who is out behind the wheel now. He's been handed a machine that is missing some of its bodywork, but I don't think that's going to matter too much for Jamie as he presses on. So it was lovely to hear from him earlier on with Andy. Since then, he has adorned his racing overalls and he's out behind the wheel. And yeah, racing with your sons must just be a fantastic experience as a father. I was lucky enough to be part of a very similar outfit in the Fun Cup, as I mentioned earlier, with my father and my brother, and those three doing a very similar experience. Two brothers and a father out there racing in an endurance race, sharing the car. There's just nothing like it. So fantastic that we've got the full going family out there in car number 272, and it is Dad Jamie, as I say, who's taken the wheel for this next stint. And I think, let me just double check, I'm pretty sure, of course, Jensen and Daniel have already completed their stint. So this will be through to the finish then for Jamie. And so, 2 stops completed now. So the Harper Sachs Clio Cup Gen 4 did get past. The Jamsport car comes out of the pits 30 seconds behind. So that's quite a bit of time lost. There was only I think it was around 7 seconds between those two when the Jamsport, when the Clio came into the pits, when the Harper Sachs came in for their second and final stop. There was only a few seconds between them. They've completed their stop, and since then, the Jamsport car's completed the stop, and in that period, whether on circuit or in the pits, they've lost somewhere around 25 to 30 seconds at some point. something's clearly gone awry. As I say, whether that's outright pace of the drivers out there or whether a mistake or an issue in the pits, either way, they've lost quite a bit of time. As you can see there as well, the Mini getting pushed to the end of the pit lane as we're back on plain watch again here at East Midlands Airport. That Mini was getting pushed to the end of the pit lane. That's the number 2. The WRC run by Van In Motorsport car, the Salem and Salem car is in, and I think they've been in for quite some time now. They get pushed down to the end of the pit lane, which might lead me to believe that they are pushing the car all the way down to Parc Fermé, maybe calling it a day, or potentially their pit box slightly further down and they needed to get to work on it. Here is the other Mini, the Larmony car, as that will be Mills handing over to Larmony for the final stint of the race there. So the Welshman jumping back on board and ready to wrangle that car for the next 30 minutes or so. The Boak car has just headed down to the pits as well. So that was one of our Clios heading back out on circuit. So they rejoin in 7th place. So it is going to be really a battle between Boak Racing, their Clio, the Harper Sachs Clio, and then the Jam Sport Fiesta ST. So those three, 7th, 8th and 9th respectively, and all on the same lap, crucially as well. All 3 of those cars, 8 laps off the race leader at the moment. It is still the 118 rescue car, of course. There they are on your screens, perfectly timed by the crew behind the scenes at Alpha Live there. Thanks, guys. Mr. May heads on to another lap, does David. So on to lap number 62 of this race for David. And closest challenger is the 721 Murphy BMW N3, who of course we saw running into issues about 20 or 30 minutes or so ago now, but they managed to well, seemingly fix whatever the issue was, and they continue on round. And so they are, I think, about a lap and a half currently behind the 118 car. Issue is, they are now one of 3 teams still owing us their second mandatory pit stop of the race here, the Murphy car. So we will be seeing that 721 back into the pits soon enough here, ready to be released for their final stint of the race. So I think effectively, once that final pit stop is done, it will be the Parks Motorsport with BH Performance car, also the BMW N3, back up into 2nd place. Of course, they've had their issues earlier on in this race, and I think just as an overall, the 118 car has been flying. Now, saying that, 1 minute 13.1 fastest lap from the Ginetta, 1 minute 13 dead, now the fastest time from the Geoff Steele, from the Parks Motorsport BH Performance car. What a lap from them. Issue is, they've got an overall faster lap, but their consistent pace is still slower than your race leader. Last 2 laps for the Ginetta, I can actually tell you in much more detail if I open up this tab. So they set their personal best 5 laps ago now. That was a 1 minute 13.1. They then did a 14.3, a 13.2, a 13.2 and a 13.4. So that 14-second lap time, losing a bit of time there, but otherwise consistently in the low 13s. If we look then to the 104, so again 5 laps ago was their personal best and the best time of the race, a 13 dead. Since then they've done a 15 dead, a 13.2, a 13.4 and a 13.8. So, okay, couple of lap times they're a little bit higher than your race leader, but as an overall, now I look into the data a little bit more, they're pretty similar in terms of pace, which would be great if there was about 5 or 10 seconds difference between them, but there isn't. There's about 2 or 3 laps between them at the moment. So, as I said earlier on, barring mechanical issues, it looks as though the 118 car has one hand on this trophy for the race victory for round number 4 of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. For the moment, anyway. On to a new lap they go then, and speaking of which, the 721 is in the pits. Oh, they're coming in the pits as well. The 118 rescue car is in, so into the pits they go. Now, according to my timing, they have completed 2 mandatory stops in this race. Now, my thought is only that maybe my information is incorrect on my notes. I've definitely got it down, it's 2 mandatory stops. But the 118's in again, and it looks as though there's fuel maybe being readied there for the 118. We shall see there at the background of you shots. The 91 now heads back out onto the circuit as well. As we've had a few teams in for 3. We've now had the Paul Sheard Autosport team has now been in 4 times into the pit lane. Their 4th trip into the pits, and they're still in there at the moment, is car number 90. So the 118's now in, as we said. The 721 was already in for their 2nd stop of the race. So either way, things pressing on in this one. there is the 118. 100% that's a mandatory stop, isn't it? You wouldn't be getting up and out of the car to then get back in if it wasn't a mandatory stop. So 3 pit stops completed then for your front-running drivers. As David May hops back into the car and ready to head out on circuit once more. Giving that windscreen a nice clean as well. I mean, it is a hot and muggy day. There's going to be a few bugs out there around the circuit. So if you can keep that windscreen nice and clean and tidy. Okay, I'm hearing through my ears that the first pit stop for the Ginetta was a drive-through penalty. So it, of course, marked on my timing as 1 completed because they drove through the pit. But they never came to a halt, I'm hearing. It was a drive-through penalty, that first escapade into the pit lane earlier on for the 118. So I thought they'd had 2 pit stops done and they were off and clear into the sunset in this one, but no. A drive-through penalty it was earlier on in the race. So this is now their second mandatory pit stop being completed. And as we saw, fuel going on board as well. Well, there was the number 104, now heading down the Craner curves once again. As I was just quickly looking to find where I found out this information of the 2 mandatory stops. I'm sure I am correct with that information. And as we say, the first trip through the pits was simply just a drive-through penalty for the 118, and that might, as I say, open the door up here for some changing of positions out there on circuit. We'll wait and see if that does come to fruition later on, but it sounds as though the 118 about ready to head back out on circuit, and I can see out of my comms box window the 721 has just exited the pits as well. So 721 out from there, second stop of the race. The 118 now exits the pits from there, second stop of the race as well. Our white Mazda MX-5 as well. That's the 90... No, not the 91. That is our green livery, who is actually just in the background of your shot there. Is the black BMW. Makes the overtake there down into the first corner. So a change on circuit between these two, but I'm sad to say there is still a lap between these two. So we're on lap 63 for your race leader. We're on lap 62 for the second place car, the 104. So there's just less than a lap between them, as you can see there. But as soon as the 118 gets past, if they can find a way past, they will once again put a lap on your second place car. The 104 Parks Motorsport with BH Performance. The 721 it was we also saw leaving the pit lane. They're still there in third place, a further lap down. So we saw the Ginetta coming out of the pits almost side by side with the black BMW. The white one had gotten out of the pits about 10 or 15 seconds earlier, but is then a further lap down from the black BMW. So 2 laps down off of the Ginetta at the moment. So still some slightly larger gaps there amongst our top 3 for the moment. But as they settle into the stint anyway, you never know. 25 minutes left to go. Mechanical issues can crop up, especially when you're hammering the cars for this length of time, and the heat and mugginess of the venue as well. We've already seen plenty of cars falling by the wayside. Let's hope that no more do in the next 25 minutes. Well, sounds as though Andy is ready down in the pit lane. He's got an interview lined up, so we'll hand it straight down to him.
Thanks, John. Well, Mark Skeets joins me down in the pit lane, fresh out of the Ginetta. Mark, pretty hot work out there. How was it?
I'm not sure fresh is the word I would have used, to be honest. It is quite warm in there. I mean, I am absolutely dripping. But no, it was good. It was good fun. I enjoyed it. I was quick when I could get a clear lap. You just kept catching slower cars, and your delta's really high, and then it's slow. But yeah, I knew if as long as I didn't make any mistakes, hand it over to Dave, and Dave will bring it home. And I'm assuming we're in the lead. I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I've not heard otherwise.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because the only communication I had on the radio was how much fuel have you used and when to come into the pits, and that was it, really. So I have to say, I started to feel a little bit nauseous towards the end.
Really?
Yeah, I think I do suffer with car sickness sometimes, and it's not great for a racing driver, is it?
It's amazing how many drivers I speak to that suffer from that, though. I mean, you obviously can manage a fair amount of time in the car.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, if you just focus on driving, then you can sort of get over it, and then But when you get out of the car, it goes away. It's fine. It's not a problem. But yeah, when you're in the car, it's not fantastic. I won't lie.
Doesn't help that it's such an undulating circuit as well, I suppose, Donington, and a real momentum circuit. So, to your point you just made, managing the traffic, really crucial, but you could lose a huge chunk of time through no fault of your own.
It's easy to do. I mean, when Dave was out on the first stint, he had the car that Matty Parks is with, yes, that BMW. They were sticking with him. But as soon as they got in around the traffic, Dave's been around a long time, and all of a sudden it was boom. It was a 30-second gap because Dave's just boom, just cutting through the traffic. And I think it's just an experience, really. You just have to. You just look at people, and if you're looking in their mirrors, and if they're looking in their mirrors, they can see you. So it's just go for it and hope they don't turn in on you, sort of thing. That's what we try and do.
Well, and you both come from the very competitive world of compact cup racing, where close quarters is part of the course, isn't it? This is a completely different beast, though, the Ginetta. How have you sort of both found learning the Ginetta?
I would say the Ginetta is a proper race car. At my age, getting in and out of it's a trick. But it's a fantastic bit of kit, fantastic thing to drive. Datum who look after it, make sure it's well looked after. We don't have any issues with it, unlike the Nissan which we had before. And it is a proper car. Unlike the compacts, you don't want to slide it around too much, because if you get it too sideways, you ain't getting it back. But no, we both enjoy driving it. And like I say, it's hot in there. It's very cramped. But you feel like a racing driver, you know what I mean?
I think there's still a couple more SuperSport races to come this year. We're going to see you both out in those?
At Snetterton, I will be in Belfast. I'm going to see Stiff Little Fingers. And my mum, who's watching. Hello, Mum. And then I'll be at Silverstone.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Look forward to having you there. I want to ask who Stiff Little Fingers are, but I'm not going to.
It's a punk band from the sort of 80s.
Okay, fine. You had me slightly concerned then. That was something I shouldn't be talking about on air. Thank you, Mark. Great to hear from you. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, always the hard-hitting questions there from Andy. Thank you very much. Well, we've at least found out that it is two drivers behind the wheel for the Ginetta today, as it was back at Anglesey, and it was a lovely stint from the previous driver. Putting in some really good laps and some new fastest laps of the race. But those have now been stolen away. There was a new fastest lap on the lap before last from the 104 Parks Motorsport with BH Performance machine. And it is Mr. Parks behind the wheel for that car at the moment. A 1 minute 12.8. The first driver to get down into the 1 minute 12s at any point in this race. That Ginetta's best time still a 1 minute 13.1. Of course, the Parks Motorsport car had got down to the 13 dead, but they found another 0.2 of a second now, down into the 12.8. And with 20 minutes to go, a slightly quicker second place car would be very exciting if it wasn't for the 118 already having such a great race. And we heard from the driver there saying about how Mr. May, David, who's back in the car now, was picking his way through the traffic very well in that first stint. I've got to give him his plaudits, he very much was, but that was not the causation of that 30-second gap. Cutting through the traffic, I think he gained around 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds. That gap up to 30 was courtesy of that spin from the 104 that I heard through my ears. I don't think we quite saw it on the stream at any point, but I was told from the camera ops that there was a spin for the second place driver, and that's why they then lost a further around 20 seconds to the race leader. And then, to be fair, not taking anything away from the 118, once they settled back into order once again, the 118 slowly but surely continued to extend that gap out front. We saw, though, that these two came out pretty much nose to tail. Of course, the 118 came out of the pits, the 104 was already lapping at the time. They've since drawn out, what is that, 2 or 3 second gap over the 118 Rescue Ginetta. Now, very positive and very promising for the 104 car in second place. But as I say, that 118 car is the car they're trying to catch, and they can see it in the rearview mirror. Not the ideal. Not ideal for 20 minutes left to go in the race. The car that you're trying to catch is actually behind you because they're almost a whole lap ahead. Not ideal for the 104, but as I say, the 118, I was going to say cruising home, certainly anything but cruising. They are pressing on very well, still looking to match their best pace. They're about 4/10 off of said ultimate pace on the previous lap. And what will they do this time around? You can see they're at 1 minute 10 between our top two, and they're doing 1 minute 12 lap time, so that just shows there's about 2 or 3 seconds between them, as I thought. As now, look at this, our top three are all going to be in the same camera shot here, but it's third then second, then first. They're all on different laps, these three, as well. They were looking either side there of the all-white Mazda as they head down the hill. So this is about to be second place gaining another lap on third, and then potentially our leader gaining another lap on, well, at least third and maybe second as well, as we can catch the 104. So we do, excitingly, have all of our top three in one camera shot, and all three are on different laps, though, at the moment. So no outright battle just yet, and that's why, as well, you can see those blue flags, because, again, these drivers are all on different laps. Faster car putting a lap on the slower car, but equally, this is sort of a position. They are in... They are neighbouring positions in terms of the order, so I don't think they'll quite be following the blue flags as they would for maybe other cars, as they're going to make it 3 wide down Starkey Straight as they head to the S's once again. Still looking up the inside as the 104 car, but as they get into the braking zone, the 721 able to drop just back across there and retake the track position at least. But it's a lovely exit off the corner for the 104. They'll pull to the outside line and will run side by side here between second and third place. Down through into T1 once more. Outside line for the 104. They can hook that up to the apex, and through they go. They put another lap then on the Murphy car, the 721 E36 M3, and now it might just be the turn of the Ginetta to do something very similar as they continue on down the hill. There's a bit of a puff of smoke there from the 721. I think, again, that's what we saw from Ted Bradbury yesterday in the Fun Cup racing. That was just as they were leaning over. They were putting all the weight over onto one side of the car there as they were trying to wrestle the car down the Craner curves. I think that was just a little bit of bodywork rubbing on the tyre there that gave us that small puff of smoke. But immediately that smoke has stopped, which is good to see. So clearly just a bit of bodywork rubbing there for the 721. But as they did so, the 118 was able to find a way past. And now another lap has been put on that 721 Murphy car. So down the Starkey Straight, we continue on around, what is it now? I'm getting caught up because it's not 1 hour 45, 1 hour 35 of the race completed. So 15 minutes now left to go. And a new fastest lap once again, a 1 minute 12.5 for the 104. What a lap from the 104. Because, of course, at the start of that lap, the 104 made that overtake on the 721 around the outside at Redgate. They were able to carry that speed clearly, very nicely through the corner, and clearly through the rest of the lap as well. New fastest lap of the race with 15 minutes to go, a 1 minute 12.5. As, I can see the 118 rescue car has now joined them in the 1 minute 12s, a 1 minute 12.8. That was a few laps ago, so almost. Actually, I think that lap time from the 118 was a little bit faster than the second best time now for the Parks Motorsport with BH Performance Bar. But as we say, they've now beaten their own personal best and that time for the 118 rescue. So they retake the fastest lap here in round number 4 for the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. Down into the S's, as all going with the left, the one car, now thinking to the right of the other, to the 104, but they do have to sit in behind the 91 as they head through the S's once more. That is the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 as they head on to onto another lap of the race then. So looking at the classes as well then, of course, the 118 Rescue Ginetta, your overall race leader at the moment and class leader in Pro A as well. Actually, our top 3 all in the Pro A class. So your overall podium, exactly the same as your Pro A podium. Pro B, there's only one car in it, so guaranteed victory for the Geoff Steele Racing car. But they are up in 4th place as well. So just behind the 3 Pro A cars, but ahead of all of the club class cars as well. Looking on to those classes, Club A, closely fought, as we say. The leader in Club A is a lap ahead of 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That is the 91 Stuart Humphrey Racing car that we just saw there, getting a lap put on them by our 2 overall race leaders. They're in 5th place overall, 6 laps off of the race leader at the moment. It's then 47 seconds back to 2nd place in Club A, 6th overall for Knox Motorsport in their Clio Cup Gen 4. Then 7th overall, 3rd in the Club A class is the Harper Sachs Clio Cup Gen 4 car. And then 8th place overall and 4th in the Club A class is the Jam Sport car with the 3 going drivers. I can tell you it's 24 seconds now between the Knox Motorsport car in 6th, 2nd in class, and the Harper Sachs car in 7th, 3rd in class. So So quite a bit of time for them to find, sadly. And then it is, another bit of time then back to the JanSport car. And then 5th in the class, actually, the Boak Racing car, the Clio Cup Endurance Gen 4, in 9th overall, 5th in the class, is then a further. So it's 28 seconds between Harper Sacks and JanSport, and then I think it was 21 before it reset between JanSport and Boak Racing. So between basically 5th and 6th, 6th and 7th, 7th and 8th, and 8th and 9th, there's pretty much 20 seconds or 25 seconds in each of those gaps. So a little bit of time really to find here with 13 minutes left to go. I can't imagine those positions will change. Looking to Club B, of course only 2 cars starting this race in Club B. Both have had a couple of issues. Paul Sheard Autosport is in 12th place, the last of our runners at the moment. They're in 12th, and the only other challenger in Club B is out of the race. The Breakdancer Racing car is now 45 laps off of the race leader. They haven't been lapping for quite a while. They will not be taking the checkered flag in this race, sadly. As then looking at the Club C, we had, how many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4 Club C starting the race. 3 still lapping around, so we still do have a full podium for Club C. It's the Pure Track Racing number 18 that's in the lead in Club C at the moment. Second place is the Larmony Construction with Pure Track Racing Mini. The number 14 is 11th overall, second in the class. And then 13th overall and third in the Club C class is the Pure Track Racing number 1, 2, 3. They've had plenty of issues through this one. I'm impressed to see that they continuing on and lapping around the circuit. They've done a great job to get that car back out. And as we say, 3 cars still not lapping around the circuit. The Hughes BMW E36 from the Club C class, that's the number 42, they are still in the pits at the moment. Same can be said for the Club A car, the number 2 WRC run by Vannin Motorsport Mini, and then also the Club B car, the number 50 Breakdancer Racing car. They're in 16th place, as we say, a number of laps down now after the race leader. So those 3 cars seemingly out of the race then as we head towards the final 10 minutes here for round number 4 of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup here from Donington Park. As we say, only one of the past 3 events this season in 2026 have not gone the way of the 118 rescue team, and it looks as though they're going to make it 3 from 4 so far this season, and chalking up another race victory here. And this might just be one of their most dominant ones as well. Well, I say that actually, that's totally incorrect, because both the last 2 victories they've had, they have won by over 2 laps. At the moment, they're only 1 lap ahead of the second place 104. So actually will be their least dominant victory of the season, but still, over a lap victory seems pretty dominant to me, as oh dear, drivers off in the gravel down at the bottom of Craners. Through Old Hairpin they went. And that is, of course, we've got 2 sister cars. It's the 1, 2, 3, the Pure Track Racing car, the Renault Clio RS200. It is Tomlinson who's behind the wheel. Simon Tomlinson behind the wheel. So Mark Curran had handed over to Simon Tomlinson for this final stint. And Tomlinson at the moment are not able to keep it out of the gravel down there at the bottom of the hill. Not ideal. Now, of course, we've seen that car has been in its fair share of issues throughout this race so far. So we'll give the 1, 2, 3 the benefit of the doubt. They might still be nursing a bit of an issue on that car, and that might be why they've chucked it to the scenery, or they've just run out of talent. Oh dear, another car off in the gravel. This time it's the 765. Now that's up at Coppice. They're trying to get it out of the gravel, and they have. Well done to the 765 there. Whereabouts are they in the order at the moment? 7th place. Now that's the Harper Sacks car, of course. So this might give an opportunity actually to the going crew. So Harper Sacks were 25 seconds ahead of the JanSport car on this lap. Now how will that have switched around as they head to the line once more? Of course, the 765 was able to get themselves out of the gravel there. But the question is, how long did they spend in said gravel? Well, we can tell you, around 18 seconds, because they've come across the line, and there is 2.5 seconds now between the Harper Sacks car and the JanSport car in the battle for 7th place. They've just gone down through Redgate. They're about to head through Hollywood and down into the Craner Curves. That has got to be our closest battle on circuit now, courtesy of that little spin for the Harper Sacks car. So that means that the 765. It is Line behind the wheel. Let's find out what your first name is. Stephen Line, it is behind the wheel, who's made that little mistake there in his Clio Cup Gen 4. But he's done really well there, to be honest, to only put the back wheels in the gravel, because, of course, that car, front-wheel drive, so he was able, you heard on the audio, he was really giving a lot of revs there, trying to get it out the gravel, and he was able to drag it out. So a very, very well done to him. As they've already switched. They've already changed over. There was 2.5 seconds going on to the lap, and the goings are through. The 272 has made the move, and the Ford Fiesta gets past the Renault Clio. But for how much longer? No, is it issues for O'Neill going? Look at the front right. Look at the front right. I think there's issues for O'Neill. Oh, no. Calamities. Just as I thought they were going to steal a cheeky position there from the Renault Clio, it might have all gone wrong. Is that a flat tyre? I think it is, you know, on the front right. They're going to head to the pit lane. It looked to me from the other camera angle, from the other side of the circuit, that might be a front right puncher there for the goings. What a shame. They just stolen away a cheeky 7th place. And don't forget, that cheeky extra position would have given them a podium in class. Now that battle between Harper Sachs and Jansport there was the squabble for 3rd in Club A. Well, just as quickly as we thought that was going to bubble up into a very exciting battle over the last 7.5 minutes, it's immediately been stolen away from us. There is Jamie going up and out of the car. He's going to hop straight back in. Is he? Nope. Fiddling around with the wheel. Now, is there an issue with the car, or is it just a pit stop? It's pretty late to be a pit stop, but given how slow they were off the corner, and to me what looked like a front right puncher, would lead me to believe that this is not a scheduled stop. I mean, looking down as well, yes, this is their 3rd stop of the race, so we can assume, although they are getting some fuel on board, I can assume that even if there's an issue, get fuel on board, or maybe it was something to do with fuel. Maybe my eyes were not correct in that spotting of the front right. Maybe it was just fuel for them, which would be a serious issue for the going crew if they've underfueled that car by a few minutes or so. And maybe they were just thinking, because of course as you come through up through McCain's and especially up through Coppice, when you've got that right hand steering lock on for quite some time, if you're low on fuel, sometimes the fuel can just slosh around in the fuel tank and thus not be able to get to the area of the fuel tank where it then goes down and of course through the pipes and into the engine and actually fuels your engine, funnily enough. If it's sloshed all the way to one side for quite some time, it can starve the engine. And maybe that was what we saw from Jamie going there. It might have been that it starved the engine as he was going through the right-hander and he suddenly thought he had an issue, so backed off and then came down the straight, and then obviously as they came in, realised the issue and popped some fuel in ready to go. Well, he's straight back out onto the circuit then. I didn't see any work going on in any other area of the car apart from popping some fuel in there. So to my knowledge there, from what we've seen, that might have just been a slight underfueling there for the going car. That's all we can see from that pit stop. They're back out on circuit and they will rejoin in 9th place. So they've not only lost that position that they just gained on the lap that they came in from Harper Sachs, they've also now lost the position to the Boat Racing car 35. So again, not only is that a loss of position on circuit, so from 8th to 9th place, that's also a loss of position in class. So for a moment there, it looked like the going squad were going to be jumping up into a podium in the Club A class. That has now slipped away to a 5th place in the Club A class. They've got a bit of work to do now as they've headed out the pit lane. I can't quite see the gap. We'll have to see what it is between Boat Racing and Jansport, but still potential for a little battle here into the last few minutes. But with just less than 5 minutes left to go, seemingly at the sharp end anyway, it's looking like it will stay as it was. What a performance so far from the Ginetta, the 118 Rescue squad. As to be fair, in this final stint, it has been fantastic. From the 104 car. Matt Parks behind the wheel for them at the moment. He's been putting in some awesome lap times. But as we said, I mean, he could find like 3 or 4 seconds a lap here, and we would be unsure of how he's found said lap time. But even then, he would have no chance of catching the 118. With 4 minutes to go, those two still nose to tail, but on separate laps frustratingly. And there's an issue for the 104. Just as I say that, with 4 minutes left to go, they might just be peeling into the pit lane unexpectedly again. We've already seen a little splash and dash there for the 272 Jansport car. Might it be the same for the 104? Well, the 118 will carry on to a new lap, and I think the 104 will peel into the pit lane, do they? Doesn't show up. No, they're not. They've carried on. They're going past our comms box window now. They're being overtaken by the 888 car. So clearly issues with the 104, but they've not peeled into the pits. Slightly odd. Also, welcome back to the Comsport, Andy.
Hello, yes, I picked a good moment to come back in, didn't I? Just as everything was going on in the pit lane. Standard. I have asked the question of Jamsport. They said, yes, the car was reading low on fuel, so they thought better safe than sorry and throw some more fuel into the Fiesta. But what the issue is for the 104, I do not know. I had a quick chat off mic with Matt Parks earlier on, and he said the car was running fine. The damage that was done to the back of the car, it was a self-inflicted spin. There was no contact involved. It was up at the chicane, and I guess going through the gravel had pulled the rear bumper loose. I noticed that is coming loose again, but I don't think that would be the reason that they're off pace all of a sudden.
No, that would seem odd. Yeah, so you knew that information about the spin, but you didn't fancy correcting the driver who was so positive about his teammate about gaining the pace out there. Yeah, I did correct him on the live stream. I'm not going to lie. I did clarify that was a spin. However, did also give them their plaudits in terms of lap time alone. I do think the 118 car gained around 10 seconds on the 104, but the 30 was maybe being a bit kind. That spin definitely lost them about 20 seconds or so, I think.
Yes, I think so. It's I watched as the cars came past that lap, and I did think that was about the difference in gap. Let's see what the lap time is then for Matt, former Compact Cup race winner, I believe, Matt Parks. That was a 24.2, so very slow. Yeah, 12 seconds off what that car is capable of doing. So Matt obviously is nursing some sort of an issue, only has to nurse it for a couple more laps, but and they've got, I think, are they a full lap ahead?
Yeah.
Yes, they are, of third place. So get the car to the finish and they should still be in second place.
Well, at least they were when the car was running perfectly.
Yes.
Even they were running with the 118, they scythed through past the 721 relatively simply. That was probably about 5 minutes or so ago. I can imagine the 721 has probably come back past at this point now.
I think it did.
But I don't think there's enough time there for them to do a full lap and then chase the 104 back down. So, as you say, if the driver of the 104 can just nurse this one home with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go, they will sign, seal and deliver themselves second place. And of course, they've got the fastest lap in this race. Maybe they were thinking there could be a little bit more, as oh dear, there might be issues for the 18 as they've just come past our Comsbox window as well. So lots of frustration in this race, I will say, amongst the PWS Brake SuperSport Endurance Cup. We have had cars falling by the wayside, left, right and centre, and yes, there the 18 continuing to limp round. The Pure Track Racing Squad have not had the most ideal race in this one. Both the 18 and the 123 have had their fair share of issues in this one, haven't they?
Yeah, and 18's going no further, pulling over to the side of the road, unfortunately. I was listening intently there to the programme audio in my ear as Matt Parks accelerated out of McLean's and Coppice. He's hardly revving the thing. He's really, really short shifting. So, I mean, it could just be that they're worried about fuel as well, and he's just trying to save a bit, or maybe overheating. Quite a few cars have been overheating out there. The Jamsport car actually had been overheating. It isn't now because it's got no front bodywork on it. But
I was going to say, is that the reason why they took that off?
No, they took it off because Daniel going through McLean's, I believe it was, had been following the line that Jensen had taught him, which was essentially all four wheels over the inside curb, and lap after lap he was hitting the plastic marker post.
Oh, he's the one that's done that to the marker post.
He is, and it did its fair share of damage to the front bumper. It's quite funny. It took 4 team members and Jensen O'Neill going to get that bumper off at the conclusion of that second pit stop. But yeah, quite a few of them, I think, struggling with overheating on quite a long run.
Well, that shows that the nose cone's held on much more firmly than the Fun Cup nose cone.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. It took proper brute force to get that bumper detached.
Whereas with a Fun Cup nose, you think about it and it just it just goes. It totally goes. We saw that a couple of times yesterday when drivers flirted with the gravel. You just see a little bit of gravel kicked up and the whole thing is destroyed. But that, of course, really affecting the lap times in the Fun Cup, where it doesn't seem to have affected the goings too much. They've been pressing on really nicely in this one. And like I say, what a shame that little spin for Harper Sachs set up the Jamsport car for a potential podium finish for the family team. But as you say, worried about fuel, and fair enough, I understand that. You'd rather come in, get some fuel on board, than stop out on circuit and the whole race goes to pot. But there we go then. Time has hit 0, and yet again, just like we've seen earlier on this season, a fantastic race from the 118. As I mentioned before, the last 2 race wins that they've won by over 2 laps. Yeah. So this one being only 1 lap is actually probably not a great race from them.
No, I'm sure they'll be incredibly disappointed. Maybe that's why Mark already had planned to miss the next round. He thought, no, we can't. Embarrassing myself here. No, they will be very happy with this. A faultless performance for the Ginetta squad, and David May has the pleasure of bringing the car home to take the checker flag and win the PBS Brake SuperSport Endurance Cup race here at Donington Park. Jamie Going will be the next car home. That car is going to be classified 9th 5th within Class A. And who else are we getting across the line? That was the 4th place BMW, wasn't it? The Geoff Steele racing car, which I believe should still have Nigel Greensall in. David Hudson told me that Nigel was staying in that car until the end of the race. There is the 2nd place BMW, so Matt Parks is going to drag it home, but it's not been an ideal conclusion to the race, really, for the Parks Motorsport and BHP Performance machine, but he will bring that car home still in a solid 2nd place. We also just had the class winner in Class B coming through, the Mazda number 91, which is the Stuart Humphrey racing car, in a solid 5th place overall.
The fair play to the 104. The 71 had only just gotten past, it seemed, to get a lap back on them. So, yeah, still pretty much a lap between the two of them. So, yeah, an exciting one, a very interesting race, and yeah, lots to talk about. Really, really interesting and exciting there amongst all the different classes, as we've still got some drivers heading to the checkered flag.
We have the Renault Clio there, that's the boat racing car, I think, going through. Ian? Who's Ian? John will go and get the post-race interviews done in a moment or two. I'm not sure who you'll get, whether you'll get overall top 3 class winners, probably overall top 3, I would imagine. Write everyone's name down and see who you get at the end of the pit lane. But certainly you'll get the 118 Rescue Ginetta, which is already peeling into the pit lane, actually, having made a very swift in-lap. The last of the cars through there was that, now is that the 18... It is the 18 Pure Track Racing Renault Clio, so they got that car going again after it stopped coming out of Redgate Corner earlier on, and they are the last car home. So 118 Rescue win, Parks Motorsport come home in 2nd position, and in 3rd position the 721 BMW. Then 4th place for Geoff Steele Racing's Beamer, and in Class B it's Stuart Humphrey Racing's Mazda MX-5 that win ahead of the pair of Gen 4 Clio Cup cars, Knox Motorsport ahead of Harper Sachs, with Boat Racing in a similar car, 4th in that category. The Jam Sport Fiesta was 9th ahead of Larmony Construction, then Paul Sheard Autosports MX-5 was 11th, 12th for Pure Track Racing, 13th for Pure Track Racing. The 18 car, though, significantly further ahead of the 123 that retired midway through the race, and the 42 car. I know 123 did get going, actually. 42, though, was not running at the flag, nor was the number 2 WRC run by Vanin Motorsport Mini. They did tell me it was an alternator / battery issue that took the Mini out of the race. Breakdancer Racing, we saw that, the car overheated and blew a head gasket, which took it out of contention. 57 laps ago. Wow, that was a lot earlier into the race than I realised. So, penultimate race of the day is done. We've only got one more race to go, but it will take us right the way through to early evening with the Citroën C1 Series, Silverlake Citroën C1 Series, about to head out. Again, they will have a slightly slightly delayed start to the race because there's a bit of recovery work to be done, and actually it's just gone 4 o'clock, so I wonder whether they might have to shorten that race slightly. We'll have to wait and see. It will feature a jumbled grid as well. The top 10 qualifiers are selected then at random as to where they're going to start, although incredibly Trojan Motorsport, who have done most of the winning in recent times in the C1 Series, have been drawn on pole position, would you believe? So some things never will change. There is David May out of the Ginetta, and he looks a bit lost and confused, doesn't really know where to go. Go and have a word with your old pal Mark Skeets, David. I'm sure he'll be happy to have a chat. He's going to do that as well. Heads over to speak to Mark Skeets. Sorry, I didn't mean Mark Skeets, Matt Parks. Getting my Compact Cup drivers mixed up. Mark Skeets will be there shortly, I'm sure, to join in the celebrations as joint winner alongside David May. And I wonder what the issue was for the 104 BMW. Hopefully John will have a chance to find out. The 3rd place BMW is in position as well, but it is going to be 118 Rescue that celebrates another race win in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. So one more race to go, as I said, after our post-race reactions from the pit lane courtesy of John Ratcliffe. I'm sure he'll be almost in position now. That Citroën C1 Series race still showing us 3 hours on the timing screen, so fingers crossed we get the full length of the race in. I'll send a couple of messages and get some answers. Meanwhile, getting some answers of his own is John Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, sadly it's me back on camera now. Sorry, everyone. Let's have a chat with some of the drivers then. We'll grab David immediately. Sorry, David, to drag you away so quickly. You're looking a bit hot and sweaty after that one. That seemed to be a tough one.
That's hotter than a crackhead spoon on gyro day, mate. That is in there. Very hot, yes.
I don't know if I need to apologise for that joke, but it's one way to sum it up.
Someone will get it, yeah. But yeah, very warm. We all knew we had to get away from Mr. Parks and his M3. So the first stint, put away, balls the pit stop up, missed my pit, and had to go back round again, get back out, come back in again. That's why we had an extra pit stop, yeah. I couldn't see the pit. I misjudged it, shall we say.
We were confused. I got told in my ears that maybe you had a drive-through, and I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
No, it was my fault. I'm old, I can't see the numbers. Yeah, I went past the number and that was it. So, yeah, so we just had to get a gap on. We knew they were going to come at the end of the race. And
you basically just gave yourself a drive penalty at that point.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And I was quite annoyed, to be fair. Yeah, I was well annoyed with myself, but I've never done that before and won't do it again. But Mark jumped in, perfect, as usual, you know, and we just kept the gap. And then when I came back out in the second session, I see Matty in the BM, and I thought, oh, God, here we go. And then he came on the radio and went, well, you're right behind him, he's got to do another lap. So that's a bit of a breather, but we've raced for years together, and I know how hard he is, and I thought out and out pace, I wouldn't beat him, you know, but we did all the hard work at the beginning of the race.
Yeah. You got yourself a lap clear, another race win, well done.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers, David, thank you very much. Right, we'll see if we can grab some of the drivers from second place, the Parks Motorsport BH Performance team. I'll have a chat with one of you guys, if that's okay. One of the drivers from the 104. Have we got any of the drivers from the 104 over here? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, sir.
Hello.
How are you doing? You okay? Good race, that one. I mean, you guys were flying at certain points. By the time you guys came out from that second pit stop, you were just a lap down, so couldn't really catch the Janetta.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to a good race with Dave, because we're sparring partners from the past.
Right, okay.
It just wasn't to be. I think we had a little misdemeanor during the race, which is why the rear bumper's hanging off.
Right, okay.
And that cost us a bit of time. Otherwise, I think we would have been on the lead lap. But if we got fastest lap, that's great. I was banging on about that over the radio, so as long as I take some of it away.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the guys in the Janetta were pretty happy with the gap that they made. I don't think they quite realised that there was a slight pirouette involved in there as well.
Yeah, and it's disappointing, but the ingredients were all there.
Yeah.
To be had, but Dave did say he was still struggling to keep up with us when he came out of the pit lane, so that was a good sign.
Yeah, no, we could see that on the stream.
But well done to the other two boys, Tom and Ben. They've had to work hard to make sure the car's working, because we've had quite a few issues with it, and I'm sure all of our families at home are
all enjoying
stressed out enough up to now. So a massive thanks to all of them. My little boy and girl are probably sat there watching this right now. So,
well, big shout out to them. You want to say hello?
Hello, Tom, Annabelle.
Well, lovely. Thanks for chatting with me, mate, and well done. Second place. Sadly, it doesn't look like we're going to have a chance to talk to third place, because already the C1s are out on circuit. There's, 49 of them or something crazy. Stick around for this. 3 hours of racing coming up.
Thank you, John. Yes, green flag lap underway ahead of 3 hours of Silverlake C1 Series racing. I'll quickly try and get through the grid, as much of it as I can anyway. Trojan Motorsport drawn on pole position with the 301 car, the James Stockton Co car alongside. Row 2 then for Scuderia Polo Rosso and CEX PrepTech, with MDA and BPC tyre buffing on row 3. Row 4 then for SCR and Alpha Trojan. The top 10 meanwhile completed by WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, winner of this equivalent race a year ago, and AF Racing completing the top 10. That's all we've got time for really on the grid, so we'll instead start building up to the race, which is only a minute or so away. It's the third round of the Silverlake C1 Series. It is a series, not a championship, so no points to worry about, and it means that teams can dip in and out to their heart's content. They don't have to commit to a full season, but most of the front-running teams tend to do most of the races. Trojan Motorsport's 301 car, which has been drawn on pole position, has won both of the races so far this season. At Brands Hatch, they won by just under 10 seconds from WRC Developments, who I mentioned won here a year ago, and last time out at Silverstone on the National Circuit after 3 hours, it was a Trojan 1-2. Trojan Motorsport won. Alpha Trojan came home in second, some 21 seconds behind them. We've also, of course, had the Brscc 24-hour race at Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit a little bit earlier on in the season, which is predominantly a Citroën C1 event. It has had other cars on the grid with them this year, BMWs for example, and a couple of the European Citroen C1s, but the highest placed of the UK C1s was Team No Name, which was the car that Josh Cook was in. Josh sadly not here this weekend, but Ryan Bensley, one of his co-drivers, is here this weekend. Ryan, Josh, Jade Edwards and Ollie Cook were winners in the C1 category at the Silverstone 24 Hours. That was back in May, I seem to recall. But that is all a distant memory, because now it is time for the third round of the Silverlake C1 series here from Donington Park. We've got 49 cars on the grid. It's going to be a very busy 3 hours and a particularly busy run, I suspect, through the first corner. Trojan Motorsport on pole there, the yellow and green car. The purple and black is the James Stocks & Co car that starts alongside them on row 1. As I said, the top 10 cars on the grid were randomly drawn from the top 10 qualifiers at the end of the 50-minute qualifying session earlier on today. But Trojan Motorsport, who weren't quickest in that session, have ended up at the front of the grid. Here we go then, 3 hours of Silverlake C1 Series racing here at Donington Park in the summer sunshine under a cloudless sky. When the red lights go out, we're away and racing at Donington. That happens now. Off we go, and a good start made, I think, by the 300 car, which has really jumped from the third row of the grid, and they're going to challenge for the lead into the first corner. Alpha Trojan are giving them a shove in the 421 car. Through into the lead will go the BPC car from 6th on the grid. They grab the early advantage through Redgate. Alpha Trojan round the outside, battling with the Trojan car, their teammate car, for second place as they head towards the Crater Curves for the first time. We're all safely through Redgate. Phew, but really this is where things start getting very, very dicey. Side by side through the Crater Curves on still slightly cold rear tyres and into the fearsome old hairpin. Let's hope we get them all through here in one piece. Alpha Trojan to the lead as they head out of the right-hander. Way wide goes the BPC tyre buffing car, but it is going to be the 41 car in the lead, and a big dive over the grass for AF Racing. I'm not sure that was a legal pass, but it was certainly exciting to watch. I'm not actually convinced they're going to gain any positions out of that, thankfully, but they had nowhere to go. A racetrack full of Citroen C1s, and they found themselves squeezed onto the grass ever so slightly. I've got to say though, John Ratcliffe, and I hope I'm not cursing this, a really clean first 2/3 of a lap with this many cars on this particular track. That really impresses me.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to take the corner, is it? Just straight line it and avoid it totally. But to be fair, when you're going, 3-4 wide, I understand it on the first lap, keeping yourself out of harm's way. And like you say, as long as they haven't made up any time or spaces from that, should be absolutely A-OK. And yes, what a first lap then. Some great ding-dong racing action, but no contact just yet. I know we are really poking the bear, aren't we, with that one, as the drivers go 2 by 2 through the last few corners. Thankfully it was 2 and not 3. We've already seen that does not work. On to lap number 2 we go, and some drivers are trying to make it 2 and 3 wide, and we're 2 wide for the lead then. They will go back to single file as they head onto the brakes, with the 421 still leading the 301.
Yes, so that is Alpha Trojan ahead of Trojan Motorsport. Alpha Trojan, who came through from 8th on the grid to the lead in, well, less than half a lap, really, wasn't it? It was down at the old hairpin that they were able to make the decisive move for the lead. The third place James Stocks & Co car, which started from the outside of row 1, managing to reasonably maintain position, and then the BPC tyre buffing car of Rob Smith in 4th position. The great thing about the C1 series is that they run the Q-tag system, which is literally a wristband, I think, isn't it, attached to all of the drivers. As they leave the pit lane, they scan their wrist, and we know who's in the car because the transponder updates with a driver name. So I can tell, we've got drama already. I'll get back to that in a moment. 432 are in. That is the Rab Sport racing car. They're the first pit lane visitors. But at the front of the field, 421. That car being driven by Chris Freeman in the opening stint. 301, the Trojan car, the sister car, that is the Adam Willis and Charlie Bingham car. It's Adam Willis in for the first part of the race. 582 in 3rd position. They are Charlie Dark in the car. Rob Smith, as I said, is 4th, and in 5th position the 380 car, that car being driven in the opening stint of the race by Mark Thompson. They had it off in qualifying and brought about a very brief red flag.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, hopefully we won't see the same in the race, but we do have 3 hours ahead of us, so I think if we don't see a safety car, we'll be absolutely amazed during this one. And yes, as Andy says, of course, we can see the names of the drivers, but you can as well on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, next to the team names. You can also see the last name of the drivers behind the wheel as well. well. If you fancy learning of a particular team that we don't mention about, you can see there on the timing tower on the left-hand side. Down through into the first couple of corners we go then, and the 300 and the 380 battling well, which, unless you've got keen eyes, it's easy to mix those two up. They continue on nose to tail down the hill, and they are battling also with the 582 as well in third place. There they all are. We're 3 wide as they come into camera shot down the hill, down through the Crater curves once more, and they just about sort themselves out down through Old Hairpin. But look already, we're 5 minutes into this, and already some pretty sizable gaps opening up between these groups of cars. And as expected, the two Trojan cars at the sharp end working together very, very nicely. No need to battle at all, pushing each other on and around the circuit, and if not pushing, sitting in the slipstream, keeping nice and relaxed as they carry this through. This first stint, of course, is simply settling in and seeing what kind of gap they can make at the front, because there's much potential for things to reshuffle later on in the race and things that they cannot account for. So all they can account for is going as fast as they can out on the track, and at the moment the two Trojans, look at the gap they've made at the front already. A good few seconds, that is, as they've, I'm going to say it, probably pretty much broken the toe already. That gap is sizable as they try and continue to scamper off ahead.
Yeah, Rob Smith and Mark Thompson, though, third and fourth respectively, have got themselves ahead of the James Stocks & Co car, and they now also seem to be working together to try and close in on the leader. The purple car there is the 582 that at the start of the lap was in third position, and at the end of the lap I think is somewhere around 8th as they cross the line. Yes, 8th position, so they really did lose quite a bit of time. Meanwhile, Chris Etheridge in the #blessed car is set the fastest lap of the race. I thought that car was a bit out of position in qualifying, only 14th quickest I seem to recall, but they're starting to set some good lap times. They're in 12th and inching towards the top 10.
Indeed they are. Do you know the chaps that race that car? Because I love that livery and I love the team name, but it's so rogue. I don't know who thought of that.
I have asked them. Chris Etheridge I don't know quite as well, in fairness, but his co-driver, whose name now helpfully has escaped me, Colin Bysouth, was a champion in MX5 Super Cup a number of years ago, certainly a regular front runner. I'm sure I've asked him why that is the team name, and I think he said, just sounds fun, doesn't it? Well, we'll find out. I mean, that often is the answer. There are some funny team names in motor racing, and if you do try and ask whether there's any deeper meaning, you're often left disappointed.
Yeah, well, I always enjoy a very silly team name, and of course, you don't really get silly team names in the Fun Cup. You get silly driver names sometimes. But
what on earth are you referring to?
I have no idea. Go find that out for yourselves. But it's always great. I love endurance racing for that fact of just the fun of it as well. Just having a good bit of fun with your friends. But of course, when the visor goes down, it is aggressive battling. Of course, I mean, I used to, when I was back at university, I raced for the university team, and we were Cardiff University Motorsport. So I think you can assume what we were naming our endurance team throughout our time there. As, oh dear, off-track excursion already into the gravel, up through Coppice that is, and that's a long way to get themselves back on. Can they get out the gravel? Oh,
so
not quite.
close.
They hit the steering wheel in frustration, and they are beached.
Oh, they're less than a car's width away. Another one off. 3-4-1 at the final chicane. Is that car going to get going? Answer no. That's the Blob. which is in the gravel trap. Rob Smith, meanwhile, sets another fastest lap of the race, but Blob is going no further.
Oh no. Well, two cars, it seems, then stuck in the gravel traps. And, well, it was only, 2 minutes ago I mentioned if there wasn't a safety car, I would be surprised. Well, there we go. Less than 10 minutes into the race and already looking like we might have a bit of a neutralisation. If so, that lovely gap that the two Trojan cars have opened up, that's now pretty much 3 seconds back to the third place car, the 300, the Beat PC tyre buffing car. Of course, they've just got the fastest lap of the race, to be fair, so they're looking to close back into the leaders, working together well with the 380 just behind them. Now they started, but they were 11th on the starting grid. The Gala Performance with BPC Motorsport car. Those two working together, try and close back up to the leaders. But as I say, if there is a safety car, they won't need to work too hard, because that safety car will draw them all back close again. As there is the #Blessed car making moves. As all they are going to try and push the 341 out of the gravel, and they've done a great job of it. Out of the gravel goes the 341, and back onto the circuit they go. Have they done the same with the red car? No, that one is still stuck there up out of Coppice, but we'll see if they're able to do something similar. So yellow flags will go in now. Will go back in after being out for quite some time there, with the driver being stuck. But they do rejoin the action. Issue for them is they've rejoined right in front of the leaders. So although they are still on the leading lap for the moment, they might find this race becomes rather challenging as both the Trojan cars try to find a way past.
Yes, and a bit wide there for the Trojan Motorsport car in second place. I would argue that Rob Smith is catching those two, though. He's been setting fastest laps, and that's starting to show, isn't it? Rob in the green C1. His son Sid Smith will be sharing the driving duties with him over the course of the 3 hours. And yeah, that car looks pretty rapid. I don't think Trojan Motorsport are necessarily going to have things all their own way, as that back marker, though, is now slightly getting in the way of Rob Smith, in fairness. Now he ducks to the inside, heading up through Starkey's and Schwant's curve, and heading up now into the right-handers at the top end of the circuit, McLean's and Coppice. Round the right-hander we go. Did the car at Coppice corner get moved, I wonder?
Last time we saw it was still there.
Yeah, I think I can still see yellow flags off in the distance, so we'll wait and see whether race control do elect to throw a safety car. There have been 2 races. Oh, there we go. Live snatch is ongoing, so that's how that's being dealt with. We do have that option here at Donington at a few locations to throw the live snatch vehicle, recovery vehicle out onto the, not onto the circuit, but into the gravel trap, and get the cars moved under yellow flags. That's good news. As I started to say, we've had 2 C1 Series races on the Donington Park National Circuit over the years since the series conception in 2022, and in those 2 races, the first one back in 2022 there was 1 safety car. Last year there were 5, so who knows which way today is going to go. Based on the rest of the weekend, I suspect we might be seeing the safety car at some point, but so far race control able to deal with these incidents without neutralising the race.
Yeah, impressively so. Jumping straight into action, the fantastic marshals here once again. The Orange Army doing a brilliant job here today at Donington Park as they try and get that car back out of the gravel there up through Coppice. And of course, that is the 310, the Scuderia Polo Rosso car that is stuck there up in the gravel. And also we saw earlier that 432 in the pits, wasn't it? The Ram Sport Racing car. So a couple of drivers falling by the wayside. And as we saw as well, the Blob car stuck in the gravel, where they've rejoined 47th place, but they now find themselves as well the only lapped car that isn't those 2, either stuck in the gravel or stuck in the pits, as they drop down through the order as the rest of the leaders put a lap on them. But you're definitely right in thinking that the BPC tyre buffing car is closing in on the 2 leaders. Was 1.6, now 1.2, and now they're getting into the slipstream here, aren't they, of the Trojan Motorsport car. They're holding on to the back of the Alpha Trojan car, but that slipstream definitely being gained by the number 300. They'll find even more lap time from that, and they'll continue to close up to our race leaders. Is that the car that's stuck in the pits? Is that the 432 Ram Sport Racing?
No, that is
it's
not.
Different.
It's one of the Emax cars, 343, Alex Port and Matthew Price, Emax regular front runners in C1 Series Racing. So that's another issue, potentially, mechanical issue. Rob Lewis, I believe, is out and about in the pit lane for us over the next 3 hours. Hopefully he can start bringing us a few updates on these issues as we move further into the race. For now, though, I think we're about to have maybe a battle for the lead. The Trojan cars, understandably, have been working together, but the arrival now of the BPC tyre buffing car in 3rd position might just slightly start to change the dynamic here.
Oh, it 100% will. It 100% will. For the moment, the 301, whether they like it or not, effectively acting as a bit of a rear gunner here for the 421. So will we see some defence here from the Trojan Motorsport car, if not only to just hold up the BPC tyre buffing car to allow for maybe the Alpha Trojan to gain enough of a gap to break that toe? That'll be easier said than done, though, as, of course, that was momentum, slipstreaming. We've said it all through this weekend's racing, as they're the 343 heads back out on circuit. So good to see them rejoining the action as they rejoin in 41st place. It seems, 43rd it is, as they do exit the pits. Well, these 3 drivers continuing on, and as I was saying, still the Trojan Motorsport car focused on the BPC tyre buffing car behind, but at the moment unable to find a way through. So he closed up sort of 3 or 4 tenths a lap, but now he's found the rear bumper of the car in 2nd place. For this lap anyway, not able to find a way through, because with these cars having to use that momentum and them all being so close to each other in terms of overall pace, actually getting moves done concisely as well, making sure that there can't be a re-overtake at the following corner, is very, very challenging to do.
It really is a challenge. There also might be an element of Rob Smith just trying to save a bit of fuel, not really push the car too hard, and just work with those 2 at the front of the field. It is, as you say, very, very early days. Right, Rob Lewis, I mentioned him, and he's sprung into action at the mere mention of his name. He is in the pit lane with an update for us.
Well, welcome to the pit lane. I'm just going to give you a quick update on some of the cars that visited the pit lane. Now, you saw the Brscc car came to a sudden halt. That because it ran out of drive because the drive shaft has gone on it. So no drive shaft, no drive on these. They haven't got limited slip diff, so you need both drive shafts for it to work. You saw the E-Max car come in as well, and I quote, it's cooked. It blew all of its coolant out of the top of the cap. Whether it's a leaking cap or not, the system's over-pressurising or it's not pressurised enough. We'll hopefully see what happens there. And the team are currently working out what to do with the car. They might call it back in and see what they're going to do. It might need an engine change. I'll keep you updated. So some early race action here going on. Let's go back on to the action on the track.
Thank you, John. Rob, oh my word. Thank you, Rob, for the update in the pit lane.
No problem.
I don't know what's going on anymore. The heat's getting to me, I think. What is happening at the front of the field is the leader, Singular, is now starting to get away. So you mentioned, slightly tongue-in-cheek, that the 301 car was maybe acting as a slight rear gunner to the leader. Never mind, actually the slipstreams brought them all back together again down the back straight, but in that middle sector certainly Alpha Trojan looked pretty comfortable. The gap really we need to watch now is 3rd to 4th, I guess, because the Gala Performance with BPC Motorsport car in 4th position was only a second behind at the start of the lap. I think they're now starting to catch the leading trio slightly. Yes, they are, 37.3, so 10th of a second or so quicker than the cars in the group ahead. And then in 5th position, the pink car, largely pink car, is the WRC Developments machine, Donington winners from a year ago. So that car in the hands of Ryan Bensley, who announced a week or two ago now, earlier this week actually, that he was going to be returning to the British Touring Car Championship for the second half of the season in a Speedworks Toyota, and is making his return to the championship at Thruxton. I spoke to him actually off mic during that SuperSport race, and he said, whenever I tell people I'm going back into the British Touring Car Championship and I'm re-debuting at Thruxton, people look at me as though I've gone mad, and I have to say I gave him exactly that look when he told me it's not where I would choose to step back into a British Touring Car.
Yeah. I feel that race is going to be a pretty aggressive one to jump into, but you'll have to get those elbows sharpened and ready to do battle, and I look forward to enjoying that from trackside. Well, 15 minutes of the race already then. 3:10, the Pollo Rosso car is back out onto circuit, so a couple of the cars that had issues have been able to find their way back out, but of course, as we heard from Rob there, a few with some more serious issues, and I don't think we'll be seeing them, well, anytime soon, or if ever, during this one. As we saw, we said that the 41 was getting away. It seems as though they're able to pull a nice gap through the lap, and then as soon as they get onto Starkey Straight, that slipstream draws them back together, but not being quite so strong this time. There's still 2 or 3 car lengths there between your top two. It's all pulling into the pits already, goes the 421. So the 421, your race leader, is bailing to the pits already. Alpha Trojan, go for it then. I think that's the first of our proper scheduled pit stops so far in this one, and another driver peels in. Was that 4th place as well?
It was 5th place, I think they were at the time. It's the WRC car anyway, so Ryan Bensley, I've mentioned him now, so he's decided to go back into the pit lane. That's his job done. Now, again, if you weren't tuning in for qualifying earlier on, let me remind you of what the pit stop regulations are. It's a 3-hour race. You must make 3 pit stops during the 3-hour race, 1 per hour. So between minute 1 and minute 60, you have to pit once. Between minute 61 and 120, you pit again, and then between 120 and 180, you pit again. But you can pit whenever you like during that hour. So you can pit on minute 2, you can pit on minute 59, and it completely resets at the turn of the hour. So if we have a safety car, for example, at any point, there would be an advantage to pitting perhaps behind the safety car at the end of 1 hour and the start of the next. But the series have thought of that, and you're not allowed, well, you can do it, but you have to serve a 5-minute pit stop if you pit behind the safety car. So probably won't see teams pitting behind the safety car unless it's absolutely desperate, but you might see teams pitting right at the end of 1 hour and right at the start of the next hour, just to get 2 of those pit stops out of the way. A tank of fuel will get you way beyond 2 hours, 2.5 hours in a Citroen C1, so you've got pretty much complete freedom on when to pit as long as you make 1 per hour.
So my thought would be then, it's kind of opposing to the Fun Cup strategy. In terms of the Fun Cup, you want to leave it as late in the window as possible for a potential safety car to save time on the pit stop. But as you say, if you have to do a 5-minute pit stop under safety car, surely you don't want to leave it until the last 5 minutes or so, because if a safety car comes out, you then have to take that penalty. So yeah, you're sort of dicing with heavy frustration if you leave it out to the end of the window. But I'm sure we'll see some teams still trying to go for it if it works with their strategy. I think also there's going to be a lot of the strategy in terms of when you pit with the teams around you in terms of gaining track position, and also where you then slot back in is going to be crucial as well. Do you want clear air to get laps in, or do you want to be behind people to get the slipstream? I don't know.
I don't think you get a say in the matter.
No.
You're not going to have clean air. There are 49 cars that at the start of this race, John. Although, as I say that, there is a bit of clean air at the front of this particular group, but it's very, very sparse, isn't it? You're going to usually be surrounded by other cars, and it's part of the appeal of C1 racing, but it does mean that particular tactic sort of goes out of the window. So a lot of the front runners pitting early. Off has gone the 3-4-1. It won't make the barrier, thankfully, but they will lose some time. It's Blob again. Blob have had a tricky first 20 minutes of this race. Who's in Blob at the moment? That is the team name, by the way. I've not completely taken leave of my senses. It is the 3-4-1 Samuel Cunliffe, who has a few stories to tell, I think, after the end of, well, not even possibly halfway through his opening stint of the day.
Well, he's found gravel, and now he's found grass. He's ticking it all off the bingo list for today. But, yeah, well, this time, as you say, didn't find the barriers, and that's the main thing. We'll get it back off the grass and back onto the circuit. But yeah, teammates, especially seeing that on the live stream, probably won't be too happy with him. 2 times in the first stint, he's found a bit of off-piste action. But hey, this time, as we say, it was only grass. He's able to get himself out of said situation, and they continue on once again. But still, loads of drivers diving to pit lane, and as we saw a couple of moments ago, a few of the heavy hitters of the drivers that we expect to be up near the sharp end, making that first pit stop of the race. So again, we'll sort of see at the first hour how they've settled in after the first pit stops. But as Andy mentioned, some teams might do one right at the end of 1 hour and then one right at the start of the next, which will again shuffle up the order and make it even more challenging for us in the comms box. But we'll do our best to keep you up to speed with what is going on out on the circuit.
And there'll be differing opinions as to when you put fuel in. You don't need a lot of fuel, it's just a splash really. At some point after about now, really, from this point on, you could probably, with a bit of fuel saving, get to the end without refueling again. It seems ridiculous to say that 15 minutes into a 3-hour race, but very low fuel burn on a Citroen C1, as you would expect. And so we might see some teams go for a slightly longer pit stop now. There's no minimum pit stop time in C1 Series racing, remember. Go for a longer stop now, maybe. But then not have to refuel later on in the race. Of course, it does mean you'll then have a full tank of fuel on board for the rest of the race, and in lightweight cars such as these, that might not be ideal, but it's an option.
We were chatting about fuel strategy yesterday, weren't we, with the Fun Cubs. Is there maybe not the thought of, if you're saying a full tank can go sort of 2.5 hours, maybe just having a little bit of fuel in for the start, so you're really quick on that race start, and then first pit stop, bunging all the fuel in for the whole rest of the race. That's one strategy anyway. Maybe some teams have done that. We've seen some bailing to the pits pretty early on in this stint. Others maybe going longer in the window, taking a little bit less fuel on later in the race, so wasting less time. There's so much strategy that plays into it, and that's why the C1s are always so exciting in terms of strategy, and 49 cars out on track. That makes it pretty exciting in and of itself.
You might be onto something, though, because a lot of the cars that were really rapid in that first little stint were the ones to pit first, weren't they? Both of the Trojan cars, the tyre buffing car of that was in third position of Rob Smith. So, yeah, they pitted quite early, whereas Gala Performance, who lead at the moment, they were just sort of steadily going about their business, weren't they? Not necessarily really pushing for quick lap times, and they are still going. So I don't know. Again, maybe Rob can update us slightly on what's going on. I can tell you that the Alpha Trojan car came out, well, it's now up into 9th position. They are ahead of the BPC tyre buffing car by about, well, in fact, I can give you the gap because they're about to come across the line, I believe. Alpha Trojan are ahead. Oh, in fact, yes. Alpha Trojan are the best placed of those that have stopped. That's the 421 car. The 301 Trojan Motorsport car is still ahead of the 300, but they are about 7 seconds behind the car that was leading the race. So definitely different length pit stops then amongst that leading group. They are back inside the top 10 now, those three, as most of the field seemingly have decided to go for an early pit stop. But yeah, interesting that those 3 cars, John, that were nose to tail coming into the pit lane are now separated by around 7 seconds. So much quicker pit stop for Alpha Trojan than it was Trojan Motorsport or BPC.
Now, is that a case of a slicker pit stop from the team? Is that a case of one's put fuel on board, one hasn't already? Well, we just don't know. We do not know. We can only see on the live timing in terms of how many times teams have come into the pits then. And yeah, as you say, I think it looks to be oh, actually, it's way more than half, isn't it? It's actually maybe even more than 3/4 of the entire field that have already given us one pit stop in this race, as we see another heading in, this time to 380. So the Gala performance with BPC Motorsport is in from second place on the road at the moment. Let's see how speedily they can get back out onto the track, and can they challenge into the top 10 once they re-emerge.
Yes, Team Insane, meanwhile, that's insane spelt like the River Seine in Paris, you know, French cars, Paris. Hilarious. They have picked up a penalty, that's less hilarious, for a yellow flag infringement, and that is a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty for the 442, so Team Insane, unfortunately, they're going to be in the pit lane for quite a long time. That will take them well down the order. They'll lose 3 or maybe 4 laps, actually, from a 5-minute pit stop, so that's costly for them. Gala Performance, meanwhile, have pitted, so Gala Performance were in the lead. That means that CEX PrepTech have now moved through. They're yet to stop in the 469 car, that car being driven at the moment by Daniel Kell, and into second position has gone the number 311, that is TGR Racing, and it is Luke Haberman in the car for the opening stint, so he's up into second position. The best of the pit stoppers then, Alpha Trojan in 8th position.
Impressive stuff. Is the river in France not pronounced the Seine?
Well, I would say that, but it doesn't really work as a pun name anymore, does it? So, yes, I wasn't going to be that pedantic, John. I thought I'd leave that to you.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's a rubbish pun. Get better, guys. Come on.
It's no hashtag blessed, is it?
It's no hashtag blessed. Come on, guys.
And it's certainly no blob. Now there's a sentence I didn't expect to see on a live commentary. Anyway, we'll get back to John in a moment. There is the 399 car through Redgate Corner. That's the Moorwind Motorsport with Driven Minds car. Who's in that? Is it Nick Ramsey-Goff for the opening stint? Yes, I think it is. That car just making a nice move up the inside into Redgate Corner. But yeah, interesting, John, that I would say more than 3/4 of the field have elected to pit inside the first 20 minutes of the race. That does suggest that there is a strategy that most people are agreeing on, and then I'm interested now to know why those that haven't stopped, and how much longer they plan on going.
Rob, where are you?
He'll be on it, I'm sure. I can hear him scurrying from here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would expect, especially with the teams up near the sharp end, if there seems to be a general sentiment in terms of the strategy, maybe just even slightly offsetting to that to see if you can get a jump, either undercut, overcut, whatever you decide to do. But clearly, with a lot of the teams deciding to go here, as you say, in the first 20 minutes, there must be, in terms of the calculations, it must be quite a sizable difference in doing this strategy comparatively to other strategies that you could be doing, and that is why a lot of the teams have decided to go that way. But that'll mean, in terms of the strategic race of this, will be nullified ever so slightly if the drivers are on much more similar strategies. But equally, that then means there'll be much more outright racing on circuit, because it won't be done in the pits, although time can be gained and lost in the pits, and that battling will be done out on circuit. So with 2.5 hours still left to go in this race, so nearly 30 minutes in, nearly 1/6 of the race completed. And like we say, yeah, it's a crazy number of drivers that have pitted. Genuinely still only, what is that? I reckon 15 cars still needing to come in to give us that first pit stop, and they've still got 33 minutes to do so. So will we see any of those cars deciding now that a huge number have come in that early par? Do they decide to go, well, we'll just do the opposite. Let's go late in the window, and we can just see. We'll just see. It might work. If it doesn't, hey-ho, we went for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it will massively make a difference unless you get a safety car. You don't need a safety car at the end of the hour, because even if you don't need fuel, you have to pit before the end of the hour. So if you get to minute 58 and they throw a safety car and you've not pitted, well, guess what? You're going to lose 5 minutes in the pit lane. So it is a bit of a gamble, isn't it? 3-4-1 are in. It's Blob. Yep, they're back on our screens again. This time a driver change. This looks like a fairly standard pit stop for Blob.
It does. They've had their fair share of off-track excursions already, haven't they? But they are into the pits for their first driver change, and we'll see if next driver on board can keep it on the straight and narrow just a little bit more. Teams continuing on then. Another driver dives to pit lane, so another team having their first changeover of the race. I say changeover, doesn't necessarily need to be a driver change. Of course, there are teams in this with 2 drivers. There are plenty of teams with 3 drivers as well. Trying to spot down the list if anyone has got any more than that. No, it's all 2 or 3 driver teams in this one. So with a 3-driver team, as we say, you need to do 1 pit stop in the first hour, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third. If you've got 3 drivers, that makes a lot of sense then for switching over. But if you've got two, you're going to be doing a couple of double stints in there as well. So, some strategy to think of as well, not only in terms of when you pit, but also which driver to put in at which point of the race. Who do you think is going to do best on the race start? Who do you think will do the best if maybe in the last 15 minutes there's a safety car and they've suddenly got to do a safety car restart? There's a lot of strategy in that as well. So interesting to see when the drivers decide to send each other out, and I wonder who in the team decides that as well.
Yeah, not sure. That's an interesting question to pose. The Cat DT car went off there. That's the Colin Hode, Mark Hode and James Canning car. The Hodes were Fun Cup drivers, were they not? It might have been before your time, but I want to say they were in there was a Hode in the Team Truman's car, I seem to recall. Long time ago, best part of 10 years ago. I might have dreamt that. Wonder whether it's the same family. Anyway, they were on the grass coming out of the old hairpin and lost a fair chunk of time as a result. Again, losing that momentum on the long climb uphill through Starkey's and Schwant's curve. Situation at the moment then as we tick towards the end of the opening half hour. Wow, that's gone by quickly. CEX Prep Tech lead the way, the 469 car. They've got 11.5 second lead over TGR Racing in second. Who are only half a second clear of Meaden's Motorsport in third, 311 and 364. Fourth position for the 330 Marmoto car, and in fifth position, the first of those to have stopped, are Alpha Trojan, the 421 car. They are 3.8 seconds ahead of Emax Motorsport's 345, which hasn't pitted, and so more to the point, they are 7 seconds clear of Trojan Motorsport, the 301 car, which was in second position before the pit stop. So they've gained 7 seconds on their own teammates through that pit cycle.
They have indeed. Yeah, impressive. Very impressive. Is that differing strategy? Is that sticker pit stops, as we say? Well, the team from the lead are in. Are they? Nope, just pushing it into the grid spot. No, they are pushing it into the garage. They are pushing it in. So, dear. The 469, that is, not looking like they will be continuing on much further. What a shame. It looked to be just a regular scheduled pit stop for them. But no, straight into the pit box they go. And yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be moving anytime soon. They had about a 2.5 second lead then as they peeled into the pit lane. But sadly, the CEX car not going much further. I've always wondered why is CEX on the side of the car? I've got no idea. Also, I didn't want to pick you up on the fact that I know that's not how you pronounce the brand name, but we probably can't actually pronounce the brand name correctly on this live stream, as the GSF Car Parts branded car heads into the pits now as well. For them, though, looks to be a much more scheduled stop. No being pushed back into the proper pit box. So looks as though the 536 will get underway pretty swiftly. They've also pitted from the top 10 as well. From 9th place it was for the 536. So new driver jumping on board there for the W Endurance car. Oh my goodness, that was getting close between those three as they come down the start-finish straight. The car in the middle then nearly squeezed into the car on the left-hand side of your pictures. The 448 though is able to thread the needle and gain the places back from those two.
Yes, 3 white cars, maybe about to go 3 abreast down the hill here. That looks interesting. No, one of the car on the outside backed out of that one and settled back in line. The lead now taken by TGR Racing's 311 car. They lead by 6.5 tenths of a second over Meaden's Motorsport. I'd love to pick them out if we could, but quite frankly, no idea where they are on track. Oh, I think they've just gone down towards the old hairpin, actually. They've not long crossed the line. So somewhere in the first sector, car arrives sideways on the grass coming out of the old hairpin. Who was that having a drama? We'll never know, but whoever they were, they managed to carry on again without any damage, thankfully. Another near miss down at the old hairpin. I mean, we will probably only catch about 10% of the near misses in this race, quite frankly. There's so much going on around the racetrack at any given moment. Really, these races, I think, are best viewed trackside, aren't they? Because then you get a proper perspective for just how manic they are.
Yes, seriously, man. We actually probably need. I know in the producing van they can see every camera all at the same time. That's what we need for this race, don't we? We need to be able to spot all of it because there's just too much going on. Too much going on to keep up to date with the action out on circuit. And like you say, there'll be quite a few pirouettes in this one, I can imagine. As here is fair play to the Alpha Live camera ops. They found the 2 leaders. Here they are down Starkey straight. Then our top 2 line astern.
Yeah, genuinely impressed. I don't know how they picked those two cars out. Luckily, they're on their own, these two, at the moment. They're in nice, clean air, and it is the 311 car with the advantage. Now, neither of these cars are pitted yet, remember. Are either of them coming in this time? No. So they're definitely on an alternate strategy, aren't they? They're one of about a dozen cars, maybe, that are continuing deeper into this opening hour before making their first pit stop. So the sort of Gulf liveried car leads the way. The 311 car, the Anthony and Luke Haberman car. Luke is in the car for the opening part of the race. 364 in second position. That's Jack Sexton, Carl Child, Peter Spalding and Tom Sexton sharing the car, and it's Peter Spalding in second position right now. So we'll keep one eye on this battle for the lead, and another firmly pointed on the pit lane where Rob has an interview for us.
You saw the 469 car pull into the pits there. Well, as you can see, it's having some work done at the moment, and more drive shaft troubles. Mr. Kell, talk us through.
Yeah, it's a really good start. You know, the couple behind got through and whatever, but I really knuckled down, trying to chase after Trojan at the front. We're going all right. We're trying something different strategy, going long. And to be honest, since the first lap, around every left-hand, it was droning a little bit. I was like, see what it is, see how we go. And then just there, going down the back straight in fourth gear, just boom, straight to the limiter, and then no drive. So luckily it happened there and managed to get in the pits, but yeah, I think we're pretty
I think as far as drive shaft brakes go, better to happen there than, say, down the bottom of the crane.
Exactly, yeah, because if it happened anywhere else, I wouldn't have got it back to the pits, and it would definitely be race done. But, you know, hopefully we can get back out. We'll be a few laps down, but car's quick, so we'll see where we can get to.
Condolences, mate. You were looking absolutely rapid there. Now, before we go away, obviously, John and Andy up in the commentary box will be wondering why quite a lot of these cars are pitting early. So, earlier on, I did explain about the pit stop rules. So you're allowed one pit stop every hour, any time during that hour. And after speaking to a few of the team managers, it was explained to me that traffic is a big factor here. There's nearly 50 cars in this race, so there's not a lot of wiggle room to get those fast, consistent lap times in. If you're being held up in traffic, it's actually beneficial for you to, after 15, 20 minutes, maybe even half an hour, get into the pits, get your pit stop out of the way, obviously depending on how many drivers you do have, get that pit stop done and get back into a bit of clean air so you can get your head down, get into a groove and maybe do another hour, get into your second hour of the stint and then work out when you're going to pull your driver in then. It's all about that strategy. But yeah, it's all early to play for here. We're going to see a lot more pit action in the second hour, and I think that's when you're going to see the strategy come to the fore. Back to you guys.
Right, okay, so that in essence it's just personal preference whether you want to get that pit stop out of the way early or maybe stay in some clean air. So I guess maybe the ones that are going long don't find themselves held up in traffic too much, and so they're quite happy to keep pounding around, whereas maybe some of those that came early just did so to try and put themselves on a different bit of racetrack around some different cars. They weren't being held up. That would appear to be the gist of it. So, yeah, interesting philosophy then, and a couple more coming in actually as we say that. Quattro Formaggio were one of them as this lead battle continues to rage on, with the 311 TGR racing car continuing to lead the way. We've had another stop-go penalty, by the way, dished out. JFR, which is the 554 car, Joe Fletcher, Ian Thompson and Jake Cork. They've got a stop-go penalty for a yellow signal infringement. Whether that's the same as a yellow flag infringement, I don't know. I suspect it is. Just different wording maybe on the timing screen. The leader meanwhile, squeezing round the outside. Whoops, and someone appears stage left. Who was that? That looks like an Emax car to me, maybe.
Didn't spot it. Did not spot it. We'll see as they come down Craners. We'll see if we can pick them up. But the interesting one there about the strategy is he was going 2 by 2 down Craners once again. But I don't know, but it sort of baffles me a little bit that, because my thought would have been that if you're at the sharp end of the order, I mean, drivers weren't exactly battling, were they? And if you then pit early, you drop into the pack, you then catch drivers who surely are not going to be on the same pace as you, and that means you're going to have to overtake them, rather than if you were at the sharp end with drivers who you think could be on pace with the leaders, as are you, then you would think that would work best because you can slipstream, work together a little bit. Okay, if the gloves start to come off and drivers are battling through every single corner, there's going to be so much time lost that, okay, I would understand bailing to the pits, but a lot of them went early there when really are leading battle, in quotation marks, they weren't really battling. So didn't really see, there wasn't really much time being lost there. So I don't know. But either way, they've done it now, and I'm sure they're all going to prove wrong, and they're all going to have the best strategy ever, and I'm going to be totally incorrect. But anyway, we press on then. Only now 22 minutes until the end, of course, of the first pit window and the start of the second pit window. So a few more teams still needing to give us that first pit stop of the race. Then as we look down the list, it's only, I'd say, around 10 cars now that still owe us that. They've got 20 or so minutes to do so. And then, as Andy mentioned earlier, it will totally reset, and we'll look on to the second round of pit stops.
Now, we've had a change here. Sid Smith has got himself ahead of the 301 car, now in the hands of Charlie Bingham. That is for 5th position, but net 2nd position, because this is the BPC tyre buffing car of Sid Smith that was 3rd before that round of pit stops began. We're still waiting for 3 cars to pit, so essentially for 2nd position. I'm intrigued to see what Sid's lap times are in comparison to Alpha Trojan ahead. Alpha Trojan's last lap a 37.0, Sid Smith a 36.9, so very little. It is only a 10th or so, but the gap has been coming down. Remember, I said that was 7 seconds at one point. It's 5.8 now between essentially the leader of the race and this car, the car that is in net 2nd position. So interesting that BPC car's got in between the Trojan cars, but can it now cover that distance to the essential race leader of the race? The Alpha Trojan car 421 now being driven in the 2nd stint by Chris Freeman. It's just a 2-driver entry, that one. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Sid can continue to close down on that Trojan car up in front. The green machine heads towards us out of Starkey's corner. Didn't see where the move was made, but I just clocked that going past our window a lap or so ago that they'd moved through. And off in the distance, you can just see the Alpha Trojan car, the other yellow car with the green highlights. That is the car that essentially, once everyone does make a pit stop, we'll be back into the lead of the race.
Yes, we've got green and yellow, green and yellow. Yes. The top 3, so easy for us here in the commentary box. Into 2nd, as you say, goes the BPC car. Well, we saw in that first stint they were able to get past one of the Trojan cars into 2nd and then closing up to the race leaders, and before that even closing up to the top 2. They of course had to do that in totally fresh air. It took them a few laps to close in. As soon as they got into the slipstream, they closed right back up to those top 2. So it's been shown already that the 300 can run in clear air and can catch leaders who are towing each other along. But of course, it was a different driver in the car during that. Sid now on board, and let's see if he can do something similar. Of course, he'll get the use of slipstream from some other cars that he's putting a lap on as well. But speaking of, the car he's chasing will also have that same benefit, and they'll also have the same negative of actually trying to get past these cars. As there you see, that will help the 300 there as the 524 gets right in between them as they both continue to try and chase down the race leader.
Indeed they do. They took another 10th out of them on that previous lap, so it's all going quite well. Back to the pit lane though, Rob's got another driver to catch up with.
Now, it's not often you get to chat with team owners, certainly, and none quite as dashing as it. First of all, introduce yourself to the world.
Simon Fletcher, Team JFR.
And your driver has actually got into a spot of bother, hasn't he?
Yeah, that'll be my son.
What happened?
He overtook car 442 on a single yellow.
And that resulted in?
Popping up to chat to a guy called Dave in race control.
And that resulted in a 5-minute stop-go penalty. But there's an extended part to the story, ladies and gentlemen. What's your driver that's currently out there not doing?
Coming in.
And
missed the board. And we've had to pull him in on the pit board just to make it clear. Yeah.
And the best bit is it's Ian, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of these commentators.
He is a circuit commentator that's going racing that currently can't see the stop-go penalty board or his own team calling him in. Let's talk about the team. You're quite new to C1 racing this year.
Yeah, we're loving it. We Brands Hatch, all brand new, first race, done okay. Silverstone, we had an excellent time. We were 8th in class. We started the race at 4 on the grid. Coming here, Donington, completely different track. We've gone from 32 cars up to 49. It's like the Arc de Triomphe on a busy day. But yeah, and tyre pressures and degradation, it's all new to us, but we're loving the learning.
It's quite a nice analogy, that, about the Arc de Triomphe. I did hear Mr. McEwen actually talk about Team Insane and point out it is the French River. You are quite right, Andy, as well. Lots to learn. What's the ultimate goal for this team?
On each race, just to finish every race and improve. So, you know, if we come in the top 20,
that would be great. But I think we'll be in the 20s, finish the race, cross the checkered flag, take all the learnings away, ready for the double header at Snetterton.
And you're very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's another test.
Right, hopefully at some point in the next few laps your driver does listen to the stop-go penalty and comes in, right?
Yeah, 100%. Well, the marshal's just come over saying we 554, and I said we're doing everything to get him in. You know what drivers are like? They're in the moment, aren't they? They're properly in the moment. Well, you're a driver yourself, so...
Yeah, it can happen I think at this point the only thing you can do is throw the pit board actually out the windscreen.
Well, I'll tell Jack to do that next if he don't come in. So, yeah, it's all learning again for us. So.
Good to see you. Great to see the JFR car out there. If you spot it out on the circuit, it's got the really cool sort of prototype camouflage livery on it with the JFR logo. Very sexy looking to see one out there. But for the moment, I'm going to do a bit more sleuthing up and down the pit lane. I'll hand you back to Andy and John in the comms box.
Thanks, Rob. There is the 421 car, which heads through Redgate Corner. They're back into third place now. The net race leaders. Someone's off behind them. That was 442. Bouncing their way back on. 442. That's Team Insane. We were just hearing from them in the pit lane. That was good timing, wasn't it? And they bounced through the gravel trap at the very next shot. So no damage done, hopefully. 421 then gain a position from the lead. TGR Racing have pitted the 311 car. So 364 Whedon's Motorsport have now taken the lead of the race, but they again still owe us a pit stop. They were pretty close together, weren't they? The 311 in fact has just left the pit lane going into Redgate Corner. And they've rejoined actually right in front of another really good battle that I'd spotted involving the Silverlake car. We'll see if we can pick up on that in a moment or two. Here they come actually down the hill. So they're the Gulf liveried car. That's the car that was leading the race 311, and the three cars directly behind these two are all battling for position, and they include the James Stocks & Co car, which I seem to recall saying had a penalty earlier on, didn't they? There's been so much going on. I forget who's had a penalty and who hasn't now, but that dark purple 582 car that was on the outside of the front row, remember, is now starting to try and regain some ground. They have had a penalty.
Drive-through penalty for track limits.
Track limits, that was, right.
It was only 2 minutes ago, though.
Yes, I've just written it down literally 2 minutes ago. That's why I remembered it. Thank you, John. So, yes, drive-through penalty. They haven't actually served it yet. That's what was confusing me. So that purple car with a drive-through penalty to be served. They've just been overtaken by the Silverlake car, the 558 car. That was for position. The Aaron Chalk, Alan Preble and Michael Chapman machine. It was for 11th position, that. But that's those three cars at the back of this queue, all fighting for genuine on-track position. And they're not the only ones, but it's hard sometimes to pick out the genuine battles for position amongst those who are on different laps. Silverlake with another move at the inside against the 456. That was for position. That gets them back into the top 10, just as 456, I think, are coming into pit, and the James Stocks & Co car comes in to serve the drive-through penalty.
Yep, they both peel straight in then, don't they? So despite making that manoeuvre, they'll both head into the pits together then. 311 up the inside there, down into the first couple of corners. So an on-track position gain once again for them. Of course, 9th place overall at the moment for TGR Racing as they find their way through on the 392. So that was not around them on circuit. That was a lap or so down on these drivers. So we head down the hill once again, and all just sort of settling in now, as you say. A couple of drivers, a couple of teams, I should say, diving to pit lane. So who do we have then? Whedon's Motorsport out in the lead, still was their first pit stop of the race. Then we have got Eminently Ambitious down in 19th place, still owing us a stop. And then we have JW Bird Motorsport in 24th, who are still owing us a stop. Then Team MKD in 29th, still owing us a stop. And that is it. Those are all the teams that we're still expecting in over the next 14 minutes or so, as we've already seen a couple diving to pit lane then. So already should sort of be settling into race order, and we're getting a proper idea of how this one settles down. Well, seemingly very similarly to how it was right at the start of the race. An hour in almost, and still the top three as they were before those first round of pit stops.
Yes, the net top three. Yes, actual race leader just went out of shot there. It's the 364 Whedon Motorsport car. One of now very few cars yet to stop, interestingly. So that car is just turning into McLean's there at the top of the shot. That's your leader, and they are yet to pit. But actually, I'd say there's maybe only 4 cars now that haven't yet made a visit into the pit lane. There they are, pitching all very sideways into Coppice corner. That was the leader. They might not be the leader anymore by the time we next cut to them. They were virtually backwards turning into Coppice that time. Hopefully they managed to catch it. You can catch a slide in a C1 reasonably easily. Just floor the throttle and steer into it, he says, having never had to do it. But it's easier than some cars, I suppose. The trouble is, though, John, because they're such short wheelbase and they're very top-heavy, they have a tendency to snap back the other way, don't they? So it is a balancing act.
Indeed, yeah. You can definitely see a very difficult to deal with wobble from these sort of cars. It goes one way, it goes the other, it goes the other, and suddenly it's off pirouetting into the scenery. But no, well held from your current race leaders. I don't think they award style points in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, but if they did, the 364 would be at the top of the championship. What a send that was. And yeah, as you say, with these front-wheel drive cars, you can make it look like a proper incident, but you've got it pretty much under control. So the 364 carries it on. Yeah, the drivers learning how to drift as well as race very quickly in these C1s. Only 10 minutes now left to go until that first pit window comes to an end. And yeah, still, that car at the front, Meadens Motorsport, owing us that stop. 15 seconds they've got ahead of the net race leaders, so Alpha Trojan. They're going to be losing a lot more than 15 seconds in that pit stop, so they will be dropping down the order.
Yes, definitely so. I've got to try and keep track of who's got penalties, because of course if they come in to serve a penalty, it counts as a pit stop, and that will, I guarantee, confuse me in 2 hours' time.
That's going to help.
Yes, the James Stocks & Co car, for example, is showing as having made 2 pit stops, but of course only one of them was an actual pit stop. Now, this is all very interesting. I was watching this group coming out past the commentary box a moment ago. It features our net second and third place cars. Sid Smith in the green car at the front of this queue is the net second place runner of those who have stopped, but he's found himself in a world of trouble and a whole world of traffic, and that means he's now losing time to that car that just went through Coppice, which is the leading Alpha Trojan car, and also losing time to the Team Trojan car behind, which is only a couple of cars further back in the queue. So yeah, Sid Smith had been gaining a couple of tenths a lap on the Alpha Trojan car, but now in traffic he's finding that that's going the other way.
Indeed, yeah, that just shows some drivers very speedy in terms of one-lap pace, other drivers really good at picking their way through the order, so it often helps having one of each in a race team, and you can sort of balance yourselves out, and of course then you can send out a particular driver at a particular time in the race that benefits with what they're able to do behind the wheel. Right then, sounds as though Rob's ready for us again. Down to the pit lane and to Mr. Rob Lewis.
Well, we had a chat earlier on with Colin Hode, who's, I think, is it Mark out in the car at the moment?
Mark's out at the moment, yeah.
Yeah? How did qualifying go for you guys?
Oh dear, racing driver excuse, but it's coming out now. We had a fantastic setup on Friday, and we haven't quite hit the spot today. A little bit warmer, there's just something not quite right. We're doing okay, we're competitive. I think we're around about the top 13 at the moment, top 12, but that's where we are at the moment. So hopefully James and Mark can just drag us up the field a bit.
You've got some gun drivers in there, and of course we've got the man himself, driver, training them.
Yes. Yeah, well, we've got Mark. Yeah, Mark's out there, and James has done a bit with me as well. So, if that was the question, yes. So, yeah, but it's quite surprising actually. I've just seen 2 drivers here today that have come up to me and said, "You're the one to blame," because they've both been for driver training with me at Millbrook, and then now they're in C1s. So we have a laugh and a joke because I'm responsible for people spending lots of money on motor racing, and they didn't have a clue they were going to do that before they came.
Well, I'll turn that and say we've got you to thank, but motorsport very much is a family affair, is it not?
It is indeed. It is, and I think what we're about to do is speak to one of the Mark Hode fan club, Charles.
So you've literally brought the neighbourhood.
I have. Well, Mark has, not me. I live in Bedford. Mark lives very locally. So there's a strong following within the local Tutbury community that follow Mark and his racing, and we've got a young person here who is part of that club.
How are we doing, young man? Introduce yourself to the world.
I'm Charles, and I really like motorsport.
You really like motor, and this is your first C1 event?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying it so far?
I'm really enjoying it.
Are you the leader of the Mark Hode fan club?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Is he a really good driver?
Yeah.
And what about you? What do you want to race in when you get old enough?
Maybe a touring car or a C1.
Would you do a C1 over a touring car?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, that's a good answer.
That's a very good answer. I will say there's a very good C1 driver that's also a touring car racer called Ryan Bensley down the end.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some touring car C1 racing signatures. So, yeah.
I think it might be worth you going down to see Ryan, see if you can get his signature.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll try.
I think he's garage 2. But if you're enjoying your day so far, are you going to come back to another C1 event?
If I can, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, put it there, sir. See, young fans, that's our next generation of C1 racing drivers. So, and it's always good to talk to Colin Hoad and the CAT DT driver training team. Hopefully that car can get a bit closer to the front. They are a front-running car, so after a few surprises in qualifying, wouldn't surprise.
Well, we'll never know what wouldn't surprise Rob. Not much would surprise Rob Lewis, I don't think, all of the time that he spends in the C1 paddock. Tell you what, though, why choose between a C1 and a touring car when you can race both? I mean, we've had Josh Cook, Jade Edwards, Ryan Bensley, they all race together in this series. We've had plenty of touring car drivers, actually, come and have a go in C1. You start your career in the British Touring Car Championship, then you progress into the C1 series. That's a stepping stone for many a great driver to come and race in this fantastic series, but it's important that you pay your dues first and learn your craft in touring cars.
100%. Yeah, we've seen plenty of drivers make it to BTCC, but their career just sort of stopped there. They never quite made it to C1s, but no, it's great to see some making the transition. No, as we say, of course, it's amazing as well. I think that just shows as well how fantastic the paddock is and how great these cars are to race in terms of the fact that you've got drivers from, like we see, such big series like BT. Oh, they're going to get stuck, aren't they? Oh, no, they're not. No, they are going to drag it out. Ah, well done. Well done. We'll work out who that was off in the gravel. But yeah, like I was saying, it's similar to the fun car, of course, that we had yesterday. Big drivers, very well-known drivers amongst, say, BTCC, upper echelons of Formula racing and things like that, all coming to enjoy their craft and get stuck in. Seems as though it was the 305 that was off in the gravel earlier on. But yeah, amazing to see. That just shows the draw of exciting club racing like this. Even drivers who are very well experienced across many different disciplines of motorsport still getting involved and getting stuck in. And I think that's just a testament to how fantastic the Silverlake C1 racing series really is.
Team Stag Racing, that was 305. Peter Wood, Ian Breer, James Beaumont and Jonathan Allbones, one of those drivers in the car at the time. We've also had a drive-through penalty for the 331, which is Abbott Racing. That is the Charles and Lionel Abbott shared car for exceeding track limits. A few teams now starting to be pinged for exceeding those pesky track limits. So the lead is still held by Meaden's Motorsport. They are now the only car. In fact, they've just pitted, right on cue, they've just pitted. I was about to say they were the last car to pit, and they are now in from the lead. So Alpha Trojan once again lead the race. They are somewhere just behind this, there they are, right on cue. Don't know whether that was intentional from our director, but we've caught up with the new race leader just as they slip up the inside of some traffic going into Redgate Corner. Their advantage is 7.9 seconds now over BPC tyre buffing. So at the start of this stint, it was 7 seconds. It came down as low as 5. It's gone back out closer to 8 seconds now as they've managed the traffic really well over the last 10 minutes or so. So Alpha Trojan back to the lead, BPC tyre buffing in second, Trojan Motorsport in third. WRC Developments, by the way, just moved up into 4th position. Ryan Bensley's back or still showing in that car, interestingly. So he started the race and double stinted, didn't get out of the car when they came in to serve that first pit stop, and he's got Blake Anglis behind him now in the Silverlake car. That has just changed.
There's a car stuck in the gravel we can see out of our commentary box window. That is out of the first corner, and they've got it sideways. There they are, the 524 it is that's stuck in the gravel. Who is that?
Petrol hedonism? Is that what that's supposed to mean?
That has to be that. Petrol hedonism is a very well-known YouTube channel.
Oh, is it?
So it might be them. But I will go to find out what the names of the guys behind the YouTube channel is. And see
is it Ciro Chiampi, Lewis Stockwell or Suresh Nahar? Okay, we're going to do some Googling or YouTubing in the commentary box. That car is being pushed back out. I'll tell you what, it's a good job these cars are light. Only took 4 marshals, I think, there to push it without any outside assistance back onto the road, and it continues on its way. That was not the only car that's been through the gravel trap at that part of the circuit over recent laps, I have to say. I've been seeing big clouds of dust from outside of the commentary box window pretty much every single lap. There is your leader heading down the hill. We are 3 minutes and 20 seconds away from the end of the opening hour of this race, and so that means we have we're 3 minutes and 20 seconds away from the resetting of the pit window. Remember, at the end of the opening hour, everyone must have made 1 pit stop. Everyone has made one pit stop now, and they can start pitting again as soon as the clock ticks over into hour number 2. But I'll tell you what, John, that first hour has absolutely flown by.
It has indeed. It has indeed. But were we expecting anything different in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series? Of course not. Yes, from my quick Googling, yes, Ciro Chiampi is the CEO and founder of Petrol Hedonism. So there you go. I was sort of wrong. I know they do make a lot of content online, but Petrol Hedonism is more of a sort of petrol head community, really, more than anything else, putting on big events and things. Of course, content then comes with that as well. So, yeah, I've seen them in different YouTubers' videos over the time. So once you said the name, I thought, hold on a second, it must be them. And it is. The chap who's sort of the face of the organisation is going to be behind the wheel of the car at some point in this race. So great to have them racing here in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, and yeah, seeing how they do out on the Blackstoff themselves.
Very snazzy website by the looks of it as well. They're a proper outfit, aren't they? So yeah, give them a like and a follow, and they might well keep you updated on their future Citroen C1 Racing exploits. There's the 582 car. They had that drive-through penalty earlier on. Charlie Dark and Adam Button in the James Stocks and Co car. Where did they end up after serving that penalty? Wow, long. Oh, 13, there we go. Not that far down the order then. In the end, they've served, and they've been in the pit lane twice, but only one of those visits was for a mandatory pit stop. They've actually done quite well then not to lose more time from that extra visit to the pits that they made about 10 minutes or so ago. But that car that started on the outside of the front row has just been overtaken by #blessed on the previous lap, I think. That car now being driven number 326 by Mark Bennett, so Colin Bysouth probably will be getting in at the next pit stop, which potentially won't be that far away because we're a minute and a quarter now away from the end of hour 1.
Yeah, do we think that it will sort of mirror the first hour? Do we think the teams that came in earlier in the first hour will also come in earlier in the second hour, or will it be a change-up in strategy for the second hour? Well, it won't be too long to wait and find out. Just seen someone dive to the pit lane there. Well, it's only about 56 seconds until this first window closes. And I do believe, as you mentioned earlier, we've already had everyone into the pit, so either that's another penalty being given out for someone. Who is it in the pits, Andy?
It's the Hodes. It's the Cat driver training car, which was running in 10th place at the time. And yeah, you're right. I don't think that is a legal pit stop. I think that's outside of the pit window.
They've not got a penalty.
No penalty. Okay. Nope. Interesting. So maybe Rob can get onto that one then, the 466 car in. Rob has updated me on Ryan Bensley as well. Ryan Bensley had contact earlier on and they had to bring him in to get damage to the bodywork sorted. So yes, I think that's why he came in early. That wasn't actually the planned pit stop, but that's one of the good things about these really long pit windows. Even if you do have to come in unplanned, you can turn that into a mandatory stop without having to worry too much about things like fuel strategy.
Yeah, exactly that. So you can sort of ebb and flow. Managed to avoid every Citroen C1, so well done, as he has a lovely vantage point over there on the inside of the circuit. These four continue line astern, as Andy, you seem to be pondering a tad.
I'm just going to correct myself, actually. That was a second stop for Bensley, because they're down in 22nd. They should have been somewhere inside the top 5, shouldn't they? So that was actually a second pit stop before the hour, so actually it was an unscheduled stop, and that will cost them, because they will still have to come in at some point in the next hour.
Yeah, exactly, and we're still unsure as to the 466 as to what their escapades are as well, because that was within seconds of the second pit window opening, so we'll have to send a certain Mr. Lewis down there to find out some details for us. Drivers continuing to battle on then, as we say. Difficult to spot out the sort of, say, individual battles out there on circuit, but plenty in terms of switching for track position, if nothing else, with drivers on slightly different laps. There is the 421 at the bottom of your shot, your race leader, as someone else dives to pit lane from this gaggle of cars behind us as well. So still about 8 seconds between that 421 Alpha Trojan you saw at the bottom of your shot. That must mean the 300 is here. There they are, getting properly stuck in up the inside of one and almost into the back of another as they try and carry the momentum there down through Red Gate once more. So already then, second pit window's open and a few teams already diving to said pit lane. The driver from the sharp end of the order was the Morwin Motorsport with Driven Minds car. The 399, I think the first to make the first pit stop in this second window of pit stops. Was the first one to make it once we had ticked below 2 hours. One dove in just before though, and we'll have to work out why Cat DT did exactly that. Was it an issue, or were they simply not quite on the bubble with the time there? A few seconds early maybe. We'll try and find out for you. But as you can see from that camera shot, a lot of teams now feeding in.
Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, early pit stops seem to be the order of the day. As you say, just get it out of the way in case you end up with a pit stop, especially now that we don't have a minimum pit stop time in this series, because you can get in and out potentially without losing a lap. So it's always the danger of pitting early, isn't it? If you lose a lap and then get a safety car, it can be hard sometimes to get that back, but that's not such an issue if you can get back out there within, what, a minute and a half or so, given the fact that the leaders are lapping in the 1 minute 36s or 37s at the moment. The leader is 7.9 seconds clear at the moment at the front of the field. Sid Smith doing his best in second position. He's keeping the Charlie Bingham Trojan Motorsport car at bay. There goes the leader just out of shot. The green car on the inside line is second. The yellow and green car a few cars back, also on the inside line, is in third position. And I think they've got a decent little lead now over fourth position, which is once again the Silverlake Racing car of Blake Anglis, because of Ryan Bensley's extra pit stop. So Blake Anglis moves up into fourth position in the 4.58. That car only qualified 12th, which I was a bit surprised at. Blake Anglis had a big spin down at the old hairpin during that qualifying session, so potentially could have gone quicker had it not been for that, and he's now really starting to show the pace that he's got. Blake Anglis then in fourth, but a long way back from the top three. The top three are exiting the old hairpin, and the fourth place car hasn't yet. In fact, has only just crossed the line, and in fact, there's a good battle for fourth going on. It's just heading into Redgate Corner now. The Silverlake car of Blake Anglis has got that 311 machine, which was the TGR racing car, the Haberman car, right behind him. That's a genuine battle for fourth position, but it's taking place some 53 seconds off the lead of the race.
Indeed, indeed. Interesting to watch then, as we see the drivers continue on through. Yeah, battles up and down the order, but of course we'll have some battles going on with other battles that are much further up the order, but happening on the same piece of tarmac, as drivers on taking laps out of each other now, as we're now well over an hour into this race. I was trying to work out as well if that Angelis is the same Angelis family that races in Ginettas as well. It is. It is. Okay, cool. I thought as much. I remember G-Fest like 2 years ago commentating over them, and the name suddenly popped up in my mind. Okay, it is. So moving over from, or at least they've done lots of racing in Ginettas. They're trying their hand at C1s, and they're going pretty well at it at the moment. Well, Trojan Motorsport are into the pits. They've decided to call it early then, as we thought. Much earlier than the first window even. Less than 5 minutes into this second window. And once again, two Trojan teams sort of splitting the strategy. Trojan Motorsport going in very early in this one, as I say, before even the 5-minute mark of this second hour of the race. And Alpha Trojan just staying out for that little bit longer. Same for the car in between them as well, the BPC tyre buffing car. And I think I know what's happened there. Trojan Motorsport have come up behind the blob car and gone, oh, I can't overtake them. Into the pits I go.
You've got to show the blob the respect they deserve, haven't you? And good to see Trojan are very much doing that. Silverlake have pitted. Yes, they have. Blake Anglis has pitted. Blake Anglis, British GT racer these days, so he's graduated on from Ginetta into GT racing proper. He has pitted. Out of the pit lane goes the Trojan Motorsport 301 car, which interestingly is pitted before the 421 this time. We'll try and get to the bottom of that strategic choice, but we do have an update on the 466 car, I believe, in the pit lane. This was the CAT driver training car. We're back down there for a second time, and with the update is Rob Lewis.
I think I'll put the commentator's curse on this car, unfortunately, after we had that lovely interview with Colin Hode. Marcus brought the car in. In his words, the steering went stiff. He couldn't steer it at all. All the lights came up on the dash. They've got some sort of electrical issue. Now, looking around the front of the car where the team are working now, they've even got the battery out. They've got all sorts out. It could be a faulty earth they're looking at. It could be absolutely anything. All we know is it's electrical of some sort. Could be alternator, could be battery. We don't know. But as Mark said, that's us out. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rob. So what the issue is exactly, we don't know, but it's broke. Something electrical, and that potentially is going to take them out of the race altogether. So we're an hour and a bit into this third round of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. Alpha Trojan have the lead by now, nearly 11 seconds. So over the last few laps, John, that gap has really shot out back to Sid Smith in second position. That's by far the biggest that gap has been so far.
Indeed, indeed. Lots to keep an eye on then, as again, our job may be made even more challenging with drivers diving into pit lane. And now this is really where it becomes challenging to work out who's actually given us 2 stops, who's just had a penalty through the race so far. We'll work it out for you then as we watch our race leaders heading down the back straight once again. Now a 10-second gap between the top 2. So the 4-2-1, the Alpha Trojan car, has been continuing to hammer on in this race. They have been consistently in the 36s. They did a 36 dead on the lap before this one. They've just popped in a 36.3. So even cutting through the traffic, they've been super quick so far in this stint. Not quite down into the 35s, just yet. But no other team has got into the 35s at any point in this race. And like I was saying, 2 laps ago, they did a 36 dead. That would have been the second fastest time of the race so far. Still well clear of everyone else. And they're doing that kind of pace consistently whilst passing traffic. Unbelievably impressive from the Alpha Trojan team as they now extend that gap to almost 12 seconds.
Wow, yeah, it suddenly started shooting out by quite some margin. Sid Smith is in traffic, in fairness. I've just seen him going past our commentary position a few seconds ago. Sid definitely is losing time courtesy of the traffic, but it's also a really strong pace being run by the Alpha Trojan car then, which heads up into McLean's corner and has no real traffic around it. Where is Sid Smith? We should see him momentarily coming up the hill into McLean's corner. No, not just yet, but he is 11.6 seconds back at the beginning of the lap. And it looks like it's going to take a bit of a miracle for them to stop Alpha Trojan, isn't it? Alpha Trojan. Oops,
bit of a wobble there as he tried to get past the back marker. I think just the back marker moved over ever so slightly and it spooked him a little bit, but thankfully, room given, all fine.
Indeed so. Trojan Motorsport have won twice here at Donington Park over the years, but Alpha Trojan yet to do so. They were second last time out at Silverstone, Alpha Trojan, and they'd love to get one over on their teammates as they come across the line. But remember, the 301 Trojan car's already pitted for a second time, so this is different because they all pitted within a lap or two of each other, that lead group last time. Not the case this time around, is it? Alpha Trojan choosing to go long, and I think that is because they've got the track position advantage. They're not really being held up in traffic. There's no need to come in yet, and right now they're taking chunks out of everyone else. They've just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.8. So yeah, why bring them in?
Yeah, my point was just about to be, and they've got the pace to back it up, haven't they? Why would you bring in a driver who's consistently faster than the rest of the field and now putting in the fastest lap of the race so far? Why would you bring him in? Leave him out there. He is smashing this stint so far. And why not just keep Mr. Freeman out there behind the wheel, and as he continues to make his way past a couple of backmarks, he's going to make it 3 wide there, isn't he? He's going to try to, over the grass there on the inside. They do manage to find their way through, just about enough room given, as he's now chasing down that CEX car to put another lap on them as well. But yeah, this pace, electric from the Alpha Trojan car out in the lead, and it just seems as though the BPC tyre buffing car just does not have the answer to it. Like you said, the BPC car, Sid Smith, picking their way through the traffic. So is the Alpha Trojan car. We can see that on our screens now. They're just doing it seemingly a little bit more concisely. And overall, I think the driver behind the wheel just has that little bit more pace at the moment. And yeah, they're continuing to extend the lead up front. Now almost 15 seconds between the top two. Of course, we lost third. So now the driver in third, 48 seconds then behind second place. So there's over a minute now between the top three. As oh dear, another off-track excursion. It's the 487 this time who heads off-piste there. That's the MH Racing with SCR car in 18th place. So just a little hop and a skip through the gravel, but they make it back onto the circuit to fight another day. Oh, there's another one off in the gravel, this time down at Old Hairpin. Who was that? Was that the 345 that I spot? I couldn't quite see who that was.
It is an Emax car. It's 345 or 343, both of them Emax cars. So you might well be right with 345. And they have again bounced through the gravel trap. It's remarkable how many people I've seen go wide at Redgate Corner over the course of this race, but it's again one of those corners where you're tempted sometimes into carrying a bit too much speed in and washing out wide. The Old Hairpin is a more common place to see people run wide, in fairness, but for whatever reason the C1 Redgate is catching people out as well. Sid Smith is in. Sid Smith from second position then in the green BPC tyre buffing car, so he's given up his pursuit of Alpha Trojan. And he's going to hand back over to his dad, I would imagine. He and Rob, I think, are the only two drivers in the 300 car. Yes, they are. And Rob Smith, former touring car driver. Sid has made a name for himself in one-make Porsche racing, both in the UK and further afield. And is it Sid still in the car. Back on their way they go. It is still showing as Sid Smith, but it might just take a moment for that to update. So we'll confirm that in a moment or two. He heads out of Redgate Corner as the car he was chasing heads into the chicane. So it's about half a lap that you lose with a reasonably quick pit stop, which again opens up that strategy massively because there's no real danger of falling a lap down. Leader coming in. The leader is in. 4-2-1 then to the pit lane after what's been, you have to say, a fantastic stint here for that squad. Chris Freeman will hand back over to Jonathan Monday here, I think, but Chris should be very, very happy with the pace that he showed.
What a stint from Chris Freeman. That was I thought that was Rob Lewis for a second there, going to help out the team. What a stint from Mr. Freeman. That was fantastic. A brilliant pace. And he's going to get back in, funnily enough. Of course he is. They think, mate, you're flying. Get back in that car right now and head back out on circuit. And he's going to continue looking to lead this race for the Alpha Trojan team. Yeah, you were speaking about these T1s just getting invited off into the gravel trap down at T1. And I've got to say as well, from a driver's perspective, yeah, it is tough when you go a little bit wide through there. It's very difficult to keep it out of the gravel because although from our camera positions here around the circuit, with how they're sort of placed beside the circuit and at a similar height to the circuit, that green runoff looks massive. I can tell you when you're in the car, it feels absolutely tiny. You go off the exit curb on the green, suddenly you're in the gravel, and as soon as you dip two wheels, it just drags you off and further wide. And that's why any of these cars just slightly messing up that T1, they're going to get dragged off piste, and really the only aim is don't get stuck. We've seen a few being successful and a few less so.
Indeed so. Alpha Trojan, though, they've been pretty successful. They're back underway. They head out of sight down the hill as Sid Smith went into Redgate Corner. I'd say that's still about a 10-second advantage or so that they've got. It is still Sid Smith, apparently. There is Sid in the 300 car. Still Sid in that car then, chasing down Alpha Trojan. And still showing as being in third position because, of course, they've built up such a lead over everybody else that actually the top three can pit at any point without really falling massively down the running order. The 301 car, by the way, is 8 seconds behind Smith. So, again, they've kept Charlie Bingham in that car for this stint. So, no driver changes, interestingly, among the leading contenders that time. And the gaps, I think, have stayed largely as they were. Maybe, well, actually, definitely, BPC tyre buffing have gained time over the 301 Trojan Motorsport car. I wonder whether they've also gained time on Alpha Trojan. We'll get a read on that gap at the end of this lap.
Yeah, so all three of those top teams, as you say, not changing driver, all three of them only 2 driver squads as well. So yes. Clearly splitting it into their respective stints. But of course, how they draw that line down the middle. Is it down the middle is the question. Do you give one driver a little bit more if they're maybe a little bit better at, say, I don't know, race starts, or maybe another driver's a bit better at picking their way through the traffic? And that's, again, you've got to be sort of open to changing that strategy through the race as well. Depending on how things play out, you might just need to move things around ever so slightly. As you say, with fuel, that's kind of, we kind of stick to what you decide before the race, but in terms of drivers, maybe, that might switch up during the race, which could change things as well. The hashtag Blessed car heads back out of the pits there. You can see them there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as these two continue on side by side. Aggressive from the sort of Gulf-looking liveried car there of the 311. They are into second place now with the TGR Racing squad, but of course they're the only one of our top 4 at the moment yet to give us a pit stop.
Yes, they were battling with the Silverlake car, weren't they? Where is the Silverlake car after that round of pit stops? I don't actually see them. The 558, wasn't it? Yeah, they're well down the order after that second stop. So it was a long pit stop for Silverlake Racing. That's maybe something for Rob Lewis to try and find out for us. They've lost a whole heap of time compared to those around, I think. Although, of course, 311 yet to stop. So maybe we'll wait until that car comes out onto the track before we start panicking too much about Silverlake. They will, though, have the BPC tyre buffing car closing in on them. That is a battle for position. But as we've said, 311 with a pit stop still to be served. So Alpha Trojan are already back into the lead of the race. They've now got a 17-second lead over Sid Smith in the BPC car. So that gap went out by about 6 or 7 seconds after that latest round of pit stops. So Alpha Trojan are absolutely smashing it in the pit lane.
They're flying, aren't they? Not only are they smashing in the pit lane, they're smashing out on track as well. A match made in heaven there for that team, and they're doing everything absolutely perfectly for the moment. Let's see if that continues. Still an hour and 45 minutes left to go for things to change. There they are, down into Redgate once more goes the Alpha Trojan team, and they still do have that fastest lap of the race as well, a 35.8. And again, 36.3 on the last lap, still consistently in the low 36s. What amazing race so far this is from Mr. Freeman as he's trying. Oh, he's off on the gravel, he's off on the grass, sorry, on the outside there as they headed down the hill. Oh, that would have been a bit of a scary moment. Maybe not for him, maybe he thought he had that all sorted, but certainly the team members seeing that dust kicked up would have thought, oh my goodness, as they watch the live stream. But don't worry, guys, he's kept it on the straight and narrow. He does get past the back marker and he lives to fight another day. Whew, thank goodness.
That could so easily have been disaster though, couldn't it? That's not a good place to be dipping a wheel onto the grass, but yeah, really good job there to gather the car up. So Freeman's still in that car, as we've said. We did have a driver change on the 301 though, I think, didn't we? That was, no, yes, 301 has had a driver change, actually. Adam Willis then, I said a moment ago, Charlie Bingham was still in the car, but that's now updated on the timing screen, so that is now Adam Willis in that car, and he is 6.4 seconds back from Sid Smith. I noticed a lap ago he was also in the 36s though, so more or less matching the pace of the sister car out in front, the Alpha Trojan machine, so that car maybe is going to start coming back into play. So maybe just under a 50-50 split as far as who has pitted and who hasn't, but for now the leaders are all into their third stint of the race, things calming down ever so slightly, so let's take this opportunity to head back down into the pits for an update from Rob.
So I've managed to grab some celebrities down here in the pit lane. Those of you that know among the C1 fraternity know that hashtag blessed is, of course, because of fans of Lewis Hamilton. And, of course, those that know Formula One know that he has an accomplice this year. So, Kim, what do you think of our first C1 race? Any comments on the race going on at the moment? No, like Martin Brundle's grid walk, I suppose. Back to you guys.
Very good, Rob, very good. You made the joke at exactly the same time John did next to me off mic, that she was still not giving us that much insight into her opinions on motor racing, as was the case in, was it Monaco? No, it was Silverstone, wasn't it? I think one of those anyway, where Martin tried to interview her. Careful she doesn't steal a towel from you, Rob. I don't know whether you've got one on you. If you have, I would keep it under lock and key.
Well, we're hashtag blessed to have Rob Lewis in the pit lane. What a legend.
Yes, I suppose so. I don't agree with the whole hashtagging. Oh, you won't be surprised to hear that. I'm a grumpy old man, really.
We know, Andy. You don't need to tell us that. Who is bringing the cardboard cutouts? Are they bringing them to every race?
What do they do with them between races? Where do they store them? I'd like to say in the garage with the car, but I can sort of imagine them in the corner of a living room somewhere. And it's a good conversation starter if you have friends and family over, I suppose.
I guess. Don't go in that room. That's the Kim and Lewis room.
Yeah, they've asked for some privacy.
Bit of an odd one, yeah. Anyway. Great to hear from Rob, as always, giving us all the gossip from the pit lane. We look back to our race leader. There they are, the 4-2-1, and it's still Mr. Freeman behind the wheel, absolutely motoring on yet again. Another mid-36 from the last lap. And you've got to compare the drivers around them. If you look further down the order, okay, they've gone a bit faster on the last lap, but both BPC tyre buffing and TGR Racing then in third. Of course, they're still owing us that next pit stop. Both down in the low 37 still, while the Alpha Trojan was in the mid 36s. And then just behind them, the Trojan Motorsport car, a low 38 on that lap. So a second and a half on that lap alone.
And I can see why out of the window, because they're in a lot of traffic. They had 3 cars to negotiate on that lap. They've now cleared them, but yes, that will have been costing them time. And this is why the timing screen is useful, but you've got to always take what it says with a bit of a pinch of salt. If someone has a really slow lap, it's not necessarily a reason to panic. It's probably just that they came across some back markers who maybe weren't going quite as quickly as them. But yes, that is a very comfortable lap time that they're running now that they're back into clean air. They are 6.2 seconds behind now the 311 car, which is in third place. We can see on the screen they have now been overtaken by Sid Smith for second place, but again, they are on differing pit strategies.
Indeed they are. Just seen blob someone up the inside into T1. They're still motoring on. A cheeky position on track at least gained, if nothing else. There is the 300 in second place. So around, what is it now, 20 seconds off of your race leader, the 421. But they do have the 311 hot on their heels now. The TGR Racing Squad, as we say, they're still owing us their second pit stop here and across this second hour of racing here for the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. But, okay, they owe us a pit stop. They're still there in position. They're still more than welcome to battle here with the 300. And if they do decide to battle here with the 300, I'm interested to see whether 300 do sort of down their tools and settle in, because they might be told that the 311 needs to come in anyway, so just relax. And equally, if they start battling with the 311, they're just going to lose even more time to the race leaders of the 421. And once again, now they have officially gone 20 seconds clear, have the Alpha Trojan out front. So interested to see how this one plays out from both of the drivers, really, is how they decide to deal with this situation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? It was a good lap that for Sid Smith, actually, a 36.7, but then I looked and saw that the leaders had done a 35.9, which was 8 tenths quicker, so it was a decent lap that for Sid, but unfortunately for him, the leader going even more quickly. 345 Emax Motorsport, they were the car we saw in the gravel trap down at the old hairpin earlier on, and I know that because they're now in the garage with a hole in the radiator courtesy of that gravel that got in places where it wasn't supposed to be. So that's an update from Rob Lewis. Thanks for the info. It was 345 that went off, and that is one of the things that could happen as the 311 flirts with disaster themselves over the top of the hill. But if you go through the gravel, okay, it's annoying, you lose time, the tyres get a bit dirty, but actually it can have much more long-lasting effects than that. That gravel really does get everywhere, and it can cause significant damage.
Yeah, as we've seen then, what a shame, as they spend a bit more time in the pits than they would have been hoping to. We saw there the 311, yeah, really cranking on the steering lock up and over Coppice, but that sort of seems to be how you need to take that corner, really, is chuck it in over the crest, just not too much where that rear end comes out, and then you have to slide it and lose more time, as now they dive into the pits. Speaking of the pits, it's Rob Lewis time once again. Down to you, Rob.
Well, unfortunately, I tried to grab a word with the evangelist, the leader of the Silverlake team and of, well, Silverlake himself, Alan Preble. He's in the shower at the moment, and due to Ofcom regulate, no one wants to see that. So I've managed to grab one of the team managers, Greg Rose, here. Greg, first of all, great to see you. We did see you on the grid walk earlier on, the pit lane walk earlier on. How are the cars going so far?
Going very well. Yeah, everything up to plan so far. Don't see any problems.
And 3 cars this weekend, because you kind of got a semi-works effort going on with the Snail Speed team.
Yeah, they're doing well. They haven't been out for a little while with that car, so brought it out for this weekend.
Silverlake Motorsport. There's been a lot going on this year with C1s, DS3 Cup, a lot of stuff going on with green parts in motorsport. Could you tell us a bit about how it affects the business?
Yeah, we're hoping it brings in, people start buying parts or using us to, to help them with the racing and everything, but it seems to be going all right so far. Word's getting out there, people know us more.
And you haven't been in the driving seat for a while now. No. You've got the boot on. What's going on there?
That's still healing. I'm going to be in this boot for another month or 2 now, and then I'll be back out.
Are we going to see Greg Rose appear before the end of the year?
Oh yeah, I'll be out again. Yeah,
I'll put you down for Snetterton. Great to see you, Greg. It's always a good point to come down and speak to the Silverlake team, because these guys work absolutely flat out. They sponsor the C1 series and they put a lot of hard work, effort, time and money into it. So yeah, big shout out to the sponsors for the series. We'll let Alan get dried off, and then I'll hand back to the commentary team.
Good idea, Rob. So, yeah, good updates from down in the pit lane from Rob Lewis. I'm sure that will be the last time we hear from him as we tick towards the halfway point now in this Silverlake C1 Racing Series race. 21.8 second lead all of a sudden for Alpha Trojan. This middle portion of the race, the middle hour, has all been about them, hasn't it? They have massively gained on their competitors. They are 21.7 seconds ahead of Sid Smith. Oh, it is Rob Smith in the BPC tyre car. Again, the HUTAG system a little bit slow to update on a couple of these cars. So it's Rob Smith now into the second placed car. Not going quite as quickly maybe as Sid was, and so dropping away slightly from the leader and perhaps into the clutches of Trojan Motorsport's 301 car. That gap only 5.8 seconds at the moment. MDA are up into 4th, but owes a pit stop, as do James Stocks & Co, who are back into 5th. 6th place for Has Been Racing. 7th for Meadens Motorsport, also owing us a second pit stop. TGR Racing's 311 car on your screen is in 8th position. that we believe will become fourth once everyone else pits. 3:30 is in ninth, and the top 10 completed at the moment by AF Racing in the 427. Right, we mentioned Emax Motorsport's radiator woes earlier on. Rob Lewis has more on that subject.
So you can see the Emax Motorsport car behind me, 345. That went for a little rally crossing through the old hairpin gravel. That's not really good for these cars, so it's had a few stones through the radiator, unfortunately. But I have got our old friend Glenn Finn here, who's out in the car himself this weekend. So as well as running these cars as Emax, you're giving it a go yourself.
Yes, yeah, very much so. So just for half an hour, my son and I are going to have a go. Hopefully it will last. The radiator's fine. Gravel just dislodged the alternator belt, so we're putting a new one on now, put it all back together, and tentative couple of laps to see if it's okay, and if so, I'll stay out there for my half an hour stint. So yeah, we'll have a bit of fun, a bit of play. It's nice to be on that side of the wall, because then I'm going to worry about any of this stuff that goes on. It's not my problem then. So
it's not just C1s you've been involved in over the years. You've raced for such a long time. Give us a bit of an insight into your background.
Okay, so rallying to start with in the 90s, and then bit of hill climbing, and then we got into circuit racing in saloon cars, and then I did Formula Fords for about 10 years. Then a little bit of Ginetta racing, bought a couple of radicals, then managed to lose the bug of racing altogether for 6 months, and then bought one C1, then two, and I think we're on 17 at the moment. So I've got 17 various spec racing cars, C1s, and a couple of Clio Cup cars as well. So
sounds like an odd number though, a rookie number. You need to bump those numbers up, right?
20's nice. Yeah. 20, yeah. So I think we need to get a couple more. It's become an obsession, you know, a real obsession. But it's great series, great circuit. 40, 59 cars today. So yeah, if we can keep that going, that'd be great. You know, someone to race against. But love the longer events. We've got 24 hours in a couple of weeks' time. 24 hours mid-August as well. So yeah, still a long way to go in the season.
All over Europe as well?
Yeah, we were in Portugal racing on a street circuit last week. Azolder before that, Manacor. I've got Portugal in December, Spa-Francorchamps. So we're literally European-wide. We kind of bridge the UK gap to the European guys, and it's great to race with them. But it's a whole new way of racing over there, so it's wonderful. And it just makes our season get longer and longer, so therefore we're racing 12 months of the year now.
Fantastic. Well, as always, Glenn, it's good to see you. Enjoy your half an hour stint.
I'll get in there and see what happens.
Enjoy your half an hour stint out into the car. Right, if you'll stay with us, we're just going to have a little bit of a wander. So, Team Insane, unfortunately, our team, we spoke to them in qualifying. They didn't have a very good time, so we might just leave them to cool off a bit. They did have a 5-minute stop-go penalty, however, and just typically they've gone missing. But let's see if I could just grab someone here for a chat. We've got someone who's racing here for the first time this weekend. I'll just grab a chat. We're live on the live stream at the moment. I have got, we'll stand at the front of the garage just so we don't run out of signal. We've got none other, Ben Atkinson. Fantastic to have you here in the C1 series. This is your first event, right?
It is, yeah. No, it's been really exciting. My first race pretty much ever. So I'm a complete novice, but it's been a great experience. You know, just learning the track, learning the car, and trying not to keep it, you know, out the wall, basically.
And obviously your dad races a lot of historics as well. That's the end goal for you, to go racing and do a bit of Goodwood, right?
That's the hope, yeah. Dad's got a Mark 7 Jag. So to race next year at Goodwood with him would be awesome. But to race at Goodwood, you've got to be not a novice. So I'm trying to get, you know, the experience and a bit of racecraft as well, and then go from there.
And you've picked the C1s to do it in. So you did the opening stint there today?
I did, yeah.
How was it?
It was good, it was good. Like, I think made up a few places at the start, and then just trying to stay out the way of the fast guys behind.
Yes, and what's the plan moving forward with the C1? Because you are going to do a few more events with us. You can't obviously 100%. Make Snetterton, but you're planning sort of looking into next year.
100%, yeah. So we're looking at Remembrance in November, and definitely 24 Hour next year. That'll be awesome.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back to it. A pleasure to have you on the C1 series, and we'll see you at the future rounds. Thank you for much. So, we've got safety car out on track at the moment. We might have to hand back out to the commentary team. Hopefully, they've got a shot of why we've got a safety car. And if you need any info, let me know. I'll bring it to you.
Thank you, Rob. Well, I think we know why there's a safety car. We've got a cameraman down, I think, on the Coppice corner based on that shot. The Meadens car, which was battling for... Oh, wrong car, the leader's gone, never mind. Yes, the Meadens Motorsport car started dropping down the order. They were battling for a position inside the top 10 at the time, but I think that might be the reason that we have gone safety car, because we heard they were in a gravel trap. Yep, there they are at the chicane. That's a shame. They led briefly by going long in that first round of pit stops, and they are now in the gravel trap. Now, this will change things a little bit in the race, because we've got 2/3 of the field maybe who have made 2 pit stops, another third therefore who haven't. Now okay, they've still got 28.5 minutes to make the pit stop. They won't do it behind the safety car, because if you pit behind the safety car it's a 5-minute minimum pit stop time that you have to adhere to, but this bunches the field together, so those who have pitted and had dropped half a lap or so to those who hadn't will gain back most if not all of that time, won't they? So this is a significant moment in the context of the race. It will benefit some people more than others. It won't necessarily affect the leaders because they'd all pitted anyway, but further down this could be decisive in some of the midfield battles.
It really could. Of course, we said earlier about the fact that if you pit under the safety car, it's a minimum of a 5-minute pit stop. My assumption is that as long as you've made it into the pit lane before the safety car is called, correct, you can just do a normal pit stop and that's fine. So actually, if you manage to bail to the pits just before the safety car's called, you're actually going to gain quite a bit of time, aren't you? But then by that point, you just got to leave it and you've got to wait until this safety car clears. But then again, by the time it clears, we might have 15 minutes left or something. You're not going to have quite as much time to come in, and if you do decide to come in straight as we go back to green flag, of course, all the field's going to be bunched up together, so you might end up losing way more time and positions that you would have done prior. So potential that some of the teams will have been keeping an eagle eye as to what's going on circuit, will have seen that car in the gravel and shouted down the comms at their driver, pit now, pit now, pit now, to get in before that safety car comes out. That could have been quite a decent strategy. But yeah, as we saw, sadly, the safety car just missing the leading car, and the Alpha Trojan continues on. So that might extend this safety car period by a lap or two.
Yes, I suspect it might do. There's only one car in the pit lane at the moment, which is the 536, the W3 Endurance car. MDA lost 3 positions on that lap, interestingly, behind the safety car, so they fell from 9th to 12th in the 550 car. I'm not sure what that was all about. They must have had an issue somewhere out on circuit, but anyway, bunches the field together, and of course it means that 30, well, it was 20 odd seconds, I think, wasn't it, advantage for Alpha Trojan in theory, provided they do a wave around at some point to put the leader back behind the safety car. That should be eradicated and bring the leading group back together. Fingers crossed. It's a shame we haven't picked up the leader behind the safety car, but hopefully Race Control will do something about that and make sure that the entire field is brought under control, and yeah, it should give us some interesting battles once the race resumes.
Well, of course, Alpha Trojan were the last car. They were the last car to not be picked up. So you'd think they'd then be at the back of the train. So surely the entirety of the rest of the 47 cars need to go by to then get the leader back again. So that's going to be less than ideal.
Yeah, they still haven't actually come across the line, I don't think, Alfred. Oh, they just did. There they are. They've just gone past our commentary position, so they've just tagged onto the back of the queue. Yeah, that's... I can see why... You know, if I were Alpha Trojan, obviously because I'm a decent human being, and I realised the safety car had come out just behind me, I'd be tempted to slow down and let the safety car go by. That's why I'm a commentator, not a racing driver. John is shaking his head disapprovingly at me, because any opportunity to gain an advantage, even if there's a good chance that Race Control will redress the situation eventually, you've got to take it, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Race Control aren't going to be too happy with you. You've raced off and not sat behind the safety car as was hoped. But, yeah, as we say, any sort of benefit that you can get for your team, you're going to go for it. And if you're coming down the pit straight, the safety car comes out and they don't specifically get in front of you, they let you go past, crack on, mate. Join the back of the queue and make them do it, because it is on the onus of everyone behind the scenes at Brscc to get out in front of the race leader. If they haven't been able to do that, it's not on you to sit behind and do the job for them. So you drive off to the back of the queue. Let's see if they do end up doing the full wave around, because as we say, that's going to take some time if we do end up doing that. If they don't end up doing that, then what a stroke of genius from the Alpha Trojan driver, because they've just gained basically a free lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a shame for the neutrals, but yes, they have gained a chunk of time. It's not actually going to be probably only half a lap, really, because there are so many cars between them and the safety car. By the time we get everyone back up to speed, they'll probably only be about half a lap ahead of the rest of the queue. But yes, I take your point. They have definitely gained a huge amount of time. The BMW safety car, which is a Silverlake recovery car, Rob was telling me. It was they bought it from their own auction or something. I'm sure he's got a story about the safety car that he can maybe tell in a bit more detail, but yeah, that's been recovered by Silverlake themselves and turned into a safety car for this race, and is getting its first appearance. I said that we'd never had a safety car free race here at Donington Park, and that continues again here in 2026. Hopefully this isn't a sign of things to come, as it was last year when we had 5 safety car periods. To be fair, we'd had a couple by this point, I seem to recall, before we got to the end of the second hour, which is still actually 23 minutes away. We're only just into the second half of the race.
It was a little bit more damp last time out.
True, yes.
Which does often lead to more safety cars, we find. Yeah, I mean, we've not seen anyone upside down yet. So what are they doing? Pull their fingers out.
You had to say that. Remember your wheel tangling comment in the Formula Ford race, John?
And how well did that go?
Yes, exceedingly well. How many cars ended up in walls? Well, let's not go there. Anyway, yes, you are right. Good driving standards in this one so far. A few grassy moments, but considering the vast array of experience and ability out there on circuit in your average C1 Series race, it is impressive that we've gone this long without needing a safety car, and this is just a solo car in a gravel trap up the chicane. In fact, there is the car. It's already back in the pit lane. So yeah, really good driving standards on the whole.
Yeah, I've been really impressed, to be fair, really impressed, because of course not only are the leading drivers coming through and picking their way through the back markers, but also as well those drivers who are slightly slower still picking their way through. And again, you've got to think about the drivers who are further down the order who are themselves being overtaken. Now, of course, the onus is on the overtaking driver. You've just got to be predictable and stay on your lines. But still, if you're not a very experienced driver, then keeping out of the way of the traffic as they get past can be pretty overwhelming in and of itself. So fair play to everyone out there. They've all been doing a stellar job.
These cars are going quickly, but we are not yet under green flag conditions, which tells me we've had a wave around, which is exactly the right thing to do. It's going to take a couple of minutes for everyone to get back onto terms with the leading queue, but they are being waved past the safety car. At least half of them have. I'm not convinced everyone's had the memo yet, because there's now a big gap, and there is the safety car. There's one driver stubbornly refusing to overtake the safety car. Understandably, I suppose, you don't want to pick up a penalty, but 20 odd other cars have just done it in front of you, so it's probably okay. It's the 460 car, which is yeah, well, yes, I am. DD Racing, who are refusing to go past the pace car. I'm not sure who's in that car at the moment. They're a long way down. Well, are they a long way down the order? 460, 34th place for DD Racing, and it's David Horton. Wasn't he... This is going to be a reference you possibly won't get. Wasn't David Horton a character in The Vicar of Dibley? I'm sure he was the lead counsellor or something that had a thing for the vicar. I'm really casting my mind back to my childhood here, but I'm sure that was David Horton. I realise they will not be the same person, clearly, because that was a fictional character. I'm not completely losing touch with reality, but anyway, he's refusing. He was a stickler for the rules, though. That was the thing. David Horton was a stickler for the rules, hence his regular clashes with... anyway, Rob, save me, please. Interview. Oh, they're not ready yet. Excellent news. Excellent news. Right, I think the message has now got through to David Horton, who may or may not be the counsellor for a small village in the south of England, and he has now decided to go past the BMW safety car, and eventually the Alpha Trojan car will be able to pick up the safety car, and we'll go racing again, and not a moment too soon. Right, Rob is ready down in the pit lane to bring a level of sanity back to the broadcast. Rob, go for it.
There's a rather noisy Ryanair flies overhead. I've got a Ryan with me, Ryan Bensley. A new Toyota driver as well. You've just come out after your first stint. And I must say, I'm interviewing the most successful British touring car driver in terms of C1 wins, right?
Cookie will be happy about that, won't he? and Jade and Aidan and Tom.
Definitely. The list goes on, but statistically, you are the man.
I'm a C1 driver that does a bit of touring cars, maybe.
Well, the news came out during the week. So first of all, congratulations. You are in the Toyota for the rest of the year. First of all, a bit of reaction to that.
Yeah, it was obviously a last-minute thing. Shame that Max obviously can't continue, but he's done a stellar job, I think, given the short amount of racing that he's done. So I couldn't pass up the opportunity with Speedworks, Grow the Racing, to jump in the seat and finish the rest of the year. We'll see how we go.
Let's talk C1s then. How did that first stint go? You've had a bit of a ribbon from Josh Cook already. Bit of contact on the front left. What happened?
I had a lot of text messages from Josh after that happened. Just caught a back marker coming out of turn 1. He just come back across the track and just had nowhere to go. It was just one of them things. It's probably one of the only incidents I've had in C1 racing, to be fair, which, given the amount of cars and how competitive it is probably a testament to the driving standards in the championship, I think. So,
to be fair, it happens to the best of us.
It happens to the worst of us as well, doesn't it? So yeah, but it's a great series. Like, we all love doing it. To come here and you've got all levels of drivers in this, and it's not easy. It's very competitive. There's rarely people just turn up and are quick in one of these. It can take a little while to get your head around how to drive them, but it's a great series, and we all love doing it. You know, the 24-hour that I've done with Josh, Jade and Ollie, it was such a good event. We loved it.
So much so you won it.
Yeah. We didn't even have any chairs. You know, we didn't hardly any prep on the car. Just turned up. The car felt good. You know, so we just everything just seemed to go right for us. You know, 4 quick drivers, fairly consistent, stayed out of trouble. Good event.
Fantastic. Well, Ryan, it's great to see you, sir. Any more stints today, or is that you done?
No, that's me done. We've got Andy in the car at the minute, and then David will go out afterwards. And finish off. I don't know where we are. We obviously dropped back a bit after the damage, so not ideal, but hopefully we can claw a few more places up.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get on and get refreshed up, and hopefully we can get this safety car back in, a bit of clean up around the circuit. I did see the Meaden's car come in, get all the gravel washed up and head back out onto the circuit, so that's a good thing. Bit of an update on the Emax car, the 345, that had the radiator trouble. That's now having an engine change, so I think things have gone bad to worse there. I really feel for those guys. They put every effort in. For now, back to the commentary team.
Right then, John Ratcliffe, explain yourself.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. I have tempted fate and it has joined us. But as I just said to you, before we jump back on the mic, was this not under the safety car?
Yes, it was under the safety car. This is the wave around, isn't it? Drivers having to go quite quickly to catch up to the safety car, because, of course, a C1 at flat chat is going to take a while to catch up even to a slow-moving safety car, and someone's got it a little bit wrong down at the old hairpin. I don't know who it is for definite, but I have a suspicion. I'm not going to confirm or deny until we've got a positive ID on this car, and of course we can't do that at the moment because it's on its side in the gravel down at the old hairpin, but it shouldn't be too lengthy a recovery operation. But the longer this goes on, of course, the closer to the end of the hour we get, and that could then leave some people in trouble if they've not made their pit stop. I think we're okay. We've got just under 16 minutes of the hour still remaining, but this is the danger, isn't it, of waiting till the end of the hour to make your mandatory stop.
Yeah, exactly that. That's the danger you put yourself in. So we'll see if it ends up playing out for those teams. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long. As there you go, 364, I can tell you that is, mate.
Which is who I thought it was. Do you know which team that is?
No, they were just in the pits, no?
It's Meaden's Motorsport, who brought about the safety car by going into the gravel trap at the chicane, and in their haste to try and catch back up to the safety car queue, have rolled down at the old hairpin.
Fantastic.
So they've not covered themselves in glory, really, over the last 20 minutes or so, but they've had plenty of
They've covered themselves in gravel.
They really have. all surfaces of that car are now gravel rashed, and the team have got even more work to do before we get that car back out into the race.
I was just informed as well. I was reminded last time we were here last season, this happened as well. When the drivers got waved around, someone rolled it.
Oh dear. Right, well anyway, moving on. The car is back on its wheels. It's looking a bit sorry for itself. The driver, I suspect, is feeling fairly sorry for themselves as well. But it is a fairly common occurrence in C1 racing that they fall over when they go sideways into a gravel trap, so don't panic. I'm sure that that car will be back out in the race, I'm sure, at some point. They're fairly low maintenance Citroen C1s, which again is part of the appeal of them, and you can do quite a bit of cosmetic damage to them without it massively affecting performance. In fact, not unheard of for cars to complete 24-hour races without windscreens because they've been over, they've smashed the window. Often if you smash the windscreen and don't then take out the rear window, that gets blown out anyway with the air rushing through the car, so they'll deliberately smash the rear windscreen, and they'll still run competitive lap time very often. They're not sophisticated cars, Citroen C1s, but actually that's quite a good thing.
Yeah, I honestly don't imagine that actually affects the aerodynamics at all.
Not really.
Having no windows at all. And to be fair, if it's a particularly warm race, that could be quite a nice strategy.
Car is just pitted from 7th position. That's the 330 car, which is Marmoto, from inside the top 10. Now, this is under safety car. This will have to be a 5-minute pit stop. Is it a problem, or were they just getting towards, well, it can't be fuel at this point, surely, so I think they must have a problem in that car, unless, of course, they hadn't brimmed the car when they refueled it last. Either way, they've had to come in, and they're going to be in there for quite some time.
Interesting one. Yeah, because you would have thought if it is a case of just getting a bit worried behind the safety car that they won't get in, you just sort of leave it as late as you can, won't it? So surely it's got to be some sort of issue. Yeah, as you say, maybe fuel. Of course, we spoke about earlier the fact of maybe fueling it up for the start a little bit less and then chucking some fuel in earlier on in the race. So maybe it's a case of that, and now they've left it too late and they've got to dive in, or maybe it's another mechanical issue that we don't know of. But driver of the flipped car walks solemnly away from the gravel trap as his car will be dragged back to the pits, and he will have to, well, actually, will he have to make the long walk, or will someone give him a lift? See how lucky he gets.
You can get a car down the surface road through the spectator area, so maybe someone will go and pick him up. I'm not so sure.
That's a long, warm walk, that is. I hope it's getting picked up.
I've seen many a driver do the walk of shame, though, from the old hairpin back up to the pit lane in front of often a packed grandstand at Redgate Corner. That always gets the crowd going. They are adding fuel to the 330 car then. So 330, which is, who did I say this was? Marmoto, wasn't it? With fuel going in. Was that the reason they pitted? Again, a tank of fuel in a C1 will get you through 2.5 hours, but there's nothing to say they had a full tank at the start of the race. They don't have to brim the car at the start of the race. They want to try and keep the weight down if possible, and so they were clearly running out of fuel, or coming close to running out of fuel. It's difficult to tell in a C1 whether you're running out of fuel because the fuel gauge is not that accurate, really. I think it's... Yes, hello. Yeah, we can hear you. I think from memory, it's 3 bars that you've got on your fuel gauge, so you can tell when you're down to the last third of the tank, but not how far into that last third you are. So the team will be calculating it roughly based on average speeds and whatnot, but better sometimes just to play it safe. And if you can start to feel the car coughing and spluttering, that means you're right at the bottom of the fuel tank.
Does it not have a light that comes on when you've got like 30 miles to go of the tank?
Maybe, yes.
That can be helpful. As soon as the light comes on, I go out and pitting, guys.
But even then, that's, you know, that you could get quite a few laps in with a 30-mile limit, couldn't you? So it's not that accurate, and it's something that has caught teams out before. It's quite funny in the C1 24-hour race, which I've covered a number of times in the past at Silverstone. When you're in the pit lane, you'll occasionally hear drivers going past the pits, and they'll give 1 or 2 pips of the horn. And if it's 2 pips, it means they've just gone down to bar number 2. And if it's 1 pip, it means they've got 1 bar of fuel left. And then if it's 5 or 6, then it means I'm coming in this time, I've got no fuel left. But that's the only way that they can tell the teams what's going on, because there's no ship-to-shore radio from team to driver. Race control can speak to the drivers through a radio system, but there's no radio system allowed between team and driver, so they have to communicate however they can.
Ah, right, okay. That's very different to the Fun Cup then. Of course, in the Fun Cup, it's just the same in terms of race control. It can talk to you and override any other radio communication, but no, in terms of driving, you can talk to your drivers out there. So, yeah, I guess once you're out into your stint, then you're a little bit blind as to what's going on. I was thinking earlier there might be some discussion in terms of telling drivers who they're battling with and who they aren't, but yeah, as we saw there, as Andy alludes to, no communication. So you're driving blind a little bit in terms of where you are in the order and who you're battling with. But that's why you've got to be on it as well when you're out of the car, to have as much information in your head when you jump in, so that you know exactly what is needed of you during your stint.
Yes, absolutely so. And they're very long stints normally in the 24-hour race, not so much here because we've got often 3 or 4 drivers sharing the car over 3 hours. Right, here they go. The race gets back underway and we've got an hour and just under 10 minutes to go. So thankfully anyone who hasn't yet made a second pit stop should now have an opportunity to do so before the hour is up. I reckon, John, we're going to see quite a lot of teams come in quite quickly if they still need to get that pit stop done, because there is an old saying, isn't there, that safety cars can often breed safety cars. You do not now want to be trapped behind the safety car. A safety car period would definitely take us over the hour mark, wouldn't it? So that would leave you needing to spend a long time in the pit lane. We have got a battle for second place on our hands as well. They're 9.2 seconds behind the leaders, these two, but Rob Smith has got the Trojan Motorsport car tucked up behind him, and at this later stage of the race I don't think there'll be an awful lot of working together. I think Trojan will want to make this move.
Indeed, 100% they'll want to. Of course, yeah, like you say, 10 seconds between first and second, but a load of C1s in between first and second as well. So not only time to find, but also lots of track position to try and gain back as well. And as you say, yeah, the 300, the BPC tyre buffing car, has got the best push on that they can here, having third place hot on their heels as they cut their way through the traffic. Up and over the crest of Coppice once more, and they fly down the back straight. Using the slipstream as well. Yeah, as you say, will we see the Trojan Motorsport car go for it early here, the first possible opportunity, or will they push through the traffic? Because look at this, of course, the Alpha Trojan not needing to pick through any traffic. They were leading the train of the safety car. They've immediately pulled away from those 3 or 4 teams behind, as a couple do immediately bail to the pit lane as we thought they might. But look at that, off of the restart, new fastest lap of the race off of the restart from the Alpha Trojan team, a 1:35.7. What a lap. Once again, Mr. Freeman is locked in, and for the rest of this stint, he's got lovely fresh air to enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first clear air lap they've had since the opening 20 minutes or so of the race, really, and maybe even less than that, with some people pitting very early and dropping out in front of them. So, yeah, they were keen to take advantage of that. They built the gap to 10.5 seconds now to Rob Smith BPC tyre buffing car, the green machine on your screen, and right behind the Trojan Motorsport car trying to make it a Trojan 1-2. Here comes an attempted move at the old hairpin to the inside for second position then. They're absolutely door to door. Rob Smith wide over the exit curb, and is he going to be able to hang on to that position? You would suspect not. Here they come up the hill. The momentum lies with the Trojan car. There is the Silverlake car to deal with behind. That is not battling them for position, but it is quite a quick car, I think, and that is going to be a factor in this. Trojan go through, and Rob Smith has to concede second position.
He does indeed. Yeah, has to slip back behind then. So as you say, once again, a Trojan 1-2 here with just over 1 hour left to go in the race already. Almost 2/3 race distance here for the Silverlake C1 Racing Series at Donington Park, as we thought a few drivers driving straight in. I think that was 6 teams, maybe even 7 teams diving in straight after that first lap of racing. Of course, still 6.5 minutes to get that stop in. Blob come back out after what I can only imagine was a sublime pit stop from them as they re-enter the circuit. But these two still nose to tail and all nearly off the circuit there. As sort of following the line of the car ahead there, nearly comes a cropper there for car 300. They just about managed to keep it on the stuff that gives them grip, and they press on to another lap.
They were both on the limit though, weren't they? They both carried a lot of speed through, and I think Rob Smith was just copying everything that Adam Willis was doing in the Trojan car ahead, and because Adam ran wide, so too did Rob. Not that wide though. It's Blob.
It's Blob.
It's Blob. They're off at the old hairpin for the second time, I think, and this time they're stuck in the gravel. What a shame for Blob, who have kept us thoroughly entertained. I'm sure they'll get back underway, but they'll need some outside assistance to do so.
Despite the perfect pit stop, the outlap has not quite been the same.
No, that is a bit of a blob on their copybook, isn't it? Unfortunately, someone cameoing there on the trackside camera down at the old hairpin, and wondering, I'm sure, how quickly Blob can get back into the race. There's a crowd of people gathered on the spectator banking on the Exeter Redgate corner we noticed earlier on. I wonder if that's the Blob fan club. If it is, I want to go over and say hello.
So we said Rob over there.
Yes.
Rob,
we've got a task for you. Go and integrate with the Blob fan club on the exit of Redgate corner. Whoever they are, they've been there from the very start of the race, and I don't think they're leaving until the very end, which is nice to see. Good to see lots of spectators here over the weekend, enjoying the sunshine and enjoying what's been a massively, massively entertaining weekend of racing.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant event here at Donington Park, and when the sun shines, that always makes it better. Oh, that was aggressive, wasn't it? As they continue side by side there. Oh, almost a bit of contact there between the #Blessed car and one of the Trojan cars there on the outside. As peeling into the pits goes another car from that pack, and we run side by side down into the first couple of corners once more. So the Trojan Motorsport car there nearly with a bit of contact from the #Blessed car, but it was absolutely perfect. In the end, they gave each other just enough room, and they both continue on to another lap. And now there is a car in between second and third place as they now run down into that yellow flag zone with the blob car still stuck in the gravel. So that's quite early, to be fair, for the yellow flag as well. That really messed up the line there of the car in second place in this train, as we can hear gravel, and that's why being scrambled there down to the instant to relieve blob from the gravel. But yeah, I was going to say that quite an early yellow flag right at the top through Hollywood, so yellow's all the way down the bottom, and if you're a quick team, that holds you up all the way down that part of the circuit, as we're going to go 3 wide.
Oh, that's Colin Bysouth in the #Blessed car, who's getting properly stuck in with the leader here, isn't it? Or the third place car, sorry, as they head up the hill. He actually gets past them into McLean's corner. Colin had a really nasty accident at Donington Park years ago, that sequence of corners actually in his MX-5 racing days. Bounced back nicely from it, of course, to enjoy success in the MX-5 Super Cup and now C1 racing, and he's showing some of that one-make aggression that you can only really learn from something like Mazda MX-5 racing as he gets stuck into one of the leading cars. He is now going to come under attack, though, with the power of the slipstream down the exhibition straight. #Blessed are running in 8th position at the moment. They're battling the Silverlake car directly ahead for position, aren't they, John?
It's just what I was about to say. Yes, of course, you've got the leaders coming through this group of cars, but these are a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams in this gaggle of C1s are indeed scrapping for position. Yeah, like you say, he's not even that far down the order. No. Bottom end of the top 10, this is a squabble for us. Now looking up the inside, down into Redgate once more. Heavy on the brakes goes the #Blessed team, and looks as though they've got the place as well.
Oh, and then Rob Smith nearly turns across the nose of another car. So, yeah, this is all getting very messy. Speaking of, a car sliding onto the road, it's Emax again. Which Emax car is that? It can't be the 345, so it must be the 343. Mind you, they both had dramas in this race so far. 343 was overheating earlier on, and 345 had the damaged radiators. They were probably overheating as well after a gravelly excursion at the old hairpin. Luckily, they've rejoined without collecting anybody, and this enormous battle back of cars can continue to entertain.
Yeah, fantastic. We're happy about that, aren't we, as we continue on up the hill once again. Looks as though the blob car has been freed now, so yellow flag should be going in down through Hollywood and through the Craner curves. As I look over, I think it has literally just gone in, so we're back to full green flag racing speed once again. That gap now between the Alpha Trojan team and now their sister team of Trojan Motorsport, now pretty much 12 seconds the gap. So with that fresh air out front, Alpha Trojan continuing to build that gap, really nicely working away at it, as that's a little bit further off the circuit than they would have liked there. The 300 does manage to push their way back onto the circuit. The BPC tyre buffing team able to just get the elbows out there, force their way back onto the black stuff. They did well with that one. That could have ended pretty badly.
Yeah, well, Rob was pushing because in that little exchange, he gained quite a chunk of time on Adam Willis, actually, in the second place Trojan car, so he was almost within touching distance of second place again. The leaders are in, by the way, well spotted. Alpha Trojan are in, so this is now the battle for the lead temporarily between Trojan Motorsport and BPC tyre buffing. And Rob Smith, he may have lost a bit of pace in the earlier part of his stint, but he's certainly pushing on now.
I'm trying to think of the last time which of the Trojan cars it was that came in first. I think it was the Trojan Motorsport one that came in first on the first attempt.
Yes, you're right.
But this time it seems as though it's the Alpha Trojan who have gone. Have decided to come in. So there we go. Then down the hill we go once more. And like you say, this battle for second now becomes the effective battle for the lead. And well, for now, anyway, there's no other C1s in between these two as they press on up through sector number 2 once again. Well, back from these two in second and third, it is then almost now 30 seconds back to the TGR racing crew in 4th place. So massive gap between our top 3 and the rest of the order, and that of course not helped by that safety car period we had only a few moments ago.
Yes, exactly. So, although to be fair, the gap third to fourth grew quite quickly at the start of the race, I seem to remember. Similar situation after the safety car period. Alpha Trojan then, when they pitted, were just under 10 seconds clear of this battle for second place. There is the Alpha Trojan car in the pit lane. Oh, it's a penalty!
I did think it's before the window. I was suddenly thinking, hold on a second, it's not the window yet. What are we doing? It's not ticked below an hour. It has now, but Alpha Trojan, penalty then, as they are in the pit lane. The 4-2-1, isn't it? Well, I've got nothing on the live timing here. Oh, yes, I do. Stop-go penalty, overtaking safety car. Overtaking safety car, so there you go. They should have dropped in behind, and once again, you are right, Mr. Andy McEwen. See, I would have got a penalty as well, because I would have thought, hey, you've not picked me up, I'm going, mate. But the time wasted there, clearly, everyone behind the scenes has gone, that was very naughty. You get a penalty.
Sometimes being a gentleman and doing the sporting thing actually gets you somewhere. And this is a long penalty, isn't it? Because they've been there for a lap now, I believe. So this is going to take them out of contention for the win, surely.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. There we go. Alpha Trojan aren't winning this one. And that means we've got a genuine fight for the win now between BPC Tyre Buffing and the Trojan Motorsport car, who have just set the fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 1:35.310. But this is massively important. Alpha Trojan will be kicking themselves for that. It was that fraction of a second decision-making, wasn't it? The safety car came out. It was a bit ambiguous as to whether it was ahead or behind the Alpha Trojan car, though I thought it did look like it was in front of it. At a glance, I haven't seen it again, but either way, they've been given a penalty for it, and that completely changes the complexion of the race heading into the final hour.
Yeah, wow. I mean, from a driver's perspective, that's pretty aggressive, isn't it, there? But I guess it's sort of just showing you can't be doing this going forward. You got to act with an iron fist to show that drivers can't do that, as they all get a little bit close once again into the S's. Was that our usual protagonists getting close together, or was that two new teams? Because Blessed and Trojan have been coming to blows. Was that them, or was that the two behind?
No, it was Rob Smith nearly getting wiped out by a lapped car, which got a wheel on the grass going into the chicane. The lapped car was, I'm looking out of the window here, 563, which is another Emax Motorsport car of Aaron Grizzly and Athanasios Barnacote. That's two names you don't expect to go together. But anyway, that's the car that nearly just took out one of our race-winning contenders. Rob Smith lost a bit of time in all of that. But 1.7 seconds behind the race lead. I tell you what, Adam Willis has picked exactly the right moment to find some serious pace from this 301 car, because the second he inherited the lead, he suddenly started putting in some of that car's fastest laps of the race, including the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago.
Very, very impressive. Yes, now that gap's up to about 1.7 seconds as they're cutting through the traffic well. Really, the biggest sort of thorn in the side of the Trojan Motorsport team right now is the hashtag Blessed car, is it? Oh no, sorry, the hashtag Blessed car is with the 300 behind, sorry. The thorn in their side, because the hashtag Blessed car is pretty much on leader's pace, isn't he, really? Getting really stuck in and, frustrating the cars around them. So the 300 slightly behind, and I think now the 301 slightly in front as they get past a couple of back markers. So a little bit of space opening up between these two. And I can tell you that the Alpha Trojan car is still there at the end of the pits. They're dropped down to 15th now. We'll let you know when they leave the pits to re-enter the circuit. And again, we might see them come out of the pits, go round once and come straight back in to get their final stop done, just so they can focus on that final stint and just get on with it and see what they can do.
It's 3 and a bit laps, I think, you lose with 5 minutes. And, of course, they'll still have to come in and serve their mandatory stop, as you say. So this is going to take them well out of contention for a win. Probably for a top 10, you would have to say. I think 3.5 laps would take you down towards the tail end of the teams. So they're really going to be absolutely nowhere after this. 2.3 seconds in the lead, though, is the sister car Trojan Motorsport, the 301 machine, which has won both races so far this season at Brands Hatch and at Silverstone National Circuit, respectively. Trojan Motorsport themselves, 2-time Donington Park winners as well, back in 2022 and 2024, but it was not this number, so I don't know whether it's the same car. Out now goes the 421 car from the pit lane, so they've just been released straight back into a knot of traffic as well, just to further improve their mood, and we'll see at the end of this lap, John, exactly where they've dropped back into the order, but I reckon that's going to be somewhere around the back end of the teams.
It seems like it, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll see if they do decide to just drive straight back into the pit lane, get that out of the way, and then they can settle into the stint a little bit better. As here we see the leaders continue on round. I was right initially in the fact that Blessed were all over the race leaders and really getting it in amongst it as they kick up a bit of dust there on the inside part of the corner, up through Coppice and back down the Starkey Straight once again. Well, the third place runners now with TGR Racing have pitted for their final time as they'll soon be heading back out on circuit. So, yeah, now, or was sort of 30 seconds back from third to fourth, is now back from second to third. So top two well and truly clear now. So unless they have something else occur similarly to the Alpha Trojans' woes there for the safety car period, it will be a two-horse race this, or a 2C1 race this, all the way through to the checkered flag. And the TGR Racing team more having to focus on those few drivers behind them to try and hold on to an overall podium in this one. And fair play, the two teams who are trying to chase them down, both AM teams as well. There has been racing, and of course, #Blessed Car as well, who, as I keep saying, are pressing on so well. They just did a personal best of a 1:36 dead. They are bang on the Trojan Motorsport pace at the moment.
Well, yes, because they're in the wheel tracks of the Trojan car, aren't they? So they're basically copying each other here. That was 2.9 seconds, by the way, quicker than the fourth place car Has Been Racing, who have crept into fourth place without me really noticing. But yeah, #Blessed have a real opportunity here to get a really good result out of this race. 3-1-1 back into the race now. That was the TGR Racing car, which is a genuine podium contender as well. And actually, I think maybe not that much further ahead of that #Blessed and Has Been Racing battle once all is said and done. But the best thing Colin Bysouth can do here, I think, is tag along with the race leader. He's running that car's best laps of the race, and it could net him maybe fourth place.
You can tell the bollards are gone at Coppice, can't you?
Yes.
That was four wheels on the grass on the inside at Coppice there. That was, shall we say, an aggressive racing line. But again, you've got to be careful of those track limits as well. You get a number of those, and you end up being the one sat at the end of the pit lane. So, got to be careful, the driver of the 300. The BPC tyre buffing car, not to call them out specifically, we just happened to see it on the stream. I'm sure a lot of the other drivers are doing exactly the same, but you've got to be careful.
But you're only exceeding track limits if you do it where it's being monitored, and it won't be monitored on the inside of a corner. True. It's always the corner exit, so it's, you know, one of the
do what you want, then,
imperfections of that particular regulation, I would say, if I was going to go on another rant, which I'm not going to, because surely if you're exceeding track limits in one place, it's the same as exceeding it elsewhere. What do I know? Anyway, in other words, I think they'll get away with that. I don't think there's no marshal that can see accurately enough to the inside of a corner to figure out exactly how far over the inside curb they're going. So once that floppy marker's gone, it's pretty much a free-for-all, a bit like when the tyre stacks get moved down here at the chicane. We saw in a couple of races yesterday, didn't we? Drivers really taking liberties over that second curb once that tyre stack had been knocked firmly out of the way.
You love them being there, though?
Oh, yes, big fan.
Yeah. Thought so. Just wanted to clarify for the people.
Well, we wouldn't want drivers exceeding track limits now, would we?
No, of course not, of course. Well, it's being well and truly enforced down there through the S's. And yeah, for the moment anyway, no one seems to have moved those tyre stacks, so well done. Yeah. C1 drivers, you're doing much better than the Fun Cup drivers yesterday. Right then, more drivers into the pits. Then this is the 399 who is in for another scheduled stop for them. Slightly further down the order, the 399, 20th place. The Morwin Motorsport with Driven Minds car, that is. The 331 just coming out of the pits, and they are battling for position, the Abbott Racing Motorsport car. So a little bit of an in-pit squabble between those two as they both head back out onto the circuit. Well, we are well and truly into this third hour now then, aren't we? Number of teams diving to the pit lane, getting those final stops done, but the ones, of course, that we're really focusing on, the number 301 and the number 300. As have we just changed for third place? Yes, we have. #Blessed getting through Has Been Racing. There was a good few seconds between them, only a moment to go when they're through.
3.5 seconds a lap ago, and now they're ahead going out of Redgate Corner. So, yeah, Colin Bysouth on an absolute charge in this race, in this stint, and he's still tagging along with the race leader as well, who also lost time that time around to Rob Smith. Rob back within 2 seconds of the lead now.
It's those cardboard cutouts. That's what it is.
It must be, yes.
That's what it is. That's what's finding the pace. Maybe he's got one in the passenger seat with him.
Which one, though? Would having Lewis next to you make you drive quicker, or Kim?
I don't know who would put me off more, to be honest. At least neither of them can open their mouths. Eh?
This is true.
Not that Kim did. Anyway, we're going to forget
Moving
that. We'll forget that. Anyway, the fastest lap still with your race lead, and that now 1.8 seconds. So as they sort of settle into the pack, we saw that the Schroeder Motorsport car was gaining a little bit through the traffic, but it seems to have all settled down now between those two. And yeah, I'm interested to see. Of course, we saw we thought it was an early pit stop from the Alpha Trojan, but of course it isn't. It was a penalty, and as we mentioned them, I might as well just have a little look down and see where did they end up. Hold on a sec, they're still in the pits.
Who's this?
Alpha Trojan.
Oh, they are.
They're still in the pits.
Or are they back in the pits?
Maybe they're back in the pits.
Because they did leave. I definitely saw them leave. And you said, didn't you, that they might...
Yeah, we did see them leave. You're right. Yeah, they
yeah,
did a 7:09. Then they've done a 1:38. And now they're back in again.
They've done what you said
they've done what I said. Yeah. Go me. No, fair play. That makes sense to the strategy, doesn't it? Especially for the driver behind the wheel. As there they come back out again. Thank you very much. Our fantastic Alpha Live camera operators picking it all up as we hoped they would. 4-2-1 back out onto the circuit. Then right next to the hashtag Bless car, which leads me to believe he's right in with the leaders as well. So we'll settle back into pace. He's right in between our top two now, as he will actually move over, to be fair, and allow them to go on by. But yeah, I think that makes sense with the strategy. Just getting that all out of the way, get the penalty out of the way, get the pit stop out of the way, all out of the mind, focus on the next 50 minutes, and just do what you can.
I think you can only take credit for correctly predicting a strategy if you remember you correctly predicted it, John. I'm just going to pull you up on that one slightly. But yes, that is exactly what we thought they'd do. Just get the pit stop out of the way and run on till the end. Really cruel, though, isn't it? They came out in that lead battle. This is what you could have been involved in had you not overtaken the safety car when it came out of the pit lane earlier on.
Well, they wouldn't have even been involved in it. They would have been so far ahead, they wouldn't have even bothered with this. So, yeah. But again, I've said it already, it's an aggressive penalty, but fair enough. Acting with an iron fist, and they're showing you can't do this going forward. You've got to settle in behind. Even if we slightly miss you, settle in behind. Do us a favour, please, or we're giving you a 5-minute penalty. So, yeah, Alpha Trojan, what can they do from here then? As we say, 50 minutes still to go. They had amazing pace, didn't they?
Yeah.
Really good pace. So they're going to have to do the same as they were before. However, this time they're not overtaking back markers. They'll be overtaking cars for position, but it will feel very similar.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where they are actually once this final round of pit stops is done. But of course, in come the leaders. We'll move on to that in a moment. The leaders are in, and interestingly, BPC tyre buffing aren't. So Rob Smith is continuing. I'm presuming Rob will hand over to his son Sid at the pit stop. Sid, I was going to say, has been slightly the quicker of the two, but I think Rob actually has that car's personal best lap now. So anyway, out of the car gets car 301. This gets Adam Willis. Charlie Bingham, I think, is going to get in. Can't actually see from here whether there is a second driver ready and waiting, but of course, whilst they're refuelling, no one could touch the car anyway. So Willis has to get out, and someone will then get back in once the fuel is added.
I've got to say, Charlie Bingham makes a great lasagna.
Yes, I've been thinking that all day. And yeah, I agree.
I always thought it was Bingham, but the brand is actually Bigham. Yeah, which caught me out. So sadly, not the driver about to get in behind the wheel. But funny enough, I am actually going to have a lasagna for tea from Charlie Bingham. So thank you very much, Charlie. Much appreciated. Best of luck in your stint out on circuit. But yes, indeed, 301 then. Let's see when they head back out. What's the sort of time difference to those drivers around them? And yeah, as we saw as well, there has been racing cars. We've just seen the 569 very slow outside of our commentary box window. But yeah, that changed for third place between the 326 and the 339. Impressive stuff in the Blessed cars, we say, on really good pace, and now finding themselves up into the overall top three, which especially as an amateur team, that's mightily impressive.
Yes, I think they are going to end up behind TGR Racing, who have made all of their pit stops, remember. But they could still catch them because they've got really good pace. So, yeah, they might still be a podium contender before the end of the race. There's your race leader, Rob Smith, going for another lap. As I started to say, we might not really know the true running order until the final 5 minutes, because in theory, well, I don't know whether you can pit on the last lap and pull a Michael Schumacher, but you can certainly pit on the second to last lap, I would imagine. So you can go right the way towards the end of this hour before making that final pit stop. So we might not truly know where everyone sits, although the leaders have all been largely on the same strategy so far in the race. One hopes they continue doing that until the checkered flag, as 466 gets it all wrong down at the old hairpin.
They just pitted, I think, hadn't they? 466, not too long ago.
Yes, you might be right. Oh, that's the Hodes again, isn't it? The cat driver tray. I think it might have been a couple of laps ago. I think I saw them coming out of the pit lane. But yes, that car bouncing through the gravel trap down at the old hairpin. But again, thankfully did not get stuck and continues on its way.
Indeed, thank goodness they were able to wrangle that car back out of the gravel trap. Yeah, I take it back, I've just looked at their laps. I think it was about 10 laps ago or so that they were into the pits. So a little while ago now, so they very much settled into the stint, but getting chucked off wide there, off into the gravel as the tyres get all sorts of squealy up through coppice as well. So getting back onto pace and making sure those tyres are still nice and warm, which they seem to be. So we continue to press on in this one, waiting to see when the car at the back of the shot there, the number 300, decides to dive to pit lane. Do they try and mirror the strategy of Trojan Motorsport and just go 1 or 2 laps later, or do they leave it for another 20, 30 minutes, press on in where they are, and then see where they come out once the pit stop is done? Well, they head round the final couple of corners now, and we'll see whether they do dive in this time. Doesn't look like it from the body language of the car. Nope, they will continue on.
Yes, they are they've lapped Trojan Motorsport with that pit stop. Trojan Motorsport are a lap down. Now, I know the leader still has to pit again, and I know they took on fuel, but it shouldn't have been a lot of fuel. And a standard dry pit stop, if you like, without refueling, has been like half a lap time lost generally. So was that a slow stop for Trojan, or is that about the same length of pit stop we can expect from BPC? That, I suspect, is a Rob Lewis question, a question I shall ask him now.
I think that's a very good question to ask him. We will keep our eyes peeled as to those changes and the data to be analysed as well as the drivers continue on round. The Trojan Motorsport car coming on round to end the lap. He's dropping down the order, mate. He's dropped to 7th place, the Trojan Motorsport car. Have they had an off here out of the pit lane? They've not. Oh, they have come across the line now. Yeah. They have come across the line. Okay, 11 seconds behind 6th, the AF Racing car. So, what was it? Around 4 minutes and 3.
That's very long.
That's very long.
I think that's longer than just refueling. I think there's a story there. I've posed the question to Rob Lewis. Hopefully he's on the case already, but I would be concerned about that.
That is 2.5 minutes longer than their personal best lap.
Yes.
That seems like a massive amount.
They've changed a tyre.
Oh, wow.
Apparently, Rob tells me a few cars are changing left front tyres. Now, the left front tyre is the tyre that takes all of the abuse in a front-wheel drive car around here, especially in these warm conditions, but that surprises me. That does surprise me, and unless you feel like the tyre is getting to a point where it's dangerously worn, if I were BPC, I'd be thinking, right, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just save the time and coax the car home, because that's such a massive time loss. I think maybe that's handed a big advantage to the BPC car.
Yeah, my assumption would be that the tyres used in this series would be pretty robust. Especially considering the fact that considering the fact that there's a 24-hour race on the bill. Even if you do change tyres through the race, they need to go for a significant amount of time as a couple of drivers coming to blows there down into the final couple of corners. The Silverlake car just about getting clear of those 3 as they all dice for track position, but what have you spotted?
Leader is in. I could do with seeing that pit stop if possible. The leader is in. I want to know whether they're doing a tyre change on that car as well. This could be a race-deciding moment. There we go. We can't really see from here. That's Sid Smith waiting to get back in, I think, in the 300 car. Are they working on the left front corner? They're refueling, aren't they? Could do with getting the roaming camera around the other side if possible.
Well, we know if he gets straight in after fueling, they're not changing the tyre, are they, surely? Because they're not going to jack him up while he's in the car, you would have thought. Maybe.
Maybe not. There's no rule against it, but yes, it wouldn't be the sensible thing to do, would it? Interesting. Our roaming camera operator is on his way. There he is, jogging into, bless him, Tim. He's had a very big, heavy camera on his shoulder all weekend long, and now we're making him run to the other side of the car. So refueling is done. Now what do? I don't think they'll have changed the tyre yet. Driver change being done, and this, I think, is going to be a much quicker pit stop than Trojan then. If they don't change the tyre, then I think they should come out with a pretty healthy lead.
No, I think so too. I don't see... Yeah, I don't know. Like you say, that surprises me as, no tyre change with the 300. They will head straight back out. So let's see what kind of time they gain. There was the... okay, that's the 421. That was the other Trojan car. It caught me out there. I suddenly thought, oh my goodness, they've had the most amazing lap ever. No. Here comes the 300 to the end of the pit lane then. And they are going to be well clear of that sister Trojan car. To the end of the pit lane they go then. And we'll see once the 301 comes across the line, what's the sort of gap looking like between the two of these cars? Down through Redgate we go then, and we watch and wait for said number 301. There they are, coming through the S's. So that is a huge gap between the two of them. That's something around, I would guess, maybe even 15 seconds there between those two as that C1 comes to the line then. That's a bit of time lost then for the Trojan car. And yeah, like we say, I'm just surprised that there would be enough worry to need to change the tyre.
Yeah, unless they've damaged the tyre, but a few teams are doing it, so obviously quite a few teams are concerned about it. It'll be interesting to see whether there's a pace differential between the two cars now, whether there is an advantage to changing that one tyre. I know certainly in the Silverstone 24 hours, tyres are often being double stinted, normally. Certainly, front tyres I seem to recall would do 2 stints. Bear in mind that's 2.5 hours stint twice before you needed to change a front tyre. Rear tyres, it was known for them to do 4 stints on a set of rear tyres, so that was a long time anyway. Getting on for half the race on a rear set of tyres, because the rear tyres are just sort of hanging on for the ride, aren't they?
And that race is also in similar summer months as well, isn't it? In relatively warm temperatures comparatively. Okay, maybe not quite as warm as today, but like you say, surely it can't be that much difference from, what is that, 5 hours down to less than 3.
It's the nature of the track, though, because it's all right-handers. You only turn left here through the Craners. Well, that doesn't really do anything to the tyres. Starkey's and Schwanzkopf doesn't do anything to the tyres. The sharpest left-hand turn is the exit of the chicane, which really doesn't punish the tyres very much, whereas all of the right-handers are long, high-speed corners through Redgate, through the old hairpin, McLean's Coppice, and that's why that left front tyre really does take a beating. It might be second only, really, to Thruxton as far as just how hard you punish one individual tyre on a front-wheel drive car, so not massively surprised at that, but I am surprised a little bit that the race-leading car, for example, felt that it was worth that time loss.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, with what they're battling for here, you think they'd find any sort of little bit to gain them a bit of time, but like you also mentioned, as they come back out of the pits, we might now see that the pace gain from that big spin, that's going to be a big spin off to the grass. That is the 424 there, catches it up and rejoins. Well done.
Advantage Motorsport. I don't think that's an advantageous line through the old hairpin there.
No, that is less than ideal. That is less than ideal. But yeah, clearly the Trojan crew know something that we don't here in the commentary box. Why would they make that decision? Clearly, we're unaware as to the reasons why. Let's keep an eye on the pace of those two cars for the next 40 minutes.
How many C1 Series races have you won?
0.
Yeah, I haven't either. Trojan have won a few, so I think they know what they're doing. Who are we to question them? The fact of the matter is they've come out of that pit cycle 23 seconds adrift of the BPC tyre buffing car, which we anticipate will re-inherit the lead once everyone else has made a final pit stop. So that's the gap that we need to watch out for, the starting point for the two of them, because BPC, as we know, have made their final pit stop as well. Across the line they go, and it is still showing as Rob Smith in the car, but that's worth double checking. I think that might be Sid who got back in. 1:37.8 was his last lap time. He's tucked in behind the 591 JW Bird Motorsport car. I haven't mentioned JW Bird very much. They haven't got as many cars in this race as they normally do, but they've been regular front runners in the series in the past, and the BPC car needs to try and overtake them. So 37.8 for them. Adam Willis showing as the driver in the Trojan Motorsport car again, did a 35.9. Nearly 2 seconds quicker. Now, traffic may have had something to do with that. Trojan didn't have any traffic on that previous lap. We know that BPC did, but is that a sign of a trend beginning, maybe? Is the Trojan car going to be able to overcome this 20-odd second deficit?
Maybe, but of course that BPC tyre buffing car, 2 seconds off their own personal best lap of the race. Now, before they came into the pits, they were certainly nowhere near 2 seconds off of that, and the tyre hasn't changed that much in the last 5 or 6 laps, so I think maybe just a slightly slower that time around, but clearly there is a benefit. Of course there is, it's a brand new tyre, but clearly there is. That's getting a bit dicey there, as leaning on each other to say the least, and one does end up in the gravel on the outside. Somehow they all make it through facing in the right direction, but that is the most classic line, I think, in C1 commentary ever. Somehow they've all made it through, as we close in towards the last 30 minutes of this race. So yeah, this is going to be our focus, isn't it? Of course, from third place backwards, there was quite a significant gap from second to third and then further backwards. So our focus is really on these two cars, as there is the Trojan car trying to pick their way through quite a bit of traffic as drivers ahead continue to battle. And they're enjoying themselves. What a great race so far. I can't believe we're now, nearly 2.5 hours into this one. We've had a bumper 5 hours total of endurance racing action this afternoon, and we've only got just over 30 minutes left to go.
Yes, 8 hours of endurance racing, 9 if you count the sprint race for the Fun Cup over the course of the whole weekend. It's been an endurance racing bonanza, some of the absolute best endurance racing you'll ever see, certainly at this level. And this one is perhaps building now to a grandstand finish. Adam Willis's last lap time of 37.1 was slower than BPC tyre buffing by half a second, because he's now in a big group of traffic, as BPC had been a couple of laps earlier. So it is, I think, just the traffic that's dictating the pace here. Rob has confirmed that BPC took fuel but no tyre, and so that's why it was a much quicker pit stop for that number 300 car. We've had a stop-go penalty handed out to Manor Motorsport, number 576, a 3-minute penalty for a refuelling infringement.
But I've just looked in the details. That was the second refuelling infringement penalty. They got a 3-minute one. Just before that, they got a 5-minute one. They've got 8 minutes of fuel infringement stop-go penalty. 2 coming through from the same pit stop, one of 5 minutes and one of 3 minutes. Either that's an error, or they've done 2 egregious infringements that got them a drive-through. A weird one, that. But yeah, if you open up the race control, 2 of them there within about a minute of each other. So 1 5-minute, 1 3-minute. So it's definitely not a repeat.
No, I wonder if it was a 3-minute penalty that was erroneously given as a 5-minute penalty. That seems odd that there'd be 2, because if it was the same pit stop and it's the same infringement, you'd think you just lump it all together and give them an 8-minute penalty. I don't know.
You're probably right. You're probably right. But it's very exciting.
Yes, it is. Right, where are they even, the 5, 6, 7 car? I don't think they are troubling the front runners, are they? It's so difficult to find someone on this. Oh, they are 5, 7, 6, 32nd place, so not massively relevant for the outcome of the race. Right, Rob Lewis, I'm told, wants to talk about tyres. Oh, we'll get to him in a moment. There's a car in the gravel at Redgate, 363. That is Radiation Racing. The livery on that car makes sense now. And they will dump another nice load of gravel on the tarmac. Now, gravel all over the road won't help the tyres. And as we've said, it's a punishing circuit, this, for tyres. So Rob Lewis has a tyre update for us.
Right, I'm going to talk tyres. Don't fall asleep, because there is a bit of science to this. Now, C1 tyres, they have their own branding, so they're stamped Nankang C1 Racing Club. They have their own tyre. They're a derivative of a road tyre, and predominantly they're shaved. So when they're new, they have different teams down the pit lane. They have a couple of teams like BPC, so this is a BPC tyre, and they shave them. So they take the road tyre and they buff the rubber off them to get the blocks down, so they're not moving around as much, and you can optimise the grip. So this is a car, this is a tyre, hasn't been buffed in, it's just been shaved, and that's ready to go on the car. And you can tell that, you can see the marks where the tyre's been on the machine and been shaved down. That's good for a 3-hour stint. Now, Andy, I'm sure, was asking on the commentary, I know he did text me and ask a question about some of the teams are changing front tyres. I think, to be honest, it's just a bit of a make sure they don't have an issue. This is a car that's just come off of one of the BPC cars. As you can see, fairly even wear. The bit that I did notice was this chunk here, and it's little chunks like this, whether you're hitting a curb a bit too hard, you hit a bit of rubble in the road or whatever, that can start to delaminate and then you lose the grip. But it creates an awful lot of noise before you start to lose the performance of the tyre. That's a nice, worn, smooth tyre. To be honest, it probably could have gone until the very end. And a lot of cars out there today, although the pace has picked up in these cars, they'll be running the same 4 tyres until the end, touch wood. But some of them have gone for the safer option. So there we go, a little bit of tyre talk. Road tyres shaved down to produce the optimum performance. Don't ask me about a wet tyre. I assume they just use the normal road tyres. I'll find out a little bit more. But for now, it's the rundown to the end of the race, so I'll hand back to the commentary team.
Luckily for you, Rob, I don't think wet tyres are going to be all that relevant today, are they? Not like they were last year here at Donington Park. But yeah, interesting stuff. So it is just a security thing. They will inspect the tyres whenever the car comes into the pit lane. So maybe a team member clocked something on that left front tyre that they didn't like the look of. There's so much gravel strewn across the road, John. They haven't really had any time, the marshals, to clear that since the race started. So if you start running over those bits of gravel, it can create a nick in the tyre, can't it? And that could prove disastrous.
It could, and as you say, especially there down through the first couple of corners, the drivers have been off there, left, right and centre, and of course the easiest way to rejoin is coming straight back on at the corner exit, so that then drags and chucks gravel all over that, and we've seen that has happened at least 4 or 5 times during this race. There's still lots of gravel strewn, particularly over that part of the circuit just out of Red Gate, so another thing to think about. Not that I would assume the drivers are really thinking about tyres at any point in this race. It's just sort of, if you hear a big bang, it's probably gone and you should go to the pits. Otherwise, there's no real thought about them. And as you say, probably was a team member who spotted something that maybe they didn't quite like there and thought, better be safe than sorry this. If we send it back out and it blows up, the drivers aren't going to be very, very happy with me. So let's get it off. Okay, we're going to waste however many seconds, but it is what it is. The drivers will then have the right perches, at least on the tyres underneath them, to see what they can do in terms of gaining some more pace out of their C1 through the final 30 minutes.
I'm going to ask you a question. You're going to have to look on the race control bit of your timing screen to confirm this. Have 427 AF Racing served a pit lane penalty of any kind?
No.
Okay, so they've made all of their 3 pit stops. They're in a genuine 4th position now, and they're only 2.5 seconds behind Trojan Motorsport, and they're lapping about the same pace as Trojan Motorsport, interestingly, the 301 car. That, I think, will become 3rd position once Has Been Racing make their final pit stop. I'm not convinced we've mentioned AF Racing all race long, so I know it's our job, dear viewer, to tell you what's happening and why it's happening, but I've no idea how they've ended up in podium contention. They are, though, I think, in genuine podium contention, because I don't think they've had any pit stop penalties, so those 3 visits to the pit lane have all been legitimate mandatory pit stops by the looks of it, and they've worked their way nicely into contention for a top 3 finish, maybe. Also, the gap between Sid Smith, who is now confirmed as being in the BPC tyre buffing car, and Adam Willis in the Trojan Motorsport car is 20 seconds. It was 23 seconds when they came out of the pit lane, so it is coming down. But, John, with 29.5 minutes to go, is it coming down quickly enough? I don't think so.
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. I was just double-checking there that, yes, indeed, the AF Racing has done all 3 genuine pit stops there. So, yeah, fair play to them. Running under the radar, that's always how you want to be. You want the commentators to not notice until suddenly you're up there at the sharp end, or suddenly you're off in the gravel. There goes the 387. Who's that now stuck in the kitty litter?
387 are not on my entry list, which is helpful.
That's definitely what it says, right?
Yes, yes, that says 387. I'm not arguing with you.
It could be 378. That's Team MKD, but he definitely said 87 on the side of the car there.
No, it did. I agree with you.
Yeah, there is. Oh, yes, I found it. Red Sky Racing, 387 from 18th place.
Okay, a late addition to the entry then. So where were they? 18th, did you say? Right,
yeah.
Okay. Well, they're not anymore. They are in the gravel trap, unfortunately. Now, will that require a safety car? They've got the live snatch vehicle down there, which has worked wonders, in fairness, so far in this race. So hopefully that won't need a safety car interruption.
Hopefully not. Once again, yellow flags out at Hollywood, so neutralises this whole zone of the circuit, which, if you're a fast driver, coming up to some slightly slower drivers, will be very frustrating because it's a good place to get moves down at the bottom of the hill there through Old Hairpin. Well, clearly it goes back to green rather quickly there because the drivers already off on the grass, trying to make moves there as they then head back up the hill. So, one driver there, we just saw there as you skimmed across the picture, still very much beach there, right in the middle of the gravel as well. When we saw Blob down there a little bit ago, they were right on the edge, weren't they? They'd almost got themselves out, but not quite. That car is totally in the middle, so we'll take a little bit longer to drag them back to safety. But as you say, the live snatch vehicle, I'm sure, will be able to deal with that one down at Old Hairpin once again. So, just looking at those gaps then, the sharp end of the order, what is it now? Still about 12 seconds between the 300 and the 301. They're number neighbours and their neighbours out there on circuit at the moment, but a bit of time in between them. We're still waiting for the pit stop from Has Been Racing, aren't we? They've had a great race so far in this, on a particularly good stint in this last stint, but where will that next pit stop drop them to? We will have to wait and see. So it's looking like it could be a bit of a battle there between AF Racing and Hashtag Bless. You've got to watch and wait for that pace from Hashtag Bless, because on the last lap it was a 38.1 for AF Racing, a 36.9 for the Hashtag Bless team. So at least over a second gain there on that lap alone. They've got quite a few seconds to find though as we peer through the dust, and we still couldn't quite tell who it was.
There was a car. It was back on the road. I don't know who it was. But anyway, more gravel on the track now. It really is becoming a bit scrappy, isn't it, this final hour of the race? I guess a bit of fatigue maybe starting to creep in for some of the drivers out there. And that is making incidents on track all the more likely. There's just been a really slow lap for the Trojan Motorsport car of Adam Willis. Well, I say really slow, 140.2. That is about 5 seconds off the pace that they should be running. So that could have been traffic, I suppose. But that seems like they've had a moment somewhere, or maybe got caught in a yellow flag zone. That was a massive lunge up the inside into McLean's corner. And I think they got away with that. That's the James Stocks & Co car, I think, that made it a very ambitious move up the inside. It is the 582 car. They've already had a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits, and I dare say did so again there up the inside into McLean's. Leaders in though, John, as you've just spotted, and so Sid Smith is about to move back into first position.
Indeed, yeah, well, soon enough. However, once again, our top 3, 4, 5, actually a bit further down now, a lot of drivers now have completed their final stop of the race. So we'll really start to see what those gaps are looking like and what is needed from those drivers through the rest of this race. What have they got to do to try and gain, of course, track position and, well, now it'll be overall position as well. Now we're going to wait and see where these drivers are in terms of traffic as well, because that's going to be a key factor into how the rest of this plays out as well. There is the 338 in the pits. That is slightly further down the order. That's 17th place. It's the 339 that pitted from second place, who is also in the pits there as well. So now the 300, as you say, of Sid Smith, the BPC tyre buffing, does retake the lead of the race on circuit, and we'll wait and see what that gap is at. It is already across the line, goes Trojan Motorsport, 21.3 seconds. And on that last lap anyway, it was actually the PPC tyre that was a little bit faster, but of course, as I say, traffic very much coming into play. As we see there, the snatch vehicle's heading off back up and away, so surely the car's out the gravel. Yes, it is.
Yeah, brilliant work again from the Donington Park Marshals, so really good stuff there from the Marshals down at the Old Hairpin, who've had a fair amount to do over the course of the 2 days this weekend here at Donington Park. There, that is Sid Smith leading the way. Spoke to him earlier on. He was feeling very relaxed ahead of this C1 race, and as well he should have been, because actually it's all fallen into place for them. They looked quick in that opening stint, didn't they, when Trojan had, the two Trojan cars had pulled a gap on the rest of the field. The 300 car was the only one really that seemed able to live with their pace. They dropped back a bit towards the end of the opening hour, but they've stayed out of trouble so far. They've not picked up any penalties so far, and they find themselves now with a lead that surely, barring any dramas, should not be they should be able to defend to the flag. Trojan Motorsport are now gapping AF Racing as well. That gap up to nearly 10 seconds from second to third position, and AF Racing are 35 seconds clear of Chris Etheridge, who's now into the hashtag blessed car in fourth. TGR Racing are fifth. Sixth position, Silverlake Racing. Seventh for Has Been, although that might not be right. They've not yet completed their outlap from the pit lane. But all of our front-running cars now, in fact, I think most of the field have now made their third and final pit stop.
Still, the hashtag blessed car gaining time on AF Racing, hand over fist. They almost gained on the lap before last. It was almost 3 seconds that was gained by the hashtag blessed car on this last time around, where we just wait and see when the hashtag blessed car comes across the line as to what lap time they've done. Either way, the lap time from the AF Racing car was much quicker on that last time around, about a second and a half quicker. Oh, big incident down the hill, and contact. That's with the Trojan car. That's with the Trojan car colliding with the back marker there. They got spun around. They turned themselves back around. Now the Trojan car continues on, but of course, we've already seen, okay, it was gravel-related radiator issues before. It was a bit of a punt, but hopefully the radiator should be okay there. But wow, we weren't expecting that, Andy.
No, that was major drama. Oh, and the car is very sideways at McLean's corner as they try and get back up to speed, but it goes to show, doesn't it? You get to the end of the race, everyone's a bit tired, the sun's quite low in the sky now, so visibility isn't brilliant. I've just seen more contact coming out of Redgate corner between back markers, so the likelihood of you getting tripped up over somebody is so much higher at this stage of the race, regardless of who you are, whether you're the leader or whether you're running in 45th place. There's always danger around every corner. This is the mess that I just saw coming out of Redgate corner. These three were all leaning on each other coming out of the first turn. Don't be surprised if there's still a sting in the tail in this race.
Exactly. Yeah, one slight lapse of judgment and all could go wrong. And I say that, doesn't even need to be you as the one behind the wheel making the laps in judgment. It could be the driver that you're trying to overtake beside you does something wrong and suddenly the race is over. You've still got to have those eyes on stalks for the last 20 minutes, no matter how dehydrated and tired you are behind the wheel of your C1. You've got to press on for this next 20 minutes and see what the drivers can do. Right then, 24 seconds now it is between the 300 and the 301. I mean, that lap time would have helped things with a 39. I think fair play to the Trojan Motorsport car for still doing a 39, despite at one point having a C1 perpendicular to it, heading down the Craner curves. That's less than ideal, I've heard. Now still, oh, hold on. Oh, no, of course. I got excited then because the gap between second and third had closed, but of course it was the car in second that lost loads of time there down the Craner curve. So although the AF Racing team have gained on that last lap, I don't think that will continue. Saying that, though, they did just put in their personal best lap of the race, a 36.2 for the AF Racing car. So a very impressive job on that last lap, and that sort of curtailed the charge of the #Blessed car behind, as they were on a similar pace last time around, keeping that gap at around 35 seconds then between third and fourth place. As we keep our eyes here on the 301, we immediately look over to the 300 then, as there you can see what differing parts of the circuit they are on. There you can see them both in the same shot. The Trojan is heading down the back straight behind us, and there we can see in the foreground the leader, of course, of BPC tyre buffing there, getting past a couple more back markers. So that just shows, in terms of a picture of on track, quite how far the distance is between our top two with 20 minutes to go.
Yes, it's still around 20 seconds, I think, isn't it, between the two of them? Yeah, 22.4 seconds. I'm also going to throw an extra little uncertainty into the mix here. The curfew, as far as I am aware, is 7 p.m. here at Donington Park. That is 8.5 minutes away. We have 20 minutes left on the clock. I am not convinced that this race is going to run to its full 3-hour distance. We'll wait and see. Sometimes special permits can be given to overrun by a few minutes, but yeah, I'm not convinced this is going to run all the way to the end of the 3 hours. Everyone's made their final pit stops now, so it wouldn't really make much of a difference if we ended a little bit early, but don't be surprised if that checkered flag waves maybe just, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes earlier than originally, well, maybe less than that actually. It could be about 11 or 12 minutes earlier than we originally expected it to.
Right, if it's been curtailed, that's going to play into the hands of the 300, isn't it? Who didn't change the tyre. Yeah. So that time lost in the pit lane for the 301 will be even more compounded there with a lack of race time at the end of the race. But here we see said number 300, the BPC tyre buffing, continuing to pick their way past some back markers. So as we press onto a new lap we go. I've just had a notification that there's not been enough numbers for my shift tomorrow, so I've been unbooked, so I've got a free day off. Hey! Let's go. Although I am quite skint. There we are. Anyway, time off for John. Anyway, back to the racing. 20 minutes still left to go then, and as we say, if it is curtailed, this is really going to play into the hands of the 300. Of course, it was always a gamble to not change that tyre, but it might just be paying off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the right call regardless, to be honest. I don't really think it was necessary. I mean, I haven't seen the Trojan tyre. I'm sure they wouldn't have changed it unless they felt it was absolutely necessary, but it did seem like quite a big call. Rob has been doing some detective work for us in the pit lane. He's confirmed that the race is going to go the distance. So the checkered flag will fall at 7:11, 11 minutes past 7 here at Donington Park. Ooh, someone else is off. Every time I look at Redgate Corner out of the window, someone is in the gravel trap. If they get stuck, I'll tell you. But beyond that, it's not really even that noteworthy an incident at this stage. So yeah, race will run to its full distance. 18 minutes then still to go. But I don't think it's going to matter, is it? Because Sid Smith has got the pace at this point to keep that Trojan Motorsport car at bay. It is still 23 seconds behind the race leader.
Indeed. Still plenty to play out. As you say, that gap still sort of staying pretty similarly between our top two then, and the gap back to third pretty much now opening up to 10 seconds then. Well, good to hear that we will be rolling on through the whole race distance here at Donington Park, and we will enjoy another 17.5 minutes of C1 Racing Series action. Again, big shout out to Silverlake. Thank you again for your continued sponsorship of this fantastic racing series. Oh dear, that is a C1 that is not very happy parking up at the side of the road. Oh, they've got it back underway. That's good to see. 554 is off again. Who was that? It was a little bit further down the order, I think, there with the 554. It is 38th place, that is, for JFR. And it is last name Fletcher behind the wheel for them at the moment. But a little bit of an odd one there, coming to a halt and then dumping the clutch and carrying on. So I don't know what the issue was there for them, as I can see the gravel dust kicked up in the foreground there of our camera shot as these three battle on through. Clearly it was just a glancing blow and a bit of a jump and a jive through the gravel there on the outside, but they live to fight another day. Here is your race leader continuing to carve their way through the back markers. Sid Smith has had a great stint in this one, but look at this, the 582. Is that defending or is that attacking? It's kind of half of both, really, and this is going to squeeze in your race leader here. They will do the up and under, but driver chops across them. That was close. Sid Smith is not going to be a happy bunny behind the wheel of that car, and he gives a massive wallop to the rear bumper of the car in front. Whether that was a decision made by Sid there, or maybe the car in front just overslowed a little bit more than he would have liked. Either way, he has now found a way through, and he's getting a bit of a push from the driver behind. Down the Starkey straight once again, as we head down into the S's once more. Here we cut through onto the main straight then. There's so much action going on. We don't know where to look here on Alpha Live. Are we looking over here? Are we looking over here? We're back to the race leader out of the final corner and still getting pushed along by these cars. I don't think Sid's going to be very happy with these two, particularly the purple car there at the back of this train of three now. The 582, that is, getting stuck in. And whereabouts are the 582? In the order. 13th place it is for the James Stocks & Co. car. Surname Button is the driver behind the wheel at the moment. And, well, he's quick. He's quick and he's getting stuck in. And fair enough, he's also in a battle around that position. So he's got 5 seconds to find if he wants to catch the Emax Motorsport car up in 12th place. So, yeah, he's trying to press on. He's got 15 minutes to do something about it, and a much closer gap than we have between first and second here. So, as a little bit of a slower car. Might have just been a poor exit, though, there from the yellow car in that group of three ahead. But now, the 300 has done the work. The BPC tyre buffing car has been able to scamper clear of those two. And now, well, he's got a few more back markers to try and find a way past now as well. But some rather close moments there, shall we say, for your race leader. But I've got to say to Sid, dealt with that absolutely fantastically well there, showed his experience and his tenacity behind the wheel of a Citroen C1 in carving his way through the traffic there and, crucially, keeping his nose clean. Of course, he's wanted to make sure he doesn't lose too much time here, but he does still have a 20-second gap across the race leader, so on some occasions it might just be better just to sit behind for another corner and wait for a bit of a better opportunity. Although it's difficult as well, because one, you're trying to carry that momentum as best as you can, and two, you've got other cars around you all scrapping, going side by side and all going mental themselves. So picking your way through the order is difficult at the best of times, let alone when you're in the lead of the race and the pressure is on here with just over 10 minutes to go to try and hold on to said lead of the race.
He's starting to sound like me now, telling the drivers to just calm down and take it easy. They never listen. Let me tell you that from first-hand experience. The thing is, though, sometimes, and drivers do say this, don't they, if you do deliberately start backing off a little bit and not taking risks and driving at 90% maybe, you're far more likely to make a mistake because you're completely out of your rhythm. All of the muscle memory that you picked up over the lengthy race, the 3 hours so far, and all of the track time they'll have had this weekend in general, starts to go out the window then. Your timing is off. It's easy to miss a braking point or miss a turning point and trip over a back marker maybe. So sometimes it is best just to keep on pushing on, and that's certainly what Sid Smith is doing. A 35.695, that car's best lap of the race, and only a few tenths of a second away from the outright fastest lap of the race here this afternoon. There was the 352 car, the James Stocks & Co. car, which had that drive-through penalty earlier on. It's got a passenger side wing mirror dangling in the air now after a little bit of side-to-side contact with somebody earlier on, maybe. Down the order to see if there are any battles potentially in the offing, and not really inside the top 10 or so, although actually one that could still change is 7th place. Has been racing, being caught by MDA slightly, who also just did their personal best lap of the race, but that's still an 8-second gap between the two of them. So with 12 3/4 minutes still to go, it is now very much a case of just getting to the checkered flag in one piece, not taking any undue risks if you don't have to, and hoping that the car stays together, because this is also the part of the race where things are more likely to break. Although weirdly, it felt like we had more mechanical issues in the first hour of the race than we've had ever since. These cars are, as I said, pretty low maintenance. They're pretty reliable, and I think those who'd have problems, largely that's been got out of the way now.
Yeah, they're pretty robust, these things, aren't they? So it seems as though, as long as everyone's done their job in the pits prior to the race and everything's still on it after the first 30 minutes or so, then you should be good for the rest of the 3 hours. And that's seemingly what we have seen in this one. But yeah, continuing to watch the BPC tyre buffing car pick their way through the traffic as Blob gets the fastest lap. 1 minute 35.3 for Blob. Well, they've left their sensationalism right into the last stint. And we knew it was happening. We knew it was going to come. That fastest lap from Blob. Where even are they?
They're in 29th place.
Oh, they've just lost it. They've just lost it. 135.1 for Alpha Trojan. No!
What's going on? Why is the track suddenly so much quicker than it was? I mean, that's bizarre, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, well spotted. I honestly thought that was a glitch. I know that's really offensive to Blob, but I was just so surprised. But hey, they have got
what
really
you were trying
good
to
pace.
say was you thought it was a glitch that they weren't the fastest lap earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The timing screen I thought had been glitching for the last 2 hours and 48 minutes. Is
Stop
that right?
trying to do maths.
I know, I never learn, do I? Really good lap time that though. Obviously, not quite the fastest of the race, but Costa Kritsis is in the car. It's only hang on, I'm getting this wrong. Yeah, 2-driver effort, Costa and Samuel Cunliffe. So presumably Costa's been in the car earlier on as well. Alpha Trojan, though, now they're 25th after that penalty. 5-minute penalty knocked them outside of the top 20, even further back than I expected it to. And they have now stolen that back with a 35.175. So doesn't matter where you are, there is still the opportunity for you to set a really good lap time. And that is what we're starting to see now as the track temperature perhaps starts to cool, the fuel load comes down as well, and so the lap time's starting to get quicker. Rob actually making a very good point in a message to me that the more worn the tyres are, actually the quicker they get, because they sort of become a slick as you get further into the race, because they're already shaved down, as he was expertly describing to us earlier on. Now that they're really, really worn, there's not a lot of tread left on them at all.
I can't believe this, because I know, so we've obviously had lots of discussions today with a certain Mr. Andrew Mather, who's on Circuit Comms. Now, you suddenly said that name, Costa Christis, and it sort of activated something in me from watching the BUKC, the British Universities Karting Championship, back in the day when I was racing in it, when I was rubbish racing in the secondary championship. Costa Christis, the Greek god of speed, as Andrew named him, was very, very speedy at the top end of the leading championship in the BUKC at the time. So amazing to see him out in the C1s. And I think Andrew up in the other comms is going to be going mental during this race. The Costa is in it, but not surprising. He was very speedy in a Club 100 car, and clearly that's transitioned to C1s well, as he very momentarily there had the fastest lap of the race.
Well, only the very best young karters will be invited to race for Blob, of course. So it makes perfect sense that they've gone for him, and what a great decision it was. He is, as I said, one of the fastest cars out on track right now.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Costa as he tries to get a bit of a better result for Blob, who have not been without their fair share of frustrations throughout the rest of the day then. So with just less than 10 minutes left to go, we enjoy the rest of this one. But sadly for the neutrals anyway, the top two, that gap has stayed pretty much the same for the last 10 minutes or so. Despite the differing traffic levels, it's remained bang on pretty much 20 to 24 seconds.
It has. There's just been a very slow lap for the 311, the TGR racing car in 5th position. 2.9 seconds they are ahead of the Silverlake racing car, so we could do with finding them ideally. They were 6 seconds slower than them last time, so they must have had a moment somewhere, and that has now put them under some serious threat from the car that runs currently in 6th position. So I'm going to try and figure out where they might be on track. Hashtag Blessed have just gone through at Redgate, so it's the next two cars behind them that I think could trade positions before the checkered flag comes out. The 311 TGR racing car and the 558 Silverlake racing machine are getting themselves right together. They haven't yet crossed the line though, so as soon as they do, I'll let you know, and we'll try and get the camera trained on them. But that is a battle that is developing nicely now, heading into the final part of the race. So although at the front maybe things are largely settled, there are definitely still some battles to be resolved further back.
plenty of battles still to be resolved further back. As you look further down the order, who have you spotted?
It's changed already. That in fact, they're in the pit lane. TGR Racing are in the pit lane, so they had a slow lap last time, and they're now into the pit. So this is obviously a drama for TGR Racing. And they have come in very late in the day. They've done their mandatory stop, so this is not a planned visit to the pit lane. And TGR Racing then, unfortunately, are going to lose a top 5 result as a result of that, if that makes sense.
Sort of.
Not much I've said for the last 3 hours has made sense, let's be completely honest.
No, but indeed, that's a team that we were at one point alluding to the fact that they might be on for 3rd place, but it doesn't look like that any longer with 7 minutes left to go. They are still out there in the pit lane. They've not been pushed into the box just yet, but we shall wait and see. The bonnet is up, so clearly something that they are not very happy with. And yeah, as we were saying, potential podium on the cards at one point during this race. Well, that has fallen away here for sure.
What are they looking at? They're well, the engine, obviously, yes. They don't pay me the big bucks for
Are you
nothing,
a mechanic?
you know.
I had no idea.
Fluid coming
That
out of it.
helps.
Now, is that radiator fluid, maybe? We've had a few radiators done because of all the gravel that's on the road. I wonder if maybe that's what's caught out the 311 car, and at this stage, that's going to take them out of the race altogether. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by things out of the window again. Yes, I think that's going to mean they probably don't reach the checkered flag at all, so they're going to keep on dropping down the order. We still have 6 minutes to go, so they're going to fall outside of the top 30, I think, as a result of whatever this issue is. But yeah, wouldn't mind betting some money on the fact that that's a bit of gravel that's gone through the radiator. They would not be the first team to fall foul of that.
No, exactly that. It's happened already a couple of times today, and like we mentioned earlier on, especially down through Exeter Redgate, for example, a lot of teams and drivers have been off down there. They've dragged a lot of gravel back on, so you don't even necessarily have to be the one to go off-piste into the gravel to have your day, your race and your radiator ruined by someone else's incident and someone else's bit of kitty litter. Well, just over 5 minutes left to go in this one then, and he recoils once again in the comms box as the driver's getting very close. Did you think because we're at the end of a 3-hour race that they would let up at all, Andy?
No, well, what's happening, I think, is that some people are letting off and just trying to get to the flag, and then those that are still pushing hard are catching them even more quickly than normal. Who's that coming in? That was one of the Trojan cars.
Yep.
Is it 301 or is it Alpha? It's Alpha Trojan from 25th position. This is, again, an unscheduled pit stop then. They had that 5-minute penalty earlier on, but they came in 2 laps after that to serve the 3rd and final mandatory stop. Were they destined for the garage? Is it fuel related? Maybe some teams haven't quite calculated that splash of fuel as accurately as they would have liked. 524's in the gravel now. McLean's, it's all kicking off. That's the petrol hedonism car, which is pointing the wrong way. So, yeah, the attrition rate all of a sudden seems to be spiking in the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is not the clip for the socials that they wanted, is it?
No.
Less than ideal, that. Especially with 5 minutes left to go on the race as well. Probably the worst time to signal in the gravel chat, but hey-ho, it's done now, and let's see if they can drag themselves out or whether they need a little bit of assistance here to get back out onto the circuit then. Have you seen the Trojan car heading back out, or are they still, no, they're still in the pits then. So, yeah, whether it's an issue or whether it's just a case of we're so far down anyway, what does it matter? As there finally we see the 311, isn't it? The TGR car getting pushed into the gravel. The 451 PMF Racing as well, showing up in the pit lane as well. So a few teams, a few drivers diving late here into the pits. But yeah, that 311 into the garage now. So that's definitely not carrying on in this race at all, sadly for them.
You've been guilty of the curse of the commentator a few times this weekend. I'm going to take this one, though, because I did say only 5 minutes ago, I think we've had all of the mechanical failures out of the way in the first hour. And now in the last 10 minutes, all of a sudden, lots of teams seemingly running into issues. That will be nerve-wracking for BPC, who just want to see that car hit the checkered flag. There's the 421 Alpha Trojan car. It's in the garage and going no further.
Yeah, definitely issues then. And I guess this sort of makes you feel a bit better about the safety car infringement, doesn't it? Because you would think, well, this was going to happen anyway, so it is what it is. But frustrations on frustrations, sadly, for today for the 421. And yes, with 3 minutes to go, their race is done.
Race leader being warned about track limits. Sid Smith. It's only a warning for now, but he does not need to pick up a track limits penalty when he's got a 20-odd second lead and only 3 minutes of the race still to go. So to your point earlier on, he's still pushing very hard. he probably doesn't need to push quite that hard.
No, exactly. Like we've been saying throughout this one, he's kept that gap at about 20 seconds, so he just does not need to go over the edge of track limits like clearly he has been doing. Like you say, just a warning for the moment, but isn't it usually when you see the black and white, you're on your final warning usually, so one more, and really it could be a stop-go penalty. So let's watch and wait as the 300 continues to carve their way through, but of course they will have seen said black and white flag. They will know that they are teetering the line here with only a couple of minutes to go, so you would hope that they reel it in somewhat here for the last few laps, but we will wait and see.
But again, the team can't do anything to influence Sid Smith's behaviour because they can't talk to him, so unless he's spotted that black and white flag, which drivers don't always spot, especially when you've got your hands full, which Sid very much has at the moment, dealing with all of this traffic. So fingers crossed he has noticed that and is not going to fall foul of a track limits penalty. Quite a lot of teams needing a splash of fuel here at the end, so quite a few fuel calculations that weren't quite right. WRC Developments have just pitted with David Drinkwater at the wheel. They are a team who are regularly fighting for race wins, and we really haven't mentioned them a lot today. That's the largely pink 486 car. They were back into the top 10, but they'll fall back out of it now with this late race splash and dash.
Indeed they will. Well, round the final corner comes our race leader, and I think we're about to head on to the final lap as, oh dear, the CEX car that is pulling to the side. The 469, the 489 that is, isn't it, pulling over to the side. So what a shame. Seems as though potentially on the last lap of the race here, they pull over. Well, the 300 has to be a little bit careful then. On to the final lap of the race we go. I think we can safely say now, unless that front left explodes on the final lap, that coming in to change the tyre was the wrong call, and that really is what has lost Trojan Motorsport this race.
Yes, I hope that claim doesn't come back to bite you in the next 50 seconds or so, but yes, barring any late drama, they are looking good, aren't they? Sid's still pushing hard, isn't he? He's throwing the car through the old hairpin, but yes, checkered flag beckons for the Smiths, for Sid and his father Rob. This has been a really, really good performance. Both of them, when they've needed to, have really delivered good pace. They were as quick as the leaders on many occasions in the race, but more to the point, they've stayed out of trouble. They've made the right strategic calls and not picked up any penalties either, which of course befell the Alpha Trojan car when they looked odds-on favourites to win. They picked up a penalty for overtaking the safety car, and that was that. But the BPC tyre buffing squad are now only a couple of corners away from claiming what is going to be a very, very pleasing win for them, and I suspect quite a popular win in the paddock. It's nice to have new teams winning from time to time. Trojan have done a lot of the winning of late in the C1 series, but today is the turn of BPC tyre buffers. Sid and Rob Smith are going to win the Silverlake C1 Racing Series race here at Donington Park. Sid Smith weaves to celebrate as he sees the checkered flag and brings the car home something like 20 seconds clear of Trojan Motorsport's Adam Willis in the 301 car. Adam Willis and Charlie Bingham sharing that car are going to be a little disappointed, I'm sure, that they're not on the top step of the podium, but it's still a solid second place finish. But in a series where there are no championship points to worry about, anything other than a win for them really is going to be a bit disappointing. There is the second place car crossing the line then to claim the runners-up spot, and third position is going to go the way in the end, I think, of AF Racing. Yeah, they were still 30 seconds ahead of #blessed at the beginning of this final lap, and no matter how #blessed Chris Etheridge is, he's not going to gain 30 seconds on raw pace over the third place machine. There go the AF Racing car, actually. I think they're the ones flashing the lights and doing a dance as they cross the line, as well they might, getting themselves onto the podium.
That was great, wasn't it? Lovely end to the race as well there, and a very well done. I think that's a real benefit of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, is the fact that there isn't championship points, because otherwise you might have seen there in certain parts of the races, maybe drivers just reeling it in a little bit and thinking, we'll just stick here, this is really good points for the championship, whereas no, it's outright, you either win it or bin it, mate, and that's what these races, what makes them so great. Yet another absolutely brilliant race there, over 3 hours here at Donington Park, but a massive well done to both the Smiths there, really well deserved, and that gamble, as you might say, to not change the front left, paid off handsomely.
Most definitely. Most definitely So, I really like some of the changes that have been made to the C1 series of late as well, with the changes to the pit stop regulations. Pitting once every hour keeps things much more simple while still giving the teams lots of flexibility on strategy. So it's a series that continues to go from strength to strength, and BBC Tyre buffing the latest team to add themselves to the winners list. So, 105 laps of the Donington Park National Circuit were completed in just a shade over 3 hours, and it is the BBC tyre buffing car of Sid and Rob Smith that gets the win. Trojan Motorsport were second, and AF Racing came home in third. Hashtag Blessed were fourth, and they were the best of the AM teams as well, actually, although they showed at times a pace that was stronger than the pros. Silverlake Racing were fifth, ahead of MDA. Has Been Racing, Silverlake Racing's 458 car, so both Silverlake cars in the top 10. Interestingly, James Stocks & Co, despite a penalty, were 9th, and MH Racing with SCR completed the top 10. Gala Performance with BBC Motorsport were 11th, then it was Abbott Racing Motorsport, SCR, and Quattro Formaggio in 14th place. Project 9 Automotive were 15th. With DCM in 16th, Gemini Racing, more win, Emax Motorsports 563 car, and the 536 completed the top 20. That was W Endurance. I don't think that's actually the name. I think that's a glitch. But anyway, the 536 car in 20th, JW Bird Motorsport 21st, 22nd for WRC Developments, Marmoto were 23rd, Brimstone Racing 24th, and Snail Speed Racing 25th. Blob were 26th. Did they get the fastest lap?
No.
No, they didn't. Alpha Trojans spoiled their day. But the second fastest lap, I think, there for Costa Kritsis in 26th position. Radiation Racing were 27th. Then it was Advantage Motorsport, Emax's 343 car, and Team Stag Racing completing the top 30. Deep breath, 31st, Road and Tracks, 32nd, Eminently Ambitious, TGR Racing 33rd, PMF Racing with CSR 34th, and DD Racing in 35th, JFR 36, Alpha Trojan 37th, actually not running at the time of the checkered flag, despite having led much of the race. CEX, Prep Tech were 38th. After also stopping there late in the going. I'm suspecting maybe they were out of fuel. Mana Motorsport 39 and Scuderia Polo Rosso completing the top 40. We're nearly there, everyone. Stay with me. 41st, Team MKD. 42nd, Team Insane. These were some of the cars that actually weren't running for a little while, I think, at the end. Petrol Hedonism was saw in the gravel late in the going in 43rd. 44th, Rab Sport Racing. 45th, Cat Driver Training. Red Sky Racing 46th. Ugga Dugga Racing with 47th. Emax Motorsport were 48th. And Needens Motorsport, having brought out a safety car and then rolled trying to catch back up to the safety car queue, called it a day after that quite sensibly, and were the last of the classified runners. So we are the sun is setting on what's been a fabulous weekend. John, your final thoughts? It's been a fabulous weekend. Every race has been exciting. We've not really ever had a dull one. The sprint racing's been good. Fun Cup were fantastic yesterday. C1's keeping us entertained this evening. It's been a good one, hasn't it?
It's been awesome. Of course, my personal love for Fun Cup always shines through, and I thoroughly enjoy these Fun Cup weekends. But as I've gotten more into them and doing this commentary with you, Andy, loads of these racing series racing this weekend have been absolutely sublime. They've certainly kept us on our toes, and it's been lovely to be out there as well, as always, chatting with the drivers as well. It's lovely to get that immediate feedback post-race. Some more positive than others, but it's been really good fun. Thoroughly enjoyed it as always, and always great to work with you, Andy.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
Thank you very much, John, and great thank you to Jamie Peters-Ennis as well for joining us yesterday during the Fun Cup, and of course to Rob Lewis, who has the pleasure of rounding out the show, and he's going to catch up first of all with our winners.
And welcome to the double podium as we hear Petrol Hedonism having a few issues with their car. I think they've popped a drive shaft. Let's talk to some podium getters, shall we? Because I've got a very happy pair of Smiths, actually. Rob and Sid Smith. First of all, Rob, you showed them how it's done.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was just the squishy bit in the middle. He did the hard work at the start and the hard work at the end, so I just had to go around the middle.
It was a good return, though, straight in the winner's circle.
Well, we've been trying to do this for 3 years. And today we've done no prep, we've rocked up and no strategy and just said, let's have some fun, and look where it's got us. So, fantastic day.
Exactly that. There's a big number one there. Congratulations. Sid, you've had a busy year, obviously running with Graves in Porsche Carrera Cup.
Yeah.
This has got to be a nice little sweetener.
Yeah, I was
Monday. I was like, come on, we need to get C1 back out. He's like, all right, we'll do it this weekend then. I think we took the last spot on this grid. Obviously, we've got a full grid. It was mega to see so many cars out today, to be honest. I was having great fun out there. But it was nice to finally get some luck and get it all together and get a win. I think we had quite a big winning margin as well, so it was nice to secure that. It went our way for once.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, Sid. Fantastic. They are your winners overall and in the Pro class. Let's talk to our second place team here. Trojan Roller Doors. These guys, every time they rock up, the cars are immaculate, they're bright, they race hard. Normally 2 of them up at the front. Adam, good to speak to you once again, second place this time.
Yeah, it was a close race really all the way through, but I think we put too much fuel in, to be honest. So
bit heavy.
A lot of fuel, in which we will have lost time putting it in. So arguably we could have put probably 10 litres less in, and it might have helped a little bit. So, but yeah, happy with that podium. So keep it rolling, really.
Adding to the trophy cabinet there. Congratulations, Adam. Fantastic result. Again, consummate professionals, Trojan Roller Doors. As the DHL plane just makes it a bit noisy for us, bear with us. I'll round off our pro podium. I mean, AF Racing, you guys, you're understated, you just nip in there, get the job done, you're tidy. How'd you do it?
Don't know, just consistency, innit? Making sure everything's good, everything's right, and being quick.
Now, you've had some great podiums before. You need a string of wins, really. You've got to knock these Trojans off their perch. What can you do? What little bits can you improve?
Well, this is our third this year. It is. We've not had a second or a first, so just got to keep plugging away, and hopefully it will come.
Hopefully so. Congratulations. Fantastic. Again, another beautifully prepped car. If that doesn't give you an indicator of the gravel that's being swept up, bit dusty on top. We'll come to Silverlake shortly. There's meant to be a car here, right? Just imagine there's a C1 that's purple. Second place, has-beens. I told you, we had a conversation earlier on with the team. You do this a bit more, a couple more round wins. Can you get to that pro category next year?
Well, I'll tell you what, we started 30th today, as you know, and Rob, who's my co-driver today, I mean, amazing. He got us in the top 10 and gave me the job of bringing it home. So, yes is the answer.
Yeah, and you're enjoying your C1 racing, aren't you?
It's so much fun. It is just so much fun. I mean, you get out, you've got a huge smile on your face. It's just brilliant.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Cheers, that is an AM podium. He's going to be picking up some trophies shortly. Now, just here, yes. If I'll be stood in the car if it was here, but unfortunately it did go through to Parc Fermé. I'm going to credit this AM win to Kim Kardashian. What do you reckon, guys? I tried to interview her earlier on. Unfortunately, Kim wasn't available to talk, nor was Lewis. #blessed AM winners. Your thoughts?
We should have brought them down, shouldn't we? I forgot all about them. But anyway, sorry, thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were expecting this at all this morning, if you had asked us. Way off the pace. I felt particularly rusty. But yeah, some track time and some running around with fast cars was all we needed. So yeah, no, really pleased. So I think that's the second podium this year for us. So only one more to get out the amateur class, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So yeah,
fantastic. Congratulations, guys. That is a superb amateur class win. I think these guys are going to be in the pro category very soon as well. There's meant to be a Silverlake. Oh, there is a Silverlake car here. Sorry, the camo's really good. Really good. I've got three winning drivers here. Blake, I've had a chat with you this morning, so if you don't mind, you step aside. Bria, you're sweating, you're doing your hair. It's fine. How was that?
Good. Major hacks, but it was good fun. Never thought I'd have so much fun in a C1.
And you've just got an AM podium in your second outing.
Love that. Teamwork makes a dream work, and his first podium of the year.
Can't argue that. So that's the Angeles siblings. Bryony Davis. Hopefully George is watching at home. You can teach him a thing or two about getting a podium now, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'd say that with love, of course. Your thoughts going into this?
Oh, I don't know. Just keep driving, keep it on the black stuff. Just keep going.
Nice and consistent. Congratulations, Bryony, and congratulations to the Silverlake team 458. Well, we've got some trophies to give out down in Parc Fermé later on, but that's us here from Donington this weekend. Thank you to everyone at Alpha Live. My thanks to Andy McEwen, to Mr. Ratters Media himself, John Ratcliffe. Jamie Peters-Ennis took over the Fun Cup duties yesterday. He was magnificent. Thank you to everyone involved. To the Brscc, safe trip, everyone that are heading home from the circuit tonight. And from us, it's goodbye until the next one.